Dongzhou Base Western District slums. In an 8-square-meter single-room, Lu Cheng was combing his hair in front of a car rearview mirror. He had picked it up somewhere and now used it as a makeshift mirror. He slipped on a short-sleeved shirt that had been washed so many times it had turned pale. The man in the mirror, though strikingly handsome, appeared somewhat gaunt from long-term malnutrition. 7 days left. Lu Cheng stared into the mirror and muttered under his breath. In 7 days, the on-sever 3 years martial Dao exam of the Daxia Federation would begin. In this era where wild beasts ran rampant, humanity could only cower behind colossal steel city walls. The so-called nations had long since evolved into base federations, and the one Lu Cheng belonged to was the Daxia Federation. The martial Dao exam open to all people of Daxia was far from a simple academic examination. It was a qualification screening conducted by the Daxia Federation on all citizens for the sake of the continuation of civilization. Those who placed in the rankings would enter the inner-city martial academy, enjoy monopolized cultivation resources, and become ever more powerful high-level warriors. Those eliminated would be directly assigned to the city defense logistics department sent to fill the front lines when the next beast tide arrived. Unfortunately, Lu Cheng was one of those fated to be cannon fodder destined for elimination. At the public Yuanqi awakening ceremony held half a month ago, his initial Yuanqi value had been only 0.6. 300 years ago, spatial rifts of varying sizes suddenly appeared all over the world. From within them poured countless wild beasts, beings of immense strength that fed on humans and possessed all manner of uncanny abilities. Humanity's living space was brutally compressed. It was not until humanity's upper echelons discovered a peculiar energy emanating from the rifts and named it Yuanqi that hope appeared. As Yuanqi gradually diffused, humans began to undergo evolution. After endless exploration by countless pioneers, a path of martial Dao was finally forged based on Yuanqi. According to the unified human standard, even the weakest grade black iron warrior had to possess a Yuanqi value surpassing 1. Some people's Yuanqi broke past 10 at the moment of awakening, instantly qualifying them as grade warriors. Others awakened straight into infamy, like Lu Cheng. Without exaggeration, even a robust old man's Yuanqi would be around 0.8. For instance, old Wang from next door could knock Lu Cheng flat with a single swing of his cane. I've been here half a month since crossing over, and I haven't even seen what it looks like beyond the city walls, yet I'm supposed to go feed wild beasts already, he thought. Lu Cheng let out a self-deprecating chuckle. He was not a native of this world. Half a month ago, he had still been a corporate drone on Blue Star when he unexpectedly hit the jackpot, only to travel across worlds on his way home from work. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in this perilous world, wild beasts, rampant resources, scarce hierarchy, rigid. He had appeared out of thin air into this reality, precisely because he had crossed over in his original body. Years of late nights and overtime had left him frail and sickly. Even after inexplicably integrating into this world and undergoing Yuanqi awakening, he was still nothing but a piece of trash. Just as Lu Cheng was about to head out, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. System loading complete. Kilto become God system now binding. Binding successful. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in ascending to the supreme divine throne through the slaughter of living beings. Newbie mission issued. The host must kill 10 living beings within 24 hours, forging the first step to godhood with blood. Mission reward experience points will be calculated based on the number of kills. Experience can be used for leveling up. Failure penalty. The system will terminate the binding. Lu Cheng froze in place. A system? So this was the cheat arriving. Yet after he went through the newbie mission details, his expression immediately darkened. System buddy, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about your handsome host? Lu Cheng communicated with the system in his mind. Look at this flimsy body of mine. My Yuanqi is only 0.6. Out beyond the city walls, even a random rat could gnaw me to death, yet you want me to kill 10 targets in 24 hours. Who am I supposed to kill? The system remained utterly emotionless, its mechanical voice still icy. The host must independently locate targets. Mission countdown 23 hours, 59 minutes, 3 seconds. Lu Cheng drew in a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The system required him to kill 10 living beings, but it did not restrict their strength or size. Living beings, as long as something was alive, it should count, right? Bacteria, fungi, or... Lu Cheng stepped outside. The slums were filthy and chaotic. The narrow alleyways had no streetlights, not even basic paved roads. At that moment, a long blackened procession was stretching out from a corner of the wall. It was a nest of red fire ants. Gazing at the dense crawling mass, at least tens of thousands of ants, Lu Cheng's eyes lit up slightly. Perfect. The corners of Lu Cheng's mouth curled into an exaggerated grin. Without another word, he turned back into the room and fished an old iron pot out from under his bed. It was his sole piece of real estate salvaged from a construction site. If he did not hide it carefully, old Wang might have already taken it. He carried it to an outdoor stove beside the house and filled the battered iron pot with water. He lit the fire and set the water to boil in one fluid sequence. 10 minutes later, the entire pot was rolling at a furious boil, white steam billowing upward. Lu Cheng lifted the pot with both hands and strode toward the ant-infested corner of the wall. He crouched down, watching the densely packed army of ants busily transporting food. "Forgive me, everyone." Though his mouth offered an apology, his hands did not hesitate in the slightest. The entire pot of scalding boiling water crashed down along the cracks in the wall and the entrance to the ant nest. A harsh hiss sounded as white vapor rose, a strange aroma mingling with the heat and rapidly spreading. Tens of thousands of red fire ants had no chance to struggle. They were instantly scalded to death, their bodies floating in the murky hot water. At the same time, Lu Cheng's mind erupted like a pot boiling over. Ding. Living beings slain, X1 experience 1000 ding. Living beings slain X2, experience 100 X2 ding. Living beings slain X3, experience 10 X3. The notification tones crackled like a string of firecrackers in Lu Cheng's head, going off one after another. Before Lu Cheng could even feel pleased, the system's mechanical voice suddenly became urgent, breaking up with heavy distortion and static. Ding. Living beings slain X100 experience 100 X100. Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. Settlement interrupted. Settlement interrupted. Lu Cheng could even feel a faint heat between his brows. Holding the empty iron pot, he blinked. "System buddy, can you handle this? If you can't, maybe stop for a bit." The system could not hear him at all. Its mechanical voice had turned entirely into a shrill alarm. Error. Error. Correction. Correction. Correction failed. Correction failed. System loophole detected. Core mainframe malfunctioning. Original system deregistering. Deregistration progress 100. Residual functional modules detected. New system generating. A muffled boom echoed through Lu Cheng's mind, yet he felt no pain. Instead, an indescribable cool sensation surged forth, sweeping through his entire body in an instant. Immediately after, an exceedingly simple personal panel popped up. There were no flashy effects, only a few bare lines of text. Name: Lu Cheng. Rank G. Weakling. Unchi value 0. 6. Unchi value 0. 6. Experience 1000. Cultivation arts none. System log: original system has been deregistered. The new system retains only the enemy kill experience and experience leveling functions. Bug fixed: killing low-level life forms no longer yields experience. On the ground, the boiling water had gradually cooled. The countless corpses of red fire ants lay motionless. Lu Cheng stood there, still gripping the handle of the iron pot. He stared blankly for a full 2 minutes before finally confirming one thing. On the very first day of binding with him, his system had literally exploded because he poured boiling water over a nest of ants. Tongzi. Lu Cheng tried calling out in his heart. There was no response. In the novels he had read before, systems would either threaten to obliterate the host at every turn or perch loftily above like a condescending benefactor. Now, however, his own system had quite literally rested in peace. Although a new system had immediately appeared, it seemed rather dull-witted. Not only had the original system died, it had even left him with 100 million experience points, though he still had no idea what those points could be used for. Lu Cheng began to examine the remnant panel before him. He saw on the system log that the functions for killing experience and experience-based upgrades had been retained. A thought stirred in Lu Cheng's mind. If he could use experience points to level up, it seemed he was about to soar. Vital energy was the foundation of all transcendence in this world. Everyone could awaken vital energy, and their initial vital energy value determined the upper limit of their growth. Subsequent growth in vital energy could only be achieved through cultivation. In this world jointly ruled by the federal authorities and local martial clans, cultivation methods were exceedingly difficult to obtain. In an entire lifetime, ordinary people could only come into contact with a single basic cultivation method, one made public by the Alliance to maintain a minimal pool of soldiers. Its name was simply Stone-Shattering Fist. This thing cost 2 coins a copy on the street and existed purely to lay a foundation for commoners. Relying on his memory, Lu Cheng sketched the circulation route of Stone-Shattering Fist within his mind. In the next instant, a new prompt suddenly flashed across the crude panel. Detected that the host is learning the cultivation method Stone-Shattering Fist. Consume 1 experience point to enter the introductory stage. So that's how it is. Lu Cheng moved his mind. Yes. His blood and chi suddenly surged. He felt a warm current erupt within his frail body. The characters on the panel changed. Stone-Shattering Fist introductory. Consume 10 experience points to raise it to proficient. It can be upgraded. Yes. Stone Shattering Fist Proficient. Consume 100 experience points to raise it to Great Accomplishment. Stone Shattering Fist Great Accomplishment. Consume 100 experience points to raise it to perfection. Yes. In less than half a minute, Liu Cheng had upgraded this commonplace fist technique all the way to the realm of perfection. At this moment, he felt that if he merely closed his eyes, countless tiny figures would appear in his mind, all practicing this fist technique. Every movement and every power transmission path seemed engraved into his very bones. Yet the prompts on the panel did not cease. Detected that the host's stone-shattering fist has reached its limit. Consume 100 experience points to deduce and break through the technique's upper boundary. Liu Cheng glanced at the string of experience points that had scarcely decreased and raised his brows. Continue. Raise it as far as it can go. Ding. Consumed 100 experience points. Limit broken successfully. Basic stone-shattering fist upgraded to mountain-crushing fist. Continue. Ding. Consumed 100 experience points. Mountain-crushing fist upgraded to sky-rending fist. Ding. Consumed 100 experience points. Upgraded to Great Desolation Star-Shattering Fist. Booming rumbles echoed within him. This time it was no longer a gentle warmth. Liu Cheng felt his entire body burning hot, as though a slumbering dragon within him had suddenly awakened. As he began cultivating the Great Desolation Star-Shattering Fist, the vital energy around him surged madly, feeding back into his flesh. His bones started emitting sharp explosive cracks, while a faint golden sheen surfaced upon his once pale skin before sinking beneath it. In the 8 square meter cubicle, the air began to distort violently. The dust motes froze in midair as an indescribably terrifying pressure descended upon the room. Liu Cheng subconsciously clenched his fists. A sonic boom cracked through the air. His entire body felt indescribably unburdened, clearer, and more at ease than relieving a week of constipation. His mind was razor-sharp, his whole being transparent and unimpeded. His sheer physical strength had swelled to a terrifying level that even he could not fathom. Liu Cheng opened his personal panel. Name Liu Cheng. Level D, Silver Martial Artist. Vital Energy 1003 increasing. Experience 100000000. Cultivation Method Great Desolation Star-Shattering Fist. Liu Cheng blinked, opening and closing the panel twice in succession to confirm. Just moments earlier he had still been a piece of trash with a vital energy value of 0.6. In the blink of an eye he had become a Drank Silver Martial Artist. One had to know that in the Xia Federation martial ranks were defined strictly by vital energy. Frank Black Iron Martial Artist 1100. A Rank Bronze Martial Artist 10010000. Drank Silver Martial Artist 10010000. Crank Gold Martial Artist 10010000. Rank Lord Martial Artist above 100000. A Rank Nation Guarding Martial Artist above 100000. As for realms higher than that, Liu Cheng had never even heard of them. Liu Cheng tugged at his clothes and discovered that the t-shirt, which had once fit snugly, was now a bit tight. Fortunately, he had not become exaggeratedly bulky like a muscle-bound Hulk. He was simply well-built now, mostly because he had been far too thin before. He glanced at the broken clock on the wall. Less than 20 minutes had passed since he had scalded that nest of ants to death. In this brief span, he had completely remade himself. Just then, bang, bang, bang. The dilapidated wooden door was suddenly pounded from outside. Liu Cheng, dead in there or not? If you're still breathing, get your ass out here. A coarse, rasping male voice squawked from beyond the door. Liu Cheng's brows knitted slightly. He walked over and yanked the door open. Standing outside was a burly man of about 30 wearing a black tank top. Both his arms were covered in tattoos, and a conspicuous knife scar ran along his right arm. The man's name was Zhao Long, a member of one of the powers in this slum, put bluntly a gangster. The slums were a jumble of fish and dragons, yet the sheer number of people made them significant. This particular district fell under the Yuan clan, one of the 10 great families of Dongzhou. But the noble clan stood high above and would never bother to manage these filthy, chaotic slums, so they delegated control to local strongmen. Zhao Long, his face full of brutish flesh, stood in the doorway wearing an expression of utter impatience. Yet when the door opened and he saw Liu Cheng step out, an inexplicable shiver ran through him. He could not explain it. Although the face before him was still the same, the feeling Liu Cheng gave him was completely different, actually making him sense a vague oppression. Zhao Long shook his head, dismissing it as an illusion. A piece of trash with a vital energy value of 0.6, classified as garbage population in Dongzhou, someone he could slap to death with a few blows. What was there to fear? You need something? Liu Cheng asked calmly. Zhao Long snorted coldly, pulled a stamped document from his pocket, and slapped it against Lu Cheng's chest. Don't play dumb with me. This is a transfer order just issued by the City Defense Department. Given that your vital energy is too low and you have no hope in the martial examination, the upper levels have decided to assign you early to the City Defense Logistics Squad. Report to the East City Gate this afternoon. Lu Cheng took the document and glanced at it. The name on it was indeed his own. The seal read Dongzhou Yuan Clan. Isn't there still 7 days before the martial examination? The entire Federation holds it on a unified schedule. The assessment hasn't even begun. Transferring people now seems rather against the rules, doesn't it? Lu Cheng said mildly. Rules. My word is the rules. Zhao Long spat on the ground, his ferocity fully revealed. To tell you the truth, we're in the middle of a feral beast tide. Last night a pack of rank beasts was ramming the walls outside the city. The higher-ups urgently need a batch of people sent over. Trash like you, a grank piece of refuse. If you don't go now, when will you? If you obediently head over, I can at least help spend a bit more of your death gratuity on paper money and burn some extra for you later. But if you dare defy orders. Zhao Long clenched his fist with a cold grin, his knuckles cracking sharply. I'll smash your legs right now and toss you outside the city walls to feed the beasts. Lu Cheng looked at Zhao Long's arrogant face, flipping the order in his hand. He suddenly started to laugh. In this grotesquely developed era, the lives of the lower classes were truly less valuable than weeds. The aristocratic families indulged in revelry within the inner city, calling it the preservation of human civilization's flame. Meanwhile, sycophants like Zhao Long sat atop the lower class, sucking their blood and treating them as expendable resources. He had originally planned to wait for the martial arts examination to begin in a few days to showcase his strength in the examination hall, according to the Federation's procedures. Then he would directly pursue the path of a prodigy. However, it seemed that this world did not favor orderly processes. If that was the case, then what was there to... In front of Zhao Long, Lu Cheng slowly tore the order into pieces, then casually tossed them into the air. The white paper shreds scattered down, landing all over Zhao Long's face. Zhao Long's face instantly turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead. You little bastard, are you seeking death? He shouted furiously, his right hand clawing towards Lu Cheng's shoulder with a sharp whoosh. He exerted all his strength in this claw. As a black iron warrior with a vitality level of 37, his force could easily shatter an ordinary person's collarbone. However, Lu Cheng remained unmoved, not even blinking, seemingly indifferent to Zhao Long's attack. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Zhao Long's fierce claw landed squarely on Lu Cheng's shoulder. Yet the anticipated sound of bone shattering did not occur. Zhao Long felt as if his claw had struck the city wall of Dongzhou base. A tremendous recoil surged back through his fingers. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking resounded. Zhao Long's 5 fingers bent at a strange angle, and his entire hand swelled up, instantly looking like a pig's trotter. Ah, my hand! Zhao Long let out a blood-curdling scream, retreating several steps, while clutching his right hand, his gaze towards Lu Cheng shifting from anger to sheer terror. You concealed your strength. This body is definitely not at 0.6 vitality. Lu Cheng rubbed his slightly itchy shoulder, glancing at Zhao Long, who was sweating profusely from the pain, and sighed in resignation. No, I'm just an ordinary person, Lu Cheng said as he took a step forward. With that step, the floor couldn't bear the weight and cracked like a spider web. But now I might have become a little stronger. Lu Cheng gestured with his left hand to signify a little bit, while his right hand rested on Zhao Long's shoulder. In that moment, Zhao Long felt an overwhelming pressure on his shoulder. Goosebumps erupted all over his body, as if that hand belonged to some ancient behemoth. Bang! His legs could not withstand this terrifying force, and he collapsed to the ground, his knees shattering and smashing the old tiles beneath. Spare me. Lu Cheng. Brother Lu. No. Lord Lu, please spare me. Zhao Long finally realized he had kicked an iron plate, and the intense fear made him cry out without any dignity. Stop yelling. Lu Cheng looked down at him, applying a slight force with his right hand. Bang! Zhao Long couldn't even let out more pleas for mercy. His body was crushed into the ground, as if hit by a truck, overwhelmed by pure brute force. Bones shattered, internal organs ruptured. He gasped his last breath on the spot. Lu Cheng withdrew his hand and grabbed a cloth nearby to wipe the dust off. His hands were not stained with blood, but he felt they were dirty. He looked down at Zhao Long's corpse, frowning slightly. Leaving the body here would not be good. Gathering energy in his fist, once more a golden flame enveloped it. He punched down towards Zhao Long's corpse, which instantly vaporized, reducing even the nearby broken bricks and dirt by 3 inches. Dinged class black iron warrior killed, level deemed too low, experience 0. Lu Cheng paid no attention to the system's notification. With the remaining experience points he would have enough for a long time to come. What he most wanted to know now was his true strength. The panel indicated he was a class silver warrior, but he could distinctly feel his power growing. Ud class was merely temporary. According to Lu Cheng's understanding, the head of the Yuan family, who issued the order, was a class golden warrior. And the strongest in the entire Dongzhou base was a class lord-level powerhouse. Clenching his fist, Lu Cheng took one last look at the oppressive little room. This was the place he had stayed for half a month after crossing over. It was lent to him by old Wang, who, despite being lecherous, gambling, gluttonous, and fond of drinking, was a good person. He left a farewell letter on the bed. Well, because there was no table in his room, Lu Cheng departed from this place. He was heading outside the city. Stepping out of the dark and cramped slum, the sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. In the direction of the inner city of Dongzhou base, towering skyscrapers sparkled brilliantly. A high-energy defense barrier formed a faint blue light, perfectly protecting the inner city within. That was where the aristocratic families and the elite resided, clean, luxurious, and safe. The inner and outer cities were seemingly two different worlds. The outer city, however, was filled with ordinary houses of varying heights. Beyond that lay the areas where people like Lu Cheng congregated, dirty and chaotic, with the constant risk of being sent to the front lines. Lu Cheng walked slowly along the yellow dirt road of the outer city towards the east. Along the way, he saw groups of young men being transported by trucks. Without exception, their faces were filled with numbness and despair. They held the most rudimentary cold weapons, and some were even only given a wooden stick. There were no iron weapons. These were all class individuals requisitioned for various reasons. Hurry up. Move faster, you lot. On the roadside, several Yuan family guards in black uniforms wielded whips, mercilessly lashing those who moved just a bit too slowly. They urgently need reinforcements at the east city wall. Anyone who dares to slack off now will be killed on the spot. The sound of the whip cracking against flesh was sharp and piercing, accompanied by screams. Lu Cheng unknowingly blended into the crowd. He planned to reach the east city gate first, then exit the city. Along the way, his inner strength steadily grew as the technique of the great desolate shattering star fist operated. Half an hour later, a towering city wall made of heavy black iron and standing 200 meters high loomed like a gigantic steel dragon at the end of Lu Cheng's line of sight. This was the east city gate of Dongzhou base. It was also the gate of hell in the eyes of these class individuals. Who are you? Why do you lack an identification code? A leading guard suddenly bellowed. Every individual sent over had an identification code, and he had just checked to find that an extra person had appeared in the line. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed towards Lu Cheng. Speak. Who are you? Yet Lu Cheng did not even bother to lift an eyelid. He had never intended to waste time with these people. He had come to Dongqing Gate merely to see how the road out of the city lay. Now that the route was clear and the gate stood before him, there was no reason to linger with them. He still needed time to mature, and the endless wild beasts beyond the walls were his best stepping stones. Just as a guard of the Yuan family reached to draw his firearm, Lu Cheng planted his thigh and exploded with force. Boom! A terrible force erupted in an instant. The ground beneath Lu Cheng caved in with a low, thunderous crack of air. He shot upward like a fired projectile. A 1,200-meter-high steel wall that would cow any ordinary person was to Lu Cheng in that moment nothing more than a slightly raised step. The Yuan family guards were staggered by a blast wave. When they steadied themselves and looked up, Lu Cheng's silhouette had already vanished. The man. Where? Did something just fly up? Look there. The crowd followed the pointing finger and peered in that direction. A figure drifted lightly over the highest point of the steel wall, vaulting it and falling into the world. Several guards exchanged glances, staring at the two deep footprints stamped into the earth, frozen and breaking into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, tens of li from the wall, on a weed-choked wilderness track, a well-equipped exploration team pressed on beneath the fierce sun. At the head of the line walked a woman of about 23 or 24. Her hair was tied in a neat high ponytail, and she wore a closed-fitting black combat suit that only accentuated her already statuesque form. Her name was Tan Xian, the favored daughter of the Tan family, one of the 10 great houses at Dongzhou base. At the Yuanxi awakening ritual, she had been a prodigy, beginning with a Yuanxi value of 15. At an age when ordinary fighters still toiled merely to attain a rank, Tan Xian was already a bona fide level silver warrior. Chief, this haul is great. Just the materials from those 11 iron-armored wolves sold at the exchange will buy everyone 3 months' worth of vitality pills. Behind them, a young warrior with a massive pack wiped sweat from his brow, excitement in his voice. His pack was stuffed to bursting. Vitality pills were the daily cultivation resource for warriors below rank. In the whole team, only Tan Xian had reached D, the rest were a level. Wild beasts were full of value. Bones could be forged into weapons, pelts into armor, and the rare beasts that produced yuandan could be extraordinarily lucrative. Thus, hunting wild beasts had become one of the warrior's principal pursuits. Tan Xian tapped the short blade at her waist. A fatigue shadowed her lovely face, but her eyes remained keen. Don't be careless. Though we are only a few dozen li from Dongqing Gate, and this area is generally lowest, the wild beast tides are active now. Anything can happen. She had risen to her current station not by lounging in the Tan household, but by cutting her way out of heaps of beasts. Careful, hard-won progress. Understood, came the responses, and the group's tension eased noticeably. Only 2 or 3 kept true watch. Suddenly, the gaunt man walking in the center went pale. He clutched his head with both hands, emitted a muffled groan of pain, and collapsed straight to the ground. Chen Yan, a tall warrior, reacted with lightning speed and caught him. The rest snapped into combat readiness, drawing weapons and staring warily into the surroundings. Chen Yan, what did you sense? Is there a high-grade beast hiding nearby? Tan Xian took a swift step forward and unsheathed her short blade. Chen Yan was the team's sole perception-type warrior. Though the Chen family was not illustrious, it had inherited a peculiar sensing art. In this perilous wilderness, Chen Yan had spared the team from countless disasters. For him to clutch his head and drop to his knees in agony suggested only 2 possibilities. Either he had struck his head, or something utterly beyond their strength was nearby. I am fine. Chen Yan shook his head, hard cold sweat trickling down his brow. Gasping, he produced a bottle from his chest, poured out a few pills, and swallowed them. Chief, sorry. I pulled night watch and watched too many goddess live streams, I have a headache, and my spirit lost focus just now, Chen Yan admitted sheepishly. The previously tense companions blinked in surprise. The tall warrior supporting him felt a vain twist at his temple and promptly kicked Chen Yan in the backside. For God's sake, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Not the time for jokes. The team exhaled in relief, trading scolded laughter as they reformed. Tan Xian could only shake her head and sheath her blade. They were only 30 li from the gate. Rarely did even a level beast appear here. Perhaps they had been overly jumpy. All right, I'll deal with you back in town. Keep moving, stay alert. Tan Xian had not finished when the man who had just risen suddenly collapsed again. This time he did not merely clutch his head, he curled on the ground like a boiled prawn, veins bulging along his forehead, the corners of his eyes faintly stained with blood. Chief, something's wrong. Go. Run. There's something. Chen Yan forced a few words through clenched teeth, while frantically raking his nails into the soil until his fingertips bled. Chen Yan. A companion moved to help. Don't move. Tan Xian barked, her pupils freezing. She had felt it too. A heavy, terrifying aura rolled out from the forest at their flank. The oppression was so intense that her yuanqi began to falter. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled, and then in the next instant whole stands of trees toppled aside. A 10-meter-tall black colossus loomed into view. It was a giant bear bristling with blackened quills. Its eyes glowed blood red, and its maw gaped. A huge white V marked its chest, and with every breath it expelled twin jets of blood-tinged chi from its nostrils. Giant wild bear. Someone cried out. How is this possible? This is a low-risk zone. Why is there a clever beast here? The giant wilderness bear, according to the official records of the Federation, is undoubtedly classified as a top-tier clever creature, although humans categorize the levels of warriors and wild beasts alike. However, there is a consensus that wild beasts of the same level are superior to human warriors. For instance, hunting a level wild beast requires several level warriors to attack simultaneously, and there is virtually no chance of victory in an unknown confrontation. The physical strength of wild beasts is astonishing. Ordinary alloy cold weapons leave no marks on their bodies. Moreover, these creatures typically inhabit areas far from bases or near various spatial rifts. Today, however, it brazenly appeared so close to the city. Roar! The giant wilderness bear let out a deafening roar, raising its paw, which was several times larger than a grinding wheel, and with a piercing, tearing sound it brought it crashing down toward the nearest person. Faced with the pressure of a clever wild beast, several level warriors in the team instinctively felt fear, their legs trembling like chaff, unable to even entertain the thought of resistance. You all run. Head for the city gate. I'll hold it off. Tan Xian took the lead, unleashing her spiritual energy, and the short knife in her hand radiated a piercing white light. As the only level warrior, she still had the capability to fight back. No, leader. Let's attack together, we might have a chance. The tall warrior strained to rise, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Go. You'll only hinder me here. The physical strength of wild beasts is already greater than that of humans, let alone this giant wilderness bear. Don't interfere with my performance here. Tan Xian's eyes turned bloodshot with urgency as she scolded. In just 2 seconds of dialogue, that massive bear paw had already reached above Tan Xian's head. Tan Xian gritted her teeth. The spiritual energy within her surged wildly into the short knife, preparing to meet this life-and-death strike. However, the enormous paw that was about to descend strangely halted 3 meters above Tan Xian's head. A flicker of intensely human-like fear suddenly flashed in the giant wilderness bear's brutal blood-red eyes. Its gigantic body suddenly stiffened, the inertia of its forward momentum causing it to let out a painful wail. With a thunderous crash, this towering creature standing 10 meters tall fell straight to the ground, its immense weight smashing the earth into a large pit, sending dust flying everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Tan Xian held the short knife, maintaining a defensive posture, gazing blankly at the giant beast that had suddenly collapsed before her. The giant wilderness bear lay on the ground completely motionless. Then a chilling scene unfolded. Its originally black-red bristles began to dry and fall away at a visibly rapid pace upon touching the ground. In just a few seconds, the true form of the giant wilderness bear was revealed. However, even its true form had already turned to charred black. Tan Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her heart, and cautiously stepped forward. She extended the tip of her short knife and lightly touched the surface of the giant wilderness bear. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. That towering 10-meter clevel wild beast's corpse at the moment of the knife's touch collapsed with a thunderous boom, transforming into a heap of black ash. A gust of wind swept by, raising a cloud of ashes. Carbonized? The young warrior with a backpack rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice trembling. The surrounding teammates gathered around, staring at the black powder on the ground, each one displaying astonished expressions. After much examination and discussion, they finally managed to piece together this incomprehensible event. Something or someone inflicted a fatal strike on the giant wilderness bear. It then fled here, but that energy erupted violently only upon encountering them. Its insides had long been burned away by that energy. That last strike was its final limit. Tan Xian bent down and picked up a black spherical object from the ash. She applied slight pressure with her hand, and the sphere crumbled into powder. This is terrifying. Even the Yuan Dan of the giant wilderness bear has been completely carbonized. A hint of uncontainable dread permeated Tan Xian's voice. The Yuan Dan is the essence of a wild beast, even harder than their bones. Yet now even this hardest Yuan Dan has been reduced to charcoal. Leader, could it be the work of a powerful human warrior? Someone gulped, speculating softly. It doesn't seem. Tan Xian shook her head, her mind racing through the profiles of powerful warriors at the Dongzhou base and other bases. I've never heard of any warrior at the Dongzhou base skilled in such terrifying fire techniques. Moreover, even high-level fire-type warriors would leave traces of flames after a kill, but this giant wilderness bear was clearly carbonized by pure energy to such an extreme. If it were a powerful human warrior, at least a Blevel Lord warrior would be required to kill it so easily, right? But what if? What if this wasn't done by a human, but by another, even more terrifying wild beast? Cheng Yin, having regained his composure, interjected with a pale face. This statement made everyone present shudder in unison. If it were a battle between two wild beasts, staying here would be akin to walking to their doom. Stop Tan Xian decisively sheathed her short knife. No matter what did this, the disturbance here is too great. Everyone gather your things, we need to hasten back to the city. They began to rush towards the city gate along the designated path. However, after walking less than a mile, Tan Xian stopped in her tracks once more. Ahead on a stretch of rubble, a giant scorpion-like wild beast measuring close to 15 meters long remained frozen in place, its tail raised high. It too was charred black. A team member cautiously approached and threw a stone at the corpse. Splash! Another pile of black ash. Clevel wild beast, double-tailed scorpion. Also carbonized. The journey thereafter left this somewhat renowned young exploration team at the Dongzhou base utterly speechless. They felt as though they were walking down a path leading to hell. Along the way, they continually encountered enormous, already carbonized wild beast corpses. Without exception, these creatures, once vicious and brutal, capable of destroying an entire district, had now turned into fragile bodies that crumbled upon contact. The lowest among them were clevel, including giant pythons, ferocious lions, and even family-type wild beasts. Their postures in death varied, some roared, others fled in terror, yet their final fate was all the same, reduced to charcoal. Finally, at a mountain pass less than 20 miles from the city gate, everyone collapsed to the ground, incomplete. Before them, a terrifying wild beast standing 50 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, was half kneeling in the valley. Even though its massive corpse had turned to charcoal, the residual aura it emitted still weighed down Tan Xian, a level warrior, making it hard for her to even stand. The terror of this monster had completely surpassed their comprehension. At least in their brief, 20-some years of experience, they could not begin to imagine how terrifying this 50-meter beast was in its prime. This was undoubtedly an existence beyond Clevel. Cheng took out a tablet and searched for a long time. Suddenly he stared blankly at the 50-meter-tall massive corpse. His lips cracked as he muttered, "This is Level Lord Wild Beast, the Sky Pillar Demon Ape." 10 miles away from Tan Xian's team, Lu Cheng was perched on a branch of a large tree, holding a cracked tablet in his hands. This device was something he found in the woods lying next to a skeleton. The corpse's clothing looked quite upscale, suggesting it belonged to a wealthy person. Strangely, the clothing appeared new, likely worn just a week or two before death. Yet the flesh and tissue on the body were missing, with no signs of beastly gnawing or the stench of decay, leaving behind only a stark bare skeleton. The tablet's battery showed only 1 bar left, with a red warning flashing incessantly, giving the impression that it would shut down at any moment. Yet this nearly defunct tablet made Lu Cheng profoundly experience what it meant to suffer to the point of breathlessness. The tablet contained a bestiary of beasts. Lu Cheng scrolled through the screen with one hand, his fingers trembling. C-Class Giant Wilderness Bear. Its coarse fur can be used to create high-grade armor. Official guide price, 100,000 xia coins per kilogram. Giant Wilderness Bear's core. Official guide price, 1 million xia coins. Lu Cheng blinked, memories of his previous experiences flooding back. He had just left the city and got lost. Wandering aimlessly, he encountered a large bear. At that moment, the beast roared at him, and he instinctively unleashed a powerful punch. The golden fist flame swept across, striking the bear, and he ran away immediately. 1 million gone. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth and continued scrolling. C-Class Double-Tailed Scorpion. Its tail stinger contains high-purity neurotoxin, which can be refined into valuable medicinal pills. Single-tail recovery price, 300,000 xia coins. Its core has significant medicinal value. Official guide price, 110,000 xia coins. He encountered that large scorpion after the giant bear, finding it repulsive, and struck it with the same powerful punch. Over 100,000 gone again. C-Class Golden Maned Lion. Core value, 120,000 xia coins. This creature was a bit stronger, with tough skin that withstood 2 of Lu Cheng's punches. 120,000 evaporated once more. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to a red highlighted data at the bottom of the tablet. There was a record of a Lord-level beast. B-Class Sky Pillar Demon Ape. A Strength-type Lord Beast. Its core contains a massive amount of pure essence, which is a core strategic resource for B-Class warriors to break into A-Class. Official guide price, 10 million xia coins. That big gorilla, 10 million. Lu Cheng suddenly turned his head, looking back at the route he had taken. Just an hour ago, this so-called Lord-level monster had blocked his path. The 50-meter height indeed had a visual impact. It was the first time Lu Cheng encountered a beast that could withstand his frontal attacks. The battle between him and the beast lasted several rounds. Unsurprisingly, the demon ape knelt. 10 million. Lu Cheng pulled at the corners of his mouth, feeling his heart bleed. In the Great Xia Federation, money and resources were equivalent. Previously, he had been living in a slum, and to make ends meet with the meager rations left, he had to work for those unscrupulous bosses in the outer city. Every day, he carried hundreds of pounds of rebar and concrete back and forth on the construction site, exhausted like a dead dog, earning only 50 xia coins a day. This meant he had to work on the site without eating or drinking for decades to earn the price of a C-Class beast. Yet in that brief journey, he had effectively burned through tens of millions of xia coins. Lack of education is truly frightening. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lu Cheng looked up at the mottled shadows of the tree and sighed heavily. Coincidentally, I have none. Knowledge of beasts was not public. If Lu Cheng had truly joined the city defense logistics team, he would have likely learned some basic knowledge. Lu Cheng withdrew his gaze and opened his rudimentary personal panel. Although he had lost a significant amount of wealth along the way, the panel's calculations were quite clear. When he killed the first C-Class Giant Wilderness Bear, the system gave positive feedback. Ding. Killed a C-Class creature X1 experience 1000. Ding. Killed a C-Class creature X1 experience 1000. Ding. Killed a B-Class creature experience 1000. After mowing through the beasts, he realized how powerful the original system had been. He only received 1000 experience points for killing a C-Class beast, while a single ant had given him that much. Reminiscing about the first day with the original system. As he continuously used the Great Wilderness Crushing Star Fist, his strength was still increasing. Name: Lu Cheng. Level C. Golden Warrior. Vitality 99999. Limited by Techniques. Experience 1 Technique. Great Wilderness Crushing Star Fist. Although his personal panel showed a level of C, his vitality was capped at 99999. Yet Lu Cheng knew clearly that this judgment standard was calculated based on the vitality of the conventional warriors of Great Xia. The conventional warriors in Great Xia practiced different techniques, leading to varying practical effects. His great wilderness-crushing star fist had been forcibly broken through using a large amount of experience points. C-class Golden Warriors typically had a vitality range of 1000 to 1000. Lu Cheng's vitality was locked at 99999. Looks like I need more techniques. He had attempted to upgrade the Great Wilderness-Crushing Star Fist again, but the upgrade failed. The current situation was that as a C-class warrior he could easily kill a B-class Sky Pillar Demon Ape. My strength is sufficient, but I lack funds. Lu Cheng stroked his chin as the light on the tablet flickered twice before finally going dark. It had run out of power. He casually stuffed the tablet into his backpack, which was also that stark bear skeleton. It looked like a high-quality item with excellent durability. Having learned from this lesson, the upcoming action strategy needed to change. He could no longer rely on the Great Wilderness-Crushing Star Fist for basic attacks. Such a method of killing was too extravagant equivalent to directly burning money. In future encounters with beasts, he would have to rely on pure physical strength. He would have to crush them with his fists or use palm strikes to shatter their organs, but he couldn't strike the head since the core was located there. He needed to ensure that the most valuable core was not destroyed. Lu Cheng rubbed his stomach. Although his strength had surged, he still needed to replenish energy. As his body rapidly evolved, the energy required had increased exponentially. Beast, they seem edible too. Boss, the sky blue airship is running low on energy. A young warrior shouted. Tan Xian frowned. Fill it up with an E-class core. We will reach the city gate shortly. After discovering that the B-class Lord-level beasts had been slaughtered, the group dared not linger. They pulled out their only transportation, the sky blue airship. The sky blue airship was made using the core of a D-class beast, the sky blue eagle, combined with modern technology. Usually it was disassembled into several parts carried separately by team members. After assembly, it resembled a motorcycle. Due to limited seating, several people were tied on with ropes. Every use of the sky blue airship required filling it with beast cores to start. It was the last resort for Tan Xian's team to escape. Using it once meant their efforts for this trip were practically in vain. In the eastern state base, the Western District slums. After 5 days, Lu Cheng once again stepped onto this filthy and chaotic street. The white t-shirt he wore was somewhat tattered, and he carried a large backpack he had found. The backpack was filled to the brim with materials from wild beasts. During these 5 days outside the city, Lu Cheng had lived in a rather shabby manner. He drank from streams when thirsty and ate wild beasts when hungry. To avoid damaging the valuable materials from the wild beasts, he forcibly suppressed the urge to use the great wilderness-shattering star fist, relying solely on his physical strength to crack open the skulls of those wild beasts with his fists. Now his backpack contained several grade to grade essence cores. However, the grade and crade core essence were too eye-catching. Ordinary trading houses could not handle them, and taking them out recklessly would only attract unwanted attention. Therefore, before returning to the city, Lu Cheng casually exterminated an grade ironclad wolf pack in a low-risk area. Although these grade essence cores were valuable, they were considered currency. Whether used as cultivation resources for low-level martial artists or as energy sources for some chi devices, the demand was immense. After entering the city, Lu Cheng first went to the outer city and casually found a trading house. The receptionist didn't even check his background and facilitated the trade smoothly. The ironclad wolf pack consisted of 8 wolves, and the 8 grade essence cores exchanged for a total of 100,000 xia coins, of which 20,000 was brought by the wolf fangs. Holding an anonymous federal bank card, Lu Cheng felt incredibly relaxed. Although this 100,000 was insignificant compared to the tens of millions he had burned outside the city for someone who had once been so poor his pockets were cleaner than his face, this was already a considerable sum. With money in hand, Lu Cheng's first reaction was not to spend it, but to return to the Western District slums. He originally left a farewell letter and had no intention of coming back to this filthy place. However, now that he had prospered, he couldn't help but think of old Wang. Half a month ago, when Lu Cheng first arrived and was on the verge of starving to death, it was this old man who grumbled and brought him back to his home, giving him a few black steamed buns. Lu Cheng was someone who valued gratitude. Now that he had made some money, he felt he should at least give old Wang something in return, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the future. However, after wandering around the slums for half a day, Lu Cheng's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. He searched all the gambling houses old Wang frequented, but the dealers said that the old man hadn't shown up for 3 days. He then went to a foot massage parlor in the slums, but the ladies there also shook their heads, saying old Wang hadn't come to tend to business for the past 3 days. Old Wang had disappeared. Lu Cheng stopped a local old man at the street corner, slipping him a 100 coin bill. The old man's face changed, and he looked around like a thief before lowering his voice to say, 3 days ago, I saw Zhao, who take an old man wearing a green t-shirt and red shorts away towards the landfill. Zhao Hu. Hearing this name, Lu Cheng's expression suddenly turned cold. A green t-shirt and red shorts were old Wang's usual attire, and he had complained about his taste more than once. And Zhao Hu was the elder brother of Zhao Long. In the same neighborhood, if Zhao Long was just a thug responsible for collecting protection fees and catching cannon fodder, his brother Zhao Hu was a recognized subordinate of the Yuan family in this area. Zhao Hu was an A-grade martial artist with a chi value over 100. Without wasting words, Lu Cheng adjusted his backpack, took a step forward, and his figure instantly transformed into a blurred shadow, disappearing at the end of the street under the astonished gaze of the old man. On the edge of the slums at the landfill. This place was originally meant for processing waste from the entire Western District. However, it had been abandoned for many years with garbage piling up on the surface. The continuous mountains of garbage emitted a foul stench. In a clearing formed by discarded cars, angry curses could be faintly heard. You better tell me honestly, where did that kid Lu Cheng go? A muscular man with a bulging temple suddenly raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick to the face of a bald old man. The old man flew out like a broken sack, rolling several times in the muddy ground filled with garbage before finally crashing into a discarded car. His face was covered in blood, the few remaining white hairs stuck to his scalp, and his originally thin face was swollen. His lips quivered, and it seemed he was inhaling more than exhaling. Zhao Hu cracked his neck, his eyes filled with disdain. He had been rampant in the slums for so many years, yet this was the first time he encountered such a situation. His younger brother Zhao Long had said a few days ago that he was going to catch a waste with a chi value of 0.6 to use as cannon fodder, yet he hadn't returned and had completely vanished. He had checked Lu Cheng's small room. Although there was a pit in the room, there were no obvious signs of a struggle. Based on his instincts developed over many years, Zhao Hu concluded that Zhao Long's disappearance was undoubtedly related to that Lu kid. Unable to capture Lu Cheng, he had to drag the closest person to him, old Wang here. He didn't know old Wang well, but according to the residents on the street, the man wearing the green t-shirt and red shorts was him. Thus he took this person away, and after 3 days of interrogation he remained tight-lipped. Zhao Hu's expression turned ferocious as he stepped closer to the old man, bending down to grab his collar and forcefully lifting him up. Weren't you the closest to that kid? Speak up. Where did he go? The old man stared with swollen eyes, blood foam constantly spilling from his mouth. Damn. Zhao Hu completely lost patience, abruptly flinging him towards a pile of rusty steel bars. If he hit, the old man would be pierced through instantly. Just then a figure suddenly appeared and caught him firmly. A voice devoid of any emotional fluctuations rang out. You better prepare your family's grave. Huh. Zhao Hu's body trembled. As a bronze martial artist who had fought his way out of the chaotic slums, his vigilance was extremely high. Yet before this figure appeared, he hadn't heard any footsteps. He quickly looked at the person who had caught the old man. It was a young man wearing a faded t-shirt who didn't look particularly strong, at least he didn't have muscles as big as Zhao Hu's. But just by standing there, he exuded an oppressive aura akin to a mountain pressing down. The newcomer was Lu Cheng. He had rushed all the way to this stench-filled landfill. Upon arriving, the first thing he saw was a figure resembling old Wang being trampled like a dead dog by Zhao Hu. Lu Cheng gently set the old man down, unleashing a surge of murderous intent. He had only been in this strange world for a little over half a month. This chaotic world had left him with no warmth except for this bald old man whom he had known for less than half a month. In the eyes of others, old Wang was just a lowly commoner in the slums. He was lecherous, but did not commit any heinous acts, only sneaking glances at beautiful women on the street. He was a gambler, but he earned and spent his own money, stopping after losing 3 times. He was a foodie, but he would bring gifts when eating and would even help wash the dishes afterwards. He enjoyed drinking, but when he got drunk, he simply slept and didn't act out. This was old Wang. A poor old man in the slums, full of flaws, with nothing to his name, not even hair. Yet when Lu Cheng had just crossed over and was on the verge of starving to the point of hallucination, it was this grumbling old man who had brought him into his home, giving him a tiny 8-square-meter room and the first black steamed bun that could save his life. In this chaotic world, this old man with nothing had shown Lu Cheng the greatest kindness he could offer to an unknown stranger: food and shelter. Lu Cheng slowly walked towards Zhao Hu. His steps were slow, but with each step the ground sank deeply under his feet. Zhao Hu watched Lu Cheng approaching, his eyes twitching violently. His sixth sense, developed over the years, was screaming that this person was dangerous. Lu Cheng stopped in his tracks. He stood less than 5 meters away from Zhao Hu, his eyes devoid of anger, only a pure and extreme killing intent. I killed your brother Zhao Long, and you will be next. Lu Cheng looked at Zhao Hu, his eyes narrowing slightly. If you can survive 3 breaths, I, Lu Cheng, will change my name to Lu Guan. You speak so arrogantly. Zhao Hu felt uneasy, yet he still uttered fierce words. Unfortunately, Zhao Hu didn't even get the chance to unleash his moves. The moment Lu Cheng took his first step, he felt an unmatched pressure rushing toward him. Lu Cheng didn't even need to use the Great Desolation Fragmentation Fist. He merely stepped forward and appeared right in front of Zhao Hu. He reached out a hand precisely gripping Zhao Hu's neck. As his fingers tightened, this errant martial artist who had been rampaging through the slums emitted his final sound, the sound of his neck snapping. I said no more than 3 breaths. Lu Cheng expressionlessly released his grip, and Zhao Hu's corpse slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud. In his final moments, his eyes still held traces of terror and confusion. Ding killed errant bronze martial artist, deemed too low in level experience 0. The system notification sounded, but Lu Cheng paid it no mind. With a wave of his fist, he incinerated the corpse. Only then did he suddenly turn and rush to the bloodied figure nearby. Hang in there, old man. Looking at the bloodied Wang Lao, Lu Cheng felt a pang in his heart. The old man's face was so battered that even his own mother might not recognize him. Lu Cheng didn't hesitate. Although he had never learned healing techniques, he still stretched out his hands to press against the old man's back, beginning to channel his vitality into him. He cautiously controlled the vitality, afraid that a moment of carelessness might cause the old man to explode. As the golden vitality slowly flowed in, the breathing that had almost ceased finally became a bit steadier. Fortunately, he should be hanging on for now. Lu Cheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even when facing off against a Brank Lord beast outside the city, he had never felt this tense. He carried the unconscious old man on his back, casually grabbed his backpack, and transformed into a gust of wind, directly disappearing from the landfill. In the western district, a narrow and damp alley, Lu Cheng avoided everyone's attention all the way. He needed to settle Wang Lao first, then consider finding a new place to stay. Pushing open the door to his drafty 8-square-meter room, Lu Cheng felt utterly exhausted. However, as soon as he stepped over the threshold, he froze in place. Under the dim light of a bulb, a familiar figure was sitting boldly on his bed. That person was wearing a slightly loose green short-sleeve shirt and a pair of brightly colored red shorts. At that moment, he was crossing his legs and tilting his head, picking his nose. He pulled out a piece of indescribable mosaic, kneaded it between his fingers, and then flicked it away. Wang Lao. Lu Cheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stiffly turned his head to look at the person he had carried on his back. Little Lu, where have you been these past few days? Moving. Wang Lao finally noticed Lu Cheng entering, his finger still stuck in his nose, asking with a sidelong glance. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched violently. He bent down and placed the unconscious old man on the ground. Then he abruptly turned around, his temples throbbing. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Old man, where have you been for the past 3 days? Wang Lao moved his finger to another nostril, digging while spitting. Don't mention it, I've never been so unlucky in my life. I was thinking the other day that I had saved up some money, so I finally went to the Yanran Club in the outer city, only to run into a raid. Wang Lao slammed his thigh, his face filled with indignation. They locked me up for 3 days. For heaven's sake, I hadn't even started selecting a technician. Well, I just found out today that I was cleared of suspicion, and here I am. Lu Cheng looked at Wang Lao's infuriating face and couldn't help but laugh in anger. After all that, Zhao Hu got the wrong person. Lu Cheng looked down at the Wang Lao lying on the ground, whom he had saved. Oh dear. Damn. Wang Lao finally noticed there was someone else on the floor. He jumped up from the bed and leaned over to take a look. Isn't this Wu Er the mute? He was furious, blowing his beard and glaring. I only have these 2 decent outfits, and you actually stole one. Wang Lao pretended to kick him, but seeing Wu Er's pitiful state, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at Lu Cheng with a strange expression. Kid, even though this guy stole my clothes, you shouldn't have beaten him this badly. Lu Cheng held his forehead, feeling his temples throb. He took a deep breath, forcing down the impulse to hit someone, and patiently recounted what had happened earlier. However, he glossed over the part about killing Zhao Hu and Zhao Long and bravely venturing outside the city. After listening, Wang Lao's originally carefree expression gradually faded. He lowered his head, his gaze somewhat profound, lost in thought. Lu Cheng looked at him and assumed the old man was worried about him. He softened his tone and reassured. Don't worry, I'm not the same anymore. Wang Lao suddenly raised his head, his expression serious. I told you that foot massage has its benefits, didn't it help me avoid a disaster? He pouted and continued. Looks like I need to go more often. I can't spare this money. Lu Cheng's fists immediately tightened. That night, in a brightly lit luxurious villa in the inner city, a butler-like person was standing respectfully at the desk, reporting in a low voice. Sir, Zhao Hu has gone missing. The last known location was the landfill in the western district, where there are signs of a fight, but there is no trace of Zhao Hu, neither alive nor dead. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man flipping through a register paused his pen. He raised his head, his gaze sharp. Although Zhao Hu is just a servant, he is still a rank martial artist. In a place like the slums who could make him disappear without a trace. The butler adjusted his glasses and replied, "We are still investigating." "What about Tiancheng? Didn't Zhao Hu go looking for him? How could he not come back while Zhao Hu has vanished? The second young master has been missing for half a month. The last sighting was in the Western District, and there is still no trace of him." After hearing this, the middle-aged man picked up the pen again, drawing circles and dots in the register. "He's probably off with some woman, useless fool." The butler didn't respond this time. The study was filled only with the sounds of the middle-aged man flipping through books and writing. "You mean to say that you encountered several crank and even brank beast corpses?" "Yes, I suspect there might be a powerful individual hunting beasts in that vicinity. However, the materials from the beasts, even the Yuan Dan, were directly incinerated. This doesn't align with the behavior of a hunter." The mustache man nodded. "Indeed, a brank Yuan Dan has been incinerated without a second thought. It's possible that it was a top-tier beast. It's not unusual for beasts to kill and devour each other. What else do you want to say?" Tan Xiong immediately caught onto his daughter's thoughts. After hesitating, Tan Xian finally spoke. "I want to break off the engagement." The specially designed secret door clicked shut, the sound echoing through the corridor. Tan Xian's composed face quickened her pace as she left, yet the unwillingness in her eyes was almost palpable. Yuan's second young master, Yuan Tiancheng, her fiancé. In terms of realm, that guy had relied on the Yuan family's vast resources to reach the level silver warrior just like her. But in actual combat, he was a coward who would be scared stiff even facing a beast of the same rank. He was a complete playboy indulging in the nightlife surrounded by a changing cast of friends. The Tan family and the Yuan family both belonged to the top 10 families of the Dongzhou base. In this base, surrounded by steel and high walls, the marriage of the two great families was a strong alliance, the perfect way to consolidate interests. Yet Tan Xian was unwilling. After witnessing those terrifying beasts outside the city towering over dozens of meters and easily tearing through defenses, she understood that in this dangerous world only her own strength was a lasting reliance. Her goal was never to be a canary in this small Dongzhou base. She wanted to go to the capital base to meet those who stood at the peak of human martial arts, known as National Guardians, the 11 martial arts powerhouses. A tool for marriage. Tan Xian gritted her teeth, quickening her pace as she exited the Tan family mansion. The next day at 11 in the morning, in the outer city at the top floor suite of the Tianhao Hotel, Lu Cheng slowly opened his eyes, sitting up from a luxurious bed that was 5 square meters wide. He comfortably stretched, his bones cracking in a symphony of sounds. One must admit, money was indeed a wonderful thing. It had been over half a month since he crossed over, and it was the first time he had slept so comfortably. There was no stench of sewage, no honking cars, and no wild cats crying in heat. Last night, he had originally planned to bring old Wang to enjoy the outer city, even finding a place to stay. But that old man was stubborn, refusing to come no matter what. "I've been in the Western District for 30 years. All my acquaintances are there. Those bastards in the outer city only have their eyes on their heads. I wouldn't even know how to get around. I'm not going." This was old Wang's exact words. Lu Cheng finally couldn't convince him and had to take. He directly took out 50,000 summer coins in cash and handed them to old Wang, telling him to spend it wisely, preferably to find a better place to live. Although the slums were generally dirty and chaotic, there were still decent houses. For instance, the Zhao brothers Zhao Hu and Zhao Long lived in independent villas, being local bullies affiliated with the powerful families. As for Wu Er the Mute, Lu Cheng had entrusted him to old Wang, believing he would handle it well. With a thought, Lu Cheng summoned his simple personal panel. Name: Lu Cheng, level C, Golden Warrior, Vitality 99999, limited by technique, experience 1 technique, Great Wilderness Shatter, Star Fist, Vitality was still stuck at 99,009. Lacking techniques. He calculated the time. He had spent 5 days outside the city, and today was the 6th day back. Tomorrow would be the Grand Summer Federation's martial arts examination. With nearly 100,000 vitality, participating in the martial arts exam will surely lead to brilliance. Lu Cheng stroked his chin, a glint of thought passing through his eyes. As long as he showcased extraordinary talent in the examination, the higher-ups of the Grand Summer would definitely take notice of him. At that time, as a genius prioritized for cultivation by the Federation, he would naturally obtain better techniques. This was the most prudent choice. The other option was the Beast Essence cores in his backpack, which even included 3 grade 1s. As long as he sold those items and purchased new techniques from the black market or high-end auction house, it would be easy. Only children make choices. I want both. Lu Cheng leaped out of bed. He decided to acquire a technique today and break through to level, or even a level, as quickly as possible. Once he possessed absolute power, he would have a real say in the Grand Summer Federation. He had killed Zhao Hu yesterday. It might not necessarily provoke the Yuan family. He had to be prepared for the worst. The Yuan family behind Zhao Hu was definitely not as simple as it seemed. On the surface, the head of the Yuan family was only a clever golden warrior. But the Yuan family had stood firm in the Dongzhou base for over 100 years, surviving multiple devastating beast sieges. If they didn't have a few trump cards hidden away, he wouldn't believe it. Still need time to develop. Lu Cheng stood tall, changed into a clean and refreshing outfit, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out the door. In the northern district of the outer city, there was a massive domed building. This was the largest auction house in the western district. Here, as long as you could afford it, you could buy weapons, techniques, and beast materials. Lu Cheng arrived at the auction house's entrance, looking at the two ornate doors, preparing to step inside. A nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular security guard stepped forward, coldly blocking Lu Cheng's path. He glanced at Lu Cheng's attire with disdain and said, "This is not a place for you." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Is it time for me to show off?" However, before Lu Cheng could start to act cool, "Hey, you blind fool, get out of my way." A loud shout suddenly came from behind. Immediately after, a chubby man in a custom suit sporting a large beer belly rushed over with terrifying speed that was extremely inconsistent with his size. Before the security guard could react, the fat man had already reached him. He kicked out, landing a solid blow on the guard's backside. Bang! The guard was kicked away more than 3 meters, rolling several times on the ground before dazedly getting back on his feet. "Sir, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry." The fat man didn't even glance at the guard, instantly putting on a face of near flattery. "My name is Chun Zhong, the chief manager of this auction house." Huff, huff. Chun Zhong wiped the sweat from his forehead, while speaking extremely respectfully. "The people below are ignorant and have offended you. I truly apologize. Sir, please follow me. I will personally lead the way." Saying this, he hurriedly stepped aside, making a gesture for Lu Cheng to enter. Lu Cheng looked at the fat man in surprise. He followed Chun Zhong deep into the building, his gaze wandering. He had originally wanted to experience the legendary acting like a pig to eat a tiger, but this fat man, like a prophet, interrupted his moment of showing off with a series of clumsy yet effective maneuvers. However, the other party's attitude was indeed commendable. Soon Chun Zhong led Lu Cheng to a highly private. The box was spacious, covered with thick carpets, and the large one-way floor-to-ceiling glass allowed a clear view of the auction stage below. "Sir, please take a seat and try our special mist tea." Chun Zhong bent at the waist to guide Lu Cheng to a leather sofa, then quickly exited. Soon a young waiter in a high-slit cheongsam entered, elegantly serving Lu Cheng a cup of tea. Lu Cheng took a sip. After trying it, he found no significant difference from the tea in the slums. The door was pushed open again, and Chun Zhong, who had tidied himself up, entered with a beaming smile. He waved his hand, signaling the female waiter to leave. Once there were only the two of them left in the box, Chun Zhong finally spoke with a broad smile. "I wonder what brings you here today. Are you here to auction something, or to participate in the bidding?" Lu Cheng placed the teacup he had only taken a sip from on the coffee table. He looked at the lowly postured fat man and decided not to keep him guessing any longer. "I have something to sell." Saying this, he reached into his backpack. Chun Zhong's eyes instinctively brightened, and he continued, "No problem, our auction house has a professional appraisal team. May I ask what you intend to sell? We will conduct a preliminary valuation." "This," Lu Cheng casually stated, pulling his right hand out from his backpack. He tossed a fist-sized sphere glowing with a faint blue hue onto the fruit plate on the coffee table. The surface of the sphere flickered with subtle arcs of electricity, and the moment it appeared, the air in the box inexplicably grew heavier. Chun Zhong's round face, previously adorned with a professional smile, widened his eyes in shock as he recognized the sphere. "See, Clevel Beast Essence Core. Tire Wilderness Beast Core." Chun Zhong stared wide-eyed at the perfectly spherical orb, his voice involuntarily rising in pitch. As chief manager of the West District Underground Auction House, he had seen countless rare and valuable artifacts. Yet a tire core, its appearance immaculate, its energy perfectly contained without even a whisper of leakage, remained an extraordinary rarity. After a momentary shock, Chun Zhong silently offered gratitude to his ancestral forebears once more. This nameless family cultivation art truly formed the bedrock of the Chun clan's existence. He had admonished his son countless times. The martial path brimmed with peril, who joining hunting teams to battle wilderness beasts beyond city walls was tantamount to courting death. One might well become mere sustenance for those very beasts. Far wiser was to master their inherited art, a technique exquisitely attuned to fluctuations in energy, especially those emanating from wilderness beast materials. Such mastery allowed him to serve as an appraiser across major exchanges and auction houses, earning wealth securely seated without ever drawing sword or shedding blood. He recalled how just 20 minutes earlier he had merely parked his vehicle in the underground garage and stepped out, when suddenly his cultivation art erupted into frantic warning. Within his perception, a terrifying aura, comparable to that of a tire sovereign-class monster, loomed nearby. Scanning the area with urgent precision, he ultimately fixed his gaze upon the young man before him. That was why he'd sprinted breathlessly to the main entrance, to greet this youth in person. Now it was clear his intuition and his art's judgment had been flawless. This formidable master had already unveiled a tire core of near-perfect refinement. Lu Cheng sat calmly on the leather sofa, observing the portly manager opposite him, his jowls trembling, his expression shifting like storm clouds. Yet his own countenance remained serene and unshaken. Without preamble, he extended his right hand once more into his backpack and withdrew it gently. Patter-patter. 2 soft impacts echoed as 2 more cores, identical in luminous radiance and near identical in size, landed side by side upon the low table. 3 tire wilderness beast cores in total. As for the far more valuable tire sovereign cores, Lu Cheng had no intention of revealing them. Not yet. Wealth displayed, too openly invited danger, discretion was paramount. Though tire cores were precious, they still appeared occasionally in the black markets of Dongzhou base and within elite clans' vaults. Yet presenting a tire sovereign core would shift everything irrevocably. The National Martial Arts examination commenced tomorrow. To unveil such a core now would trigger immediate investigation. Until he shattered the 999,000 limit on chi circulation, Lu Cheng refused to invite unnecessary scrutiny. 3. Chen Zhong drew a sharp, ragged breath, his corpulent frame swayed violently, nearly collapsing to his knees. His eyes locked onto the fruit platter, his pulse hammering wildly. According to official pricing from the Great Xia Federation, a single tire wilderness beast core fetched roughly 1 million Xia coins. Yet in practice, such cores existed in a realm of price known supply non-existent. Wilderness beasts abounded, but successfully slaying one and extracting its core intact, that occurred only rarely. Clans required them to nurture heirs, the military hoarded them as strategic reserves, ordinary cultivators needed them to break through cultivation barriers. Consequently, real-world transaction prices invariably soared above the official benchmark, never dipped below. Sir, do you intend to consign these 3 cores to tonight's Martial Resources special auction? Chen Zhong bowed his head, striving to steady his voice into professional composure. Lu Cheng frowned faintly and asked, "How long does tonight's auction last?" Per customary protocol, Chen Zhong hastily dabbed sweat from his brow, with a handkerchief, smiling apologetically. The Martial Materials special begins at 8 p.m. and runs precisely 3 hours. If your 3 cores headline the event, the gavel will fall around 11 p.m. tonight. Far too slow. I cannot wait that long. Lu Cheng shook his head decisively. Tomorrow was the Federation's martial arts examination. He needed the cultivation manuals tonight, and then without delay enter seclusion to shatter the chi restriction binding him at 99,000. Every hour lost introduced unpredictable variables. Chen Zhong's expression tightened, his mind raced at blinding speed. He knew full well placing these 3 flawlessly preserved tire cores on tonight's auction block, amid clans desperate for resources, could drive final bids into the multi-million Xia coin range. Especially given Lu Cheng's impatience, this presented the auction house with an unparalleled opportunity to acquire the lot outright. "Sir, please wait. I must consult my superiors." Chen Zhong murmured, deferentially bowing low before hastening from the private suite and dialing a number with swift urgency. 2 minutes later, he hung up, re-entered with renewed smiles plastered across his face. "Sir, we offer you our most sincere direct purchase price." He raised 3 thick, stubby fingers. "Bypassing auction entirely, we propose 1.2 million Xia coins per core, 360,000 total, for all 3 tire wilderness beast cores." How does that sound? Though slightly beneath the potential peak auction value, this sum guaranteed immediate unconditional settlement. Lu Cheng, pragmatic and decisive, sought only speed. "Agreed." He nodded, then added his requirement: acquisition of cultivation manuals. Chen Zhong assented instantly. Moments later, he presented a gleaming Federal Bank gold card, held reverently in both hands. "Sir, this card holds 1.6 million Xia coins in liquid funds. The pin is 6 zeros, valid across all Federation bases." As he spoke, Chen Zhong slid 2 exquisitely crafted rosewood boxes toward Lu Cheng. "The remaining 2 million Xia coins have been exchanged, per your request, for 2 martial cultivation manuals of equivalent value. Please inspect them." Lu Cheng slipped the gold card into his pocket, then turned his gaze to the twin boxes. Valuing 2 manuals at 2 million Xia coins seemed extravagant, yet truly supreme martial arts manuals were often beyond monetary measure. He opened the first box. Inside rested an ancient yellowed manual inscribed with the title Ninefold Thunderbolt Cultivation Art. The second box revealed another tome, Profound Condensation, Oceanic Art. Both are authentic Rangshan manuals, acquired at tremendous cost by our auction house, and exceptionally suited for refining qi. Chen Zhong offered the explanation dutifully. Lu Cheng leafed briefly through each manual. Only when his cultivation system registered resonance did he nod in quiet satisfaction and stow them securely in his pack. Pleasure doing business. At 9 in the morning, the central square of the Dongzhou base was surrounded tightly by fully armed Dongzhou soldiers. The square was filled with a dense crowd of candidates, and the noise rose and fell. The martial arts examination held every 3 years officially commenced. Lu Cheng stood in the crowd of examinees, slightly squinting as he gazed at the distant podium. 13 seats were neatly arranged on the stage. In the center sat an old man with a receding hairline, combing his hair to one side. He appeared unremarkable. Yet in the Dongzhou base no one dared to underestimate him. Zheng Qiuhai, the highest authority of the Dongzhou base, was also its strongest and lord-level martial artist. On either side of Zheng Qiuhai sat representatives from the top 10 families of Dongzhou and 2 special envoys from the capital. Zheng Qiuhai adjusted his sparse hair and walked slowly to the podium. Ahem. He cleared his throat, and his voice, without the aid of a microphone, echoed throughout every corner of the square. Candidates, today marks a turning point in your lives. Reflecting on the establishment of the Dongzhou base, it is a road paved with the blood of countless predecessors. From the raising of the first wall to the establishment of the Great Xia Federation, we have always believed. The speech began. From the history of the base's struggles to the grand blueprint of the Federation, and then to the height of the shared destiny of all humanity. This extremely standard official discourse made the examinees below feel their eyelids grow heavy. Lu Cheng blended into the crowd, listening to the speech on stage, feeling as if his head was buzzing. It was as though he had returned to his previous life, back to that time when he listened to the principal's speech under the blazing sun. This terrifying scene, dominated by lengthy rhetoric, seemed common across any world. Zheng Qiuhai spoke for over 2 hours. As the sun approached its zenith, Zheng Qiuhai raised his fist and passionately shouted the final words. You are the future of the Federation. You are the hope of the Federation. Thank you, everyone. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. As for how much of this applause was genuine emotion or relief from not having to listen to the speech anymore, it remained unknown. The first item of the martial arts examination: vitality testing. With the head examiner's command, 100 vitality testers in the central square activated simultaneously. These machines were arranged in a T shape with a hemispherical transparent sensor embedded at the top, made using the most advanced vitality technology. Candidates simply needed to place their hands on it. Upon inputting their vitality, the sensor would display the value. Meanwhile, the 360-degree screen above the square would project all candidates' values in real time. The rules of the martial arts examination were strict. Candidates must be newcomers who participated in the Vitality Awakening ceremony in the same year. Those seasoned veterans who had trained for years were not qualified to sneak in and take advantage. The initial vitality value represented a person's talent, and the martial arts examination was truly a selection contest for geniuses. Lu Cheng looked at his examination permit, noting that he was assigned to the 13th batch. While waiting, he leaned against the railing in the resting area, quietly observing the situation of the previous batches. The testing was swift, but the results appeared somewhat harsh. Zhang Wei vitality value 12, qualified. Li Hua vitality value 8, eliminated. Most ordinary candidates had values fluctuating between 10 and 30. For an ordinary person, reaching the passing line of 10 already meant obtaining a ticket to a class leap. However, what truly stirred the candidates was the scions of the families born with a silver spoon. That's the little genius of the Tan family, Tan Qing. A gasp arose from the crowd. A young man dressed in flashy white attire stepped onto the stage, and the moment he placed his palm on the sensor, a dazzling white light lit up on the screen. Vitality value 102. Over 100. It's actually a top rating. One candidate's a value over 10 is qualified, exceeding 100 is top rated, and above 1,000, there has only been one person in the history of the Dongzhou base. On the podium among the seats of the top 10 families, an old man slightly nodded. He was the representative of the Tan family, and a smirk of pride appeared on his face. But this was just the beginning. Following that, a member of the Yuan family took the stage, achieving a value of 115, sparking another round of excitement. Lu Cheng clearly observed from below. These scions of noble families generally did not score below 70. They had used various means to strengthen their bodies before awakening, ensuring their vitality values would not be low. It could be said that their starting point was already significantly higher than that of ordinary people. The 13th batch of candidates on stage. Hearing the announcement, Lu Cheng straightened up and moved toward the center of the square with the flow of people. In this batch, it seemed that there were a few heavyweight figures. Lu Cheng noticed that the surrounding candidates' gazes were fixed on a silver-haired youth in his batch, the direct descendant of the Lin family in Dongzhou-based Lin Zihao. When Lin Zihao stepped onto the stage, Zheng Qiuhai, who had been meditating on the podium, slightly opened his eyes. He expressionlessly walked up to the testing machine and slowly extended his hand. Buzz! The tester shook violently, and the numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly before finally settling on a shocking value. Lin Zihao vitality value 539, top-rated. A second of silence engulfed the entire venue, followed by an eruption of astonished gasps. Wow! Over 500. Is he even human? In Dongzhou base, no one has broken 500 in nearly a decade, right? On the podium, laughter erupted from the Lin family's seat, while representatives from other families wore grim expressions, clearly stunned by this number. 539 meant that in a short time after awakening, Lin Zihao was close to touching the threshold of a level silver martial artist. Lin Zihao withdrew his hand, crossed his arms, and leisurely walked off the stage. Lu Cheng approached the 067 testing machine. He looked at the transparent sensor, contemplating something. Last night, after returning to the hotel, he immediately studied 2 advanced-level martial arts techniques. Just as he expected, the vitality value that had been stuck at 99999 surged like a floodgate opening at the moment he accessed the new technique's operation pathway. He was surprised by his current vitality value. Can I control this value? He did not want to reveal all of his strength. He needed to hold something back. He extended his hand and gently placed it on the sensor. He did not dare to exert too much force, merely symbolically injecting a portion of his vitality. Due to Lin Zihao's 539 being too dazzling, all eyes in the venue were still focused on him. Just as everyone thought Lin Zihao was the first place winner, the device Lu Cheng used suddenly exploded with an unprecedented white light after half a minute of silence. The intensity of this white light directly overshadowed the sum of all 100 machines in the venue. The alarm in the control room rang out instantly. Lin Zihao, who was about to step down from the stage, halted his steps in astonishment and turned back. Zheng Qiuhai, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out and stood up abruptly. At this moment, everyone was intently staring at the 360-degree surround screen in the square. The number displayed caused the entire square to freeze. Lu Cheng vitality value 114,514. The sudden blinding numeral plunged the vast plaza into utter silence. Over 110,000 Qi energy points. This transcended any conventional notion of prodigy or anomaly. It was quite simply an impossible figure. Yet as the entire assembly stood frozen in stunned disbelief, the number on the colossal screen flickered violently several times. Then the digits 114,514 blurred momentarily before the screen's radiance dimmed sharply. When the light faded, the original 6-digit reading had vanished, replaced instead by a modest 4-digit value 1314. Phew! Zheng Qiuhai, seated on the presiding platform, exhaled deeply, the first to regain composure. I knew it. Such an absurd reading simply couldn't be real. Shaking his head, he turned toward the others beside him, each wearing identical expressions of shock, and spoke with quiet indignation. Machine No. 067 must have malfunctioned. The technical department grows increasingly negligent. During the triennial martial arts examination, a cornerstone event of national significance, they allow such a catastrophic error on a Keynergy scanner. Hearing this definitive verdict from the chief examiner, those who had been trembling moments earlier gradually regained their bearings, exhaling inwardly in relief. Indeed, compared to the sheer impossibility of a newly awakened cultivator possessing over 110,000 Qi points, they much preferred to believe the machine had failed. After all, logic and common sense alike could not reconcile that number. On stage, the chief examiner likewise recovered his poise. A veteran martial artist who had overseen numerous examinations, he instantly reached the same conclusion as Zheng Qiuhai. He immediately announced aloud, "Candidate No. 067 of Batch 13. Due to instrument malfunction, this test result is hereby invalidated. Please proceed immediately to another unit and reperform the Keynergy measurement." Upon hearing the proclamation, Lu Cheng, who stood before machine No. 067, quietly released his breath. That was close. I nearly blew it. With serene composure, Lu Cheng withdrew his hand, drawing the golden Qi at his palm back into his body. Last night in his hotel room, he had used the system to break cultivation rules, mastering 2 Azure-tier martial arts manuals consecutively, causing his internal Qi to surge uncontrollably. During the test just now, he had restrained his output as tightly as possible, yet facing a Qi scanner for the first time, he misjudged the calibration entirely. Thankfully, they attributed it to equipment failure. After all, 1,000 Qi points marked genius. 11,000 would have branded him a mythical beast. Candidate no. 1367, proceed to machine no. 075 for re-evaluation, echoed the chief examiner's voice once more. To guarantee absolute accuracy, the chief examiner not only ordered Lu Cheng's retest, but also directed 3 additional units to be randomly deployed. Under the watchful gaze of over 10,000 spectators, Lu Cheng strode calmly toward the trio of scanners. All 3 units registered precisely 1314, a figure Lu Cheng had deliberately calibrated with surgical precision. To his knowledge, in the entire history of the Dongzhou base, only one examinee had ever surpassed the 1,000 threshold during the martial arts examination. That individual now stood as a pillar of the Jingdu base. By anchoring his score at 1314, Lu Cheng secured undisputed supremacy over all competitors, yet avoided the celestial level anomaly of 11,000. Gasp. Even if the machine worked perfectly, he's still first. My heavens, he's surpassed that legend. After all these years, Dongzhou base has birthed another breakthrough genius, one who shattered the 1,000-point barrier. Terrifying beyond measure. I'm taking the same exam as a future legend destined for the annals of history. This alone will fuel my boasts for life. Within 2 minutes I demand every contact detail on this man. I'd bear his children. A thunderous tide of exclamations surged forth without pause. Lin Zihao, the Lin family's eldest scion, had been basking in adulation over his own 539 chi score. Now, struck as though by lightning, he stared rigidly at Lu Cheng across the distance, every trace of arrogance erased from his face. Though 539 was impressive against 1314, it crumbled into insignificance. Meanwhile, atop the presiding platform, representatives from the great clans could no longer contain themselves. Their composure shattered completely. Investigate. Immediately deploy clan resources. Who is this youth? A hidden heir from a martial lineage, or a covertly trained asset of the military command? Clan envoys exchanged intelligence in hushed, tense tones, each face growing grimmer than the last. For them, the emergence of an uncharted genius, beyond their influence or prediction, meant the future distribution of power and privilege would inevitably be redrawn. At the farthest edge of the 13-seat dais, however, 2 inspectors from Jingdu remained conspicuously detached. They took no part in the heated debates among the clan delegates, merely sipping tea, slowly, their expressions inscrutable. Their eyes narrowed slightly, gaze sweeping past the long flight of steps to lock unwaveringly upon Lu Cheng. 2 hours later, the plaza's first examination concluded. Even Lin Zihao's dazzling 539 paled utterly beside Lu Cheng, whose prowess had been confirmed thrice over by independent scanners. No subsequent candidate exceeded 500. The chief examiner drew a deep breath, suppressing the storm within, then declared with resonant authority. The first segment of this martial arts examination, the Chi Energy Assessment, has concluded. First place, Lu Cheng. As the words rang out, Lu Cheng's name and his 4-digit score surged to the top of the massive screen, blazing with radiant brilliance. Unfazed by the torrent of fervent, envious, and reverent stares, Lu Cheng returned leisurely to the rest zone. First place to him had been effortless. Silence. Raising both hands, palms downward, the chief examiner commanded universal stillness. This first test reflects only your foundational chi at the moment of awakening. Yet on the path of martial cultivation, how far you journey, and how high you ascend, depends not on transient metrics, but on true cultivation attainment. He gestured toward the 360-degree panoramic screen overhead, and continued, and cultivation growth hinges upon one's enlightenment capacity. Enlightenment determines your efficiency in mastering advanced martial manuals and combat techniques. Given the same scripture, a cultivator of high enlightenment grasps its essence in 3 days and achieves mastery in 100. One of low enlightenment may spend a lifetime and grasp only its surface. Thus, the second examination is enlightenment assessment. No sooner had he spoken than all prior scores vanished from the screen, replaced by the gleaming covers of over a dozen distinct martial arts manuals. These encompassed fist, palm, saber, and sword disciplines, each an official examination text prepared by the Federation. For this round, 1 manual will be selected at random as the subject. Upon selection, each examinee will receive a personal copy. You will have 2 hours to contemplate and internalize its principles, after which examiners will assign scores based on your depth of initial comprehension. The screen's array of manuals whirled rapidly. Seconds later, a crisp chime sounded, and an obsidian gold cover froze at the screen's center. The Dragon Elephant Art. The Dragon Elephant Technique. After the examination technique was announced, the representatives from the noble families on the podium wore expressions of bewilderment. Have they gone mad? How could this technique be chosen for the aptitude test? One representative of a noble family slammed the table, disbelief filling his eyes. It was personally recorded by director Jin Hong. Zheng Qiuhai spoke frankly. Jin Hong, an A-class national martial artist of the Great Xia Federation. The dragon elephant technique is the earth-grade technique that Jin Hong specializes in. Techniques are divided into 5 levels: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Earth-grade techniques are the standard for national protectors. Logically, in a martial arts examination meant to select newcomers, the highest one could expect would be a profound grade. Yet no one expected the dragon elephant technique to be mixed among a pile of lower-grade techniques and randomly selected. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, the people in the seats fell strangely silent. Their gazes toward the plaza were not filled with envy, rather they bore a hint of amusement. The dragon elephant technique. This technique tests aptitude. One noble representative chuckled wryly and shook his head. The reason no one envied this earth-grade technique was that the dragon elephant technique is exceedingly unique. Its practice is incredibly simple. One only needs to continuously circulate the technique to temper the body. The entry is even simpler, as one just needs to follow the prescribed method. It does not require any deep comprehension. All one needs to do is repeatedly circulate the technique, engaging in continuous practice. However, while entry is easy, achieving mastery is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For ordinary people, practicing this technique only increases their strength. To cultivate the power of the dragon elephant, one must spend time slowly honing it. According to calculations, manifesting the power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants requires 3,500 years. Even Director Jin at best has only reached the level of 7 dragons and 7 elephants. What can these martial arts newcomers possibly cultivate? One representative completely dismissed all the examinees with a direct negation. At this moment, the candidates in the plaza had already received their copies of the technique. Tan Qing and Lin Zihao, as children of noble families, naturally had knowledge far beyond the average person. The moment they grasped the technique, their expressions became exceedingly interesting. How could it be this technique? Tan Qing gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of annoyance. The fame of the dragon elephant technique was as great as that of Jin Hong. They were both well aware of it. The problem is, this has nothing to do with aptitude. Anyone who can read can grasp it. After mastering it, one merely gains a few dozen pounds of brute strength. All the examinees can master it, and then there's nothing more. Lin Zihao was irate, his teeth grinding. He had hoped to turn the tables with the aptitude test, but now it was hopeless. He had originally prepared his family's meditation secret technique to assist in comprehending the technique. But with the appearance of the dragon elephant technique, all candidates were pulled to the same starting line. Lin Zihao sighed deeply and sat cross-legged. He could only hope that his 539 points of vitality would resonate with the dragon elephant, even if just a little. As for Lu Cheng, Lin Zihao specifically searched for him and found that the guy was staring at the technique in his hands, his eyes unfocused. Is he dazed? Indeed, having a high vitality does not equate to having high aptitude. In the distance, Lu Cheng's eyes were vacant. He was indeed dazed. The system notification sounded. Detected that the host is learning the dragon elephant technique. Would you like to spend 100 experience points? Yes. Dragon elephant technique entry. Would you like to spend 100 experience points to upgrade to what in the world? Entering costs 100 points and mastery requires 10,000 experience. The previous technique, the Shattered Stone Fist, only needed 10 points. Lu Cheng took note of this. He clearly remembered that when he practiced the Shattered Stone Fist, it only took over 1,000 experience points to upgrade from entry to perfection. Even the 2 profound grade techniques he obtained last night had upgrade costs within his acceptable range. But now this dragon elephant technique requires him to part with 10,000 experience points just to advance from entry to mastery. Then what about the later stages of mastery and proficiency? However, Lu Cheng quickly calmed down. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Although the current system is rigid, its judgments are still accurate. This means that the value of the dragon elephant technique absolutely exceeded his expectations. He glanced at his experience point balance. Isn't it just 10,000 points? What I lack the least right now is experience points. Lu Cheng directly instructed the system to deduct 10,000. Ding. Consumed 10000 experience points. Dragon elephant technique upgraded to Lu Cheng felt the vitality within him boiling at that moment. Boom. Just as the other examinees were still entering the dragon elephant technique, 2 soul-shaking sounds rang out. Roar. Growl. The clear dragon roar and the deep elephant trumpet intertwined, instantly tearing apart the floating clouds above the plaza. Immediately afterward, amidst a multitude of terrified gazes, 4 enormous phantoms rose from Lu Cheng's back. They were 2 giant elephants with dark golden bodies and 2 fierce roaring 5-clawed golden dragons. double dragons, and double elephants. They intertwined above Lu Cheng's head, creating a whirlwind that sent the surrounding examinees stumbling, while beneath Lu Cheng's feet spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Is this an extraordinary phenomenon? Dragon and elephant roar, double dragons and double elephants. All the examinees fell into a stupor. Wasn't it supposed to be easy to enter but hard to master? According to the national martial artist Jin Hong, only by refining the dragon-elephant technique to a certain extent could one draw upon the power of the dragon-elephant. Yet now Lu Cheng had achieved it. Moreover, it was to the extent of double dragons and double elephants. On the podium, the representatives from noble families were all staring at the youth clad in the dragon-elephant, double dragons, and double elephants. He actually practiced the Earth-grade dragon-elephant technique to the level of mastery in such a short time. This is impossible. This defies the common sense of martial arts. Even Director Jin couldn't have achieved this at his age. At the very edge of the 13 seats, two low-key figures also made their move. One male and one female. The male is named Shun Xiu, and the female is named Morong Wan. Morong, did you see that clearly? Shun Xiu's voice trembled. Morong Wan's usually cold and elegant face also revealed surprise. The aura is smooth, and the extraordinary phenomenon is both divine and corporeal. This is a manifestation of mastering the dragon-elephant technique. The two were dispatched representatives from the federal capital headquarters. In each martial arts examination, the Federation sends representatives to inspect all bases, ensuring fairness and justice, leaving no genius overlooked. They had thought that this trip to Dongzhou would merely be a formality, but what was happening now had far exceeded their understanding. First the 13-14 vitality points, and now the rapid manifestation of the power of double dragons and double elephants. This child could become a pillar of the Federation. Shun Xiu looked excited. Has he already practiced the dragon-elephant technique? Morong Wan shot him a sideways glance. At your age of 10, give you 10 years, and see if you can cultivate double dragons and double elephants. Shun Xiu awkwardly scratched his cheek. Sometimes you have to admit that the gap between people is even greater than that between people and dogs. As the two dragon and elephant phantoms in the air dissipated, the 2-hour comprehension examination officially came to an end. Unsurprisingly, Lu Cheng once again secured first place. Or rather, it could no longer simply be described as first place. In the face of the extremely fair technique of dragon-elephant skill, Lin Zihao, Tanxing, and other scions from noble families behaved no differently from the ordinary examinees. 2 hours was far too short. Even if they exerted their utmost effort and employed family secret techniques, the final result was merely in vain, with all achieving only the entry level. Not to mention manifesting dragon and elephant phenomena like Lu Cheng, they couldn't even produce a resonance with the dragon and elephant. This led to the most abstract results ever displayed on the final ranking screen of the Dongzhou martial examination. First place, Lu Cheng. Second place, all examinees excluding the first place. This scene left everyone present in prolonged silence. On the high platform, the chief examiner looked at the score sheet, his mouth twitching involuntarily. As a crayed golden warrior who had hosted multiple martial examinations, he had seen all sorts of storms. Yet faced with the result where the entire audience shared second place, and only one person was far ahead, he too found it hard to maintain composure. Taking a deep breath, the chief examiner forced a smile and announced loudly, the second assessment has concluded. Please all examinees exit in an orderly manner and return to adjust your state. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the third session of this martial examination will commence. Combat assessment. After saying this, he hurriedly turned and walked towards the backstage. Outside the examination hall, the crowd surged. Lu Cheng avoided the flattery of other examinees and ignored the flirtatious gazes from various noble family beauties. With his keen agility, he quietly squeezed out of the crowd. He just wanted to return to the hotel as quickly as possible. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, as night enveloped the earth, he finally returned to the Tianhao Grand Hotel. It must be said that this hotel, located in the outer city, was a bit too far from the inner city examination venue. The reason for not switching to a hotel in the inner city was that he did not possess an inner city residence permit. The outer city did not require such a permit. According to Old Wang, the air breathed by people in the inner city was different from that of those in the outer city. It seemed there was some truth to that. System, open the personal panel. Lu Cheng called out to the system. With a hum, a translucent panel that only he could see unfolded. Name, Lu Cheng, level B, Lord, level warrior, vitality 3730, experience 1 skills, great wilderness shattering, star fist perfection 9, transformations, thunder technique perfection, mystic condensing, vast sea skill perfection, dragon elephant skill major achievement. Looking at the data on the panel, Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. His vitality had soared to over 370, which meant that unbeknownst to him, he had already become one of the strongest in Dongzhou. He just didn't know how he compared to Zheng Qiuhai, this veteran-level warrior. Even though his martial arts experience was not as rich as the others, yet he still had that long string of experience points which was his greatest confidence for continuing to grow stronger. Lu Cheng sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and began to cultivate the dragon elephant skill. Detected that the host is cultivating dragon elephant skill. Do you wish to spend 500 experience points for an upgrade? 50,000 experience. The dragon elephant skill requires 100 experience for entry 100 for major achievement and 500 for mastery. What level of technique is this? Lu Cheng suddenly recalled something and took out the shattered tablet. It had been charged all night and the battery was full again. Unfortunately, the data in this tablet was locked. He had tried to transfer the data to another device, but he was directly warned that once copied the data would self-destruct. It seems that the one behind this is truly not an ordinary person. He found a lot of knowledge about the Dachao martial world within the tablet. Among them was the introduction to the dragon elephant skill. After Lu Cheng carefully read it, his expression became somewhat peculiar. Isn't this the dragon elephant prajna skill? It was a top martial art from a novel in his past life, said to be achievable at the 13th layer if one could live for several thousand years. This dragon elephant skill was strikingly similar, both relied on time to succeed. So how did Jin Hong cultivate to 7 dragons and 7 elephants? The tablet only mentioned that the 9 dragons and 9 elephants required 3,500 years. Could it be that Jin Hong has lived for several hundred years? Shaking his head, Lu Cheng was too lazy to think that much. He had the cheat. System upgrade the dragon elephant skill. Ding. Consumed 500 experience points. Dragon elephant skill upgraded to mastery. In an instant, Lu Cheng felt his limbs and bones cracking. The power of the dragon and elephant, which had originally remained on the surface, began to crazily permeate into his flesh and bone marrow. Detected that the host's current cultivated technique, dragon elephant skill, has reached its limit. Do you wish to consume 500 experience points to forcibly deduce the technique and break the limit? I can break the limit again. Last night in the hotel, he had clearly brought both 9 transformations, thunder technique and mystic condensing vast sea skill, to their highest perfection. Yet after reaching perfection, the system panel had shown a prompt of unable to upgrade. It was known that even the most common shattering stone fist could break the limit and upgrade to great wilderness shattering star fist. Although the system did not indicate the level of the technique, he guessed it definitely would not be lower than Earth level. Hence he had a vague suspicion that the shattering star fist was likely a simplified version of a profound technique. To be designated as a universal foundational technique by the Federation, it couldn't have been made casually. And now this Earth-level technique belonging to a grade national defender Jin Hong was for the same reason. 500,000 experience. Although it's a bit much, it's just a drop in the bucket. Upgrade. Ding. Consumed 5,000 experience points. Limit breaking successful. Dragon elephant skill upgraded to divine elephant suppressing prison force. When the system prompt appeared, Lu Cheng was stunned for a few seconds. He stared at the name of the technique, even doubting its authenticity. Divine elephant suppressing prison force. Is it the one I understand? That supreme technique capable of awakening the power of the divine elephant within each of the 840 million particles of the human body, able to shake the stars and rend the heavens with a mere gesture. No system is this technique in the same style as ours. While Dachao is still playing tower defense with a group of wild beasts, you want me to seize the sun and the moon and pluck the stars. Originally, the Earth-level technique dragon elephant skill reached the level of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, but after being bombarded by the system's 500 experience points, it unexpectedly transcended countless dimensions and mutated into this unreasonable technique. Ding. Detected that the host is cultivating divine elephant suppressing prison force. Do you wish to consume experience points for an upgrade? Ding. Consumed 1 experience point. Divine elephant suppressing prison force. Awakened 1 giant elephant particle. Ding. Consumed 1 experience point. Divine elephant suppressing prison force. Awakened 1 giant elephant particle. Lu Cheng looked at the rapidly deducted experience points, suddenly realizing. Wait. 1 experience point awakens 1 giant elephant particle. 840 million particles. 840 million points. He hurriedly called for the system to stop. Well, as expected of a supreme technique, it consumed 3 million experience points in just a few seconds. It seems I can't casually upgrade. I'll just cultivate the divine elephant suppressing prison force myself for now. Lu Cheng stretched his muscles and planned to try using a portion of the giant elephant particles to test the effect. Roar! A terrifying power erupted from his body, pushing outward in all directions. Outside the VIP parking lot of Tianhao Grand Hotel, a young woman got out of a car, hugging a portly middle-aged man. How won't this be known by my sister-in-law? Wei Tianhao waved his hand, dismissively pointing at the neon-lit hotel building with a smile. What can she do even if she finds out? I own a whole hotel, but she has to mind my face when spending money. Am I afraid of her? As soon as he finished speaking, an immense power descended, and the entire 30-story hotel was instantly turned to ashes. Brother I just remembered something urgent. I'll take my leave first. The young woman who had moments earlier clung to Wei Tianhao's arm with a coquettish voice now stood pale as chalk. She seized the flimsiest excuse and fled, her stiletto heels carrying her at near epic speed. Hey, Lily! Wei Tianhao's outstretched hand froze midair. He stared blankly at the graceful silhouette vanishing around the street corner, mouth agape, face twisted in helpless despair. Slowly he turned, only to confront the utter absence where a 30-story hotel tower should have soared. Disaster. The building collapsed. How much will this cost me? His first thought wasn't for the structure itself, but for those inside. Trembling, Wei Tianhao fumbled his phone from his pocket and launched the back-end management system of Tianhao Grand Hotel to check today's guest registrations and staff duty logs. Only one guest checked in today. What uncanny timing. Staring at the screen, Wei Tianhao paused, then shook his head wryly. Of all people, this sole guest, whether to call him blessed or cursed, I simply cannot say. He's staying on the top floor. By now he's probably reduced to minced meat. Wei Tianhao himself was a graded martial cultivator. Though years of business banquets and social obligations had left his physique severely bloated and battle inactive, his martial foundation remained unshaken. Gazing upon the fine pulverized ruins before him, his heart churned like a storm-tossed sea. This was no natural collapse. Natural collapses leave shattered walls and jagged rubble. Here only a thick uniform layer of dust coated the ground. Wei Tianhao crouched, pinching a handful of the powder between thumb and forefinger, silky, utterly granule-free. Finer perhaps than refined wheat flour. What force could reduce an entire skyscraper to ash? Apologies. I'm afraid I may not be able to compensate you for this building. A calm voice sounded beside Wei Tianhao's ear. What the Who's there? Wei Tianhao jolted backward, adrenaline surging. Though merely an ordinary graded cultivator, his martial instincts remained sharp. Yet this man had appeared without a whisper. Not even a rustle of wind betrayed his approach. He'd materialized before him, as if conjured from thin air. His speed rivaled that of Wei Tianhao's own formidable wife, the one who always caught him red-handed mid-swing. Standing before him now was none other than Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng surveyed his unintended masterpiece with quiet consternation. Under the autonomous circulation of the divine elephant hell-suppressing art, his body's 840 million microparticles had each transformed into colossal elephants, releasing such overwhelming power that the entire building disintegrated instantly. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. He'd shielded his backpack and all hotel staff, with Chi sparing them from total dissolution into dust. Sighing softly, Lu Cheng reached into his backpack and withdrew a spherical object the size of an infant's skull. Perhaps I'll offer this as partial compensation, for now. Should it fall short, I'll make amends later. He extended his hand forward. Wei Tianhao's chest still seethed with indignation. He had no idea where this sudden youth had emerged from, but judging by his words, he was the one who'd raised Wei's 30-story Grand Hotel. Wei Tianhao drew a deep breath, preparing to assert his dignity. Yet the moment his eyes locked onto the orb resting in Lu Cheng's palm, his gaze locked rigid. B. Rank Sovereign Class Wilderness Beast Core. Senior Lu, how do you find this villa? Wei Tianhao bowed, deeply beaming with deference in the villa's first-floor hall. Mr. Wei, I assure you, I sincerely wish to compensate you for your loss. Oh no, absolutely not. Please spare me. At these words, Wei Tianhao shook his head violently, his jowls quivering in unison. The wise are our teachers. Senior Lu, please call me Xiao Wei. A mere hotel on the outskirts. Worthless. I own several just like it. My staff have already confirmed, no casualties. Mere possessions, lost they're gone. That's all. His tone grew feverish, breath thickening with awe. That dilapidated building of mine, today honored to serve as your senior's trial ground, is its supreme fortune. Should this villa meet your senior's approval, I hereby gift it to you, my personal decree. As he spoke, Wei Tianhao pulled a sleek, ultra-thin phone from his pocket and offered it with both hands. Senior, this is my calling card. Lu Cheng regarded the proffered device, a flicker of mild bewilderment crossing his eyes. Wei Tianhao hastened to explain, it holds my contact details, yours to use or discard entirely at your senior's discretion. Lu Cheng, observing Wei Tianhao's fervent eagerness, ultimately accepted the villa, After all, securing lodging himself would require time and effort. Very well, I accept. Consider this a debt I owe you. At the word debt, Wei Tianhao's eyes blazed with startling brilliance, though he swiftly suppressed his elation. Then stepping slowly to the villa's main entrance, he respectfully turned to face Lu Cheng. Senior, rest well. I shall not disturb you further. Lu Cheng rose to see him off. Wei Tianhao, overwhelmed by such honor, waved frantically, declining the gesture with profuse humility. Still bowing low, he backed out of the courtyard alone. Back inside his car, Wei Tianhao slammed the door, and his smile vanished. Gripping the steering wheel, he stared wide-eyed ahead. My spring has truly arrived. Though weak in cultivation, a mere merchant scraping by in the outer city, his family lineage granted him advantage. His clan held tenuous ties to the Wei family, one of the 10 great clans of Dongzhou base. Thanks to this connection, he possessed discreet channels of intelligence. Earlier that afternoon, through those very channels, he'd learned unsettling truths about the martial examination, particularly about a terrifying prodigy who'd emerged. His initial Qi resonance test registered a record-shattering 1314 points. Even more chilling, during the subsequent insight trial, he mastered Jin Hong's dragon elephant art, achieving dual dragon dual elephant within under 2 hours. A martial genius at the exam. A hotel inexplicably atomized into dust. A sovereign class rank beast core handed over casually. When these 3 threads intertwined, Wei Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind arriving with trembling disbelief at an astonishing conclusion: the Elevant the Samplus Qi reading during the exam was likely no machine error. Lu Cheng's true cultivation rank was at minimum that of a sovereign class rank martial cultivator. The night gave me black eyes. I used them to seek the light. A phone ringtone pierced the silence. Wei Tianhao flinched, snapping from his reverie. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted instantly. Hello, wife. Yes, I've got trouble at the hotel. Yes, serious trouble. Fox spirit. What fox spirit? I'm handling matters at the hotel. I'll be home soon. Yes. The next morning, in the central square of Dongzhou, thousands of candidates gathered at the venue after experiencing yesterday's extreme aptitude test. Most candidates looked at Lu Cheng with eyes that had shifted from jealousy to awe, even carrying a hint of fear. Silence. The chief examiner appeared once again on the high platform. All candidates step into the circle in the middle. Lu Cheng glanced at the ground of the square, and indeed there was a huge circle at the center. Once all candidates stood inside, the chief examiner directly pressed a switch. Immediately, accompanied by a jarring mechanical sound, the entire square began to tremble. Amidst the gasps of countless candidates, the ground within the circle started to sink. It was like a massive elevator steadily descending. The speed of the descent increased, and the steel-reinforced concrete walls rushed past. As they went deeper, the air pressure began to change subtly, and the air grew cold and damp. Lu Cheng was familiar with this smell, having often encountered it outside the city. After about 3 minutes, the elevator finally stopped. Before everyone appeared a wall, and a huge metal gate slowly opened. What came into view was an unimaginably vast underground world. This was a massive space buried thousands of meters underground, with a height of over 100 meters stretching as far as the eye could see. The ceiling was covered with giant luminous panels, providing light for the entire underground realm. This is the largest underground beast ecology park in Dongzhou base. The chief examiner's voice echoed in the vast underground space, though he himself was nowhere to be seen. This is the examination venue for your 3rd practical test. Lu Cheng squinted as he surveyed the surroundings. Is it really this large for a test? This place was designed to be fully enclosed and replicated various survival environments of wild beasts. There were humid swamps, rocky valleys, and dense jungles. In certain shadowy corners, low growls could occasionally be heard. Now I will announce the examination rules. The chief examiner's voice rang out once more. The exam will score based on the number of wild beasts killed. Grade wild beasts count as 1 point, and a grade wild beast count as 10 points. The final ranking will be based on the total score. Grade warriors correspond to a vitality value between 1 and 100, while a grade warriors range from 101 to 1000. However, due to the physical strength of wild beasts surpassing that of humans in real combat, at the same level, human warriors typically lag behind. Hence, when they saw various ferocious grade wild beasts, most candidates' faces turned pale. Killing 10 grade wild beasts or 1 grade wild beast will earn you passing points. But to get higher scores, you must assess your own capabilities. The chief examiner paused for a moment, waiting for the candidates to calm down before continuing. However, we have attached neck rings to every grade wild beast. If you find yourself in danger, just shout withdraw to preserve your life, but that will also end the exam. So you must act according to your abilities. He suddenly changed his tone. If you fall to invading beast, there will be no saving you. To ensure the efficiency of the assessment, a group mode of 100 candidates at a time was adopted. Every candidate wore a combat monitoring device on their wrist capable of accurately recording kill data and transmitting it in real time back to the monitoring room via drones. First batch of candidates enter. With a command from the chief examiner, the first group of 100 candidates cautiously stepped into the breeding ground. Faced with real wild beasts, even aristocratic youths like Lin Zihao set aside their usual arrogance, gripping the standard issue alloy long sword tightly as they carefully advanced. Lu Cheng was in the first batch. He stepped into the jungle area, stepping on thick layers of fallen leaves, creating a rustling sound. After practicing the divine elephant suppression technique, he felt that every move he made could unleash terrifying destructive power. Despite only having partially opened a small portion of the giant elephant particles among the 800 million particles in the human body. In the future, he would need to elevate from giant elephant particles to dragon elephants, then transform into primordial elephants, ultimately achieving the transformation of the entire body into divine elephant particles for mastery. Ahead was a forest of strange rocks. A dozen wild rats the size of dogs were gnawing at a corpse. These were common grade wild beasts known for their incredible speed and proficiency in group attacks. If faced with a horde of over 100 wild rats, even a grade warriors would have to flee. Yet Lu Cheng did not stop, nor did he make any defensive moves, and walked straight towards the wild rats. This Lu Cheng is too arrogant. In a clean conference room with 13 seats occupied, including the chief examiner, Shen Xiu frowned slightly as he looked at the large screen on the wall. His expectations for Lu Cheng were high due to his deep affection. I know he's a genius, a few little rats can't harm him, but with such a nonchalant attitude, he will suffer greatly in the future. The representative from the Tan family chuckled. Young people, especially those with outstanding talents, a bit of arrogance is normal. Look, Lin Zihao is doing well. As he spoke, he pointed at one of the screens. Lin Zihao was seen moving along certain blind spots, vigilant and attentive. Haha, brother Tan, you flatter me. The representative from the Lin family wore a proud expression. Zihao has merely participated in a few practical trainings. Suddenly, a voice broadcast appeared. Lin Zihao won. This was the first kill from this batch of candidates. Several representatives nodded in acknowledgement of his performance. Shen Xiu glanced at the screen featuring Lin Zihao, who had just killed a solitary wild rat, achieving the first kill. He immediately turned back to focus on Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng 14, the broadcast voice sounded again. What was that? Shen Xiu was caught off guard, momentarily distracted. Oh, where did the kill notification come from? Other representatives also looked over as the kill notification was a vocal broadcast, and they all clearly heard it. On the monitoring screen, Lu Cheng was still slowly moving forward. He was not much faster than an old man taking a stroll in the park. Did anyone see what happened? Everyone shook their heads as their attention had been on Lin Zihao or their own disciples. I saw it. The previously silent Morong once suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to her. Technicians rewind the monitoring record to 13 minutes and 25 seconds. The technicians in blue uniforms sitting in the corner immediately began to operate upon hearing Morong Wan's command. Shen Xiu looked at the screen with confusion. 14 wild rats and a decaying four-legged beast corpse obstructed the center of the road, blocking Lu Cheng's path forward. Yet Lu Cheng paid no heed and walked straight ahead. The wild rats halted their movements, their eyes turning red as they fixated on the approaching Lu Cheng, letting out sharp cries. 7 or 8 of them lunged at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng calmly stepped forward. Puff! The 14 wild rats along with the gnawed corpse were turned to dust. Lu Cheng continued walking forward, his expression unchanged. Silence. The conference room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. On the enormous screen on the wall, Lin Zihao was still stealthily moving through the underbrush, each action accompanied by precise calculations. On the split screen belonging to Lu Cheng, only Lu Cheng's silhouette remained. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. The technician played it back slowly 3 times. No one clearly saw how Lu Yuan made his move. A group of wild rats turned to dust, and all obstacles in Lu Cheng's path vanished. The footage started at 13 minutes and 25 seconds, finally freezing at 13 minutes and 30 seconds, with the first 3 seconds showing walking and the last 2 seconds indicating the clearing of obstacles before continuing to walk. Is this the perfected form of the dragon elephant skill? The representative from the Tan family looked astonished. He turned to the representative from the Lin family, his speech faltering. The representative from the Lin family turned pale, his pride as a member of a prestigious family shattered. He watched his son Lin Zihao ambushing and fighting desperately on the screen, contrasting it with Lu Cheng's leisurely demeanor, as if he were merely strolling, and a deep sense of defeat welled up within him. How could this be compared? This isn't the dragon elephant skill. Moron, one who had been watching the screen, intently spoke up. As a special envoy from the headquarters in Kyoto, he had witnessed Jin Hong's moves. The higher the achievement of the dragon elephant skill, the greater the disturbance it caused when executed. Therefore, every time Jin Hong made a move, cleanup and repair personnel had to be on standby. Under the 7 dragons and 7 elephants of Jin Hong, wild rats would indeed turn to ashes, but a large area of land would also disappear. Unlike Lu Cheng, who handled it so expertly, where the path remained the same, yet all obstacles were thoroughly cleared. Within him lies a power we cannot comprehend. Shen Xiu took a deep breath, turning to the technician in the corner, his voice low. Bring up Lu Cheng's energy fluctuation data. I want to see his energy level response. The technician's fingers flew across the keyboard, and a virtual screen unfolded on the opposite wall. Dense curves instantly covered a large portion of the display. After a thorough screening, they finally found Lu Cheng's data. A perfectly straight horizontal line, with no fluctuations, left everyone stunned. Report. The data shows no changes. The technician also found it hard to believe. The wrist monitor of candidate Lu Cheng indicates his energy fluctuations have remained at 13-14 points with no increase or consumption whatsoever. What did you say? Shen Xiu suddenly stood up, his previously calm expression finally changing. After killing 14 wild rats and reducing their bodies to dust, how could his internal energy not create even a ripple? This could only indicate 2 possibilities. Either the monitoring device was malfunctioning, or the energy emitted by Lu Cheng was so precisely controlled that the monitoring device could not detect any fluctuations. But how could this be possible? Even Zheng Xiuhai, a grade warrior, couldn't achieve such control. Especially since Lu Cheng had also trained in the dragon elephant skill, it was impossible for there to be no detectable fluctuations. Meanwhile, in the underground ecological park's forest area, Lu Cheng had no idea that the people in the conference room were nearly driven mad by him. As he walked forward, he felt a small portion of the giant elephant particles he had opened up within him. The divine elephant suppressing prison force was extremely terrifying. Now that he had only just stepped into the first stage of giant elephant, the strength of his body had already reached an unfathomable level. Just a slight release of his power would be enough to crush the group of wild rats he had encountered earlier. Tisk still not proficient enough. Lu Cheng shook his head inwardly. He hadn't actually done it right earlier. His intention was to crush the wild rats while preserving the corpses, as he wanted to see exactly what those bodies were. But unfortunately, they were all gone. However, this also indirectly proved the might of this divine skill. If they were all turned into giant elephant particles, would stepping on them cause this planet to split in half? Roar! Suddenly, the dense underbrush ahead was overturned. A rhinoceros the size of a truck, covered in thick black armor, with a sharp horn on its forehead, charged out with a roar. Around its neck was a mechanical collar emanating a red glow, a safety lock installed by the authorities to prevent it from going out of control and causing harm. The black-armored rhinoceros fixed its large eyes on Lu Cheng, emanating an extremely violent aura. It began to stomp, shaking the ground, and charged straight at him. It's an A-grade wild beast, the black-armored rhinoceros. In the conference room, Shen Xiu was still paying attention to Lu Cheng. With his rich experience, he recognized at a glance the wild beast attacking Lu Cheng. Zheng Xiuhai nodded. And it's among the most powerful of the A-grade, its defense comparable to that of a grade wild beast. Other representatives were also drawn over by the commotion. They all anticipated Lu Cheng's performance. On the other side, Lu Cheng frowned slightly. The giant elephant particles within him resonated, and a pressure slowly emanated. The black-armored rhinoceros, which had been in a frenzied state, suddenly stiffened as it got within 10 meters. A mournful sound emanated from its throat. The next moment, thud. Inertia caused its massive body to slide forward a few meters before stopping 3 meters in front of Lu Cheng. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone in the conference room, this top-tier A-grade wild beast fell to the ground with a crash. An announcement rang out in the conference room. Lu Cheng 10. In the monitoring room, the chief examiner and representatives from the major families exchanged glances. Who saw how he made his move? The representative from the Tan family asked dryly. Everyone shook their heads, and the conference room fell into a long silence. Half an hour later, the meeting was silent as a grave. Only the announcement echoed on repeat. Lu Cheng 10, Lu Cheng 16, Lu Cheng 10. Seeing Lu Cheng's score had reached 981. The chief examiner wiped the sweat from his forehead, his mouth feeling a bit bitter. Ladies and gentlemen, this assessment truly cannot continue. In areas Lu Cheng has passed through, whether grade or A-grade, not a single wild beast can withstand even one of his attacks. If he continues like this, by the end of today's assessment, the wild beasts in the underground ecological park of Dongzhou will likely face extinction. These wild beasts were painstakingly captured by the hunting teams. Killing them is easy, but capturing them alive is hard. It has taken 3 years to gather enough for one martial arts examination, and now Lu Cheng is likely to wipe them all out. More importantly, with such a monster in their midst, the other candidates cannot conduct a normal exam. Everywhere Lu Cheng passed, wild beasts fell dead, and the other candidates had no monsters to fight. Zheng Qiuhai exchanged glances with the 2 special envoys, and after receiving their agreement, he looked at the chief examiner. Terminate Lu Cheng's practical assessment. The chief examiner was taken aback. What about the rankings? Is there any need for rankings? Morong-1 stood up from the side. She turned her laptop screen towards everyone. On it was an email with a red header from the Kyoto headquarters. Kyoto headquarters, highest order. Candidate Lu Cheng from the Dongzhou base assessment terminated. Proceed to Kyoto immediately. Morong-1 lifted her head and surveyed all the representatives in the conference room. Directly grant him the first place position in the Dongzhou martial arts assessment. Let the second place and other rankings be fought over by those candidates slowly. Shin Xiu patted the chief examiner's shoulder. Putting this monster among ordinary people is cruel to the other candidates. He now no longer belongs to Dongzhou. Candidate Lu Cheng assessment terminated. Due to his overwhelming score confirmed by official review, he is directly designated as the first in this year's Eastern State Martial Examination. The remaining candidates continue with the exam. The deep electronic broadcast echoed clearly through the various loudspeakers in the underground ecological garden. This announcement silenced all candidates who were still fighting, as well as those waiting outside. What? By a pile of rocks in a dense forest, Lin Zihao had just severed the neck of an grade wild rat with his sword and was preparing to kill the next one when he suddenly froze upon hearing the broadcast above. He even thought he was hallucinating. Assessment terminated. Lu Cheng directly first. On the other side, a few young masters from noble families gathered together discussing this matter. What a joke. How long has the exam been going on? Has it even been half an hour? Why does he get to take the first place directly? It's a cover-up. This is definitely a cover-up. In the first 2 rounds, he recorded a faulty data of over 100,000. Even after retesting, it was still over 1,000. I thought it was fake back then. This is clearly just going through the motions. He must have some issue. Exactly, the official and the noble families have never been on good terms. They must be doing this to disgust us. Who knows if the first 2 rounds were fabricated as well. In an instant, the young masters scattered throughout the ecological garden gathered together, launching a protest against Lu Cheng. Those with objections were basically from noble families born into wealth. They could be the owners of privileges, not the ones whose privileges were seized. Yesterday, Lu Cheng took first place in both the first and second rounds, although they felt aggrieved they could own. But now, while they were still battling the wild beasts, he was whisked away by the officials to be declared first, which trampled their pride like never before. On the contrary, the common candidates did not think so much, as both the noble candidates and the monster Lu Cheng were far removed from them. Lin Gu, this matter cannot just be settled like this. If the first place in this year's martial examination is predetermined like this, where do we, the Eastern State noble families, put our faces? More and more young noble candidates gathered around Lin Zihao, all filled with righteous indignation. Lin Zihao shook off the blood from his alloy sword, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Let's go to the emergency exit. He's been terminated from the exam, so he must be leaving through that passage. I want to see what background Lu Cheng has that makes the officials who always talk about rules give such a cover-up result. In the underground ecological garden at the emergency exit. This was a straight corridor leading to the elevator with solid steel defensive walls on both sides and extraordinarily bright lights overhead. Lu Cheng, with his hands in his pockets, was walking leisurely towards the emergency exit. His expression was calm, and he even felt a bit pleased. He initially thought he would have to spend a few more hours here clearing out the wild beasts, but unexpectedly the officials were so considerate as to let him finish early, saving him from the subsequent rounds. However, before he could reach the door, a commotion erupted behind him as a group of people chased after him. Led by Lin Zihao, more than 20 young masters stood in front of the exit, blocking Lu Cheng's path. Lu Cheng, why are you in such a hurry to go? Before Lin Zihao could speak, one of his subordinates had already taken the lead, his tone filled with mockery. Lu Cheng stopped in his tracks, looking at the large group blocking his way, his brow slightly furrowing. Get out of the way, he calmly uttered 2 words. Get out of the way. Ha ha. Another person laughed out loud. Lu Cheng, don't play dumb here. If you don't clarify things today, you won't get through this door. Clarify what? Lu Cheng looked at him as if he were an idiot. Why did the officials forcibly terminate your assessment and still rank you first? He stared at Lu Cheng, his face somewhat grim. You relied on machine malfunctions to get attention in the initial test. And while you did show some unusual talent in the second round, the third round is actual combat. It's a straightforward competition of who kills more wild beasts. I struggled inside and barely scored a few points, so why do you get to be first? Do you really think we the Eastern State noble families are made of clay that you can manipulate as you please? Others quickly joined and the crowd stirred. Lin Zhao crossed his arms. Though he didn't directly speak, he didn't oppose either, clearly letting his subordinate take the lead. He kept a close watch on Lu Cheng. In his view, the official's actions this time were indeed excessive, and thinking back to the 2 exams from yesterday, it was quite absurd. Combining the results of the third round today, his suspicions were reasonable. Lu Cheng looked at the shouting candidates in front of him and sighed helplessly. He truly couldn't be bothered to engage with them. He merely displayed a little power. How did it become the cover-up they spoke of? Do you want to hear an explanation? Lu Cheng looked at Lin Zhao and asked calmly. Yes. If you don't provide a convincing explanation today, the Eastern State noble families won't agree. Even if you have the backing of the officials, it won't work. Lin Zhao said coldly. Lu Cheng shook his head. It's simple. I am very strong, and the officials feel that continuing the assessment is pointless. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a gentle step forward. This step seemed light and without any force. But only Lu Cheng knew that he had just used a small portion of his colossal particles. Boom. Lin Zhao felt a gust of wind sweep past him without any fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yet the surrounding space seemed to be vacuumed in an instant, and the ground collapsed. A terrifying force seemed to grasp their hearts directly. This was an absolute suppression from a higher life level. Thud. The leading Lin Zhao couldn't hold on for even a second. In that moment of overwhelming pressure, his mind went blank, and every bone in his body made cracking sounds of being unable to bear the weight. His knees uncontrollably crashed to the ground. The force was so great that it left spiderweb-like cracks all over the ground. Following that, the more than 20 young masters behind him, who were still shouting just a moment ago, were blasted away by a wave, falling scattered in different places. If you had just asked about my score, you wouldn't be here looking for me. Lu Cheng turned and darted into the corridor, heading outside the ecological garden. Lin Zhao struggled to get up, his legs trembling. Can we check his score? One subordinate approached, clutching his chest. Yes, boss. We can just use the monitoring device in hand to check. However, when everyone saw Lu Cheng's score, they all scattered in a hurry, leaving Lin Zhao alone in shock. 981. Before the emergency exit, the light was a stark white. Lin Zhao stood alone in place with the ground beneath him collapsed. He didn't understand how Lu Cheng had struck, only feeling a wave of oppression that made breathing difficult. Then came the kill points. 981. What does this mean? According to the scoring, an level beast counts for 1 point, while a level beast counts for 10 points. In just half an hour of the exam, he had killed nearly 100 level beasts. Even if he specifically targeted level once, it would still require close to 1,000. Lin Zhao looked down at his disheveled appearance, grass, mud, and blood mixed together. He prided himself on being a leader among the young generation of Dongzhou, yet before Lu Cheng, he couldn't even stand. Is the gap really this vast? Lin Zhao chuckled self-deprecatingly. He had previously thought that the authorities were engaging in underhanded tactics, playing favorites. It wasn't until he truly experienced Lu Cheng's strength that he realized. Allowing Lu Cheng to continue the exam was the greatest injustice. In the luxurious villas of the outer city, night fell, and the entire outer city was brightly lit, as bright as day, yet this villa area had sparse lighting. Wei Tianhao drove back here once again. As soon as the car came to a stop, he eagerly pushed open the car door, rushing into the villa courtyard with bags in hand. In the living room, Lu Cheng was sitting on the sofa holding a customized phone and watching videos. The videos were all about knowledge concerning warriors. Senior Lu. As soon as Wei Tianhao entered, a respectful smile spread across his face. Lu Cheng raised his head and asked, Mr. Wei, is there something you need? No, nothing, just brought some supplies over. Wei Tianhao placed the items on the sofa and said, Mr. Lu, this contains some supplements and clothing. Thank you, Mr. Wei, but there's no need. I'm leaving tonight. Lu Cheng interrupted him. Leaving? Where to? Wei Tianhao was taken aback. Before Lu Cheng could answer, a sudden screech of brakes came from outside the villa gate. Immediately after, 2 imposing figures strode into the living room. The leading man was burly with electric eyes. It was Shun Xiu, the special envoy from the capital. By his side was Murong Wan, dressed in a black trench coat, tall and with a strikingly cold appearance. The moment Wei Tianhao saw Shun Xiu and Murong Wan, he felt a chill run down his spine. Level. No level experts. Wei Tianhao froze in place, not daring to breathe. Lu Cheng, the special vehicle is waiting outside. Oh, let's depart. Shun Xiu ignored Wei Tianhao and nodded to Lu Cheng. All right. Lu Cheng stood up and grabbed his backpack with one hand. Just as he was about to put on his backpack and leave, he suddenly remembered something. He took out a yuan dan and handed it to Wei Tianhao. The favor I mentioned before still stands. Consider this a thank you for letting me stay these past 2 days. Before Wei Tianhao could refuse, Lu Cheng directly stuffed the yuan dan into his hand. Shen Xiao and Murong exchanged glances, surprised by Lu Cheng's generosity in casually giving away a clever yuan dan. However, since it was Lu Cheng's personal matter, they did not ask further. A level expert. Personally here to pick someone up. Truly. As he watched the black special vehicle speed away, Wei Tianhao felt a sense of awe. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered a secret military restricted area. Surrounding it were towering electrified alloy fences with squads of elite soldiers in exoskeleton armor patrolling back and forth. They arrived at a helipad where a completely black military helicopter was already running its massive rotor blades, producing a thunderous sound, creating gusts of wind. Get on. Shen Xiao patted Lu Cheng's shoulder and was the first to board the helicopter. Lu Cheng followed with his backpack while Murong sat across from them. As the cabin door closed, the helicopter took off, heading towards the core of the Great Xia, Kyoto. The soundproofing inside the cabin was excellent, allowing Lu Cheng to rest with his eyes closed. Shen Xiao turned to look at the composed Lu Cheng, his expression somewhat complex. Lu Cheng, do you know that because of you the entire upper echelon of the Great Xia martial arts department is in an uproar? Is it because of that score of 981? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. It's not just about the score. Murong interjected, her cold, striking eyes fixed on Lu Cheng. The score is merely the surface. What the upper echelons of the Great Xia value is your overall quality. Shen Xiao's expression became serious. To speak frankly, the one who directly issued the command this time is none other than Director Jin Hong, one of the National Guardians. Upon hearing the name, Jin Hong, Lu Cheng's eyes shifted slightly, but he did not show much surprise. Actually, yesterday after Murong and I reported your exam situation to headquarters, Director Jin was already closely monitoring you. For today's practical assessment, he canceled all frontline war meetings to focus entirely on your performance. Shen Xiao continued to stare at Lu Cheng, saying, after Director Jin reviewed it, he decisively pushed through various opinions and issued this directive. Lu Cheng leaned back in his seat, resting his head on one hand, gazing at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, feeling enlightened. It seemed that Jin Hong had sensed something. The divine elephant suppression technique, as a supreme divine skill, is naturally far more profound than the dragon elephant skill. Although he had only opened up a small portion of the giant elephant particles, the evolution at the level of life was already enough to drive the top experts of this world insane. The military helicopter was extremely fast, but Kyoto was not close to Dongzhou. As the night gradually faded outside the window and a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, an unimaginably grand city gradually came into Lu Cheng's view. The core of the Great Xia Federation, Kyoto. Endless ancient buildings and the crisscrossing modern overpasses created a visual impact. However, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Cheng's eyes. He noticed a peculiar phenomenon. At the Dongzhou base, there were 200 meters of steel walls to fend off beast attacks. Yet in the core of the Great Xia Kyoto, there were no imposing high walls around. Shen Xiao, sitting nearby, seemed to notice Lu Cheng's confusion. Are you curious? Why does the capital of Kyoto not have high walls? Lu Cheng nodded. Because it's unnecessary. Shen Xiao pointed to the bustling city below, his voice filled with an indescribable pride. Kyoto gathers more than 70% of the high-level combat power of the entire Great Xia. Just the level warriors stationed here numbered no less than 100. Not to mention several level national guardians. Though the beasts are ferocious, they are not foolish. They know to pick the soft fruit and squeeze it. The helicopter began to spiral down in the air, ultimately avoiding the urban area and heading straight to a massive fortress in the northern suburbs. We have arrived. Director Jin is stationed here. It is also one of the 4 core fortresses of Kyoto, the Xuanwu Fortress. The helicopter landed steadily on the helipad inside the fortress. The roar of the rotor blades gradually ceased, and the cabin door slowly opened. Lu Cheng stepped out first, holding his backpack with one hand. Just as his foot touched the ground, a rough voice rang out. Hey, why did you take so long to arrive? I've missed you so much. Oh, why are you just arriving? I've missed you so much. A boisterous voice exploded across the deserted airstrip, infused with a thick Yu dialect, sounding immensely amusing. Instantly, the solemn atmosphere of the Xuanwu Fortress dissipated like smoke. Lu Cheng turned toward the source of the voice. Approaching was a man over 2 meters tall with shoulders twice as wide as his own. Truly a figure with a broad, imposing frame. He was shirtless, his skin bronzed from years of sun exposure, muscles bulging prominently, crisscrossed by numerous scars, both new and old. His appearance and physique resembled a colossal bear in human form. Yet at this moment, this bear-like figure wore an eager smile, striding several large steps to stand before Lu Cheng. This man was none other than Jin Hong, one of the 5 great national guardians of the Daxia Federation. Jin Hong's palms landed firmly on Lu Cheng's shoulders, patting him several times. His strength was immense. Any ordinary warrior would be pressed into the ground by such force. Yet Lu Cheng's body didn't even sway under the impact. Jin Hong's eyes sparkled brighter as he grinned broadly, flashing a row of white teeth and giving a thumbs up. Exactly. Truly impressive. No wonder I chose you, old Jin. Your physique is rock solid. Director Jin, Shen Xiao and Muron Wan followed closely behind, bowing respectfully. All right, enough with the formalities. Jin Hong waved his hand dismissively. He then wrapped an arm around Lu Cheng's neck and laughed heartily. Come on, brother Lu, after such a long flight, you must be starving. Let's eat first. Brother. Shen Xiao's eyes widened like copper bells upon hearing this. Although he understood Jin Hong's regard for Lu Cheng, a red-headed official document had directly secured him a spot in the capital from the examination hall. He still underestimated how much Lu Cheng meant to Jin Hong. To address each other as brothers upon first meeting, Shen Xiao and Muron Wan exchanged glances, both seeing shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Strictly speaking, Jin Hong was a friend of their elders. They could have called him uncle without fault. But now what should they call Lu Cheng when they meet him in the future? Uncle Lu. Lu Cheng, with Jin Hong's arm still on his shoulder, walked forward while hearing that constant brother address, feeling both amused and awkward. Canteen Area 1. Although nominally a canteen, it resembled more a grand banquet hall. Come, brother. This is the kidney of a grade tusked boar recently transported from the northern front lines. Highly nourishing. This is the tiger whip wine made from a grade leopard tiger. Excellent stuff. And this a clear broth brewed from the antlers of a grade poisonous spittle deer and the whip of a grade Beiyuan ox. Jin Hong introduced each dish to Lu Cheng, but the more he listened, the more uneasy Lu Cheng felt. Eating all these would not only cause nosebleeds, but might even pierce the ceiling. Seeing Lu Cheng's embarrassment, Jin Hong laughed heartily. Brother Lu, you're overthinking. Different parts of these wild beasts have distinct effects. These ingredients are the most potent, and consuming them greatly benefits warriors. Lu Cheng was merely surprised, but didn't refuse Jin Hong's hospitality. He was not yet capable of fasting. The operation of the Shun Xiang Zhen Eugene consumed tremendous physical energy. These wild beast meats, rich in energy, perfectly replenished what his body required. He picked up various dishes and ate leisurely, his movements even elegant. Strangely, however, his swallowing speed was rapid. Despite consuming several kilograms of wild beast meat, his stomach showed no sign of fullness. Jin Hong chewed heartily, but his gaze kept stealing glances at Lu Cheng. Witnessing Lu Cheng's seemingly bottomless digestion, the gleam in his eyes grew ever more intense. He truly is a monster. Jin Hong restrained his excitement. Ordinary warriors would have to circulate their cultivation techniques to digest such high-grade wild beast meat after just one bite, yet Lu Cheng did so effortlessly. What does this imply? It means this young man's physical foundation was far more terrifying than Jin Hong had imagined. Full and satisfied, Jin Hong wiped the grease from his mouth and stood up. Come on, brother, after satisfying the appetite, one must move to loosen the muscles. I'll take you to a good place. Half an hour later, led by Jin Hong, Lu Cheng took a specialized elevator down to the underground training ground of Xuanwu Fortress. As the elevator doors opened, a cold breeze swept over them. It was a vast subterranean space as large as several football fields, divided into multiple zones. The surrounding walls and ceiling were cast integrally from high-strength special concrete, reinforced with a thick layer of shock-resistant alloy armor. Even heavy missiles detonated here would fail to cause the slightest damage. In one section of the training ground stood 3 massive behemoths quietly. These were 3 huge quadrupedal alloy mechanical beasts, their entire bodies gleaming with metallic luster. Brother, do you see those 3 big iron lumps? Jin Hong folded his arms and lifted his chin toward the distant alloy beast models. These are the latest generation testing machines developed by the Daxia Federation Martial Research Institute, crafted from countless precious materials and reserved solely for the 4 major fortresses. After you attack them, they perfectly record your energy values. The scope and precision of their tests surpass those in East Zhou by an immeasurable margin. Shen Xiao and Muron Wan had arrived and stood behind the safety line. Most importantly, they can operate independently and are modeled after peak-level Lord Beasts. Although they lack the agility and intelligence of true beasts, they are otherwise indistinguishable from real lords. So Brother Lu, unleash all your strength on them without hesitation. Don't hold back. These machines are incredibly durable. Even if Shen Xiao were to strike them continuously for 3 days and nights, they absolutely wouldn't break. From afar, Shinshio looked dismayed. As a Blevel warrior, he couldn't break the alloy mechanical beasts in a short time, but 3 days was an exaggeration. Well, he did break them in 2 days. Bang! In the next instant, the middle alloy mechanical beast sparked and exploded into fragments. Lu Cheng nodded approvingly. Brother Jean, they really are durable. They didn't turn to dust after all. In the training ground, the sharp sound of electric sparks crackled loudly. That alloy beast, which had just been praised to the skies, claiming to rival the peak Blevel Lord beasts, now lay in a heap of scattered scrap metal. At this moment, it had turned into a pile of discarded iron. Even the hardest core in the center had cracked into several pieces. Lu Cheng nodded slightly. He was indeed quite satisfied. Had this been the testing machine from the eastern province, it would have turned to dust with just a shake. He had to be careful and precise. This quadrupedal machine beast surprisingly left such large fragments. It was indeed durable. This. Outside the safety line, Shinshio gasped sharply. He was after all a Blevel warrior well versed in the ways of the world in the capital. After the Martial Arts Research Institute completed the quadrupedal machine beast, he was present for its first test. 10 Blevel warriors attacking with all their might had only caused a slight dent on the machine beast's surface. Now in the blink of an eye, Lu Cheng had smashed it to pieces. Moreover, how did he do that? Why could he never see clearly? Shinshio glanced over at Mu Rong. The usually cold and indifferent beauty with lips slightly parted was evidently shocked as well. Did you see how he made his move? Mu Rong once shook her head. No. Shinshio felt a bit better. At least he was not the only one who couldn't see. Jin Hong, who stood beside Lu Cheng, was not in a state of shock, but he was still stunned by the display for a few seconds. He looked at Lu Cheng, who appeared relaxed. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He nudged Lu Cheng with his elbow. Bro, you're awesome. 500 million. Lu Cheng was about to modestly downplay it when he suddenly heard the latter half of the statement. Wait, 500 million. Jin Hong flashed a big grin. The cost of this quadrupedal machine beast is 50 million, he continued, and that doesn't even include the maintenance and energy costs later. Lu Cheng was in shock, staring incredulously at Jin Hong. Wasn't it supposed to be casual? Jin Hong looked at him with an expression that said, "You've got to be kidding me," chuckling. "Alright, I was just joking." As he spoke, he turned to shout at Shinshio outside the safety line. "Shin kid. Here. Director Jean, what can I do for you?" Shinshio shuddered all over, quickly straightening his back. "Quick. Go delete the surveillance footage from the training ground within 10 minutes. Right now." Jin Hong waved his hand. Shinshio was taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" Jin Hong's figure flashed, and he was beside Shinshio. He raised his leg and kicked, glaring and scolding. "Are you stupid? If those old geezers in the Research Institute see the footage and find out it was me who brought people to break the machine, they'll definitely cut our share of the technology at the Xuanwu Fortress. Hurry up and do it." Shinshio listened, his face darkened. But seeing Jin Hong's murderous gaze, he shrank his neck, not daring to refute a word. "Yes." Shinshio sighed, resigned, and turned to run towards the surveillance room. "Alright bro, it's taken care of. Let's find a quieter place to talk." Jin Hong didn't even glance at the pile of scrap metal on the ground, putting his arm around Lu Cheng's shoulders and heading towards the elevator. As for the other 2 alloy machine beasts, he didn't even look at them. The one in the middle was in such a state, the remaining 2 probably couldn't withstand Lu Cheng's antics either. Mu Rong watched the 2 of them leave. She gazed at Lu Cheng's tall figure, reevaluating this young man. Ever since she learned about him, he had consistently surpassed her previous perceptions. Simply incredible. 10 minutes later, at the top level of the Xuanwu Fortress, in Jin Hong's private office. The decor here was extremely rugged, lacking any ostentatious furniture or calligraphy. Only a few giant battle axes with missing chunks hung on the walls, and the floor was covered with a massive hide of a savage beast. Jin Hong plopped down on a specially made large sofa, casually pulling out a jar of liquor from under the table and pouring a large cup for Lu Cheng. "Bro, let me lay it out for you." Jin Hong put away his previous casual demeanor, now serious, his voice low. "My dragon elephant technique emphasizes grand motions with vital energy, surging like a raging river, creating great sounds when in motion. Yet your strikes have been subtle and precise, like a whisper in the wind. To ensure the sufficient release of vital energy while being able to control it so precisely, this is not the style of the dragon elephant technique. Even the perfected dragon elephant technique of 9 dragons and 9 elephants cannot achieve this." Jin Hong stared intently at Lu Cheng, his breathing slightly heavy. "Just now in the training ground, I was the closest. The moment you struck, the vital energy within me was unexpectedly affected, causing a brief disturbance." His eyes narrowed. Lu Cheng waited for him to continue. "You are human, right? This question concerns the future of the entire Great Xia." Lu Cheng met Jin Hong's gaze and suddenly smiled brightly. "Of course. The office fell silent. After a long time, Jin Hong suddenly burst into laughter. Good. Just having you answer that is enough. Then Jin Hong personally poured more wine, and the two began to drink and chat. Mostly Lu Cheng asked questions, and Jin Hong answered. Lu Cheng also learned that there were beings even stronger than a level martial saints. It has been a long time since a new martial saint has appeared. Jin Hong's eyes were filled with anticipation. And you are the one I believe has the greatest potential to reach that realm. Lu Cheng remained noncommittal. As long as there was a path ahead, he could continue to break through. Seeing Lu Cheng's indifferent expression, Jin Hong helplessly downed his drink. Suddenly, the red communicator on his waist began to flash. Jin Hong furrowed his brows, the smile on his face disappearing instantly. As he took off the communicator, "What's going on?" On the other end of the communicator, Shin Xiu's extremely anxious voice came through. "Director Jin, there's been an incident. A large-scale ground collapse has occurred on the northern defense line. A slumbering pseudo-level savage beast, the Jade-Armored Golden Dragon King, has been awakened and is leading over 1,000 Jade-Armored Golden Dragons to strike our defenses. The two battle teams stationed at the defense line are about to collapse. We request high-level martial artist support." "What? The Jade-Armored Golden Dragon King?" Jin Hong's pupils contracted sharply. This type of savage beast not only has a massive size, but the most terrifying aspect is that its entire body is covered with a unique jade-like shell, making its defense unparalleled among savage beasts of the same level. And the beast king among them can command ordinary clevel jade-armored dragons. 1,000 jade-armored dragons already constitutes a medium-sized beast tide. "Hold on. They'll be there soon." Jin Hong directly hung up the communicator. He stood up, his muscular frame exuding palpable killing intent. He walked to the wall and single-handedly yanked down a giant battle axe radiating a dim golden light. "Bro, sorry, but we need to catch up later. Those beasts on the front line are coming to wreck the place." Lu Cheng downed his drink and slowly stood up. "After eating so many good things and breaking something in the training ground, I should go see it with you." Lu Cheng smiled faintly. "Haha, let's go." The roar of the helicopter's rotor blades thundered as it swept over the outskirts of Kyoto. Lu Cheng sat by the door looking down at the slant below. Kyoto indeed lacked the high walls of Dongzhou, but it still had low walls, and the materials were even better than those in Dongzhou, radiating a completely different sheen. However, the true defensive strength of Kyoto does not lie in its walls, but in the reserve of warriors. The four major fortresses guard the gates of Kyoto, not only protecting the city, but also extending their control outward. For example, the Xuanwu Fortress has already extended over 300 miles. The land within these 300 miles can still be developed, providing more resources for Kyoto. This is infinitely better than the isolated situation in Dongzhou. The helicopter continued forward, revealing the rolling Taibai mountain range in sight. The city gate here is built on the mountains, presenting a perilous terrain that is easy to defend but hard to attack. Under the diligent management of warriors in Kyoto over the years, it has become the most solid natural fortress of the city. But now this fortress is under severe assault. Roar! Before the helicopter had completely landed, a sharp roar echoed from the distant canyon. The mountains on both sides of the valley shook violently as a massive group of dark green shadows surged down the mountain path like a flood. The group of Jade-Armored Golden Dragons. However, the leader, the pseudo-A-grade Jade-Armored Golden Dragon King, did not charge at the forefront. On the contrary, it was extremely cunning, hiding in the middle and rear of the beast pack, surrounded by a dozen equally large B-grade Jade-Armored Golden Dragons. They vigilantly watched their surroundings, ensuring the Beast King was protected without a leak. Roar! Each time the Jade-Armored Golden Dragon King opened its mouth to emit a sharp roar, the Beast Pack would immediately respond. It thus precisely controlled the movements of the entire clan, avoiding areas with concentrated heavy firepower on the defense line. The helicopter landed steadily on the helipad of the city tower. Jin Hong, carrying a massive battle axe, strode up the city wall alongside Lu Cheng. At this moment, the atmosphere on the city wall was tense. More than 30 C-grade warriors and 7 B-grade warriors stood ready. Lu Cheng walked to the edge and gazed out. Below was a sea of darkness with no less than 1,000 Jade-Armored Golden Dragons. Is this the Jade-Armored Golden Dragon? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. These creatures, though called dragons, resembled gigantic lizards more. Their average body length was around 10 meters, while the Beast King and its guards exceeded 50 meters. They moved quickly on all fours. The most peculiar thing was that they were covered in a layer of dense, scaly armor, which refracted a jade-like sheen under the light. To describe their appearance, they could be likened to a fusion of giant monitor lizards and pangolins. Jin Hong stood beside Lu Cheng, his thick brows knitted together, his expression grave. Lu Cheng turned his head to glance at Jin Hong's expression, puzzled, and asked, Brother Jean, with your strength defeating that jade-armored golden dragon king should be completely manageable, right? Jean Hong nodded at this remark. You're right. I indeed can easily chop off its head. Jean Hong paused, his tone heavy with deep resignation. But the problem is, while I can ensure the kill on that creature, I cannot eliminate such a vast number of beasts in a short time. Why? If the Beast King dies, won't the Beast Pack lose their commander and scatter? Lu Cheng asked. The jade-armored golden dragon is a typical group-type wild beast. Jean Hong shook his head. Once their king dies, the remaining beast pack will scatter and flee. When they return, the clan will awaken a new jade-armored golden dragon king in a short time. Before awakening, it may merely be an ordinary C grade or even D grade. But once it awakens, it will evolve to B grade in a very short time, eventually reaching the peak of B grade before it stops. In other words, as long as the beast pack isn't completely exterminated, they will continuously give birth to new beast kings, launching another wave of beasts to disturb us. Upon hearing this, a B-grade warrior at the backside. Yes, we've suffered from this several times before. We killed the beast king only to have the beast pack scatter and return within a month with an even larger group. It's just like cutting chives, so we can never clean them out completely. Lu Cheng frowned slightly. It indeed sounded quite troublesome. This group talent was practically born for attrition warfare. So what you're saying is, we must annihilate this jade-armored golden dragon pack entirely, leaving not a single one alive, right? Lu Cheng asked with a strange expression. Exactly. Jean Hong sighed, then suddenly realized. He turned his head sharply. Wait, Brother Lu, you aren't thinking of challenging them all by yourself, are you? This loud shout caused the surrounding warriors preparing for battle to turn their heads, in unison, their expressions filled with shock. What the hell, this young man? Actually thinking of taking on 1,000 invulnerable jade-armored golden dragons alone? Has he lost his mind? Lu Cheng ignored the strange looks around him. He stretched his neck and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Brother Jean, to be honest, since the beginning of the assessment until now, I have never used my full strength. Lu Cheng unconsciously moved his wrist, his gaze profound as he said, I hope this group of four-legged snakes can provide me with some value. Jean Hong looked at Lu Cheng, who appeared completely calm and inexplicably felt a sense of trust. This kid. Jean Hong took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said solemnly, all right. Since my brother has this ambition, then I'll accompany you in this madness. Leave those little four-legged snakes to you, and I will go chop the jade-armored golden dragon king. Good. Lu Cheng nodded. Huh. Jean Hong exhaled loudly, hoisting up the dark golden battle axe, his leg muscles tensing instantly. He bent his legs slightly, and the vital energy within him erupted in an instant. Boom. The main body of the city wall is made of special alloy, and what everyone stood on was naturally the same. But at the moment Jean Hong exerted his strength, a 2-meter-wide pit was directly shattered beneath his feet. Amidst the flying debris, Jean Hong shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, heading straight for the jade-armored golden dragon king in the center of the beast pack. Director Jean is making his move. Everyone prepare fire support. The warriors on the city tower shouted immediately. There are technological weapons on the city wall, which, although not very effective against the highly defensive jade-armored golden dragons, were better than nothing. While everyone focused on Jean Hong's earth-shattering charge, Lu Cheng slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness instantly sank into his own body. Let me see how powerful 3 million giant elephant particles are. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment, deep within his pupils, it seemed as if 3 million ancient giant elephants were simultaneously roaring towards the sky. He repeated the movement Jean Hong had just made. His legs sank slightly. Boom. A pit even larger than the one Jean Hong had just created appeared on the alloy floor. The ground shook violently, and Lu Cheng's figure had completely vanished from the spot, bursting forth towards the vast sea of jade-armored golden dragons. In Dongzhou, within the inner city, lies the Yuan family's estate. As one of the top 10 aristocratic families with the most profound heritage in Dongzhou, the Yuan family occupies an extensive area. In this precious inner-city land, the Yuan family not only possesses a vast retro-style estate complete with artificial hills and flowing water, but is also surrounded by fully armed martial artist guards patrolling day and night. At this moment in the study of the main hall, the atmosphere is somewhat oppressive. Light filters through the intricately carved wooden windows, casting shadows on the rosewood desk. The current head of the Yuan family, Yuan Ning, sits upright in a grand chair, holding a warm cup of tea. His pair of slender eyes squints, slightly revealing a unique coldness characteristic of someone in power. In front of the desk stands a middle-aged man in a black suit, his temples streaked with gray. He is Yuan Fu, the chief steward of the Yuan family. Are you saying that you have found the trace of the second young master? Yuan Ning gently sips his tea, placing the cup back on the table and leaning back in his chair. Yuan Fu slightly bows his expression respectful. Yes, master. A guard from the Yuan family, while working in the outer city, accidentally saw the second young master's backpack. Yuan Ning's fingers lightly tapped the table. Are you certain? His voice turned a shade colder. His second son Yuan Tiancheng had already been missing for nearly a month with no trace of him alive or dead. At first he thought this reckless child was merely indulging in a life of excess somewhere. However, the Yuan family had mobilized countless resources to search, yet they had found nothing. Now unexpectedly there were leads about him in the outer city. I am certain. Yuan Fu's tone was resolute. I have personally verified this. That backpack was custom-made with the skin of a crayed wild beast, the giant-toothed phantom wolf. It bears a unique anti-counterfeiting mark from the manufacturing company. Yuan Ning snorted coldly. Where's the backpack now? It is with a young man, Yuan Fu replied. A young man. Yuan Ning furrowed his brow, a glimmer of sinister, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Are you saying that Tiancheng's disappearance is related to this person? Who is he? What is his background? Yuan Fu hesitated for a moment. In response to the master, we cannot be completely certain yet. However, I traced the route that the young man had taken and ultimately confirmed that he had stayed at the Tianhao Grand Hotel in the outer city for a few days. But when I brought people to rush over, I discovered. Yuan Fu paused here, his expression somewhat peculiar. What did you discover? Yuan Ning said impatiently. I discovered that the Tianhao Grand Hotel has collapsed. The entire building has completely vanished, leaving not even a single intact wall. Yuan Ning scoffed coldly. Collapsed. Why did it have to collapse at this time? Who is the owner of that hotel? Wei Tianhao. Yuan Fu hurriedly replied. A somewhat well-known businessman in the outer city, a distant relative of the Wei family. I have obtained the cloud surveillance footage from the hotel front desk through him. With that, Yuan Fu took out a tablet. He swiped a few times on the screen and presented a Zoomid-in screenshot of the surveillance footage to Yuan Ning. Master, take a look. This is the person. Each time he entered or exited the hotel, he was carrying the second young master's backpack. Yuan Ning looked at the tablet screen. Although the angle was not quite right, the hotel was well at clearly capturing the young man's face. The moment he recognized that face, Yuan Ning suddenly stood up, his expression instantly serious. It's empty. In the outer city, within a luxurious villa, Wei Tianhao paced anxiously, his heart racing. Smack. He gave himself a hard slap. Damn it. I am such a fool. Wei Tianhao gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap himself to death, but he could not bring himself to do it. Just an hour ago, Yuan Fu, the Yuan family steward, had come directly to him with a team of high-ranking martial artists demanding information about Lu Cheng. After all, the Yuan family is one of the top 10 families at the pinnacle of power in Dongzhou. Faced with such a colossal entity, Wei Tianhao was merely an ant. Although Wei Tianhao was utterly unwilling, he ultimately lacked the courage to confront the Yuan family with his life on the line. In the end, he had no choice but to comply and hand over the cloud surveillance footage from the Tianhao Grand Hotel front desk to Yuan Fu. However, he did not mention anything about Lu Cheng causing the hotel building to collapse. When Yuan Fu inquired about the reason, he merely explained that it was an accident at the hotel. Yet even so, Wei Tianhao was still extremely anxious. After all, it was Lu Cheng, a person who could easily defy the martial arts exam, capable of shaking dozens of floors of hotel buildings into dust with a mere wave of his hand. Wei Tianhao had barely managed to leave a slight good impression on Lu Cheng by offering him a phone and a place to stay, hoping to cling to this super golden leg. Once Lu Cheng grows stronger, it would not be just Dongzhou that he could navigate with ease, but even the capital teeming with powerful figures. At that time, as long as Lu Cheng shared even a fraction of resources, it would be enough for Wei Tianhao's entire family, even his clan, to benefit immensely. Yet now he had actually leaked Lu Cheng's whereabouts. If Lu Cheng were to learn of this, be disappointed in him, or even completely give up on him and seek revenge, then he would be finished. Smack. The more he thought about it, the more anxious and angry he became. Wei Tianhao could not help but raise his hand and slap himself again. After feeling a sense of balance, he resumed pacing. Was my brain filled with dung before? Why didn't I delete all the records from the cloud? When the Yuan family comes to investigate, I could just say it was a malfunction, couldn't I? Why am I so foolish? Wei Tianhao was restless in the villa, even hanging up on his wife's calls twice in the process. No way. I cannot just sit here and wait for death. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Since the incident had already occurred, the Yuan family had obtained the surveillance footage and would surely follow the trail to investigate Lu Cheng. The Yuan family wielded immense power in Dongzhou and supposedly had connections in the capital. They sought Lu Cheng, and it was unlikely they were going to offer him financial support or benefits, most likely bringing trouble, which was why he felt so anxious. Wei Tianhao felt he had to do something to make amends. Yes, a phone call. To inform Lu Cheng and give him a heads up that the Yuan family was investigating him, so he could be prepared. This way, although he had given up the surveillance footage, at least it could be seen as a form of meritorious service to atone for his sins, preventing Lu Cheng from completely discrediting him. The customized phone he had given Lu Cheng was personally selected by him, so he naturally had Lu Cheng's number. He had refrained from disturbing Lu Cheng, usually not even sending a text, but now the situation was urgent, and he could no longer hold back. Wei Tianhao fished out his phone from his pocket, found the number saved under the name Lu the Great, hesitated for a few seconds, and then dialed. Beep. 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 The call connected, but no one answered. Wei Tianhao pressed the phone tightly against his ear, his heart racing, and held his breath, silently praying, "Please pick up, quickly pick up, Mr. Lu, please answer the phone." However, a minute passed without any movement on the other and only the sound of an unanswered call. Wei Tianhao, sweating profusely, hung up. He immediately redialed. The second time no one answered. The third time it was still the cold mechanical female voice. The fourth time, the fifth time. Wei Tianhao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He repeatedly hung up and redialed. As Wei Tianhao persisted in calling for the sixth time, after the phone rang for over 10 seconds, a response finally came from the other end. "Hello? Who is this? I'm in the middle of a game." Inside a luxurious villa in the outer city, Wei Tianhao was taken aback by the response on the other end of the phone. Lu Cheng is playing a game. However, at this moment, Wei Tianhao could not delve deeper. He took a deep breath and quickly explained the investigation by the Yuan family into him. During the narration, Wei Tianhao dared not hide anything. "This is how it is, Mr. Lu. According to the information I received from the Wei family, the Yuan family not only has significant power in Dongzhou, but also in the capital. I am worried they might pose a threat to you, so please be cautious in the capital." After finishing, Wei Tianhao held his breath, waiting for Lu Cheng's response. On the other end, faint sounds of collisions could be heard amidst a lot of noise. Lu Cheng casually killed a Class Jade-armored golden dragon, feeling somewhat puzzled. The Yuan family is investigating him. Could it be because he killed Zhao Hu and Zhao Long? But those two were merely lackeys of the Yuan family, or were they worth such a significant effort from them? Or perhaps the Yuan family felt embarrassed and wanted to regain their face. Lu Cheng did not dwell on this matter for long. With the mantra of "when soldiers come, block them, when water comes, cover it," his strength was changing every day. Even if the Yuan family had some background in the capital, it would not instill any sense of crisis in him. "All right, I understand." Lu Cheng's voice was calm, lacking the worry or anger that Wei Tianhao had imagined. "Thank you for letting me know." Hearing this, Wei Tianhao's anxious heart finally settled. "Mr. Lu, you are too polite. This is what Then I'll let you get back to work. I won't disturb you," Wei Tianhao said respectfully. Goodbye." The call was then disconnected. Wei Tianhao slowly put down his phone and leaned weakly against the sofa. The matter was handled, but he still felt somewhat puzzled. During the call, he distinctly heard a chilling beast roar mixed within the noise on the other end. Could it be that Mr. Lu was fighting? But it didn't seem like it. Could one fight and still take a call? What game is Mr. Lu playing? Wei Tianhao muttered to himself, unable to figure it out. The battlefield at Taibai Mountain. Lu Cheng had just hung up Wei Tianhao's call when he casually turned around and shattered a Class Jade-armored golden dragon that had pounced at him, the meat splattering all over his hand. Ding. Killed Class Creature X1, Experience 1-0. Lu Cheng frowned disgusted and shook his hand to remove the flesh from his phone before pocketing it. The Yuan family. Inexplicable. Lu Cheng muttered, then looked ahead. Behind the beast tide, the battle had reached a fever pitch. An enormous, jade-armored golden dragon about 80 meters long with golden stripes on its jade scales was the leader of this beast tide, the jade-armored golden dragon king. Surrounding it were 15 slightly smaller Class Jade-armored golden dragon guards, each around 50 meters long. "Damn beast, get out of my way." A loud roar erupted on the scene. Jin Hong's muscles bulged and golden chi surged wildly across his bronze skin. He gripped a giant battle axe with both hands, transforming into a blur and charging madly toward the jade-armored golden dragon king. Several guard dragons quickly positioned themselves in front of the golden dragon king. With a sudden explosion of power from his arms, Jin Hong swung the giant axe, creating a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Boom. The heavy axe blade crashed down on a class guard's head, erupting a shower of sparks. The guard dragon was sent flying several meters away, crushing several ordinary jade-armored golden dragons in its path. However, the guard dragon that was sent flying quickly stood up, shook its head, and ran back. Aside from a crack in its head's jade armor, it did not suffer any fatal injuries, showcasing its defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, several class guard dragons closed in, their blue eyes fixated on Jin Hong, pouncing from all. Bang! Lu Cheng smashed a jade-armored golden dragon with a punch. There were no flashy moves, just pure power and speed. The moment his fist made contact with the jade-armored golden dragon known for its defensive strength, it exploded like a potato chip, turning into a cloud of flesh. Ding. Killed class creature X1, level 2 low experience 0. Lu Cheng's figure swayed slightly, leaving behind several afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive dull explosions resounded. Lu Cheng swung his fists one punch for each. Ding. Killed class creature X1 experience 1000. Ding. Killed class creature X1 experience 1000. Regardless of whether the creature was class or class, as long as it was struck by his fist, it would immediately be shattered. The warriors on the city wall were all dumbfounded. They usually needed several people, or even a small team to barely kill a class savage beast, but in that young man's hands it was as easy as swatting a mosquito. One hit, one kill. Lu Cheng kept moving, weaving through the beast's tide. With each strike, he would take down a jade-armored golden dragon, while the battlefield below was fiercely contested on a nearby cliff. At the edge of the steep cliff, the mountain wind howled. A man and a woman stood side by side. Here the view was excellent, allowing them to see the entire battlefield of the beast's tide. On the left stood a stern-looking man dressed in a white windbreaker with a high collar, his posture upright. Most notably, his right hand was always resting on the hilt of his sword. He was Guan He, a class National Guardian warrior from the White Tiger Fortress. Beside him stood a tall woman wearing a tight black vest that perfectly outlined her stunning curves. At this moment, her arms were crossed over her chest, accentuating her alluring figure. She was Xing, a class National Guardian warrior from the Vermilion Bird Fortress. Is this the genius that has recently emerged from the Dongzhou base? Xing raised an eyebrow. He's quite handsome. A sister really likes this kind of look. Guan He looked down at Lu Cheng, who was moving through the beast's tide, as if in a realm of his own, his fingers lightly stroking the sword hilt. His voice was hoarse and indifferent. Lu Cheng. Xing's red lips parted slightly. According to the information, this little guy not only has an extraordinary amount of qi, but also possesses an astonishing comprehension ability. He directly comprehended Jin Hong's dragon elephant technique within 2 hours. At this point, Xing's tone also carried a hint of admiration, and it wasn't just a normal initiation. He manifested the dual dragons and dual elephants right away. Jin Hong took 3 years to reach that realm back then. Guan He remained silent. 2 hours to comprehend the dragon elephant technique and manifest the dual dragons and dual elephants. Such talent is indeed rare, even among the geniuses of the capital's martial arts university. However, after watching the battle below for a while, Guan He's brows slowly furrowed. His current attacking methods don't seem like the dragon elephant technique. The dragon elephant technique is grand and powerful, with each attack accompanied by the roar of dragons and the trumpeting of elephants. The condensed qi forms tangible dragon and elephant apparitions that can suppress everything, emphasizing a type of overwhelming force. But down below Lu Cheng, he did not show any dragon or elephant apparitions. Every punch he threw seemed ordinary, with no significant fluctuation of qi. Yet it was precisely those seemingly normal punches that could instantly shatter a class jade-armored golden dragon. It did not resemble the use of qi, but rather a form of pure brute force. On the battlefield, blood mist continuously erupted, and Lu Cheng resembled a meat grinder crazily harvesting the lives of jade-armored golden dragons. The two stood atop the mountain, engulfed in a long silence. At the cliff's edge, the wind remained bitter. Guan He watched Lu Cheng rampaging below with a faint chill on his face. He had better be human. After uttering that, Guan He turned and walked away. Xing paid him no heed, remaining in his stance and murmuring to himself. A humanoid feral beast below the main battlefield had reached a fever pitch. The principal clash remained between Lu Cheng and Jin Hong. The martialists atop the walls could not intervene. At best, they fired the occasional alloy projectile, sending palls of dust into an already chaotic scene. Lu Cheng grew ever more valiant. Ordinary jade-armored golden dragons were no match for his fists. Wherever his blows landed, flesh and bone ruptured with sickening cracks. System prompts almost ran together, the words, "Experience 1000, flashing like a After a while, Lu Cheng grew indifferent to the spectacle. His gaze cut through the throng of beasts and fixed on the massive jade-armored golden dragon king at the rear. There, Jin Hong was still beset by guard dragons. 15 grade guard dragons, each roughly 50 meters long, powerful-limbed yet cunning, kept interfering. They did not confront Jin Hong singly. Instead, they used their enormous bodies to form a shifting wall of flesh. The moment one was driven back by Jin Hong's great axe, others leapt in from different angles to bite. This pattern repeated, stubbornly keeping Jin Hong some distance, about 100 meters, from their leader. Jin Hong spat. "What a joke. If old Jean can't deal with a pack of you four-legged lizards today, they'll mock me to the end of the world. Jean Hong could bear it no longer, veins bulged on his brow. With a thunderous surge the Yuanqi, his eyes flashed in astonishing gold. Across his bronze skin golden Yuanqi erupted and streamed forth like a tidal wave. An earth-tier technique, Long Xianggong. A sharp dragon cry and a heavy elephant bellow rang through the gorge simultaneously. Behind Jean Hong sheets of golden light condensed into form. On the ground 6 enormous golden elephants stamped the earth, while in midair 6 massive golden dragons surged upward, their scales distinct to the smallest detail, their majesty filling the sky. This earth-tier art, famed as the most difficult to cultivate in Daxiao in the hands of the Agrade national protector martialist Jean Hong, revealed world-shattering power. No sooner had the 6 dragons and 6 elephants appeared than a terrifying suppressive force swept 100 meters around. Thud! Thud! The ordinary D and Crade, jade-armored golden dragons around upon touching that golden Yuanqi had their bones crack and were driven to their knees, unable to lift their heads, producing fearful wails. The dozen or so grade guard dragons at the forefront, though too strong to kneel, trembled violently. Their speed fell by over 70% and their movements grew labored. The jade-armored golden dragon king suddenly sensed the threat and let out a roar. The sound rippled outward as concentric waves across the surrounding dragons. Under the effect of that sonic wave, the oppressive force that had pinned the guard dragons to the ground was bluntly reduced by roughly a third. You wretched beast. It even has such a skill. Jean Hong was taken aback. This pseudo-Agrade dragon king possessed an intelligence no less than an adult human's. Looks like this must be finished quickly. Jean Hong's eyes hardened. He stamped the ground, his body wrapped in whirling golden Yuanqi like a moving blaze, dragging his great axe as he thundered toward the Beast King. The Beast King issued another low bellow. At its command, several grade guard dragons closed ranks, using their flesh as a bulwark before the golden dragon king. Die for me. Bolstered by the 6 dragons and 6 elephants, Jean Hong's combat prowess soared to an almost unreal level. Suspended in midair, he tightened his grip on the dark gold battle axe, and with no reserve cleaved down at the lead grade guard dragon. A ripping sound, flesh and bone torn apart. Infused with golden Yuanqi, the massive axe swelled a blade dozens of meters long. One stroke split the guard dragon from the foreshoulders straight down to the base of its tail. A torrent of blood and entrails sprayed like a downpour. The grade guard dragon collapsed utterly lifeless. Jean Hong snarled, "I'll kill you, you cursed whelp." Blood smeared his face and his expression was feral. His strike landed without loss of momentum. Twisting oddly midair, he bounded and evaded the tail whip attacks of 2 other guard dragons. He swung the axe again. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive explosions rang out across the battlefield. In mere breaths, 3 more guard dragons were ripped apart on the spot. Rivers of blood and organs littered the ground. No wonder he's an Agrade martialist, truly extraordinary. From afar, still cutting down stray beasts, Lu Cheng noted the commotion. He watched Jean Hong slaughtering indiscriminately and nodded inwardly. To become an Agrade national protector indeed took skill. Dispatching grade feral beasts was as simple as slicing vegetables. If that is so, it's time I got serious. Lu Cheng stopped. With a casual palm, he crushed a grade, jade-armored golden dragon that lunged at his side. Up to this point, he had relied solely on raw physical power. Though 3 million giant elephant microparticles stirred within him, he had not summoned them. Seeing Jean Hong reveal his trump cards awakened a hunter's delight in him. Lu Cheng closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink inward. Within him, the boundless sea of microparticles shimmered with 3 million motes. Still, he did not intend to expend them all. He instead drew forth 1 million giant elephant microparticles. Crack! The instant those 1 million microparticles revived the ground beneath Lu Cheng, no, the entire gorge, suddenly sank half a meter. What followed was a scene none would ever forget. Behind Lu Cheng, the void itself twisted with violent. From the warped maw of the void, a colossal silhouette, too vast for words and suffused with an ancient exalted aura, began to squeeze outward. An ancient colossal elephant. Its height reached a full kilometer. When it fully condensed, its bulk blotted out the sky. Before this sky-piercing ancient elephant, Jean Hong's vaunted 6 Dragon-6 elephants manifestation paled in both scale and oppressive presence. In that instant, the entire gorge fell into absolute silence. All the feral beasts, including the 80-meter jade-armored golden dragon king, had the savagery and cunning vanish from their eyes at the sight of the ancient elephant, replaced by primal fear. All the feral beasts, including the 80-meter jade-armored golden dragon king, had the savagery and cunning vanish from their eyes at the sight of the ancient elephant, replaced. He stepped his left leg outward, crouched slightly, raised his right fist, and then drove it down toward the earth. At the instant Lu Cheng's fist descended, the ancient elephant behind him reared its head and unleashed a cry that rent the heavens. The elephant's two forelegs thundered upward, and in time with Lu Cheng's falling fist slammed into the ground with crushing force. At the Golden Dragon King's flank, Jin Hong had already cleaved 7 Grade Guard dragons to death. His Yuanqi burned to its limit, leaving only a dozen or so meters between him and the jade-armored Golden Dragon King. Yet as he prepared to strike, the skin on Jin Hong's back tightened, and every hair on his body stood on end. It was the fatal sense of crisis he had not felt in over a decade since becoming an A-grade national martialist. A sudden absolute conviction of impending death. He'll die. He'll die. If I stay here, I will certainly die. Jin Hong had no understanding of what was happening, but he trusted his instincts without question. At that critical moment, Jin Hong forcibly halted his charge. The Yuanqi within him reversed in an instant. Riding that violent backflow, he became a streak of golden light and hurled himself desperately toward the outer edge of the beast's tide. Lu Cheng's right fist slammed down, and the air around him instantly froze. At the same time, the ancient giant elephant standing 1,000 meters behind him crashed down with its feet. Buzz. This strike hit the ground, and strangely there was no deafening explosion. Instead, it emitted a deep, muffled hum. The moment Lu Cheng's fist touched the ground, the entire canyon began to sink and collapse. Centered around Lu Cheng, a visible shockwave radiated outward. Dong! The shockwave spread wildly along the ground. The savage beasts encountered along the way had no time to react and were instantly vaporized on the spot. The remaining few Great Guardian Dragons were slightly stronger, their bodies shattered first before being ground into dust. This continued until the shockwave reached the pseudo-grade leader, the jade-armored Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King opened its eyes wide, fear turning to anger as it glared fiercely, its eyes glowing with bluish-purple light. It manifested 3 layers of dark golden shields attempting to withstand the shockwave. Then the moment the shield touched the shockwave, it shattered, instantly followed by the layer of jade armor that could withstand a grade warrior's attacks, which crumbled away like a cookie unable to hold for even a breath. The shockwave dispersed, and wherever it passed no savage beast remained unshattered. The entire canyon fell silent. The sound of the shockwave was beyond what human ears could detect. Finally, the shockwave reached the cliffs on both sides, the terrifying force causing the cliff walls to shake violently, ultimately collapsing under the strain. Large boulders rolled down, mingling with the debris on the ground. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, not far from the battlefield, the violent tremors spread here as well. Nalanqing, originally standing firmly at the edge of the cliff, sensed the residual wave reaching the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the cliff beneath her feet began to collapse, due to the residual wave from that punch. Huge rocks plummeted downwards, raising clouds of dust. The smile on Nalanqing's face had long since vanished without a trace. She leaped gracefully, stepping on the continuously falling rocks, using them to propel herself in midair. Whoosh, whoosh. After a few leaps, she safely landed on a stable patch of ground. Once steady, Nalanqing paid no heed to the collapsing cliff. Her heart only focused on 2 words. What the hell? Countless stones shook loose dust from the ground, and the mountain swirled up, obstructing her vision momentarily. 10 minutes later, the valley gradually calmed down. The cliffs had collapsed, and a fierce wind swept through unobstructed. The dust was blown away, revealing the true appearance of the valley once again. The entire valley was smashed by Lu Cheng into a giant pit spanning 1,000 meters, with the fallen rocks filling the pit. Not a single jade-armored golden dragon remained, not even a remnant limb, including the jade-armored Golden Dragon King. In the ruins at the outskirts of the battlefield, crash! A pile of rubble was suddenly shaken loose, and a tall figure crawled out, cursing. It was the disheveled Jin Hong. His body was covered in dirt and dust, and the lower half of his clothing was torn into strips hanging from him. The giant battle axe in his hand was nowhere to be found. He had sensed the deadly crisis at the last moment, desperately redirecting his internal energy, even reversing it to escape to the outskirts of the beast's tide. Yet even so, he was still blown away by the terrifying residual wave of Lu Cheng's punch, buried alive. Jin Hong spat out the mud and sand from his mouth, staring blankly towards the battlefield. What the hell? What is this? Jin Hong was completely dumbfounded. Bare rocks surrounded Lu Cheng, but he was in a clean area with only a ring of crystallized ground. Lu Cheng stood there, his clothing slightly dirty. Jin Hong swallowed hard, his shock beyond words. He asked himself that even if he fully unleashed the dragon elephant skill, summoning 7 dragons and 7 elephants, even achieving the perfect 9 dragons and 9 elephants, he would not reach such a level. He was a warrior practicing martial arts, but Lu Cheng's punch, just now, was a natural disaster. At this moment, Lu Cheng in the center of the battlefield was checking the system log from earlier. Ding. Killed grade creature X1 experience 1000. Ding. Killed grade creature X1 experience 1000. Ding. Killed grade creature X1 experience 1000. Ding. Killed grade creature X1 experience 100. He regretfully discovered that the so-called pseudo-grade Jade Armored Golden Dragon King was still classified as grade by the system, yielding the same experience as an ordinary grade, which was 10,000. Grade had no experience rewards, and a total of 510 grade savage beasts were killed along with 9 grade, including that leader. 1 grade gives 1000 experience, 510 means 5100 experience, plus 900 from grade, totaling 600,000 experience points. After reading, Lu Cheng closed the panel. 600,000 experience points did not pique his interest. He was more concerned about the feel of that punch just now. The power of the million giant particles was even greater than he anticipated, and since it was his first time using the million-level giant power, it seemed he hadn't controlled it well, nearly sending his allies flying. Lu Cheng glanced towards the city wall. The wall was covered in cracks. The warriors who had originally stood on the city wall were now slumped on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The residual wave from that punch had nearly caused this special alloy wall to collapse. At this moment, the surface of the wall had numerous deep cracks several feet long. Various heavy defense cannons and detection instruments on the front line had suffered mass paralysis under that terrifying impact. Mumble. An old warrior who had guarded the wall for over a decade swallowed hard. Is this still human? In the observation post responsible for recording battlefield data, a warrior was nervously tapping the keyboard with trembling fingers. In that instant, all radar and monitoring equipment had failed. They could only retrieve satellite surveillance and relay everything happening here to the rear headquarters. Xuanwu North Line report: the Jade Armored Golden Dragon Beast Tide has been completely cleared. The leader pseudo-grade Jade Armored Golden Dragon King, 15 grade Guardian Dragons, and over 1,000 grade and grade main savage beasts, all annihilated. Main combat personnel: Xuanwu Fortress, Jin Hong, Dongzhou, Lu Cheng. Our casualties: 0 dead injuries. The warrior glanced at Jin Hong, who was still looking for his axe, noticing several abrasions on his body, and continued typing. 1 injured. Supplementary note: the monitoring equipment on the North Line wall is severely damaged. The wall is heavily damaged, requesting repair dispatch. This brief battle report, after being sent through a special channel, immediately exploded throughout the entire in Dongzhou at the Yuan family manor. Inside the study, the curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room in a dim light. Yuan Ning sat behind a mahogany desk with Lu Cheng's file laid out before him. There was only a simple name, and his strength was still at the tested value of 1314 qi. Nothing else was known. Yuan Ning stared at it for a long time, a hint of coldness flashing in his slender eyes. He took out a private encrypted phone from the drawer and dialed a number. Hello, third uncle, it's Yuan Ning. In Kyoto at the Baihu Fortress. As one of the 4 major fortresses guarding Kyoto, Baihu Fortress was not only of extreme geographical importance, but its internal combat power was also exceptionally formidable. The highest authority in the fortress was the grade National Defender Guan He, and beneath him there were 5 division leaders. Each of these 5 division leaders managed the core departments of Baihu Fortress, each being an outstanding grade warrior. They balanced both power and influence. Yuan Ming was one of them. At this moment, in a spacious office, Yuan Ming was sitting at his desk, holding several reports regarding the fortress logistical allocations. Ding. The tablet on his desk flickered. Checking the notification, it seemed to be the latest battle report from Xuanwu Fortress. In Kyoto, battle reports between the major fortresses were shared. Apart from understanding the overall situation and summarizing combat experiences, there was also a sense of competition. Yuan Ming was about to reach for the tablet to check the situation at Xuanwu Fortress when suddenly his personal phone vibrated beside him. Seeing the name Yuan Ning displayed on the screen, Yuan Ming raised an eyebrow, turning his hand to pick up the phone first. Nephew, why are you calling me out of the blue? Is something happening in Dongzhou? Yuan Ming leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat relaxed. Third uncle, I might need your help to investigate something. On the other end of the line, Yuan Ning briefly explained about Yuan Tianqing's disappearance and Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, are you saying that your son might have been harmed by him? Yes, the Yuan family's main base is in Dongzhou, and we have little reach from Kyoto, so I can only ask third uncle for help. Yuan Ming's expression remained unchanged after listening. As one of the pillars of the Yuan family, he had been stationed at Baihu Fortress in Kyoto for a long time. He was not very familiar with the younger generation of the Yuan family in Dongzhou, especially Yuan Ning's second son Yuan Tianqing, who seemed to be nothing more than a wastrel. There was no question of any feelings. Whether he lived or died meant little to Yuan Ming. However, no matter how useless Yuan Tiancheng was, he was still a member of the Yuan family, a direct descendant of their bloodline. If a kid from Waknoshir really killed Yuan Tiancheng and brazenly paraded his belongings around, it would be a severe humiliation to the Yuan family. In the Great Xia, the authority of noble families was not to be trifled with. Hold on a moment, let me check. Yuan Ming did not immediately agree, instead opening an internal inquiry system on his desktop computer. As one of the division leaders of Baihu Fortress, he had high privileges. Except for a few dozen people, he could access information at any time. Yuan Ming rapidly typed on the keyboard. The screen flickered slightly, and all information regarding Lu Cheng during the Dongzhou examination popped up instantly. Yuan Ming scanned it briefly. Initial chi value of 1314. Mastered the dual elephant dragon elephant technique. Tentatively classified as a seed for a grade national defender. Yuan Ming nodded in acknowledgement as he looked at the screen marked grade encryption. Indeed a genius. He even surpassed that one in initial chi value. However, soon his gaze returned to its icy demeanor. He had seen many geniuses, countless talents were funneled into Baihu Fortress from Kyoto Martial Arts University every year. But a genius that does not grow is nothing. Alright, I understand this matter. Yuan Ming said to Yuan Ning indifferently. You don't need to worry, I will have someone handle it. They'll notify you when there is a result. Thank you, third uncle. Yuan Ning expressed his gratitude over the phone. Yuan Ming then promptly hung up. He sat in his chair pondering for 2 seconds, then picked up his phone again and dialed another number. After just one beep, the other end was connected, and a respectful male voice came through. Yuan, Captain, you called for me. Xiaozhou, help me with something. Yuan Ming leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, his tone. A newcomer named Lu Cheng has been sent over from Dongzhou, and he should currently be at Xuanwu Fortress. He may be involved in a murder case within my Yuan family. Take a few brothers with you, and find an opportunity to interrogate him. Yuan Ming paused, his eyes turning cold. Still follow the old rules, regardless of whether he did it or not. Beat him up first, then ask. The Zhou Mo on the other end was his trusted aide. He felt assured, handing the task over to him. Understood, Yuan, Captain. Okay, hang up. After the instructions were given, Yuan Ming tossed his phone onto the desk, not caring much about the matter. The office returned to silence. Only then did Yuan Ming begin to check the battle report from Xuanwu Fortress with disinterest. He heard it was a beast tide, led by a grade Yujia Golden Dragon King. With Director Jean's strength, it shouldn't be a big problem, though ordinary warriors might face bigger losses. Yuan Ming speculated in his heart as he gently swiped on the tablet screen. He opened the details of the battle report to review. Xuanwu North Line Battle Report: the Yujia Golden Dragon Beast Tide has been thoroughly eradicated. Leader a grade Yujia Golden Dragon King, 15 grade Guardian Dragons, and over 1,000 sea and grade main force wild beasts, all annihilated. Yuan Ming smiled with a hint of anticipated satisfaction, at this point silently praising Director Jean. But as his gaze continued downward, landing on the specific combat personnel, the smile on his lips suddenly froze. Main combat personnel: Xuanwu Fortress, Jin Hong, Dongzhou, Lu Cheng. Casualties 0, deaths 1. An accompanying satellite surveillance video followed. Yuan Ming stiffly clicked on the video, watching the scene that resembled a natural disaster. Cold sweat poured down Yuan Ming's forehead and temples, dripping profusely. In just a few breaths, he felt his back completely drenched in cold sweat. One punch flattened the Yujia Golden Dragon Tide and the canyon. Yuan Ming felt his mind go blank, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. Damn! Yuan Ming cursed loudly, flinging the tablet away and tremblingly reaching for his phone. He quickly found Zhoumo's number and dialed directly. Answer the phone. Hurry up and pick up the damn phone. Yuan Ming paced frantically in the office, his face as pale as paper. It wasn't until several seconds later that a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice came from the phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Suddenly he remembered. For safety, he had established a rule with Zhou Mo and the others to communicate through special phones before and after missions, but never to contact each other during a mission. This rule had helped him avoid countless inspections. But now this very rule was going to ruin him. Yuan Ming shivered all over, his hands and feet turning cold. Zhou Mo, damn you. Don't be so quick to hang up. Yuan Ming cursed loudly, slamming open the office door and rushing outside. The dust in the canyon settled. Lu Cheng leaped back onto the city wall, heading towards the helicopter docking area. The atmosphere along the way felt somewhat strange. No matter where they were from, the warriors would instinctively tense up upon seeing Lu Cheng pass by. Everyone unconsciously stepped aside, clearing a wide path. The gazes directed at Lu Cheng were completely different from the way they had looked at the newcomers before. Lu Cheng paid little attention to these gazes. With his hands in his pockets and a calm expression, he walked through the passage and directly returned to the helicopter docking area. Before long, Jin Hong returned as well. The usually imposing rank National Guardian warrior had blood and dirt still on his upper body, carrying his battle axe on his shoulder. The axe, originally gleaming with a dark golden hue, was now covered in dirt, and the blade was chipped. Even after breaking through the beast tide, the terrifying residual force of Lu Cheng's punch severely damaged this special battle axe, forged from brank beast bones. Thinking about the difficulty of weapon repairs, Jin Hong's facial muscles twitched, pain to the point of clicking his teeth. The two boarded the helicopter and quickly returned to the Xuanwu fortress. Inside Jin Hong's office, once the door was closed, everything from the outside was cut off. Jin Hong had already sent the battle axe for repairs and sat down heavily on the sofa. Lu Cheng sat opposite him, and the room fell into silence. The two just sat there staring at each other. Lu Cheng looked at the resentment in Jin Hong's eyes, feeling awkward. He spoke somewhat shyly, "Brother Jin, please don't look at me like that, I'm scared." Jin Hong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Oh, you're scared? Why weren't you scared when you obliterated the jade-armored golden dragon tide?" Lu Cheng's voice was a bit weak. "This isn't my first time, I just didn't control the strength well." "Didn't control the strength well? You flattened an entire beast tide along with a canyon. If you had controlled it well, wouldn't the entire Xuanwu fortress have soared into the sky?" Jin Hong trembled as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He took a deep drag, exhaling thick smoke, before saying, "Old Master Lu, do you know how much the Yuan Dan inside a pseudo-A rank jade-armored golden dragon king is worth?" Lu Cheng blinked, recalling the prices he had learned before, and uncertainly held up 2 fingers. 20 million. The market price for the Yuan Dan of an ordinary brank beast was about 10 million. Though this jade-armored golden dragon king bore the title of pseudo-A rank, the system still classified it as brank. Lu Cheng thought doubling the price should be about right. Jin Hong looked at Lu Cheng's innocent expression, slapped his forehead, and sighed deeply. 20 million. Jin Hong exhaled the smoke from his mouth and extended 3 fingers. The Yuan Dan of a pseudo-A rank beast is a true treasure that's priceless on the market. The official minimum purchase price is 30 million. Plus those 15 brank guardian dragons, each worth 10 million. Just these Yuan Dan alone add up to 180 million. Jin Hong became increasingly excited, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the coffee table. Aside from the Yuan Dan, the most valuable aspect of the jade-armored golden dragon is its armor, which can be used to forge high-grade weapons. If all the Yuan Dan from the jade-armored golden dragons and their armor are brought back intact, selling for 200 million would definitely not be a problem. Jin Hong looked at Lu Cheng with an extremely extravagant expression. This does not even include the damage to the northern city wall, nor the large-scale paralysis of heavy surveillance equipment and high-precision weaponry. All this. After hearing Jin Hong's calculations, Lu Cheng awkwardly scratched his cheek with his finger and chuckled dryly. Upon reflection, he indeed felt he had been somewhat extravagant. Just arriving at the Xuanwu fortress, he had already exploded an expensive quadrupedal mechanical beast training machine with a single punch. Today he had smashed 2 billion worth of spoils with another punch. Jin Hong looked at Lu Cheng's embarrassed expression and smiled helplessly. He actually didn't blame Lu Cheng. On the contrary, the casualty rate in this battle was nearly 0. If it weren't for Lu Cheng, other warriors would have had to sacrifice their lives. He could control the Beast King, but the other crank and drank jade-armored golden dragons running amok would inevitably cause significant losses, something he did not wish to contemplate. What he had said earlier was more of a reminder to Lu Cheng. Jin Hong waved his hand, leaned back on the sofa, and his gaze towards Lu Cheng became serious. "That aside, your strength far exceeds my expectations. I really don't know what rank to assign you now." Self-deprecatingly, Jin Hong said with a smile, "At least as an A-rank warrior, if I were hit by your punch, my outcome wouldn't be any better than that jade-armored golden dragon king." Lu Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter what rank I am assigned. I'm not from the Great Xia military department, nor do I require a rank to be assigned to me." He truly didn't care much for these titles. Compared to the ratings given by Great Xia, he valued actual Jin Hong, hearing these words, couldn't help but laugh. "You can't say that. You're still too young and unaware of the rules of Great Xia. In our Great Xia, the ranking of warriors is not just a title, it comes with substantial official subsidies." Lu Cheng's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He leaned forward. "How much?" Jin Hong raised his fingers and gestured. "Once you pass the official ranking at headquarters, not to mention the lower ranks, a brank warrior receives 100,000 every month, and the purchase of national defense resources is at an 80 discount. And a rank National Guardian warrior receives 1 million, and resources are available at a 50 discount. Moreover, please help me get ranked." Lu Cheng immediately interrupted, his face extremely earnest. This money could be easily obtained without any effort. Moreover, some resources were not something he could easily gather. Purchasing from the military depot would be best. Jin Hong found Lu Cheng's rapid change of expression both amusing and exasperating, slapping the coffee table with annoyance. You think getting Great Xia's subsidies is that easy? Taking official money means you have to bear corresponding responsibilities. Jin Hong's expression became serious as he continued to explain. The task levels in Great Xia are entirely linked to the levels of the warriors. Once you are officially ranked as an A-rank National Guardian warrior, you must undertake at least one A-rank mission within a year. A-rank missions mean that the mission targets will definitely include A-rank beasts. Such missions are extremely dangerous, requiring at least 2 A-rank warriors to team up and absolutely not allowing solo departures. Finally, the spoils obtained from the mission, whether yuan don or materials, will be split 50-50 with the Great Xia official. After hearing Jin Hong's explanation, Lu Cheng slightly furrowed his brow and asked out his confusion. If that's the case, why don't warriors take action themselves? Why must they go through the official tasks and have half of the spoils taken? A brank yuan dan is worth 10 million, wouldn't doing it themselves earn them more? Jin Hong, upon hearing this question, extinguished the cigarette butt on his chest. He lifted his head and looked deeply at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, never underestimate the power of Great Xia. Some things just haven't been revealed. Jin Hong's expression was solemn. The power of warriors is too great. If the officials do not regulate it, powerful warriors fighting for their own interests would plunge Great Xia into chaos. Do you know the current situation in the Black Continent across the ocean? Political chaos, powerful warriors occupying territories, fighting endlessly for resources, descending into complete disorder. The reason we in Great Xia have maintained a certain degree of stability during the hundreds of years of the beast resurgence, allowing ordinary people to live normal lives, is that we adhere to basic rules. Lu Cheng sat up straight, listening to Jin Hong's words, and silently nodded. He did not consider himself a selfless saint, but the reasoning Jin Hong presented was straightforward. Having a stable order is much better than becoming a primitive jungle of the law of the jungle like the Black Continent. Take Dongzhou, where I am, for example. Although the powerful families occupy the main resources, there are still ways for commoners to survive. I was once able to earn money through odd jobs. And maintaining this baseline absolutely cannot rely solely on the self-discipline of warriors. The greater possibility lies in the actual strength of the officials. Thinking of this, Lu Cheng looked at Jin Hong. Brother Jin, is there a higher realm above A-rank warriors? Hearing this question, Jin Hong was slightly taken aback, then a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. Of course there is. Where? The front lines. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow, looking at Jin Hong with some confusion. The front lines? Isn't this the front lines? Jin Hong shook his head, the yearning in his eyes growing stronger. He raised his head to look out the window. Not this front line, but the front line of the forbidden zone. The restricted zone. Lu Cheng heard this term for the first time. Outside the window was the brightly lit core area of the Xuanwu fortress, and further away lay the Tibetian mountain range, shrouded in the night like a giant beast. Yes, the restricted zone. Jin Hong gazed out the window, his voice somewhat ethereal. You should know 300 years ago Earth underwent a tremendous change. Lu Cheng nodded. Yes, it is said to be the beginning of the revival of spiritual energy. Exactly 300 years ago, countless spatial rifts suddenly appeared on Earth. Endless wild beasts flooded out from those rifts, frantically attacking the human survival areas, and the initial contact resulted in the death of 30% of humanity. Fortunately, heaven does not completely cut off people's paths. Along with the wild beasts, a peculiar energy called spiritual energy also surged into Earth. It was precisely because of this spiritual energy that humanity entered the era of martial arts, carving out a path of survival against the wild beasts. Lu Cheng listened quietly. This was not a secret. And the restricted zone is the name given to the area closest to those spatial rifts. Jin Hong's expression turned extremely serious. That is the lair of countless powerful wild beasts. The concentration of spiritual energy there is dozens, even hundreds of times greater than the outside world, and it is also extremely chaotic inside. In the restricted zone, grade wild beasts are not rare. In fact, legendary grade wild beasts, known as beast emperors, also reside there, terrifying existences. Jin Hong spread his hands, smiling helplessly. As for what the inside of the restricted zone is actually like, I don't know either. Currently, I have only dealt with those who leaked out from the restricted zone, but I have never entered it. At present, there are many spatial rifts on Earth, but only 7 major restricted zones pose a catastrophic threat to all human civilization. These 7 major restricted zones are each guarded by the 7 major federations on Earth. And the one we, the Great Xia, are responsible for is the nearest restricted zone, Kunlun Restricted Zone. Jin Hong took a deep breath. In the Kunlun restricted zone, there exist numerous high-level wild beasts, and even grade beast emperors. Only a being above a grade, and grade martial saint can personally stay there to prevent the terrifying wild beasts from causing chaos in the Great Xia. Martial saint. Lu Cheng pressed his lips together. Wasn't grade the threshold for becoming a martial saint? Jin Hong's eyes were filled with longing and deep reverence. I don't know much about the realm of martial saints either. To break through from a grade to grade merely accumulating spiritual energy is not enough. One must comprehend their own domain. Only martial artists who have condensed their domain can become martial saints. Within the domain of martial saint is an absolute God manipulating the weather as they please. Jin Hong sighed, patting his thigh. As for me, I haven't even touched the threshold of the domain. Lu Cheng sat on the sofa lost in thought. Although he could crush grade a grade should not be a problem. However, he was still unclear about what its grade truly represented. What the so-called domain was he knew even less. Indeed, I am still not strong enough. Lu Cheng's understanding of his own position became clearer. He needed more time to develop. He set a small goal for himself to become its grade martial saint. Jin Hong glanced at the electronic clock on the wall and waved his hand at Lu Cheng. All right, you've been busy all day, go back and rest for now. I have already instructed Shinshio to arrange your accommodation. If you have any questions or lack anything in your life, just find Shinshio. Thank you, Brother Jin. Lu Cheng was not pretentious. He stood up to say goodbye, but suddenly stopped. By the way, take this as some compensation for the Xuanwu fortress. Lu Cheng pulled out 2 grade spirit pills from his backpack, intending to hand them to Jin Hong as compensation for the losses of the fortress. After all, without mentioning the losses on the northern front, just one training machine for a quadruped mechanical beast cost 50 million. Seeing the 2 fist-sized spirit pills, Jin Hong was surprised, but did not ask much. Alright, that's considered normal compensation. You don't need to pay for anything. Jin Hong refused without a second. However, I didn't expect your backpack to be made of crayed wild beast's giant tooth wolf skin. That required. Jin Hong joked. Lu Cheng was taken aback upon hearing this, as he found the backpack in the forest outside of Dongzhou. It belonged to a rather peculiar creature. However, he did not have time to worry about that now, continuing to push the spirit pills into Jin Hong's hand. After a long back and forth, Jin Hong still refused to accept. In the end, Jin Hong directly pushed Lu Cheng out of the office. Outside the door, Shinshio, tall and upright, had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lu Cheng come out, a gentle smile immediately appeared on Shinshio's face. Mr. Lu, Director Jin has already explained everything. Your accommodation is in room 211. Please follow me. Shinshio's demeanor was excessively courteous. As a mid-level member of the Xuanwu fortress, he naturally knew about the events on the northern front. Now Lu Cheng was no longer just a simple genius in his eyes, but had been classified with Jin Hong's group. After Shinshio finished speaking, he led the way. Lu Cheng smiled and followed Shinshio's pace with his hands in his pockets. In an abandoned outpost on the outskirts of the Xuanwu fortress. Lu Cheng had been in the Xuanwu fortress for 3 days. During these 3 days, the aftermath of the incident in the Northline Canyon had not fully dissipated, and many high-ranking officials were inquiring about the details, while the person involved, Lu Cheng, remained secluded in his room. He was leveling up furiously. To be precise, he was allocating points. System continue. Lu Cheng's heart stirred as he issued the command to the system. The experience points on the system panel began to surge wildly. This time, Lu Cheng directly poured in 7 million experience points in one go. Buzz. The space around him subtly distorted. The colossal particles within Lu Cheng's body rapidly expanded. 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, until all of the planned 7 million experience points were exhausted. He slightly clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking in a series of crisp sounds. Feeling the powerful force within him, Lu Cheng smiled with satisfaction. Now he possessed a full 10 million colossal particles within him. Could 10 million colossal particles contend with an rank martial saint? Lu Cheng was not quite sure, at least he had not yet experienced the power of the domain. However, although his strength had surged dramatically once again, Lu Cheng also realized an imminent problem. His experience points were insufficient to continue upgrading the divine elephant suppression technique. Even if he invested nearly 100 million experience points, he could not develop 840 million particles. Perhaps I should look for other techniques, preferably ones that can be continuously upgraded to develop a powerful technique. With this thought, Lu Cheng decided not to sit idly any longer. He stood up and walked out the door. Shortly after, he found Shinshio at the intelligence center. In these 3 days, Shinshio had arranged everything for Lu Cheng meticulously. Seeing Lu Cheng approach, Shinshio immediately set down the documents in his hands and stood up. Mr. Lu, is there a problem? Lu Cheng shook his head and got straight to the point, saying, Brother Shinim here today to ask where I can find some advanced techniques. preferably above the Xian level. Shen Xiu was taken aback by this request, then shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Lu, you've truly put me in a difficult position. Shen Xiu poured a cup of water for Lu Cheng and explained, after all, the Xuanwu fortress is purely a military fortress, a place for fighting. It does not store techniques like those. If you want techniques, especially advanced ones, I have 2 suggestions. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, please go on. The first is the library of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Shen Xiu raised a finger and continued, the Kyoto Martial Arts University is the highest martial arts institution in Daxia, having produced countless exceptionally talented individuals. The cultivation notes and techniques they have contributed to the university are innumerable. As for the second place, it is the Armory Pavilion in Kyoto. At this point, Shen Xiu's expression became more serious. The Armory Pavilion is directly under the Ministry of Armament, and the techniques within are even more comprehensive than those of the Martial Arts University, including some celestial-level techniques, but access to them requires high permissions. To view the techniques inside, one must exchange them for military merit through the Ministry of Armament. Lu Cheng sat beside him, stroking his chin in contemplation. The library of the Kyoto Martial Arts University and the Armory Pavilion in Kyoto. If there are advanced techniques, that would be best, but even if not, he could still upgrade. What he truly needed was comprehensiveness in techniques. The more comprehensive the techniques available, the more special potential techniques there would be. The higher the probability of him developing a heaven-defying technique. With that in mind, it would be wise to consider both places. I understand now. Lu Cheng looked up at Shen Xiu and asked, is Brother Jean in the office now? I want to talk to him about this. Yes, Director Jean just finished a meeting. You can go directly to him. Shen Xiu gestured for him to go ahead. 5 minutes later, in Jean Hong's office, after hearing Lu Cheng's desire for advanced techniques, Jean Hong burst into hearty laughter. You brat, have you become that strong and still think you aren't strong enough? Although he said this, Jean Hong's eyes were filled with admiration. In the path of martial artists, the most feared thing is to become complacent with a bit of strength and stop striving for improvement. Lu Cheng's constant desire to grow stronger indicates that his future is boundless. Jean Hong opened a drawer and rummaged around, finally pulling out a black ID card with golden letters, and directly handed it to Lu Cheng. Here, take this. Jean Hong said. Lu Cheng took the card, which felt quite substantial. The front had the federal emblem, and in the lower right corner was written Jean Hong, while the back featured a seal of the character Wu. This is my private ID card. Jean Hong lit a cigarette and continued. With this card, go directly to find the principal of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Clearly state your request, and he will naturally take you into the library. Lu Cheng tucked the ID card into his pocket and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Brother Jean. With this item, he should have unobstructed access to the Kyoto Martial Arts University. As for the Armory Pavilion, Jean Hong's smile faded, and he looked at Lu Cheng. You can enter if you wish, but you currently don't even have an official martial artist rating. In the Daxia Ministry of Armament, you are still a novice and cannot take on missions to earn military merit. Lu Cheng immediately understood and asked, how can I undergo martial artist grading? Don't rush. I can give you a rating up to C grade, but you definitely exceed that level. Above C grade must be reviewed by the Ministry of Armament. Of course, I can directly recommend you bypassing the troublesome preliminary process. You will undergo the final test, and the Ministry of Armament will dispatch professionals to conduct the assessment. Jean Hong paused and added, if you have time, you can participate in the assessment directly in a couple of days. Sure. Then I will visit the Kyoto Martial Arts University today and come back to take the grading afterward. After thanking Jean Hong, Lu Cheng did not delay any longer, and under Shen Xiu's guidance arrived outside the Xuanwu fortress. Shen Xiu waved towards the training area, intending to arrange for a couple of people to accompany and protect Lu Cheng, but Lu Cheng declined. What a joke! Who was protecting whom was still up for debate. The Kyoto Martial Arts University was located at the intersection of the inner city and outer city of Kyoto. Kyoto, as the core of the entire federation, occupies an astonishing amount of land. Of course, like the eastern state base, it is also divided into an inner city and outer city. The only difference is that Kyoto has no slums. While the outer city is bustling, it mostly houses low-tier martial artists. The inner city is the true core, where the high-ranking officials of Daxia noble families and high-level martial artists all reside. Lu Cheng borrowed an off-road vehicle from Shen Xiu and drove towards the direction of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. 10 kilometers away from the fortress, in an abandoned lookout post, Huang Mao rubbed his eyes, which were crusted with sleep, and glanced at the tablet in his hand, a monitor connected to surveillance equipment that had been watching the exit of the Xuanwu fortress all day. Boss, look, that kid is coming out. Huang Mao shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhou Mo, who had waited in the dilapidated lookout for 3 full days, was feeling somewhat anxious. Hearing Huang Mao's voice, he perked up. Zhou Mo quickly walked over to Huang Mao and snatched the tablet from him. Finally, he is willing to come out. Zhou Mo spat angrily. During these 3 days they had been sitting here feeding mosquitoes and munching on stale compressed biscuits. If Lu Cheng didn't come out soon, he would start to mold. Boss, judging by his route, it seems he's heading towards the inner city of Kyoto. Should we take action and intercept him? No need to rush. Zhou Mo snorted coldly. We're still too close to the Xuanwu fortress. Making a move would attract too much attention, and Jin Hong could arrive in just a few minutes. The Xuanwu fortress is situated in the northern suburbs of the capital. Lu Cheng drove his SUV, making his way out of the fortress. It was a dirt road stretching several dozen kilometers. The road surface had long been compressed by heavy armored vehicles and troop carriers, leaving countless potholes. Yet for an off-road vehicle it felt like smooth sailing. Lu Cheng sat in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel, while the other casually rested on the edge of the window. A melodious old song played in the car. He was not in a hurry, driving leisurely along the way. After about 30 kilometers the dirt road began to narrow, and in the distance the outline of the outer city of the capital could be faintly seen. It was at this moment that Lu Cheng casually glanced at the rearview mirror. Interesting. A smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. 3 black cars had been following him all along, and he wasn't blind. Lu Cheng pressed down hard on the accelerator with his right foot. The SUV roared to life, its speed instantly soaring to 110 kilometers per hour, lunging forward. In the rearview mirror, the 3 black cars accelerated in response. Seeing this, Lu Cheng's smile deepened. He slowly eased off the accelerator, reducing the speed once again. Sure enough, the cars behind him also slowed down, maintaining their original distance. They're coming for me, Lu Cheng confirmed in his heart. Retracting his gaze, Lu Cheng quickly went over the people he had offended in his mind. The only one was the Yuan family. He recalled Wei Tianha's specific warning to him. Looks like the Yuan family is here to cause trouble, Lu Cheng thought, showing no signs of panic in his eyes, but rather a hint of eagerness. Just ahead was the checkpoint leading into the outer city. Once inside the outer city, with its multitude of people and strict management, it would be difficult for them to act. Lu Cheng decided to create an opportunity for them. He sharply turned the steering wheel to the right. The SUV let out a screech of tires veering off the main road and plunging into the wild area on the right. Seeing Lu Cheng actively heading into the wilderness, the 3 black cars no longer bothered to pretend. All 3 roared forward, kicking up a cloud of dust and forming a pincer formation around him. Lu Cheng, leading the way, spotted a clearing and hit the brakes hard. The SUV came to a steady stop right in the center of the open space. Lu Cheng opened the car door and casually slammed it shut, then stuffed his hands into his pockets, leaning against the car door, calmly waiting. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 cars finally caught up, rushing into the clearing at high speed, accompanied by the screeching sound of brakes, forming a half circle, encircling Lu Cheng's SUV. The doors swung open simultaneously. A total of 7 men quickly exited the vehicles. As soon as they got out, they swiftly dispersed, vaguely forming a joint attack formation, sealing off all of Lu Cheng's escape routes. Each person emitted a wave of vital energy, their expressions unfriendly. Zhou Mo crossed his arms, tilting his chin slightly, staring at Lu Cheng with a scrutinizing gaze. The yellow-haired man glanced at his boss, seeing that he wasn't speaking. He stepped forward and said, You really know how to lay low, huh? Do you have any idea we've been subsisting on compressed biscuits for 3 days just to wait for you? Slap. Before the yellow-haired man could finish, Zhou Mo's face darkened, and he kicked him hard in the rear. Quit the chatter. Zhou Mo shot a cold glare at the yellow-haired man. As Yuan Ming's trusted aide, he never wasted words before taking action. The saying goes that villains perish from excessive talking. Mo understood this better than anyone. His mission was to take Lu Cheng away, and saying another word would just waste time. Zhou Mo cracked his neck, the joints popping. He stepped forward, releasing his vital energy, causing the debris on the ground to tremble slightly. Buzz. Zhou Mo's vital energy surged wildly within him, a faint white glow enveloping his palms. Throughout all of this, Lu Cheng remained calm, instead scrutinizing the few people before him. So he's merely a class warrior. In his perception, although Zhou Mo's emitted vital energy waves appeared strong, they were at most that of an ordinary class. How dare they come looking for him with such strength? Didn't they know about the beast tide? He had already slain hundreds of class beasts. Zhou Mo's palms were charged to the peak. Just as he was about to strike, a loud rumbling echoed from above, accompanied by the tremendous noise. A shadow enveloped everyone. It was a completely unpainted black Special Forces helicopter. The powerful wind generated by the massive rotor blades sent sand and debris soaring into the air, causing everyone's clothes to flap wildly. Lu Cheng had actually noticed the helicopter's approach long ago. However, he didn't pay it much mind. He was merely curious as to why the Yuan family would deploy a special forces helicopter against him. Thus, he waited quietly, wanting to see what these people were up to. Upon seeing the helicopter's design, Zhou Mo's expression changed dramatically, halting his actions. He raised his head in confusion to look at the sky. The helicopter door was suddenly flung open. Following that, a figure radiating blue vital energy plummeted from the sky. Boom! A violent tremor shook the ground, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a pit 3 meters in diameter and half a meter deep appeared. In the center of the pit, a gaunt, middle-aged man knelt on the ground. Yuan Captain. Zhou Mo was stunned upon recognizing the figure. It was indeed Yuan Ming. Is Captain Yuan going to take action personally? Zhou Mo thought to himself quickly, saying, Captain Yuan, rest assured this kid has always been under our control. I was just about to make a move. Get lost. A furious roar erupted. Huh. Zhou Mo's words were abruptly cut off. He looked up to see Yuan Ming's face twisted with anger, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Did you not hear what I said? Take your men and get the hell out of here right now, immediately. Yuan Ming roared, his voice nearly cracking. Zhou Mo and his subordinates were thoroughly stunned. Had the plan changed? But even if it had, Yuan Captain wouldn't come personally and lose his temper like this, would he? Boss, we. The yellow-haired man swallowed hard from the back and whispered. Shut up. Zhou Mo, although unsure of what exactly had happened, could tell from his many years with Yuan Ming that something was off. He said nothing more, signaling for everyone to leave in their vehicles. Watching the 3 cars turn around and drive away, Yuan Ming turned to face Lu Cheng. He had actually arrived 3 days prior, intending to go directly into the Xuanwu fortress to apologize to Lu Cheng. However, doing so would directly reveal to everyone that there was a conflict between the Yuan family and Lu Cheng. A misunderstanding. Lu Cheng's tone betrayed no emotions. Yet to Yuan Ming's ears it sent a fresh wave of cold sweat down his back. Thinking of the dire situation at the Northline Canyon made Yuan Ming feel a chill creep up his neck. Yes, it's a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. Yuan Ming hurriedly nodded and began to explain his speech, hastening by a third as he feared that a moment's delay might lead to a misunderstanding with this formidable figure before him. Mr. Lu, to be honest, this whole matter is entirely due to my troublesome nephew. Yuan Ming organized his thoughts and continued, my nephew's name is Yuan Ming, the current head of the Yuan family in Dongzhou. Recently, his son Yuan Tiancheng went missing, no sign of life or death. He investigated thoroughly and ultimately discovered that you were carrying his son's backpack. As he spoke, his gaze cautiously darted toward the off-road vehicle. The backpack was right there in the passenger seat. So, Yuan Ming suspected that his son's disappearance was related to you, but at that time you had already arrived at the Xuanwu fortress, so he earnestly requested me to investigate the matter. Yuan Ming spoke, earnestly recounting the entire story without reservation. After hearing Yuan Ming's explanation, Lu Cheng finally understood. So it turned out that all this fuss was not about the Zhao brothers. He had thought that the Yuan family, as one of the 10 prominent families in Dongzhou, would not go so far as to pursue 2 inconsequential passers-by all the way to the capital. Now that he heard Yuan Ming's account, everything clicked into place. The location where he found the tablet and the backpack had a skeletal remains. It must have belonged to Yuan Tiancheng. No wonder the clothing was pristine and the tablet contained knowledge of wild beasts that ordinary people couldn't access. If the owner of the remains was the son of a prominent family, it made perfect sense. Lu Cheng didn't beat around the bush and explained the origin of the backpack to Yuan Ming. I did not kill his son. I found that backpack on the outskirts of the Dongzhou base. At that time, there was a skeletal remains nearby. If Yuan Ming truly wants to find his son's remains, he should send someone to search carefully in the area about 30 miles outside of the East City Gate. He should be able to find him. A skeletal remains. Hearing those 2 words, Yuan Ming couldn't help but frown. He recalled that Yuan Ming had said that Yuan Tiancheng had only been missing for a little over half a month. In just over half a month, how could he have turned into a skeleton? Could it have been devoured by wild beasts? Lu Cheng discerned his thoughts and continued to elaborate. It was not devoured by wild beasts. The clothing is still intact, but the flesh is gone, leaving only bones. Yuan Ming was even more puzzled upon hearing this. It seemed that Yuan Tiancheng's death was not simple. He did not doubt the truthfulness of what Lu Cheng had just said. In the face of absolute power, all skepticism was rendered meaningless. Yuan Ming understood better than anyone else that with Lu Cheng's terrifying strength capable of annihilating a wave of wild beasts with a single punch, if he had truly killed Yuan Ming's son, Lu Cheng would have no need to concoct a story here. If it was indeed Lu Cheng who had killed him, he could easily admit it and simply strike Yuan Ming dead right here. Even the White Tiger Fortress and the high-level officials in the capital would not say a word. Yuan Ming, with his current level high-ranking strength, was already the strongest in the entire Yuan family, but before Lu Cheng, he believed he couldn't even withstand a single move. If Lu Cheng truly harbored murderous intent, the entire Yuan family would not be enough for him to kill. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lu. Yuan Ming's expression was amicable. He solemnly bowed to Lu Cheng in gratitude. With the clues you provided, I will call Yuan Ming immediately upon returning and have him search for Yuan Tianqing's remains. After speaking, he pulled out a black card with dark golden patterns from his pocket. Yuan Ming respectfully presented the card with both hands to Lu Cheng. Mr. Lu, ultimately this matter today is due to our Yuan family's inadequate investigation, which led to infringing upon you and wasting your precious time. To express our sincerest apologies from the Yuan family, here is 5 million daxia coins. Please forgive our rudeness. Yuan Ming's attitude was very sincere as he bowed slightly lower. I hope you will definitely accept it. Lu Cheng looked at the bank card presented to him and raised an eyebrow. 5 million daxia coins. It was no small amount. It would certainly be enough to buy a house in the outer city of the Dongzhou base. Believing that one should not refuse money that comes to their door, Lu Cheng did not stand on ceremony and took the black card, casually stuffing it into his pocket. Seeing Lu Cheng accept the card, Yuan Ming felt an immediate sense of relief. Oh, as long as he accepted it, he was afraid he would refuse. The acceptance of the money meant that today's incident could be completely brushed aside. Mr. Lu, if you ever need anything from me in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Yuan Ming took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. This is my business card. I truly apologize for disturbing your schedule today, Mr. Lu. From now on, if there's anything I can do for you in Kyoto, please feel free to contact me. Lu Cheng took a glance at the business card. The card prominently displayed a line of gold lettering. Captain of the White Tiger Fortress, Kyoto, Yuan Ming. Captain of the White Tiger Fortress. Lu Cheng's eyes flickered. During his days at the Xuanwu Fortress, he had come to understand the power structure of the 4 major fortresses. The Daxia Federation's capital, Kyoto, is home to the 4 core fortresses Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiue, and Xuanwu. Each fortress's top official is referred to as the director. Each fortress has only one director. For instance, Jin Hong is the director of Xuanwu Fortress. Below the director, there are 5 captains. To hold the position of captain in the fortress, there is a strict requirement, a minimum strength of level marshal. Captains not only possess formidable strength, but also command military authority over the fortress, able to mobilize martial arts troops, making it a truly prestigious position where power and strength coexist. For instance, Shen Xiu and Muron Wan are the captains of Xuanwu Fortress. It is astonishing that someone from a family in the Dongzhou base holds the position of captain in the Kyoto Fortress. One must admit that the Yuan family's foundation is indeed profound. All right, I will accept the business card. Let today's matter come to an end. Lu Cheng put away the business card and the previous golden card together and nodded at Yuan Ming. Then I shall take my leave. Yuan Ming bowed again, and without any hesitation felt his energy surge, propelling himself into the air, grabbing onto the soft ladder of the helicopter above. The helicopter then changed direction, swiftly retreating along the route it had come. Lu Cheng stood beside the off-road vehicle, watching as the helicopter gradually shrank to a black dot on the horizon before retracting his gaze. He opened the car door, returned to the driver's seat, and glanced at the backpack in the passenger seat. He resumed playing the car's music, which transitioned perfectly into the next song. Lu Cheng started the vehicle and continued driving toward the inspection station in the outer city of Kyoto. Thanks to the dedicated car provided by Shen Xiu, Lu Cheng entered the outer city smoothly, without any obstacles. After traversing much of Kyoto, he finally arrived at the Kyoto Martial Arts University, located at the border of the inner and outer cities. As the foremost cradle of martial artists in the Daxia Federation, the entrance of Jingwu University was constructed with great grandeur. The enormous ancient-style archway spanned several dozen meters, flanked by towering towers adorned with intricate carvings exuding an antique charm. Lu Cheng walked alone to the guard booth at one side of the main gate. Inside stood a young man sharply dressed in a fitted uniform with an upright posture. Lu Cheng tapped on the glass. The young man turned his head, opened the window, and asked in a businesslike manner, "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Hello, I am looking for the principal." Lu Cheng spoke calmly. Wang Xian, upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, noticeably furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Is he asking to see the principal right away?" Wang Xian scrutinized the young man before him. Judging by his age, he seemed to be about the same as the students. However, if he were a student, he would surely go through a counselor or the college office to see the principal and would never come to the guard booth at the entrance to inquire. Looking again at Lu Cheng's attire, he wore an ordinary black t-shirt and regular long pants with a pair of somewhat muddy sneakers. Aside from the backpack behind him, which seemed quite valuable, the rest of his outfit appeared overly mundane. He was handsome and tall, but he did not seem like a scion of a prominent family in Kyoto. "Who are you? Do you have an appointment?" Wang Xian's tone grew slightly defensive. Lu Cheng shook his head. I'm sorry, but since you don't have an appointment, and you are not a student or staff member of the school, there are regulations that prevent me from letting you in. Just as the two were talking, an elderly man in a guard's coat strolled over from inside the gate. Lao Wu had been the guard at Jingwu University for a full 30 years. Renowned for his qualifications and discerning eye, he was famous within the logistics department of the entire school. It is no exaggeration to say that if a tabby cat passed by the school gate, he could tell how many lovers that cat had just by a glance. Having just finished his lunch, Lao Wu carried a stainless steel lunchbox in his left hand and a thermos in his right, walking leisurely toward the guard post. From a distance, he noticed the newcomer Xiao Wang in confrontation with a young man. At first, Lao Wu did not pay much attention. With over 20,000 students at Jingwu University, it was impossible for him to recognize them all. Every day, numerous students were stopped at the gate for forgetting their student ID, so it was not unusual. However, as Lao Wu approached closer and took a good look at Lu Cheng, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The young man was exceptionally good-looking, yet his clothes were rather ordinary. However, that backpack was clearly not simple at a glance. This strong sense of incongruity immediately alerted Lao Wu to something unusual. Could someone be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Lao Wu quickened his pace hastily, making his way over. In front of the guard window, after hearing Wang Xian's words, Lu Cheng did not get angry. He took out a black ID card from his pocket and waved it in front of him. Do you mean I must have an appointment to enter? Isn't this sufficient? Wang Xian glanced at the black card. The student ID of Jingwu University is blue, indicating that this person is not a student. I already said you need an appointment. Please do not waste my time. Wang Xian made as if to close the window. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. It seemed that the identity card given by Jin Hong was not so effective after all. He was about to put the card away and step aside to call Jin Hong. Wang Xian made as if to close the window. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. It seemed that the identity card given by Jin Hong was not— Sir, I apologize, the newcomer is not familiar with the rules. May I take a look at the card you just showed? Lu Cheng glanced at the elderly man and handed over the ID card. Lao Wu took the card, glanced at it, and his body suddenly trembled. Hiss! He abruptly looked up, and the smile on his face instantly turned extremely respectful. Please wait a moment. I will call the principal's office right away. It is windy outside, so please step into the lounge at the back and have a seat for a while. As Lao Wu spoke, he shot a fierce glare at the somewhat flustered Wang Xian. Seeing Lao Wu's demeanor, Wang Xian realized he might have caused a problem and dared not speak further. Behind the guard booth was the security office of the main gate, which had 2 temporary lounges set up. The sofas, air conditioning, snacks, and tea were all available. Lu Cheng was respectfully invited into the lounge by Lao Wu, sitting quietly on the sofa to wait. Lao Wu closed the door to the lounge, and as he turned around, his face instantly darkened. He pulled Wang Xian aside and began to reprimand him. Can you be a bit more flexible? Huh? Every day you treat the school's rigid rules as if they were imperial edicts. Who are you putting on a stern face for all day? This is Kyoto, the place where the greatest talents of the dashi. With your style of doing things, if you offend a real big shot one day, you might not even keep this job. He looked at the bowed Wang Xian, and his tone softened. You're no longer a glorious martial artist. You've already fallen. If you lose this job, how will you earn tuition and living expenses for your sister? Wang Xian's face turned red as if recalling something. But, Uncle Wu, I truly don't recognize that. I just came here 3 days ago, and am still getting familiar with all the student cards, teacher cards, commissioner cards, professor cards, dean cards, director cards, and principal cards. You. Lao Wu rolled his eyes in anger and whispered furiously, that is the exclusive identity card of Jin Hong, the director of Xuanwu Fortress. Let alone finding the principal. If the principal were to come personally to stand guard at the gate, he would have to come respectfully to take over. Upon hearing the identity of the card's owner, Wang Xian trembled and did not dare to say another word. Lao Wu's efficiency was remarkably quick. Within 3 minutes of making the call, a black sedan drove up from within the school. The car door opened, and a young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. The young man appeared hurried and immediately asked upon entering the security office, "Hello, may I ask who is looking for the principal?" "I am." Lu Cheng, hearing the commotion, opened the lounge door and stepped out. He handed over the black ID card. The young man took the card, and upon recognizing it, his expression shifted to one of solemn respect. "Hello, I am the secretary of the principal's office. My name is Yang Ku. Sir, please get in the car. The principal is already waiting for you in the office, and I will take you there right away." He quickly returned the card with both hands, hurriedly walked to the side of the sedan, and actively opened the back door for Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded and stepped toward the sleek black sedan. He had never seen such a model before. It seemed to be an internally supplied special vehicle not available on the market. Just as Lu Cheng was about to get in the car, he turned back to glance at the awkwardly standing Lao Wu and Wang Xian at the gate. especially Wang Xian, whose face was pale. Lu Cheng wore a gentle smile and deliberately said, "This brother is upright and sincere, doing his job well. It is I who made an abrupt visit and made it difficult." Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Xiao Wang, standing not far away, suddenly looked up, disbelief written all over his face, and his complexion turned red. Lao Wu, being astute, pulled Xiao Wang and bowed to express gratitude towards Lu Cheng. Yang Ku, who had just sat in the driver's seat, glanced at Wang Xian following Lu Cheng's words. He said nothing further, simply closed the car door and started the vehicle. As the car drove away, Lao Wu sighed and said he is definitely not a scion of a prominent family. The car glided smoothly along the tree-lined path of Jingwu University, eventually coming to a gentle stop in front of an office building. Yang Ku swiftly exited the vehicle to open the door for Lu Cheng. The two made their way to the principal's office located on the top floor. Yang Ku approached and gently knocked on the door, and upon hearing a robust voice from inside say, "Come in," he stepped aside to help Lu Cheng push the door open. Lu Cheng stepped inside. The principal's office was much more austere than he had imagined. Aside from rows of bookshelves lining the walls, there was only a large redwood desk in the center. There was also another desk in one corner, presumably belonging to Yang Ku, the principal's secretary. The entire office lacked even a proper reception area. At that moment, the large desk was piled high with stacks of documents resembling small mountains. Through the gaps in the paperwork, Lu Cheng could see a figure engrossed in work. "Principal, the gentleman recommended by Director Jean has arrived," Yang Ku reported with a slight bow. "Oh, you must be Lu Cheng." As the voice spoke, the person behind the desk finally set down his pen. Cheng adjusted his reading glasses on his nose and jumped down from the high office chair. It was only when the person stepped out from behind the desk that Lu Cheng clearly saw the true appearance of the principal of Jingwu University. The current principal of Jingwu University, Cheng, in a level national defender. To Lu Cheng's surprise, this formidable figure, renowned in the region, was barely over a meter tall. He looked like a small old man dressed in a specially tailored gray suit, his shoes polished to a shine, and his beard and hair meticulously groomed, exuding an air of meticulousness. "You know me?" Lu Cheng asked, gazing at Cheng, who had walked up to him, a hint of confusion in his voice. Cheng clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head to look at Lu Cheng. "You caused quite a stir in the Northline Canyon. I believe the entire upper echelon of Kyoto now knows your name, Lu Cheng." Lu Cheng smiled without responding to the remark. This was within his expectations. Such a significant event could not be kept under wraps, and there was no need to hide it. "All right, give me Jean Hong's card." Cheng extended a small hand. Lu Cheng reached into his pocket and handed over the ID card. Cheng took the card and turned to walk back to the desk. On the wall behind the desk was a machine, the most advanced piece of technology in the otherwise antiquated office. Cheng stood on tiptoe and inserted the card into a slot. The display screen on the wall instantly lit up. Cheng extended his hands and began typing away on the keyboard below. About half a minute later, a notification sound emitted from the side of the console, and a white card was ejected from inside. Cheng reached out to take the white card, while simultaneously retrieving Jean Hong's ID black card. He turned and handed both cards back to Lu Cheng. "All right, I have processed a temporary borrowing permit for the hold on to this borrowing card. For the next month, you can freely access all the books in the Jingwu University, whether it be martial theory, various sect techniques, or battle notes, all is open to you." At this point, Cheng paused, his tone becoming somewhat more serious. "However, I must remind you that while our library is rich in collections, it does not house any heavenly grade techniques. Such strategic level techniques are only found in the armament pavilion. Having these is sufficient, thank you, Principal." Sure. Lu Cheng accepted the two cards and sincerely expressed he had not come seeking heavenly grade techniques. With his system, what he lacked most were vast and comprehensive low-tier techniques to serve as a database. As long as there were enough techniques, he could use the system to upgrade and create powerful methods. The various cultivation materials collected by Jingwu University over the past few centuries perfectly matched his needs. "All right, I'm quite busy here, so I won't accompany you any further." Cheng waved his hand, indicating that Lu Cheng could leave. Lu Cheng nodded gratefully once more, then exited the principal's office under Yang Ke's guidance. After descending the stairs, Yang Ke's demeanor was even more respectful than before. He personally opened the car door and escorted Lu Cheng to the library located on the east side of the campus. "Mr. Lu, simply present the white card at the express lane for entry. I wish you a fruitful visit." Yang Ke stood by the car, politely bowing. "Thank you, Secretary Yang." Lu Cheng bid farewell to Yang Ku and entered the imposing Jingwu Library alone. 10 minutes later, the black sedan returned to the office building. Yang Ke pushed open the door to the principal's office, treading lightly. Cheng had already resumed his work, burying himself once again in the pile of documents. Only the sound of scratching pens remained in the office. Yangku approached his secretary's desk ready to continue his own work. As he sorted the documents, he conducted a brief review. Are you sure it's not a humanoid beast? Cheng's voice suddenly rang out. Yangku kept working, nodding in response. The vehicle detection system showed no anomalies. It's definitely human. Upon hearing this, Cheng relaxed his grip on the steel pen slightly, then tightened it again, continuing his rapid writing on the documents. Yangku filed a stack of folders into a binder and gently closed at the scene at the school gate, flashing in his mind. He adjusted his glasses and recounted the incident involving Lu Cheng speaking with Wang Xian to Cheng. Oh, speaking with Wang Xian. Cheng paused with his pen. He felt deep sympathy for Wang Xian's fate. A 25-year-old clever martial artist had the potential to become an A-level national defender. What a shame. Yangku mentioned it briefly, but did not continue speaking, lowering his head to handle his tasks. However, just as he finished signing and looked up, he happened to see the corners of Cheng's mouth lift, clearly in good spirits. An interesting young man, Cheng assessed Lu Cheng in his heart. Jin Hong, with his brawny physique, has managed to uncover a great treasure this time. All right, third uncle, I understand. Yuan Ning hung up the phone and casually tossed the mobile device onto the table. Supporting his chin with both hands, he lowered his head in contemplation. Seeing his expression change, the butler Yuan Fu asked, Master, has news come from Kyoto? Yuan Ning remained silent for a long time. Fu. Dispatch a team of level investigators to search for Tian Cheng's remains 30 miles outside the East City Gate. Yuan Fu bowed in response, but internally he was rocked by waves of shock. The second young master was truly dead. He did not ask further and turned to walk out of the study. Wait. Yuan Fu paused mid-step. Send a clever martial artist to lead the team. Yuan Fu was taken aback. A clever martial artist was already a high-level combat force in the Yuan family. After all, the head of the family, Yuan Ning, was a clever. This indicated that the second young master's death would not be so simple. The areas 50 miles outside the base were all low-risk zones. Encountering a level beast was the maximum. Although a recent report from the investigation team had discovered the remains of a clever beast, it was not widespread. Following analysis by professionals, it was highly likely that something had driven it there. Yuan Fu quickly left the study, leaving Yuan Ning alone in silence, staring blankly at the table. The moment Lu Cheng stepped into the library of Jingwu University, he couldn't help but slow his pace. The vast space was filled with well-placed lighting, illuminating the entire building as bright as day. Although many students moved about in the hall, apart from the occasional soft sound of footsteps, there was hardly any whispering. Lu Cheng glanced around, feeling as if he were Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. His eyes fell upon rows of gigantic bookshelves made from special materials. The bases of these bookshelves were embedded in the floor, and the tops reached directly to the 10-meter-high ceiling. Lu Cheng noticed that students could borrow books from the top shelves without needing a ladder. Each massive bookshelf had a smart display embedded at its base. Students only needed to search for the books they wanted on the screen, and the selected book would be smoothly conveyed down to the exit at the bottom of the shelf. Watching this scene, Lu Cheng marveled internally. Maintaining such enormous bookshelves surely incurred an astronomical cost. As a top martial arts institution, Jingwu University showcased its strength and heritage. Behind the consultation desk in the center of the hall sat an elderly lady in a gray knitted sweater, wearing thick reading glasses, engrossed in a magazine. Lu Cheng stepped forward, standing at the desk, and politely asked, "Excuse me, where can I find the martial art?" The elderly lady slightly lifted her eyelids upon hearing his voice, glancing over Lu Cheng through the frames of her glasses. She said nothing more, merely pointing towards a row of elevator doors on the left side of the hall. "Go upstairs and look for the signs," she said before lowering her head again to continue reading her magazine. "Thank you." Lu Cheng expressed his gratitude and turned towards the elevator. Arriving at the elevator, Lu Cheng glanced at the nearby guide map. The library of Jingwu University was divided into different areas, with martial arts materials mainly concentrated on the upper floors. The first floor contained general books and foundational theories for all students. The second floor housed collected cultivation insights from martial artists. The third floor stored Huang level and Xian level techniques. Accessing each floor required a card swipe to activate the elevator buttons, determining which floors could be accessed based entirely on card privileges. The vast majority of ordinary students typically could only access the first and second floors. To reach the third floor, they needed to spend campus points or possess specific permissions. Only new students had a one-time opportunity to choose a technique for free upon enrollment. Lu Cheng pulled out the white temporary borrowing card that Cheng had given him. Although this card had only a 1-month validity, it bore high privileges. Lu Cheng placed the white card at the elevator sensor area, and with a crisp beep, the button for the third floor lit up in green. As soon as the elevator doors closed, the elderly lady at the consultation desk took off her reading glasses, watching as the elevator indicator skipped 2 and stopped directly at 3. The elderly lady shook her head in resignation. These young people nowadays not going to the second floor, but rushing straight to the third floor, just a bunch of clueless greenhorns. She mumbled this under her breath and then ignored it further. Over the decades, she had seen too many self-proclaimed geniuses in the library, most of whom only returned to the basics after hitting a wall. She had long grown accustomed to it. Dusting off her glasses, she put them back on and continued reading her magazine. The reason Lu Cheng chose to skip the second floor was naturally his own consideration. He certainly knew how precious the cultivation notes and insights of martial artists were. Especially here at Jingwu University, the notes collected on the second floor likely contained valuable records from numerous A-level national martial artists. For ordinary martial artists, those notes were guiding lights, helping them avoid countless detours during their cultivation. If he were a normal martial artist who needed to cultivate step by step, he would definitely go to the second floor first. But the problem is he was a man with a cheat. Lu Cheng was well aware of his own talent. Having struggled to comprehend the heaven-level technique, advanced mathematics, how could he expect to learn the extraordinary martial techniques? Please, he didn't even know what meridians were. He only needed these techniques to upgrade to higher-level techniques. After the system upgrade, what those techniques would eventually become, even he didn't know. For Lu Cheng, it was all about sheer power. If one day he hit a bottleneck, the reason would simply be not enough experience points. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened on the third floor. Stepping out, Lu Cheng noticed that the flow of people on this floor was noticeably sparse. Compared to the first floor, the number of bookshelves here was significantly reduced, and the gaps between them were wider. Looking around, Lu Cheng saw that the scattered students on the entire third floor might not even total 30. Walking between the bookshelves, Lu Cheng observed the neatly arranged martial arts manuals. These books were nearly identical in length, width, and thickness, with their sides embossed in gold lettering indicating the technique level and name. He couldn't help but find it strange that all the books were of the same size and thickness, until he picked up a Huang-level technique called Hurricane Slash. The meridian pathways and characters inside were clearly printed. I see. These books on the shelves were all copies, not the originals. However, upon reconsideration, Lu Cheng felt relieved. The originals often represented a martial artist's lifelong effort, and the school would naturally not display them carelessly. Martial arts techniques never appear out of thin air. Behind every martial arts manual lies the hard work of one or even several martial artists. Lu Cheng returned the Hurricane Slash to its place and was about to select techniques carefully when a long-lost system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected 1386 Huang-level techniques and 357 Xian-level techniques in the current area. Would you like to activate Heaven and Earth Furnace mode? Note, the Heaven and Earth Furnace mode can automatically fuse lower-level techniques, extracting their essence and discarding the dross, tailoring exclusive techniques for the host. Hearing the familiar electronic voice, a hint of surprise instantly appeared on Lu Cheng's face. Is the legacy of the old system activating? He remembered clearly that ever since the old system crashed, the new system's functions had become extremely simplified, only retaining the ability to gain experience by defeating enemies and leveling up. He never expected something new to come up. Heaven and Earth Furnace. Just from the name, he could tell it was something good. What are we waiting for? Activate it immediately. Lu Cheng eagerly issued the command. Ding! Activation failed. Prerequisite not met. The host must manually browse through 1,000 Huang-level techniques and 100 Xian-level techniques to officially activate the Heaven and Earth Furnace function. Hearing this prompt, Lu Cheng's smile suddenly froze. He slowly turned his head to look at the rows of towering bookshelves, all neatly lined with techniques. 1,000 Huang-level techniques and 100 Xian-level techniques. Even if he merely flipped through the pages superficially, it would be a massive undertaking. Study hard, study well, and it's good to study. Truly terrifying. Na frigid wind howled through the valley. Yuan Lin stood atop a low earthen mound, gazing down into the abyss, where a colossal corpse loomed. As a classy martial cultivator of the Yuan clan, Yuan Lin was already regarded as a formidable force across the Dongzhou base. And he had engaged in hundreds of brutal skirmishes against savage beasts, and prided himself on having long grown accustomed to life and death. Yet now confronted with this grotesque spectacle, his heart hammered violently. Icy dread surging from the soles of his feet straight up to the crown of his skull. A towering cadaver 50 meters high. Na Class B sovereignty or savage beast. The heaven-pillaring demon ape. And though long deceased, its massive frame exhibited an eerie carbonized state, its entire body pitch black as ink. Perhaps owing to its former might, even after enduring wind and rain, the colossus remained frozen mid-kneel, unyielding, unmoved, refusing to collapse. The sovereign aura of a sovereignty or beast bled forth even in death, palpable, suffocating. And within a radius of several li centered upon the corpse, no low-tier savage beasts dared draw near. Yuan Lin had been dispatched by the Yuan clan patriarch, leading a team beyond Dongqing's walls to track down Yuan Tiancheng, the patriarch's second son. The patriarch's sole clue pointed to a zone 30 li east of Dongqing's gate, but barely 20 li into their march, Yuan Lin's squad stumbled upon this horrifying carcass of the heaven-pillaring demon ape. Rumors had recently circulated within Dongzhou base. Ten Clan's Tanxian squad, while conducting field operations, had encountered multiple height-year savage beasts, each found dead under mysterious circumstances. When Yuan Lin first heard the rumor, he dismissed it as idle chatter over tea, scarcely giving it a second thought. And after all territorial wars among savage beasts, brutal, fatal, commonplace, were legion. Yet now, standing before an authentic Class B sovereign corpse only, all remained, raw, unshakable, profound. What manner of being could reduce a heaven-pillaring demon ape, a creature famed for peerless strength and impregnable defense, to utter carbonized ash? And how terrifying, then, must its power be? These high-tier corpses appearing unexpectedly in low-risk zones had lately made every hunting squad operating beyond Dongzhou City far more cautious. No one could ascertain whether human hands, or some other savage beast, had struck them down. Naviri expedition now crept forward, senses sharpened, steps measured, eyes scanning the unseen. None wished to stumble upon a true behemoth and suffer annihilation. Yuan Lin withdrew his stunned gaze, lingering no longer at the sight. He glanced upward at the leaden sky, raised a hand, and signaled the squad to veer wide around the colossal corpse, then pressed deeper into the wilderness. This was an elite unit of 50 warriors. And beyond Yuan Lin, their Class C leader, every one of the remaining 14 had attained Class D cultivation. Mobilizing so many Class D or higher cultivators outside the city spoke volumes about Patriarch Yuan Ning's gravity toward this mission. And the squad now advanced through dense forest, having left the corpse's domain behind. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, flora and fauna had exploded in growth. Human settlements long since reclaimed by untamed wilds thick with ancient trees. And the squad progressed steadily, drawing ever closer to their objective. On guard, Yuan Lin at the vanguard abruptly halted, his right arm snapping upward in a sharp, silent command. And whoosh! The 14 warriors behind him reacted instantly, scattering into precise formation. The moment the order rang out, every muscle taut, every gaze locked upon the surrounding silence. Minutes passed, no movement, no sound. And Yuan Xiaoming. Yuan Lin's voice remained low, unwavering. And sir, no anomalous life signatures detected. High-frequency energy radar shows null response. And from the squad's center, a young man replied without delay. Yuan Xiaoming was the unit's veteran scout, a master of tracking savage beasts and circumventing hidden perils. Ni's instincts were trusted implicitly by every member. Hearing Yuan Xiaoming's report, Yuan Lin exhaled faintly, but his brow remained furrowed. In this vicinity should be where the second young master's remains lay. Straightening his spine, Yuan Lin gestured sharply to the group. Fan out from this point. 5 per team, 10 teams total. Search for the target. Return here within half an hour, regardless of findings. Yes, sir. With crisp discipline, the squad dispersed. The 50-strong unit fragmented seamlessly. Yuan Xiaoming led his foreman team toward a thicket northeastward, moving with practiced stealth. Yuan Lin himself took 4 others, sweeping another sector. 30 minutes later, he returned empty-handed. No trace of Yuan Tiancheng. Time nearly exhausted, Yuan Lin sighed, reassembling his team at the designated clearing. Several squads had already gathered there, awaiting the rest. Glances flickered between them, shakes of the head, silent resignation. Yuan Lin checked his chronometer, then waited. 5 more minutes. All personnel, assemble. Roll call, N1, N2, and... Not chorus of resonant voices rose in unison. Back straight, shoulders squared. 44. As the final count echoed, silence fell like a shroud. Yuan Lin's brow nodded, his gaze sharp and searching, fixed upon the warrior who had called out 44. Beside that warrior stood empty space, no comrade behind him. Cold premonition gripped Yuan Lin's chest. He stepped forward, scanning the ranks 3 times, back and forth, relentless. Where is Yuan Xiaoming's team? Faces turned inward, eyes darting, heads shaking. No one. Logistics team. Report the status of Yuan Xiaoming's tracking beacons. Yuan Lin whirled toward the rear, where a crew-cut man hastily retrieved a device from his pack, fingers flying across its interface. Sir, all 5 beacons are active. but motionless. They're less than 1,000 meters from us. Damn it. Move, everyone follow me. Weapons primed. Locate Yuan Xiaoming's team. In Yuan Lin drew his alloy longsword, locking eyes with the crew-cut man for directional confirmation. The remaining 44 warriors grasped the gravity instantly, falling into step behind him without hesitation. Infor cultivators of Class D and above 1,000 meters vanished in moments. Yet as Yuan Lin burst over a low ridge and beheld what lay ahead, his sprint halted mid. His followers froze likewise, breaths, suspended gazes locked upon the scene before them. Na stretch of emerald grassland, serene sun-dappled. Tall wild grass rippled gently in the breeze, undulating like a verdant sea. And yet upon that vibrant living carpet 6 skeletons lay, arranged with chilling stillness. 5 wore uniforms identical to their own. At the Kyoto Martial Arts University on the 3rd floor of the library, an exceedingly strange scene was unfolding in the spacious hall. A young man was darting between the bookshelves. He swiftly extended his hands, rapidly pulling out a book, then flipping through the pages at such a speed that they rustled crisply. From his appearance, it seemed he had no particular preference for the level or attributes of the martial arts techniques. Reading at a glance was an understatement. A martial arts manual with a thickness of 2 fingers was flipped through in about a minute. Once he closed the book and placed it back in its original position, he immediately pulled out the next one adjacent to it. This repetitive action was mechanical yet swift. The hall on the 3rd floor was already sparsely populated, and the high frequency of the page-flipping sound echoed in the air, quickly capturing the attention of nearby students. What is this person doing? A boy sitting at a desk nudged his companion's arm and asked in a hushed tone. His companion glanced up, confusion filling his eyes, and replied, "I don't know, maybe he's looking for a suitable martial arts technique." "Come on, who looks for a technique without even glancing at the cover?" A girl nearby leaned in, curling her lip, and said, "I think this is some form of new performance art. Aren't those spoiled young nobles from Kyoto fond of such things? Aren't we young nobles too?" Another small group was also discussing. "I believe this is some sort of stereotypical behavior." A girl with twin ponytails stated with great certainty, "My pet Pai Pai has done something similar before. It used to mark every tree in the park." The others turned to look at her. "Who is Pai Pai?" "My Siberian husky." The discussions among the top students of Jingwu University had no impact on Lu Cheng at that moment. He had no extra energy to care about what others thought. He was completely immersed in this monumental book-flipping endeavor. The system's requirements were exceedingly stringent, deeming the criteria for effective flipping as every page must be visually scanned. This meant Lu Cheng could not resort to tricks. He could not simply open and close the book to cheat. He had to physically flip through every page filled with text and the pathways of chi for the system to register the martial arts technique. Only after completing this tedious preliminary task would the permission for the heaven and earth melting furnace be officially unlocked. The 317th yellow level martial arts technique. Lu Cheng silently counted the numbers in his mind, feeling utterly despondent. And this was him purposefully choosing thinner techniques to start with. Even if he spent only a minute on each technique to meet the total requirement of 1,000 yellow level techniques and 100 mysterious level techniques, he would need a full 1,100 minutes. That translates to nearly 18 hours. During this time, his hands had to keep flipping and his eyes had to remain focused on the pages. Lu Cheng shook his slightly sore right wrist. This was more exhausting than battling a horde of wild beasts. He once again pulled a technique from the shelf side and continued flipping. Behind the consultation desk in the 1st floor hall, Feng Qinghua set down her magazine. She had been in the library of Jingwu University for decades. At her age, and with her experience, her daily routine mainly involved overseeing the overall situation. As for the tedious tasks of organizing books, cleaning, and maintaining equipment, there were plenty of professionals to handle those. She merely needed to ensure everything was in order at critical moments, while occasionally wandering through the various floors to guide and assist the bewildered young students. After reading magazines for the entire morning, Feng Qinghua felt her eyes becoming dry. She leisurely removed her thick reading glasses from her nose, tucked them into her gray knitted sweater's pocket, and then picked up a well-worn small cane from beside her armchair. The elderly woman leaned on her cane to stand up and walked slowly to the elevator, taking it directly to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor housed the cultivation insights collected from generations of alumni. At that moment, the 2nd floor hall was filled with students, many of whom held thick notebooks grappling with the insights left by their predecessors. Watching this vibrant scene, Feng Qinghua nodded slightly, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing her. There are still quite a few sensible kids. The experiences gained from countless pitfalls by the seniors are far more valuable than mere techniques and moves. The elderly woman wandered around the 2nd floor, during which she also guided a few young students who encountered difficulties. In the eyes filled with respect and gratitude from the students, she slowly walked back to the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor. Standing in the elevator, Feng Qinghua felt a twinge of regret. It seemed that the young man she had seen in the morning had not come to the second floor, but she had not spotted him just now. That young man, she could tell at a glance that he was not a registered student at Jingwu. After decades here, she had this much discernment. He gave her a strange impression, seemingly different from ordinary people, making him hard to overlook. A young noble, or perhaps a promising talent from a military district. Feng Qinghua pondered to herself. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened on the third floor, the crisp notification sound interrupting her thoughts. Upon seeing the esteemed long-time administrator appear, the students who had been whispering immediately straightened their expressions and hurriedly focused on their tasks. Student, your book is upside down. Feng Qinghua walked past a male student who immediately turned crimson. He quickly flipped the book around and fervently apologized. Feng Qinghua chuckled and didn't mind. Her gaze wandered around. Oh, where's that young man? She did not see Lu Cheng's figure. She raised an eyebrow in confusion and slowly proceeded forward with her cane. It was not until she turned a corner by the 7th row of bookshelves that she spotted Lu Cheng in a secluded corner. At that moment, Lu Cheng was standing in front of a shelf filled with low-grade, yellow-level martial arts techniques. The elderly woman stood a few shelves away, quietly observing him. Lu Cheng was rapidly flipping through the techniques in his hand. As she approached, she could clearly see that when he pulled out the next book, his gaze never lingered on the cover. He finished flipping through a book in absolutely no more than a minute. This was not selecting techniques, it was clearly wasting the school's collection. Initially, Feng Qinghua thought this kid was a person of genuine talent, but upon witnessing this scene, the wrinkles on her face deepened in disapproval. The martial arts techniques of Jingwu University are the culmination of the lifelong dedication of seasoned warriors. Every word carries immense weight. Even the lowest grade yellow-level techniques could ignite a frenzy outside. Yet now this young man who had somehow obtained access was treating the techniques as a game, flipping them haphazardly. Feng Qinghua's brows knitted tightly together. She exerted force in her right arm, slamming her cane heavily against the marble floor. This is utterly unacceptable. Say that again. Yuan Ning slammed both hands on the table, leaning forward with his eyes wide open. The head of the family, Yuan Lin's search team, has completely gone missing. Yuan Fu gritted his teeth and repeated, "What kind of joke is this?" Yuan Ning struck the desk with his palms, scattering the documents across the floor. A crank high-level warrior leading with 49 rank warriors. An all-around hunting team covering defense, long-range, and close combat, medical care, and reconnaissance. Yuan Ning stood upright. You're telling me they've all been wiped out? Head of the family, they are all missing, Yuan Fu quietly defended. Does it make any difference? Yuan Fu wiped his cold sweat. He took out a tablet which contained the last message sent back by Yuan Lin's team. Yuan Ning took a deep breath, loosened his collar, and sat down again to take the tablet. He opened the tablet, which displayed a video recorded by a shoulder camera. In the video, Yuan Lin and others were clearly disordered. The camera began to shake violently. The sounds coming through were chaotic, with the howling wind, shouts of grass, and a jumble of footsteps mixed together. Maintain formation. Don't scatter. No, this thing can't be blocked. Team leader Lin. This is... Run. Everyone ran separately. Suddenly, the camera's owner seemed to trip over something, falling forward into the grass. The scene rolled violently on the ground for several turns before finally freezing on the last frame. It was a sea of flowers engulfing the entire screen. Then the entire surveillance footage plunged into darkness. Yuan Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. He leaned back helplessly. After a long time, "After you help me connect to Governor Zheng Kaohai's office in Dongzhou," Yuan Ning instructed with his eyes closed. "Yes, head of the family." Half an hour later, Dongzhou Combat Command Center, large conference hall No. 1. The hall was spacious and brightly lit. The current heads of the top 10 families in Dongzhou were all present. The president of Dongzhou Martial Arts University, the minister of the Dongzhou Military Supply Department, the highest officials from the Dongzhou Public Security Bureau, Dongzhou Military Supply Office, Dongzhou Research Institute, and other major departments were also in attendance. In the center of the round table was a giant 3D holographic projection of the Dongzhou base. The highest official of Dongzhou, Governor Zheng Kaohai, sat at the main position. He glanced at Yuan Ning before clearing his throat. "Gentlemen, I have gathered everyone here due to an extremely serious, unexpected event occurring outside the city. Given the proximity, it is preliminarily assessed to pose a high-level threat. The specific situation will be explained first by the representative of the Yuan family." Hearing the voice, Yuan Ning slowly stood up. He first bowed and then sat back down. Everyone, more than half a month ago, my second son Yuan Tiancheng was tragically killed in a low-risk area about 30 miles outside the East City Gate. Yuan Ning's voice was heavy. Upon hearing the news of Yuan Tiancheng's death, the attendees raised their eyebrows slightly, but showed little surprise. The death of a spoiled son wasn't enough to alarm the entire top brass of Dongzhou. Everyone was waiting silently for more details. To search for Tiancheng's remains and clarify the cause, I recently dispatched a hunting team of 50 elite members from the Yuan family. Leading the team was Yuan Lin from our family, a crank high-level warrior. The other 14 members were all solid drank warriors. Yuan Ning continued. However, now this 50-member hunting team has gone completely missing. I have sent the last video from Yuan Lin's team to the tablets in front of you. After saying this, Yuan Ning closed his mouth. In the vast combat command center, only the sound of various bigwigs checking the tablet videos remained. 3 minutes passed. The attendees all put down the tablets in their hands, and many showed expressions of dread and confusion. The short video of just a few dozen seconds revealed information that was somewhat chilling. Zheng Qiuhai withdrew his gaze from the screen, scanning the round table, before finally resting on an elderly man with graying hair sitting upright. Director of the Dongzhou Research Institute, Comrade Chen Jin. Zheng Qiuhai called out. Governor. The elder, known as Chen Jin, adjusted his old-fashioned glasses in response. Comrade Chen Jin, based on your institute's research records of wild beast populations around Dongzhou for hundreds of years, can you identify what type of wild beast appeared in the video? Zheng Qiuhai asked in a deep voice. Chen Jin furrowed his brows and shook his head helplessly. The footage in the video is too chaotic. Moreover, the duration from the event occurring to the signal being cut off was too brief. Besides the last scene of the Sea of Flowers, there is no other valuable information in the footage. The old man paused, pointing at the tablet on the table. However, we can preliminarily consider a plant-type wild beast. At this point, a representative from the Tan family, sitting on the left side of the round table, suddenly spoke up. Everyone knows Yuan Lin's strength. He is already a crank high-level warrior before the age of 40, and he has a great chance to break through to rank before 60. It is absolutely impossible for a crank wild beast to have him completely at its mercy. Head of the Yuan family, can you determine the current life status of Yuan Lin and the 14 team members? Another official turned to Yuan Ning. Yuan Ning shook his head. They only have locators on them. Yuan Lin and all his team members' locators are still lit at the same coordinate point and have not been destroyed by external forces. Everyone knew very well what it meant if the locator was stationary. Only the dead would remain still. The scene fell into silence again. 50 elite warriors missing or even killed in a low-risk area just over 30 miles from a human-based city was like a sharp blade hanging over everyone's heads. No one could determine the extent of the crisis. Zheng Qiuhai, sitting in the leading position, looked grim. As the highest authority in Dongzhou, he absolutely could not allow such a super-hidden danger to arise under his watch. He raised his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the round table to lock onto a rugged middle-aged man sitting opposite him. Minister of the Weapons Department. Zheng Qiuhai's voice echoed in the meeting hall. Here, Governor. The middle-aged man stood up. Immediately mobilize the first emergency response team directly under the Weapons Department. Deploy a formal martial artist army of 100 equipped with a full set of heavy gear and head to the last known coordinates of Yuan Lin within 10 minutes. Zheng Qiuhai paused slightly before continuing. Bring 10 hound high-precision mechanical dogs. Once you arrive near the target area, avoid blindly approaching. Only send the mechanical dogs to investigate. Yes, Governor. In the War Center's conference hall, with a command from Governor Zheng Qiuhai, all the prominent figures gathered together began to leave their seats. Yuan Ning stood up, making eye contact with Tan Xiong, the head of the Tan family, and gestured slightly. Tan Xiong nodded, and the two of them walked out of the hall one after the other, finding an empty corner in the corridor. Yuan Ning sighed and said, Brother Tan, let's put an end to the engagement between your daughter and Tiancheng. Tiancheng does not have that fortune. Tan Xiong's expression became serious as he looked at Yuan Ning's somewhat haggard face and could only comfort him. Young Master Yuan, take care of yourself. No one could have anticipated such a thing. He felt a sense of relief in his heart, as Yuan Tiancheng was notorious for being a waste, but the man had just lost his son, so he couldn't express his joy. Yuan Ning waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on the deceased son, and instead asked, what about Xiaoxian? She got into Jingwu University with a bright future ahead. When does school start? On the 1st of next month. When it came to his daughter, a smile appeared on Tan Xiong's tense face. However, my daughter only managed to secure 5th place in this martial arts exam by a stroke of luck. If not for the candidate in the first place being directly removed from the list and leaving an open spot, Xiaoxian would have barely made it past Jingwu's admission cutoff. It would have been impossible otherwise. Yuan Ning nodded lightly. He was well aware that the candidate Tan Xiong mentioned was Lu Cheng, the one he almost misunderstood. Jingwu University's admission requirements are notoriously high throughout the Great Xia. In the Dongzhou base, which has a population of 3 million, the annual enrollment quota is strictly limited, with only the top 5 candidates in the martial arts exam having a chance of being admitted. And this is still just a probability. After all, if the top 5 were all rank, small Karami's admission would. In this martial arts exam, Lu Cheng's performance was astonishingly superior, causing a stir among the higher-ups in the capital, leading to his file being taken separately. It was precisely because his first-place title was left vacant and did not participate in the competition that the remaining candidates could compete for the other spots. Tan Xian was just lucky enough to land on the score line, which is how she secured her spot at Jingwu. Yuan Ning felt a hint of envy. Xiao Xian has exceptional talent. At such a young age, she is already a rank martial artist. By the time she graduates, she will surely reach crank, and her future achievements are limitless. Oh, it's not that easy. This child is obsessed with martial arts. Although there is still a long time until school officially starts, as soon as she received her student card from the school, she flew to the capital yesterday, saying she wanted to familiarize herself with the campus in advance. Yuan Ning listened quietly beside her, but felt a heavy heart. He only had 2 children in his life. The eldest went to develop in another base, and due to confidentiality regulations, he hadn't seen him in years. The second, Yuan Tiancheng, was a failure, and now he was abandoned in the wilderness with no clarity on how he died. What scared him even more was that he almost misunderstood Lu Cheng as the one who killed Yuan Tiancheng. It nearly caused a disaster. If it weren't for the timely reaction of his third uncle, who swiftly resolved the misunderstanding, he couldn't imagine how the Yuan family would withstand a few punches from Lu Cheng. Alright, let's not talk about these things anymore. Yuan Ning sighed, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The cooperation between our 2 families will continue, and the agreed-upon distribution shares will not be affected by the cancellation of the engagement. Good. Young Master Yuan, you are a straightforward person. Tan Xiong clasped his fists and said half-jokingly in a low voice, Young Master Yuan, let bygones be bygones. Life still goes on, or if it really doesn't work out, you are the youngest head among the 10 great families, so just have another one. After saying this, Tan Xiong took his leave. The corridor fell silent. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has meaning. Yuan Ning stood alone, stroking his chin, his gaze growing brighter. It seems this might not be impossible, Yuan Ning murmured to himself. He was not yet 50 years old this year, and as a crank high-level martial artist, this age was indeed in his prime. With the eldest not returning home, and the second dead, rather than fretting all day, why not train another one myself? If luck is on my side and I can give birth to a freak like Lu Cheng, wouldn't our Yuan family soar directly? The more Yuan Ning thought about it, the more he felt this idea was correct. The original despondency dissipated in an instant, and he hurriedly made his way back to the Yuan family manor. Meanwhile, in the library of Jingwu University, Lu Cheng was still flipping through the pages among the bookshelves. He naturally had no idea that he had become the template for the Yuan family head's son. Right now, all he wanted was to curse. The 413th yellow-level martial arts technique. Lu Cheng expressionlessly memorized a number in his mind, casually stuffing the water-splitting palm back on the shelf, and then pulled out a nearby mountain opening leg. He pressed his thumb against the page, making a rustling sound as his gaze swiftly scanned the text while his right hand was already flipping the pages back. He was like a relentless book-flipping machine. Just as Lu Cheng was immersed in flipping through books, a silver-haired old lady, just a few rows of bookshelves away from him, wore an expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. Feng Qinghua had been in the Jingwu library for decades. She had seen geniuses who could read 10 lines at a glance, as well as students with dull talents who could spend an entire day on a single martial arts technique. But in all her years, she had never seen anyone flip through books as if they were playing around. The old lady leaned on her wooden cane, standing still, but the air around her grew increasingly oppressive with each breath she took. All the students who were originally perusing books on the 3rd floor had long sensed that something was off with the librarian. Everyone tacitly took their martial arts techniques and distanced themselves from that area. The older students at Jingwu understood that this librarian, who usually seemed a bit unsteady while walking, was far from an ordinary old lady. Feng Qinghua. She was a veteran martial artist who had retired from the front lines. After stepping back from the battlefield, she engaged in education, and only in her later years did she come to the library. She was a rank martial artist. Amidst this somewhat suffocating atmosphere, the elevator door on the 3rd floor suddenly opened with a ding. Carrying a pink backpack with her hair tied in a high ponytail and dressed in a smart sports outfit, Tan Xian stepped out. She held a water cup in her hand, still lost in the insights she had gained from her earlier experience on the 2nd floor. Those lofty methods of circulating qi had opened up her path of cultivation. After this morning, one could say she had gained a lot. Then, thinking of heading directly to the third floor to see if she could select a suitable Xian-level martial arts technique to validate what she had just comprehended. However, the moment Tan Xian stepped out of the elevator, she froze in place. What is going on? Tan Xian looked around the hall in confusion. Why was the atmosphere on the vast third floor so oppressive? Those senior students were huddled together in the farthest corners, forming small groups. The source of the oppressive feeling was that grandmother librarian on the first floor. Tan Xian's scalp tingled. Was Jingwu University really that frightening? How could even a librarian exude an aura akin to that of a savage beast? As a newcomer to Jingwu, Tan Xian dared not make any unnecessary movements. She kept her head down, tiptoeing along the hall's wall, slowly moving forward, afraid that the sound of her footsteps would break the silence. Finally, the almost unbearable Feng Qinghua moved. The old lady snorted coldly and walked towards Lu Cheng. Tan Xian, tucked away in the corner, felt a twinge of curiosity. She slightly tilted her head, following Feng Qinghua's line of sight. Her gaze passed through the rows of bookshelves and finally landed on that person. Is it him? Lu Cheng's wrist ached from flipping through the book. Given his physique, it shouldn't hurt, but he felt it must be a psychological effect. While continuing to flip through, he suddenly caught sight of someone approaching from the corner of his eye. He didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just a passing student. Suddenly, he felt a void in his hand. His book had been snatched away. Lu Cheng was taken aback and turned to look, only to find that it was the elderly librarian who had taken the book. Ma'am, do you need something? Lu Cheng withdrew his hand, feeling quite perplexed. Feng Qinghua slammed her cane down on the floor twice. Young man, you've been here for half a day. Are you learning a martial art or searching for one? Lu Cheng pondered seriously for a second. Creating a martial art. As soon as those three words left his mouth, it was Feng Qinghua's turn to be stunned. The elderly lady stood still, staring at Lu Cheng for several seconds before bursting into laughter out of anger. Goodness, why don't you say you can knock over an agreed beast with one punch? In her lifetime, she had seen many arrogant geniuses, but Lu Cheng was undoubtedly the first to be so wildly unrestrained. After years of spiritual energy recovery, even the renowned agreed martial artists of the Great Xia would not dare to speak of creating a martial art. The birth of any martial art requires countless people to try and verify it. It's not as simple as concocting a random spiritual energy circulation route and calling it a martial art without even practicing it. Looking at this brash young man who dared to boast about creating a martial art after flipping through a few yellow-grade martial arts books in the library, she was incredulous. If it weren't for Feng Qinghua's years in education dulling her former killer instinct, she would have lost her cool by now. The elderly lady held back her frustration and asked with a forced smile, "So what kind of art are you creating? Elemental? Offensive? Defensive? Or perhaps supportive?" Lu Cheng blinked. There are so many distinctions. Creak. Feng Qinghua's left hand, hanging by her side, suddenly clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly. Good grief, my patience is wearing thin. She managed to suppress the curse that had nearly escaped her lips. This kid didn't even understand the fundamental classifications of martial arts, yet was here talking about creating one. The elderly lady took a deep breath, resisting the impulse to take action, and continued. Are you searching for inspiration? I noticed your speed in flipping through the books. You must be carefully referencing. Not really, I'm just browsing. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Feng Qinghua felt her with my temper. Do you think the title Crimson Flame Battle Queen is just for show? The elderly lady rolled up her sleeves, intending to teach this ignorant young man a lesson. Suddenly her phone vibrated in her pocket. Feng Qinghua paused, forcibly extinguishing her anger. She walked a few steps to a quieter area. Upon seeing the caller ID, she answered with a shout, "Hello, old worm." Spit it out quickly. In the administrative building, Cheng instinctively moved his ear away from the phone. He glanced at the number on the screen, confirming he had dialed correctly, and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Who provoked our Crimson Flame Battle Queen to rage like this?" "You don't need to know. Just get to the point. I'm in a hurry to teach someone a lesson." Feng Qinghua's gaze shifted back to Lu Cheng, who had started flipping through books again. Cheng chuckled helplessly on the other end of the line, saying, all right, I won't provoke you. I just came to remind you that if a kid named Lu Cheng is heading to the 4th floor, you should take him along. Although he has a pass, the 4th floor is special, and he probably doesn't know the way." "Got it. I understand, Lu Cheng, right?" Feng Qinghua replied absent-mindedly, then suddenly furrowed her brow, turned her body, and fixed her gaze on Lu Cheng. "Wait." The elderly lady, holding her phone, scrutinized the young man not far away. "Old worm, the Lu Cheng you mentioned. Is he the one dressed in cheap clothes, but looking quite clean and tidy?" Hearing this, Cheng nodded. "Yes, have you met him already?" Cheng glanced at his phone, confirming the call hadn't ended, and asked curiously, "Old phone, why aren't you speaking?" Feng Qinghua lowered her voice, her tone extremely strange. Old worm. At your age, you're still involved in that kind of nonsense. Huh? What nonsense? I was talking about him. All right, as an elder, I can't let him continue this reckless behavior. Beep. Feng Qinghua hung up the phone. In the principal's office, Cheng was left utterly confused, staring at his disconnected phone, muttering, "How bizarre. Oh well, I've already notified you anyway." Putting away his phone, Cheng shook his head and continued with his work. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the library, after hanging up Feng Qinghua's face broke into a smile once more. However, there was something sinister about that smile. Since this was a junior valued by the old worm, she could not allow this kid to continue causing trouble. As an elder, she felt it was imperative to help this wayward young man understand the value of being grounded and pragmatic. The elderly lady tucked her phone away and walked back toward Lu Cheng. She approached him slowly, raised her head, her face appearing extremely kind, and gently placed a hand on Lu Cheng's right shoulder. "Young man, you're quite diligent," Feng Qinghua said with a beaming smile. Lu Cheng had just pulled out the next martial arts book when he heard her voice and realized it was that elderly lady again. Upon hearing her praise, he instinctively thought she was complimenting his diligence for flipping through the books so industriously. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and smiled at Feng Qinghua, saying, "Oh no, you flatter me, ma'am. I'm just casually looking around. It's good for young people to be modest." Feng Qinghua's smile grew increasingly benevolent, but just as her words fell, a stream of pure spiritual energy began to gather in the hand resting on Lu Cheng's shoulder. As an established grade warrior, she had long mastered the manipulation of spiritual energy to the point of being effortless. When she pressed down, the force would penetrate through flesh and into the body. Not only would it not cause any significant harm to the warrior's bones and meridians, but it could also refine. However, this unique technique of utilizing spiritual energy would definitely cause a typical grade warrior to cry out in excruciating pain, kneeling on the ground and admitting fault. The elderly lady squinted her eyes, already envisioning the scene where this kid in great pain sincerely apologized to her, promising to study diligently in the future. Yet as time passed, seconds ticked by. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute. Lu Cheng had even finished flipping through one book, calmly pulling out another one next to it. Feng Qinghua raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Feng Qinghua, somewhat skeptical, doubled the output of her vital energy. The scorching energy flowed like a swimming dragon burrowing into Lu Cheng's body. Feng Qinghua continued to exert more force, her fingers beginning to apply pressure that would make an ordinary grade warrior cry out in pain. At this moment, Lu Cheng, who was fully immersed in reading, felt a slight warmth on his shoulder akin to a hot compress. His shoulder felt relieved, and he relaxed considerably. Then, sensing the force coming from his shoulder, Lu Cheng turned his head to glance at the owner of the hand. It was the elderly librarian from earlier, her silver hair framing a face that radiated kindness. Lu Cheng felt a surge of emotion within him. Jingwu University truly deserved its reputation as the top academy in the Great Xia. Even the librarian was so warm-hearted. Seeing him fatigued from reading, she even personally offered him a massage. "Thank you, ma'am. Your technique is truly authentic. My shoulder is just a bit sore." Lu Cheng turned his head and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Feng Qinghua. Feng Qinghua felt her right hand stiffen abruptly. Looking at Lu Cheng's clear and genuine eyes, she felt a sense of humiliation for the first time. What the hell authentic technique? The elderly lady took a deep breath and finally released her hand. She stepped back a few paces, her eyes began to reassess Lu Cheng's entire being. After her earlier probing, she discovered that this young man had astonishing bones, well-proportioned muscles, a full heavenly court, and abundant divine energy. It seemed that a terrifying power was hidden within him. Could it be that what this kid said earlier was not just nonsense? Is he truly creating a technique? Feng Qinghua, having lived for quite some time, still found it hard to believe that a young person could accomplish such an astonishing feat. After all, the birth of any technique requires years of accumulated experience and practical refinement, which is no easy task. Yet at this moment, faced with the enigmatic physique of Lu Cheng, she found herself at a loss. "Well then, I shall see what you can come up with. I will wait quietly." The elderly lady gave Lu Cheng a long look, then retracted her aura, transforming back into a kindly old woman. She chose not to linger here any longer, turning around, leaning on her cane, and slowly walking toward the elevator, ready to return to her information desk on the first floor. Until the elderly lady took the elevator down from the third floor, the students on the third floor remained dazed, completely unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "What's going on? Teacher Feng went over there with such great momentum, and she just gave that guy a shoulder massage and left. Is this some kind of volcanic eruption? Why is Teacher Feng taking a gentle approach today?" The veteran students exchanged glances, feeling their worldview had been severely shaken. Tao Xian, huddled in the corner, also did not understand the bizarre unfolding of events, but that did not stop her from looking at Lu Cheng with admiration. The man who had dazzled the entire East Zhou martial examination. Tao Xian's big eyes sparkled with an unusual light. So he is here at Jingwu University. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly her phone in her pocket vibrated violently. To maintain the silence in the library, she had deliberately set her phone to silent mode before entering. Tao Xian, puzzled, took out her phone to check. The caller ID displayed only 2 characters, Old Deng. Upon seeing this name, she immediately understood it was her father calling from afar in East Zhou. She glanced around, quickly walked to a secluded corner, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Father, I need to inform you about something, Tao Xian asked in a low voice. Yuan Tianqing from the Yuan family had an accident outside the city and has died. Therefore your engagement with him is officially cancelled from now on. Tao Xian stood frozen in place, her hand holding the phone suspended in midair. It took her a full 10 seconds to react, and an uncontrollable joy instantly flooded her face. Her brows arched like a crescent moon, and even her lips couldn't help but curve up, afraid she might laugh out loud in public. However, considering this was a public place and her father was on the other end, she forcefully suppressed her emotions. She looked around, cleared her throat, and asked in a serious tone, "When did this happen?" Hearing the evident change in his daughter's emotions, Tao Xiong could only shake his head helplessly. He knew better than anyone her aversion to the arranged marriage, and now hearing about her fiancé's death, her restraint from laughing was already impressive. "I'm not exactly sure of the time, but it was about half a month ago. His body was found 30 miles outside the East City Gate in a low-risk zone. What was the cause of his death? Did he provoke an enemy and get killed, or was he simply unlucky enough to encounter a savage beast? I don't know yet. The investigation is ongoing." Tao Xiong paused, his tone turning extremely serious as he instructed, "In any case, focus on your studies at school. For the next 3 months, no matter what happens, you must not return to East Zhou. Do you understand?" "Why?" Tao Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. "It's nothing, you just stay put and study at school." "Alright, got it." He'll hang up now. After ending the call, Tao Xian eagerly stuffed her phone back into her pocket, her hands forming excited fists as she waved them. The heavy stone pressing on her heart finally fell away. At the Tan family estate in East Zhou, Tao Xiong helplessly set down his phone, letting out a long sigh. Over the years, this family alliance had created a strained relationship between him and his daughter, making their interactions feel more like those between superior and subordinate. Every time his daughter finished a task and returned it was a formal report, there was hardly any heartfelt communication between them. This was not the situation he as a father wished to see. However, as the current head of the Tan family, he often had to prioritize the interests of the entire clan. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Now that the alliance with the Yuan family has been cancelled, but Xiao Xian's future marriage is still a worrying matter. Tao Xiong, hands behind his back, exited the door slowly, making his way to the garden. For some reason, a figure that had crushed all the talented heirs of the families during the East Zhou martial examination flashed through his mind. Lu Cheng is also in Kyoto. Tao Xiong paused, stroking his chin, and began to ponder. But he shouldn't be at Jingwu University. He might be at some fortress, which makes things tricky. Otherwise, with his talent, his future achievements could be limitless. If these 2 kids could develop something. East Zhou base outside East City. Everyone. No one is to cross the perimeter without explicit orders. He Qingji stood atop a heavy armored vehicle, shouting at the top of his lungs. Clad in black combat gear, he bore a square jaw and stubble. His gaze exuded unassailable authority. As overall commander of this operation, He Qingji was an experienced senior-tier, Class C martial cultivator. 100-strong task force had already deployed around the armored vehicle. Camp construction proceeded with astonishing speed. A high-voltage electric fence and anti-vehicle barriers encircled the perimeter, clearing a vast expanse of level ground. Each operative radiated calm, disciplined energy, and 1/5 were Class C martial cultivators. Such firepower alone could overwhelm even a medium-sized savage beast lair. He Qingji leapt down from the vehicle's roof. He glanced at the digital chronometer on his wrist. The red indicator pulsed with increasing urgency. According to the location data provided by the Yuan clan, Yuan Lin's squad had lost contact precisely 1 kilometer ahead. Zhou Qi, deploy the hounds. Yes, sir. A young martial cultivator with a close-cropped haircut and dark skin stepped forward briskly. He strode to a logistics truck nearby and opened its cargo bay. Inside lay 10 mechanical hounds, each standing waist-high, arranged with military precision. At Zhou Qi's command, 5 units. Hound 4 models, lit up with soft, steady glows. Go! Zhou Qi issued the order. With sinuous grace, the 5 machines sprang forward, vaulting over the perimeter line and vanishing into the dense forest ahead. Qingji and Zhou Qi entered a command tent. Inside, electronic instruments filled every surface. At its center loomed a massive screen divided into 5 synchronized feeds. All feeds originated from Ultra HD real-time cameras mounted on the hounds' heads. As the machines advanced, their views pierced through thick undergrowth and tangled foliage. After roughly 700 meters, the screen suddenly widened, revealing open space. Zhou Qi's grip tightened imperceptibly on the control joystick. Before them stretched a tranquil meadow, lush green grass dotted with wildflowers. A gentle breeze stirred the grasses into rippling waves. Were it not for prior intelligence confirming the site's lethality, any observer would have mistaken it for a serene, sun-dappled pasture. "Commander, look there." Zhou Qi narrowed his eyes, pointing toward the upper left quadrant of Feed 2. Qingji followed his gesture instantly. In one corner of the meadow lay a pile of objects whose hue seemed subtly wrong. As Zhou Qi maneuvered the hound closer, the details resolved with chilling clarity. It was a grotesque heap of bodies, tangled, overlapping limbs askew. Their uniforms confirmed them as Yuan Lin's squad. Yet every garment remained pristine and scathed. Beneath those intact clothes lay only bleached, glistening bones. Each skeleton struck a different pose, frozen mid-motion, frozen mid-flight. Amidst the vibrant flora, their stark whiteness radiating profound, unnatural dread. Both men paled. Qingji had faced savage beasts for decades, had witnessed severed limbs, eviscerated torsos, even human flesh reduced to viscous pulp, yet never flinched. But this scene defied all precedent. Dozens of cultivators stripped entirely, skin, muscle, blood, organs, vanished utterly, leaving garments untouched, as if peeled away by some invisible hand. Zhou Qi, collect a sample via remote hound. Qingji loosened his collar. Retrieve one corpse, only the nearest one. Do not advance further. Understood, Commander. Zhou Qi guided the hound to drag a body backward. All the while, Qingji's eyes remained locked on the screen, every rustle in the grass poised to unleash horror. Miraculously, no threat emerged, even as the corpse cleared the meadow's edge. 10 minutes later, inside the command tent, Qingji established a secure remote link with East Zhou Base's war room. The screen flickered, resolving into the austere interior of the war room. Only 3 figures occupied it, each a pillar of East Zhou's power structure. At the center sat Governor Zheng Qiuhai. To his left stood Minister Qiu Liang of the Martial Affairs Department. To his right, Jiang Jingkai, Director of the East Zhou Research Institute. "Sir, we have secured one corpse from Yuan Lin's squad, now sealed within a temporary bioisolation cabinet." Qingji stood ramrod straight, saluting crisply before the lens. Governor Zheng's expression remained grave and composed. He gave a slight nod, then turned to the elder beside him. "Director Jiang, this falls squarely within your domain." Jiang Jingkai's expertise in qi dynamics and savage beast physiology ranked unparalleled across Xia. Given the anomaly's unprecedented nature, he had personally assumed remote advisory command. Jiang Jingkai adjusted his spectacles, leaned closer to the screen, and spoke deliberately. "Commander, switch feed to the isolation cabinet. Instruct personnel to cut open the clothing." "Yes, sir." Inside a separate decontamination tent, 2 hazmat-suited technicians approached the transparent cabinet. With surgical precision, they began cutting along the garments, seams using specialized shears. The crisp snick of fabric echoed sharply in the tent. As layers of cloth fell away, the interior, captured by Ultra HD optics, streamed live to the war room display. Beyond the clothing, nothing remained but bone. Gently, the technicians turned the skeletal frame, empty, hollow, utterly devoid of tissue, sinew, or trace of flesh. More chilling still, bone marrow had been completely drained. "They've been dead less than a day." Jiang Jingkai stared fixedly at the feed, sinking deep into contemplation. His brows knotted into a deep, vertical furrow. No external wounds. Garments intact. Flesh and marrow alike. Absolutely gone. Could something have consumed them? Minister Qiu Liang ventured. Possibly. But while savage beasts devour flesh readily, none leave clothing immaculate and strip the body so utterly. Jiang Jingkai shook his head. Typical predation involves claws rending or teeth crushing. A large beast might swallow a man whole, clothes and all. This, however, suggests a coordinated assault by numerous small predators. Ants. Minister Qiu Liang probed. Federal archives documented swarms of mutated hematophagic ants, capable of reducing both humans and beasts to skeletons in seconds. Jiang Jingkai nodded once, then shook his head again. Small predators could infiltrate clothing to feed, but recall Yuan Lin's unit included 1 senior-tier Class C cultivator and 14 Class D operatives. Their strength was no mere formality. Moreover, the elder pointed emphatically at the screen. "Examine these bones closely. Insect predation invariably leaves microscopic tooth-mark striations on bone surfaces. Yet these bones are unnervingly smooth. Silence settled over the tent, thick with the weight of the unknown, the most unsettling force of all. Jiang Jinkai paused, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Into the microphone he commanded, "Commander, immediately conduct full biological scanning on the remains, then section the bone and examine its interior." "Understood, executing now." Cheng moved without hesitation. Half an hour later, the remote link re-established. His figure reappeared on the central screen. "Sir Minister Chiu, Director Jiang, the preliminary analysis is complete." His voice sounded parched, strained. "State the findings directly." Governor Zheng's face hardened. "Biological scan, no detectable life forms concealed within the remains." Cheng swallowed audibly, then stepped aside to reveal the diagnostic display behind him. However, the bone interior revealed catastrophic anomalies. He tapped the screen, zooming in on the results displayed for all to see. It showed a longitudinal cross-section of a human femur. Normally dense cortical bone and intricate trabecular cavities now lay exposed, transformed by fluorescent dye into a horrifying tableau. Within every chamber, every canal, every microscopic pore, grew a dense, interwoven network of crimson filaments, fine as capillaries pulsing with malignant vitality. "Sir," Cheng gestured at the image, a lattice of scarlet tendrils suffusing the bone like living veins. "The entire skeletal matrix is infested with fungal hyphae. After joining the Holy Pavilion, you will have the authority to mobilize all resources within the Great Xia Federation. Money, cultivation resources, military forces, martial representatives from Dong's house, great clans, and the heads of every department were present." In the center of the circular conference table, a massive three-dimensional projection glowed. Jiang Jinkai, director of the Dongzhou Research Institute, stood at the podium. His face was tired, yet his eyes remained razor-sharp. He tapped the table once. "Based on the skeletal samples Commander Cheng brought back yesterday and the Institute's overnight live analyses, we have convened this investigative briefing today." Jiang Jinkai's voice echoed through the hall. "To begin, we can preliminarily determine that the entire Yuan Lin squad, 50 members in total, including Yuan Tiancheng, who died outside the city half a month ago, perished from the same unknown fungus." An image appeared on the tablets before everyone, a cellular slice magnified by hundreds, accompanied by explanatory notes beneath. "Through the overnight detections carried out by Commander He and his team, we found these hyphae spreading extensively underground. The active area we have confirmed already spans a radius of 2 kilometers. As he spoke, the central projection shifted into a mesh model, the underground structure of the fungus. A representative of one of the clans raised his hand to speak. After Jiang Jinkai signaled him to proceed, the man frowned and asked, "Director Jiang, exactly what kind of fungus is this?" "Logically, even a mutated fungus would at most be poisonous. It should not actively consume people, nor could it so rapidly reduce a body to bare bones." Jiang Jinkai nodded, unsurprised by the question. "Ordinary fungi indeed cannot accomplish that." His tone grew solemn. "According to our research, this life form should perhaps be called a fungal-type wild beast." He touched the control panel and played a video transmitted by Cheng. On the screen, an operations team led a fully grown live cow into the area where Yuan Lin and the others were killed. The cow landed 4 hooves on the green grass and immediately began to graze, seemingly at ease. 2 minutes later, the tranquil meadow changed in an instant. Countless white hyphae surged from the ground like a tide, erupting through the grass. They climbed up the cow's limbs and rapidly covered its body. The animal only managed a few desperate struggles before going still. The cow's orifices were pierced by innumerable filaments. Within a single minute, it was eaten clean, and most of the white hyphae retreated back into the soil. All that remained was a pale skeleton which clattered apart onto the grass. A chill of drawn breath swept through the entire hall. Therefore, based on this live experiment, we preliminarily judge that the meadow carpeted with flowers and grass is the core area where this wild beast is most active. Jiang Jinkai's expression was grave. The representatives below showed varied reactions. Yuan Ning, seated in the front row, had turned ashen. Now it was doubtful whether his son's bones could even be recovered. Then another thought struck him. How had Lu Cheng retrieved Tiancheng's backpack in the first place? According to the Institute's current detections, any living thing approaching that area would die. Yet Lu Cheng had emerged unharmed. That was absurd. Yuan Ning sighed. He had originally planned to wait for the investigation to finish, then send people to recover his son's remains for burial. That idea could now be abandoned. The place was a no-go zone for the living. Whoever entered would die. Or perhaps send a mechanical dog. No one knew Yuan Ning's private train of thought. Jiang Jinkai's briefing continued. Fortunately, from the behavior patterns we've captured of these hyphae, it appears the wild beast does not possess advanced intelligence. Its current actions seem driven more by biological instinct. He swept his gaze over the assembled Given its horrific record, having killed one grade high-level martial artist and 14 grade martial artists, the Institute unanimously recommends classifying this unknown wild beast as Brank Initial Tier. Because it does not appear in the Daxia Federation's Wild Beast Registry, and is therefore a completely new species, the Institute has named it Junju. Jiang Jinkai paused and set aside the files. If any representative has questions, you may raise them. Tan Xiong, head of the Tan family, was the first to raise his hand. Glancing at his tablet, he asked gravely, Director Jiang, how fast does Junju spread? Is it possible it could extend into our Dongzhou city? His question cut to the heart of every person present. The countryside might be dangerous, but as long as it did not enter the city, people felt relatively safe. If, however, it tunneled beneath the ground and into the city, that would be a far greater threat. Jiang Jinkai did not hide it. There is that possibility. Although so far it has been active only outside the city, fungal growth is inherently unpredictable. Therefore, our next plans and research direction must focus on how to eradicate it completely. Even if its actions are purely instinctual, the level of danger remains exceedingly high. The meeting proceeded and various departments began discussing concrete solutions. Yet for most representatives, the dread that had hung over them eased somewhat. The unknown is the most terrifying. Once the nature of an opponent is understood, even a Brank wild beast can be met with a solution. At the same time, in the Dongzhou Research Institute, 3 floors below the main building, the Special Biological Laboratory, a whole skeletal frame lay quietly upon the dissection table. 3 researchers in fully sealed hazmat suits clustered around the table, each holding various precise instruments. Incredible. I've been at the Institute for years. This is the first time I've seen a fungal-type wild beast. The young male researcher on the left held a small bone rasp, inspecting the skeleton's details as he could not help but exclaim. In the Daxia Wild Beast Registry, most entries are beast-type or plant-type. A creature that attacks warriors via hyphae truly shattered their prior understanding. Fewer words, steadier hands. The older male researcher across from him used tweezers to lift a section of finger bone and cautioned, ensure full isolation. No one knows whether this fungal wild beast might spread through spores in the air. It can't be. This skeleton is filled with hyphae. We haven't found any spores, the young researcher replied dismissively. Enough quiet, and focus on the work. The female researcher standing in the center cut off their discussion. She wore gloves and held an electric saw. Open the skull and see what's inside. The 2 male researchers closed their mouths and stepped forward, one on each side, to steady the skull. The saw's fine teeth met the cranium with a piercing whine. A trickle of white bone dust fell as the skull cap was cut away, leaving a neat opening. The 3 leaned in, beneath their visors 3 pairs of eyes peered into the cranial cavity. By previous inference, the inside should have been like the limb bones, densely filled with hyphae. Yet the instant the skull cap was lifted, their movements froze. In the center of the cranial cavity, a blood-red, uncanny flower was quietly blooming. Jingdu Martial Arts University, first floor library information desk. Morning light filtered through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long, slender shadows across the polished floor. Feng Qinghua sat on her chair and stifled a yawn. She rubbed her slightly sore temples and instinctively glanced upward. That young man on the 3rd floor hadn't descended all night. According to Jingdu Martial Arts University library regulations, the doors were locked promptly at 10 o'clock each evening. Yet last night he had remained upstairs without descending. Given his exceptionally high-tier borrowing card status and the personal request made by the elderly Shi Cheng, Feng Qinghua chose to let it be. At one point she even brought him some biscuits and water. I wonder whether he's uncovered anything meaningful yet, she murmured to herself, lifting her thermos cup and sipping warm tea. Ever since yesterday's tentative inquiry yielded no results, Feng Qinghua's mindset had subtly shifted. Her experience told her that for an inexperienced youth to devise a martial art from scratch was little more than a fool's fantasy. Yet observing Lu Cheng's unwavering, almost oblivious focus, a quiet spark of anticipation flickered within her. After all, with nothing pressing to attend to, waiting here posed no inconvenience. Should he fail, she could effortlessly assume the role of elder mentor and offer gentle guidance. Meanwhile, on the library's 3rd floor, Lu Cheng's fingers skimmed rapidly along the edges of the pages. Rustle, rustle. He flipped the manual cover to cover in seconds. The 1000th yellow rank manual. Lu Cheng slid the volume back into its narrow slot on the shelf. Once the book was returned, he stood motionless, dazed and unblinking. Thanks to his cultivation of the divine elephant prison subduing art, his body remained robust, his muscles and meridians utterly free of fatigue. His physique bore no strain, but his mind was utterly exhausted. Lu Cheng felt as though even his eyeballs had gone numb. It was like staying awake all night just as sleep beckoned, only for sparrows to erupt in shrill chorus outside the window. Ding! Condition fulfilled. 1,000 yellow rank manuals reviewed. Please continue reviewing 100 Azure rank manuals to unlock the Heaven and Earth Crucible function. The chime resonating inside his mind made the veins on Lu Cheng's forehead pulse. He clenched his fists tightly. A silent curse escaped his thoughts as he leaned against the bookshelf, catching his breath for half a minute. Eventually, he relaxed his grip. Having come this far, abandoning the endeavor would render everything futile. He carefully scanned the signage and located the Azure rank manual section. Compared to the densely packed shelves of yellow rank manuals, the Azure rank section was markedly sparser. Yet a quick survey revealed several hundred volumes in total. He approached a nearby rack and withdrew the outermost manual. The moment it touched his palm, Lu Cheng's brow furrowed. Azure rank manuals dwarfed their yellow rank counterparts, not only in physical thickness, but also in conceptual depth. Intricate meridian pathways, subtle chi manipulation principles, all demanded far greater mastery. The manual he now held, Chi Yuan Slash, measured nearly 3 fingers thick. He activated his prior method, accelerating his page-turning speed to its absolute limit. Yet, even at peak velocity, completing a full review of this single manual consumed nearly 2 minutes. 2 minutes per volume meant 200 minutes for 100 volumes. Gazing at the rows of shelves before him, Lu Cheng sighed, resignedly dragged over a nearby stool, and resumed his relentless, emotionless turning of pages. In a distant reading nook, Tan Xian cradled a cup of milk tea, though a martial manual lay open on her desk. Her eyes kept drifting, again and again, toward Lu Cheng. Having returned home yesterday and returned this morning, she was astounded to find him still there. Is this how geniuses study? Tan Xian nibbled the straw of her milk tea, her gaze alight with curiosity and quiet scrutiny. She noted clearly Lu Cheng stood squarely within the Azure rank manual section. Azure rank manuals were exceedingly rare across Daxia. For ordinary martial artists, obtaining even one was enough to found a lineage. None treated them lightly. Each was revered like sacred scripture, studied word by word, character by character, terrified that even a single misstep in practice might trigger spiritual backlash and madness. Yet the man across the aisle, his manner of handling the books was astonishingly casual. Pages flickered before his eyes like leaves caught in a breeze. Could he possibly be conducting a comprehensive survey, reading every manual in Jingdu Martial Arts University's collection, distilling essence from dross? Tan Xian pondered inwardly, the hypothesis growing ever more plausible with each passing thought. How extraordinary, such a thick Azure rank manual, and he finishes it in just 2 minutes. Her eyes lingered on Lu Cheng's sharp, clean profile and perfectly proportioned frame. So absorbed, she momentarily forgot to breathe. From yesterday until now, he had not paused, not once. Doesn't he tire? It's already been over a day and night. His stamina is truly exceptional. A faint flush warmed Tan Xian's fair cheeks. She lowered her head and hastily sucked down a long gulp of milk tea, masking the sudden scatter of her thoughts. 3 hours later, 99th Azure rank manual. With expressionless precision, Lu Cheng slid the manual break mountain blade back into place. Without pause, he extended his right index and middle fingers, pinching the adjacent manual, High Art, and pulled it free. 2 minutes later, Lu Cheng reversed his hand and returned High Art to its slot. 100th. Ding. System confirmation: 1,000 yellow rank manuals and 100 Azure rank manuals reviewed. Prerequisite task completed. Congratulations. The Heaven and Earth Crucible function has been officially unlocked. Boom. At that instant, the modest system interface blazed with dazzling radiance. Countless golden streams spiraled wildly along its borders, shimmering with incandescent brilliance. Moreover, as the golden light intensified, celestial phoenixes and auspicious cranes seemed to sing in harmonious resonance within his ears. Such a grand spectacle. Fortunate no one else can see it. Lu Cheng's spirit surged anew. Heaven and Earth Crucible. Even the name exudes overwhelming majesty. He rubbed his nose, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he watched the golden luminescence gradually subside. With a final resonant vibration, the dazzling golden effects finally dispersed. A pristine new interface unfolded before Lu Cheng, centered upon a solitary floating silhouette resembling an ancient alchemical cauldron. The moment Lu Cheng recognized it, his grin froze mid-expression. Staring at the silver-white cylindrical object before him, he erupted in disbelief. System, this isn't a rice cooker. Ding. This is the Heaven and Earth Crucible. Then what does the inscription "cook rice" signify? Lu Cheng pointed directly at the button labeled Start Cook Rice. The system paused, silent for several seconds. Then before his eyes the label dissolved and reappeared as Start Refining. Lu Cheng's forehead darkened with a cascade of invisible sweat, and silently raised a thumb in grim, begrudging admiration. No matter how much this heaven and earth furnace resembled a rice cooker, it successfully unlocked its functions. Lu Cheng suppressed the impulse to punch this broken system, and silently issued the command system, Check Personal Panel. With a buzzing sound the familiar light screen appeared. Name Lu Cheng. Level A National Protector Warrior. Vitality 89788019. Experience 100000000. Techniques Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, Great Wilderness, Shattering Stars Fist 9, turns Thunderbolt Technique, Mystical Sea of Condensation Technique. Over 8 million vitality. The number of a level warriors surpassing the 1 million threshold is unknown. However, Lu Cheng did not know how far he was from this level martial saint. He planned to look for knowledge on this topic when he returned. It's time to seek Earth-level techniques. Lu Cheng stretched lazily, and his bones crackled. He moved his somewhat stiff neck, turned around, and strode toward the elevator. Until Lu Cheng's figure completely disappeared, Tan Xian, sitting in the corner, finally released the straw from her mouth. The straw had been bitten into a somewhat deformed shape, the milk tea in her cup long gone, and it was now all crumpled. Tan Xian stared longingly in the direction Lu Cheng had left, her delicate little face filled with conflict. Should I chase after him now to get his phone number? Tan Xian was having a mental struggle. She was dying to know how this ordinary warrior who was about the same age as her and had no background became so powerful. He was so strong during the Eastern State Martial Examination, and now that he has entered the capital's Martial Academy, he must be even more impressive. But he really is a peculiar person. Tan Xian ultimately did not dare to chase after him and slumped back into her chair. Lu Cheng had actually noticed the somewhat strange gaze behind him. However, he did not pay it any mind, thinking it was just a regular female student from the capital's Martial Academy. After all, he had spent an entire day and night flipping through books in the library without stopping, so he was probably already quite well known at the school. It was normal for her to look at him a couple more times. The elevator descended. Ding. They arrived at the first-floor hall. It was still as quiet as ever, the sunlight reflecting off the floor. Lu Cheng approached the consultation desk, where the elderly administrator seemed to be dozing off. It wouldn't be polite to disturb the elderly lad's sleep, but Lu Cheng was the epitome of respect for the elderly and love for the young. Hello. Lu Cheng stepped forward and gently tapped his finger on the table twice. Ah! Feng Qinghua jolted awake immediately. Her somewhat cloudy eyes had not yet fully focused, and one hand was fumbling around on the table, clearly searching for her glasses. Lu Cheng picked up the glasses from the edge of the table and handed them to the elderly lady. Oh, it's you. Feng Qinghua took the glasses and perched them on her nose, awkwardly clearing her throat. Once she recognized it was Lu Cheng, she asked, so how was it? Did you manage to figure something out after spending the whole day up there? Lu Cheng honestly nodded. Yes, I have a bit of an idea now. That's why I want to look up Earth-level techniques, but I just went around up there and found that there are none above the 3rd floor. Hearing Lu Cheng say he had an idea, Feng Qinghua took it as the youthful pride of not wanting to admit having wasted time, and she did not press further. Earth-level techniques are strategic resources of the Great Xia, and they certainly can't be casually placed on shelves for students to browse. The elderly lady stood up, supporting herself with her hands on the table, and casually grabbed the wooden cane leaning against the wall. You kid have a high enough borrowing card privilege, follow me. Saying this, Feng Qinghua began to walk briskly toward a deeper part of the hall, leaning on her cane. Lu Cheng quickened his pace to closely follow behind. To accommodate the elderly lady, he deliberately slowed down his steps. They first passed through the 1st floor filled with towering bookshelves, then navigated around the outer reading area, and finally made their way past an even deeper layer of bookshelves. The surrounding air grew increasingly quiet, and the lighting gradually dimmed. Lu Cheng walked while curiously looking up at the metallic signs hanging above. When he saw a distinctly humanoid figure at the corner, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and exclaim, no wonder it's the capital's Martial Academy. Their confidentiality work is truly top-notch. Earth-level techniques are actually hidden in the restroom. Feng Qinghua, walking ahead, suddenly halted. The elderly lady turned her head and shot Lu Cheng a glare through her glasses. The elderly need to take care of business after a nap. Wait here. With that, Feng Qinghua hurriedly walked into the ladies' restroom, her pace somewhat brisk. In the corridor, only Lu Cheng remained standing in place, rubbing his nose with a bemused expression. A few minutes later, Feng Qinghua emerged from the restroom, shaking the droplets of water from her hands. She led Lu Cheng into an office at the end of the corridor. The office was simply furnished with a desk, 2 sofas, and a massive rising sun painting covering the entire back wall. In the painting, a red sun was leaping up from the tumultuous sea. Feng Qinghua approached the enormous artwork and pointed to the center of the painting. Come, take out your card and place it here. Lu Cheng pulled out the white borrowing card from his pocket, stepped forward, and placed it at the center of the rising sun. Ding! Identification successful. An electronic prompt echoed in the room. Following that, the entire massive picture frame began to slowly slide open to the sides. Mechanical sounds emanated from within the wall, and a 1-meter thick alloy steel door recessed inward, revealing a futuristic metal elevator cabin right before the two. Let's go. Feng Qinghua stepped in first, and Lu Cheng closely followed. Upon entering the elevator, Lu Cheng immediately glanced at the control panel beside him. The entire panel was bare with only a single number, 4. The elevator doors closed silently. As the machine started, Lu Cheng felt a distinct sense of weightlessness under his feet, accompanied by a faint. Feng Qinghua leaned against the elevator's alloy wall, glanced at Lu Cheng, and calmly explained, the 4th floor is built deep underground the library, and is where the core secrets of the capital's martial academy are kept. Lu Cheng outwardly displayed a look of sudden enlightenment, nodding repeatedly to show his understanding. However, inside he couldn't help but silently mock. The logic of the 4th floor being 1 level below ground seemed reasonable. Not. Regardless of how ridiculous the naming of this level came about, the elevator's descent speed quickly slowed. Whoosh! After a faint sound of pressure released, the heavy metal door swung open to both sides. Outside the elevator was an expanse of darkness devoid of any light, and it felt particularly cold. Feng Qinghua took the borrowing card from Lu Cheng's hand. She turned and inserted the card into a slot on the wall. Bang! 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 A series of switch sounds echoed in the darkness. A massive underground space the size of a football field was revealed, illuminated by blinding lights. Lu Cheng squinted slightly, and after adapting to the light, he began to examine his surroundings curiously. There were no bookshelves or cabinets here. On the smooth mirror-like floor, 36 half-human metallic surfaces were arranged in an extremely orderly fashion. At the center of each metallic surface, there was a nearly transparent protective shield. Inside the protective shield lay books that were quietly resting, their pages yellowed with age. Alright, all 36 Earth-level techniques that our capital's martial academy has recorded since its establishment are right here. Feng Qinghua pulled the card out of the slot and handed it back to Lu Cheng, her tone carrying an unmistakable pride. According to school rules, these techniques can only be browsed in this room and absolutely cannot be taken out this door. However, if you want to make copies, no one will stop you. Just as the elderly lady finished speaking. Ding! Detecting 36 Earth-level techniques. Do you wish to input all of them? Lu Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, so I don't need to flip through them one by one. Required. Lu Cheng's smile faltered again. Then why the hell did you just ask me that? Executing pro. Lu Cheng approached the nearest metallic surface, peering through the transparent protective shield, and what met his eyes was a technique he was very familiar with, golden elephant technique. Feng Qinghua did not know where she had gotten a small stool, and she sat there at the elevator entrance. She saw Lu Cheng walk up to the first metal platform and begin rapidly flipping through the martial arts manuals. The sound of pages turning echoed clearly in the vast underground space. A few dark lines suddenly appeared on her forehead. Could this kid treat the Earth-level martial arts manuals in the same way? She shouted at him directly. Hey, be careful, any of these books here is older than I am. These are cultural relics. Cultural relics. Be gentle. Lu Cheng replied, and deliberately lightened his grip as he continued to read through the manuals. Feng Qinghua sighed. She no longer thought this was the confidence of a young genius. Earth-level martial arts manuals can be cultivated all the way to an A-grade national martial artist, and their learning difficulty is far greater than that of the Xian-level manuals. The challenge lies not in the qi circulation routes, but primarily in comprehension. If observed closely, one would find that the 36 Earth-level manuals are much thinner than those Yellow-level and Xian-level manuals outside. Some of the most famous manuals contain only a few illustrations in total. These are the original documents left by the creators of the techniques, each one a priceless treasure. In the black market, one might buy Yellow-level or even Xian-level manuals, but Earth-level manuals are absolutely unavailable. Simply put, no one would sell them. Moreover, the difference between the original Earth-level manuals and their copies is immense. Yellow-level and Xian-level manuals can be printed and distributed to many people who can then learn from them and achieve great mastery with effort. However, Earth-level manuals must be studied based on the originals for better understanding. Every manual here is handwritten by the creators themselves, and the spiritual imprints they left behind are of utmost importance. Without studying the originals, even having a strong talent would only allow one to grasp the surface. The reason the golden elephant technique is used as a test in martial exams is also due to this. Feng Qinghua looked at Lu Cheng, who was using only his eyes to observe without utilizing qi or spiritual visualization, and wondered what he could possibly discern. She did not know where she had found a thermos and took a sip after unscrewing the lid. She quietly sat on the stool watching what martial arts manual Lu Cheng would ultimately choose. Lu Cheng quickly stopped his movements. He had flipped to the last page and casually placed the golden elephant technique back in its spot, sealing the protective cover once more. This manual was almost identical to the one he had released during the Eastern State Martial exam, the only difference being that the original had 3 additional visualization illustrations. Those 3 pages contained no text, but featured an illustration of a towering figure, another of an elephant standing firmly on the ground, and the last of a dragon soaring in the sky. The illustrations were vividly lifelike. Ding! Earth-level manual golden elephant technique has been recorded. Would you like to activate the heavenly furnace immediately? The system's prompt sound rang out. Lu Cheng realized what this meant. The system indicated that he could record while simultaneously refining in the background. Activate. Ding. Heavenly furnace activated. In the next moment, Lu Cheng saw the rice cooker pop out again. The lid of the rice cooker opened with a click. Following that, the 1,000 yellow-level manuals and 100 Xian-level manuals he had recorded on the 3rd floor transformed into countless dense characters and flew into the inner pod of the rice cooker like rivers converging into the sea. Finally, accompanied by a dull roar of an elephant, a golden elephant silhouette radiating dazzling light emerged from the air and dove into the pot. The lid closed automatically. The cook rice, no refined button lit up. Lu Cheng stared blankly at the abstract rice cooker furnace in front of him, unable to suppress a smile. He suddenly felt his sins were a bit heavy. If he hadn't blown up the old system, the new system wouldn't have to be so rudimentary and abstract. Lu Cheng gently shook his head and ignored the rice cooker. He moved on to the next Earth-level manual. Feng Qinghua had been closely monitoring Lu Cheng's movements. That must be the golden elephant technique. A glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. I see the golden elephant technique is easy to start, but extremely difficult to master. This kid chose to give up after only glancing at it a couple of times, which shows he has some self-awareness. He is quite a sensible little guy. As a reclusive old lady who usually stays in the library, Feng Qinghua hardly pays attention to news from the outside world and naturally knows nothing about the recent stir caused by Lu Cheng in Eastern State and Kyoto. In fact, given her status, if she wanted to know, she could easily obtain the latest news, but she simply did not care about these matters. After all, Lu Cheng had already demonstrated the golden elephant technique at the level of dual dragons and dual elephants during the Eastern State Martial exam. Let him take his time choosing. As for creating techniques, it's still too early. Selecting a legacy from a predecessor is not disgraceful at all. Feng Qinghua believed she had seen through everything. Lu Cheng found that the Earth-level manuals were all quite thin and the speed of recording was even faster than he had expected. Ding. Earth-level manual Ninefold Heaven Blade has been recorded. Ding. Earth-level manual Indestructible Qi has been recorded. The system's prompt sounded continuously. Inside the rice cooker, from time to time, shadows of knives, sword energies, or various bizarre shapes dove inside. 15 minutes later, Lu Cheng held the last Earth-level manual. Ding. Earth-level manual 10 Directions Martial Dao has been recorded. As the system's prompt concluded, Lu Cheng closed the 36th Earth-level manual. This manual had only 10 pages of paper aside from the cover, each depicting a faceless figure performing a different action. Just as the pages closed. Ding. All 36 Earth-level manuals have been recorded. Starting to customize a brand new technique for the host, the heavenly furnace refining begins. Boom. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky from Lu Cheng's body at the moment the system's prompt sounded. Lu Cheng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. The golden beam of light quickly broke through the underground space, without any hesitation, piercing through to the ground floor in an instant. The first floor of the library. A boy in a Jingwu University uniform looked somewhat dazed as he stared at the chat interface on his phone. Just seconds ago, he had received a message from the senior he had a crush on. You are a good person. When this boy trembled, his fingers typed out a long string of text in the input box and pressed send. He only received a conspicuous exclamation mark. The boy felt as if the world had collapsed at that moment. His throat felt sour, and his eyes turned red, wanting nothing more than to cry. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot up from beneath his feet, soaring out of the library and reaching the skies. The other chubby boy sitting across from him, who was engrossed in his phone, jumped up from his seat. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at his glowing classmate, letting out a startled cry. Damn, my bro is a big shot. At the Kyoto Martial Arts University in the hall of the first floor of the library, Suze stood dazedly in place looking down at his hands and surveying the golden pillar of light enveloping him. His eyes were filled with confusion. This pillar of light appeared grand and dazzling. Yet as the person at the center of the pillar, Suze felt no discomfort, no overwhelming power surged within him, and his energy reserve remained at the grade level. Everything else was unchanged. However, this towering golden pillar of light could not be a mere illusion. Suze swallowed hard, feeling the astonished gazes of his classmates around him. The dejection from a recent heartbreak was replaced by an indescribable excitement. Could it be that I have truly awakened something extraordinary? He instinctively straightened his back, allowing the golden light to wash over him. The chubby guy across from him had already taken out his phone, furiously snapping pictures. Not just him, but the students in the hall also reacted, raising their phones to take photos and record videos. In just a few minutes, the campus forum of Jingwu University had exploded with activity. Countless posts with exaggerated titles emerged, quickly dominating the homepage. Shocking. Sophomore commoner, Suze awakens for the second time, breaking through the grade barrier in a second. Front row spectators. A male student in the library exhibits celestial phenomena, suspected to be the illegitimate child of a hidden family. Against the heavens. Suze's second awakening. The reason is suspected to be due to being cuckolded. A deep dive into Suze's awakening journey, discussing the ultimate catalytic effect of the good person card on martial arts mindset. As the news on the forum went viral, more and more students skipped their classes, rushing towards the direction of the library, guided by the golden pillar of light. Ruan Ning was in a theory class taught by a pedantic professor who lectured in a monotonous manner, causing many students to doze off. Feeling utterly bored, Ruan Ning took out her phone to scroll. By chance, she stumbled upon the news on the campus forum. Suze. Is he the junior who wanted to pursue me? Ruan Ning pondered for a moment, recalling that there seemed to be such a person. She flipped through the posts. What does it mean when an ex-girlfriend wants to regret and pursue again? She rolled her eyes in exasperation. There were always guys like Suze confessing their feelings every so often. Boring. Closing that post casually, she started watching the live videos. But what is this? Outside the library, the pillar of light stood quietly between heaven and earth, maintaining its form for a long time, without any signs of weakening. In the underground space, Feng Qinghua had already stood up. She took off her glasses, staring blankly at the center of the hall. The young man named Lu Cheng was sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a golden pillar of light. What on earth is this? He clearly did nothing, just flipped through the martial arts manual. Ding. The system has absorbed the essence of 36 Earth-level martial arts, 100 mysterious-level martial arts, and 1,000 yellow-level martial arts, officially initiating martial arts construction. As the system notification sounded, the phenomena surrounding Lu Cheng suddenly intensified. Countless phantoms began to emerge at the edges of the light pillar. A phantom resembling a godly elephant made entirely of gold let out a long howl, followed by the spiraling image of an ancient true dragon dancing in tandem with the elephant. After the dragon and elephant, countless sharp blades of light crisscrossed, as if intending to tear apart this underground space. Subsequently, 3,000 golden lotus flowers emerged from the void. Further on, 10 indistinct figures stood in different directions, each striking an ancient pose, exuding an aura of invincibility. With the addition of these phenomena, the pillar of light began to expand outward. A powerful aura surged forth, akin to an awakening ancient beast shaking everything. The shockwave traveled along the pillar and reached the hall on the first floor. The students surrounding Suze finally sensed that something was amiss. The energy fluctuations emitted by the pillar had transformed from harmless warmth to an extremely domineering force. The air rippled, directly pushing the group of people at the front outwards. And Suze, who was originally standing at the very center of the pillar and posing to experience the awakening sensation, was the first to be swept away by this shockwave. As everyone looked at Suze sprawled on the ground, then turned back to see the still standing, even thicker golden pillar of light, they finally understood. A commotion erupted among the crowd. Good heavens. All this time it turns out this has nothing to do with this guy. So what is this thing? Did the basement explode? The library? There wouldn't be a high-energy radiation leak, would there? Whatever it is, everyone retreat for now. This pressure is terrifying. Ew, I have a nosebleed. A boy in the front row covered his nose, blood flowing down between his fingers. All the students, upon seeing this, were instantly terrified and rushed to retreat outside the library doors, fearing they would be caught in the aftermath. The professors and higher-ups at the school also sensed the terrifying fluctuations and hurried towards the library. The first to arrive at the scene was the principal of Jingwu University, Cheng. Though small in stature, his arrival was like a stabilizing force. Everyone withdraw 50 meters away from the library square. Faculty, maintain order. As soon as Cheng arrived, his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. The chaotic crowd seemed to find their anchor, quickly quieting down and retreating in an orderly manner. Even with Cheng's cultivation, he realized that the library was already filled with that violent spiritual energy, and recklessly entering could provoke a more intense reaction. He could only stand with his hands behind his back in the small square outside the library, observing from a distance. Cheng raised his head, his gaze deeply focused on the pillar of light piercing through the building, his brows slightly furrowing. That direction is the 4th floor. The term 4th floor was an internal code used by the school to refer to the Earth-level martial arts collection room. The name had been personally set by Cheng. A young man's face flashed through his mind. It couldn't be that little brat Lu Cheng, could it? He went there yesterday and seems not to have come out. Cheng looked around, confirming that there was no sign of Lu Cheng. But a trace of doubt flashed in Cheng's eyes. I don't recall any of those 36 Earth-level martial arts having such an exaggerated phenomenon. The golden elephant technique may manifest the dragon and elephant phantoms, but what about those cross-cutting blades of light? Just as he was puzzled, changes occurred within the pillar of light. A phantom fingerprint resembling a giant pillar supporting the heavens flickered among the myriad phenomena. Seeing this extremely familiar fingerprint, Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted. He immediately recognized it. That was the Earth-level martial art he specialized in. Fearless finger. What on earth is this? Cheng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The phenomenon in the library continues unabated. A massive golden pillar of light accompanied by countless phantoms bursts through the heavens, completely dispersing the heavy clouds in the sky. It is noon, with the sun high in the sky pouring down its rays. All the teachers and students stand in the square, squinting against the glaring sunlight, looking up in awe. As they gaze at the roaring dragons and elephants, the glint of swords, and the giant fingers that encircle the pillar of light, everyone feels their horizons have been thoroughly broadened. The scene is even more thrilling than witnessing a battle between a class warriors. The phenomenon lasts a full hour. During this time, some attempted to stream it live, but were stopped by the school. Though the great pillar of light can be seen from 10 miles away without any official announcement, the school has plenty of reasons to cover it up. Ning quickly tidied her things and slung a simple mini backpack over her shoulder. Her gaze, however, remains fixed on her phone. So it wasn't the junior who caused this phenomenon. The campus forum quickly filled with the latest updates. It confirmed that the phenomenon had nothing to do with Suze. Ning immediately realized this. She tightened the straps of her backpack and hurried towards the library. Finally, after class, she wanted to see it for herself. Ning could recognize some of the phenomena, as they resembled the 9-layered heaven blade her father specialized in. Others appeared to be manifestations of the school's regional techniques. Given the location of the event at the Jingwu Library, she formed a bold hypothesis. Someone is attempting to merge these techniques. Moreover, the ability to produce such phenomena indicates that this person has successfully cultivated these techniques. This must be a big shot. With this thought, Ning quickened her pace, her ponytail bobbing behind her. Every student passing by couldn't help but glance at her. In the underground hall, Lu Cheng still sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. He had maintained this posture for an hour. Although his physique made such prolonged sitting a trivial matter, the refining of techniques was being done by the system, leaving him with nothing to do, which made him somewhat restless. He helplessly called out, "System, are you done yet? Data simulation has reached the final stage, please wait a moment." Lu Cheng sighed, "Can I change my position? Sitting cross-legged with my eyes closed is exhausting." The system remained silent for 2 seconds before responding. The system did not require the host to be seated and have eyes closed. The host can even sing and dance. It was the host who chose to adopt this posture voluntarily. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched slightly. Fine, he had overthought it. In his previous life, he read many novels and felt that meditating in a cross-legged position suited the extraordinary conventions, giving a sense of ritual. It turns out this broken system doesn't care about such things at all. He was too lazy to change since it was almost done. Indeed, only a few minutes passed. Ding. All essence of techniques has been extracted and merged. Customization of techniques completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new exclusive technique, De Luo Xinjiang. May I ask the host if you wish to immediately consume 100 experience points to enter the De Luo Xinjiang. Hiss. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Cheng gasped. 1,000,000 experience points just to enter. To think he had spent less than that to max out his previous techniques. However, Lu Cheng hesitated for only a second before decisively agreeing. The more experience points spent, the higher the grade and greater the power of the technique. He now held plenty of experience points, and what he lacked the least was experience. Enter the De Luo Xinjiang. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have entered the De Luo Xinjiang. As the prompt sounded, Lu Cheng felt the vast primal energy within him responding to a call instantly boiling. The countless phenomena that had surrounded him converged into his body like fledglings returning to their nest. The golden pillar of light that pierced the heavens also vanished. The underground hall instantly returned to tranquility. Thud! A dull, heavy sound akin to a heartbeat suddenly echoed around. This sound disregarded the barriers of space, as if it exploded deep within everyone's soul. Immediately after, the blazing sun that had shone above the library abruptly vanished. It was as if a gigantic, boundless black curtain completely covered the sky. All light vanished, darkness descended. All brilliance disappeared. The teachers and students outside the library were plunged into an extreme darkness where they could not see their own hands. The crowd erupted into chaos, screams, and shoves echoing all around. What's happening? Why has it gone dark? I can't see anything. Silence. Cheng's thunderous shout instantly quelled the panic. He circulated his chi, his voice, penetrating everyone. Stay put, do not move. Stand still. After shouting, Cheng immediately applied chi to his eyes, striving to see through the darkness. Yet all he saw was pitch black. Even he, in a class warrior, couldn't capture even a flicker of light in this darkness. Thud, thud, thud. The massive sound of a heartbeat resonated slowly and steadily in the darkness. With each beat, Cheng felt as if the surrounding space trembled slightly. It echoed a total of 8 times. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Until the 9th heartbeat sounded. Everyone saw a glimmer of light emerge from the center of the endless darkness above the library. Accompanying this light was a grand, ethereal voice, as if it came from the stars. Great is the vastness, the net is the web. The great is immeasurable. The web encompasses all. Deluo is immeasurable, which is to embrace all existence. This is called the Bozo world and eternal thought. Amidst this grand voice, Lu Cheng's figure vanished from the underground space. When he reappeared, he was already hovering in midair beneath that glimmer of light above the library. The point of light in the center of the darkness began to expand rapidly, growing brighter and more blinding. Ultimately, it reached a critical point and exploded with a thunderous sound. There was no deafening noise, only a visual feast of the highest order. Countless brilliant stars were born in the explosion, tracing mysterious trajectories in the darkness, swiftly filling the entire sky. Like the universe at its inception, creating heaven and earth. In an instant, above Lu Cheng's head 100,000 celestial phantoms evolved. Starlight poured down, and everyone once again beheld the long-lost light. Cheng stood at the forefront of the crowd, blinking his dry eyes. When he raised his head and saw the tall figure surrounded by countless stars like a divine being, this principle of Jingwu, who had weathered countless storms, completely lost his composure for the first time in his life. Is this the realm of the martial sage? In the western outskirts of the Daxia Federation lies the Kunlun Mountains. Here exists the largest rift of spiritual energy within Daxia, and it is also one of the 7 life forbidden zones recognized worldwide. Deep within the rift, dark red mist swirls, carrying surging spiritual energy that continuously spews forth day and night. Countless terrifyingly powerful high-level wild beasts roar and slaughter within the red mist, transforming the sprawling Kunlun Mountains into a hellish battlefield. However, directly above this untraversable region, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a figure with white hair sits quietly in meditation. Her long hair like snow dances wildly in the wind. Suddenly, the white-haired figure who had kept her eyes closed opened them. They were eyes of extreme depth, as if vast stars were continuously flickering within. Her gaze pierced through layers of clouds, looking eastward, the direction of the capital. With a hum, as her sight moved, ripples appeared in the void behind her, and 3 shadowy figures gradually manifested. The leftmost shadow was an elderly man with a long beard who chuckled as he stroked his beard. Congratulations, congratulations. Daxia has gained another martial saint. The middle shadow was completely hidden within a large black cloak, making it impossible to discern the face beneath the hood. Only a deep and hoarse voice emerged from the direction of the capital. I wonder which of the 4 major forts has made a breakthrough. Could it be Jin Hong? The cloaked figure had just spoken when he shook his head in denial. It shouldn't be him. Although his talent is decent, he is still far from becoming a martial saint. The third shadow on the right was small in stature, resembling a child of about 7 or 8 years old. Yet the child's tone when speaking was incredibly mature. Although the heads of the 4 major forts all possess the potential to become martial saints, their experience is insufficient. It is impossible for them to break through so quickly. In my opinion, the most likely candidate is Zhang Qingfeng from the headquarters in the capital. The child's shadow crossed its arms and continued, moreover, based on the domain fluctuations I sensed just now, it carries a Taoist resonance. Aside from that old Taoist who meditates daily, I can't think of anyone else in the capital who could cause such a stir. The old man nodded in agreement after hearing this analysis, somewhat sighing. It has been a full 200 years since a new martial saint has been born in Daxia. The old man nodded in agreement after hearing this analysis, somewhat sighing. It has been a full 200 years since a new martial saint has been born in Daxia. Old dang, you've been saying this for nearly 100 years, yet you still haven't fallen apart. The child's shadow pouted. Then, as if sensing something, the child's expression changed slightly. I have work to attend to in my area. Oh, I must go now. With that, the child's shadow shattered into countless specks of light and disappeared. Seeing this, the elder's shadow chuckled and also faded away. The figure in the cloak fell silent for a moment before saying, I will also take my leave by D.M.M. The white-haired figure remained cold in expression, merely responding with a syllable. The cloaked shadow took one last glance eastward before dissipating. With the departure of the three shadows, the surroundings fell into utter silence. The white-haired figure continued to sit in the void, unmoving. The gale brushed past the edges of her garments, stirring no ripples. Beneath her, a massive golden barrier quietly emitted a soft glow, suppressing all the surging red mist within. The brilliance in her eyes sparkled as she slowly closed them. That domain. It felt as if it did not belong to Zhang Qingfeng the Taoist. A domain. A genuine domain. Principal Cheng stared at Lu Cheng high in the sky, his heart pounding uncontrollably, unable to hide the shock on his face. The domain that even Director Jean and the others could not touch has actually been attained by him. Cheng couldn't help but rub his hands, muttering to himself, a genius. No, this cannot merely be described as genius. As all the teachers and students in the square fell into speechless shock, the once chaotic library grew quiet, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Immediately after, a figure burst out in a rush. It was the administrator who had remained underground, Feng Qinghua. She was seen holding her small cane in one hand, her whole being almost transforming into a fleeting shadow. Her speed was so great that it even left behind faint white air currents in the air. This agile posture was a stark contrast to her usual shaky walk. Many students familiar with Feng Qinghua were taken aback. Feng Qinghua ignored the gazes of the surrounding students. She quickly rushed to Cheng's side, thrusting her cane down vigorously, stirring up a cloud of dust. The old lady raised her head, and her once murky eyes now shone brightly. She fixed her gaze on Lu Cheng, who was surrounded by countless stars like a deity hovering in the air, and scolded Cheng beside her. Old bug. You didn't even tell me this one was so powerful. Cheng's mouth involuntarily twitched. There were still students around. Why call him by his nickname? He helplessly shrugged. I didn't expect the commotion to be this great. I thought he would at most reach Pika. What? Pika grade? Feng Qinghua was taken aback upon hearing this, then patted her thigh, revealing a look of sudden realization. No wonder my probing was completely ineffective. Feng Qinghua finally understood. She believed that even at her peak, she couldn't compare to Pika grade. Cheng looked at her oddly. You don't know who he is? Feng Qinghua was puzzled. What? Cheng then realized that this old maid was out of the loop. He sighed and took out his phone from his pocket. After pressing a few buttons on the screen, he handed the phone to take a look for yourself. Feng Qinghua took the phone, squinting at the screen. What played on the screen was a video shot by a satellite. The content was about Lu Cheng knocking down the beast tide with a single punch, clearing the canyon. After watching, Feng Qinghua gasped after a full half-minute, exclaiming a curse. What the hell? This destructive power is far more intense than when I was young. Cheng, standing beside her, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, holding his forehead. He had almost forgotten that she was also a destroyer in her time. The post-war cleanup was no simpler than Director Jean's. And he was the one responsible for the post-war cleanup back then. You still have the nerve to bring up the past. Cheng snatched the phone back from Feng Qinghua. The streets and hills you smashed up back then were all my responsibility to clean up. Feng Qinghua chuckled dryly twice, but did not refute. She raised her head again, looking at the stars in the sky that had begun to slowly converge. But speaking of which, what kind of technique did he create that is so shocking? Cheng looked utterly bewildered. What? Creating a method? Wasn't he supposed to choose an Earth-level technique and then break through seam? Feng Qinghua wore an expression of so you also didn't know, then explained. He combed through all the techniques in the library, created a new technique, and only then did these phenomena occur. In the Eastern Province Combat Center, in the underground shelters conference room, most of the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Province were gathered. Zheng Qiuhai sat at the head of the table, appearing as though he had aged several years. His eyes were bloodshot, and his forehead, which had been neatly arranged to cover his bald spot, was now disheveled, sticking messily to his scalp and giving him a rather disheveled appearance. What is the current situation? Zheng Qiuhai asked hoarsely. Opposite him at the conference table, a massive electronic display occupied an entire wall. On the other side of the screen, a field liaison officer in a protective suit stood in front of a ruin reporting at an alarming speed. Report, Governor. The 8th team lost contact 15 minutes ago. The 9th team encountered a fungal ambush during their support mission, and the entire unit was wiped out. The 12th team, completely annihilated. The Eastern Province Research Institute has been occupied and none of the researchers inside have survived. Additionally, the armaments department has already fallen by 60, and the remaining troops are retreating to Warehouse No. 2. According to the latest calculations, the fungal lord size has expanded to a diameter of 8 kilometers and is still rapidly growing. Bang! Zheng Qiuhai slammed his fist on the conference table, causing the teacups on it to rattle violently. Damn it! I didn't expect this monster to expand so quickly. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. No one knew what the entire Eastern Province had experienced in just a few short hours. The first place to encounter problems was the Research Institute. At that time, some researchers were dissecting corpses, and less than an hour later the laboratory alarm went off. A massive blood-red flower in a domineering manner broke through the roof of the Research Institute's main building. Subsequently, the giant flower began to wildly release vast amounts of blood-colored spores. Countless fungal filaments spread throughout the Research Institute like a tidal wave. By the time they reacted and organized a large number of warriors for cleanup, it was already too late. Those seemingly soft filaments would rapidly climb up upon contact with living beings. Once ensnared, a living person would be completely devoured in just over 10 seconds, leaving only a pile of stark white bones. Governor Zheng, the fungal lord, has become increasingly stronger now. Jiang Jingkai, who was sitting nearby, spoke solemnly. He pointed to another screen next to him, which was showing live footage from the Research Institute. The originally vast Research Institute complex had completely vanished, replaced by a gigantic blood-red mass sitting atop the ruins. The surface of the mass was covered with countless wriggling blood vessel-like protrusions, and at its very top, the giant blood-red flower swayed slowly. Looking at the flower, Jiang Jingkai's gaze turned icy. Now I finally understand why the last scenes in the video from Team Yuanlin were filled with a sea of flowers. That is the organ the fungal lord uses to spread spores. We shouldn't have brought that corpse into the city in the first. This is simply inviting a wolf into the house. A representative from a prominent family said with a pale face filled with anger. Enough. What's the use of saying this now? Tan Xiong, the representative from the Tan family, snorted coldly. No one said anything when it was decided to bring the corpse back for research. The representatives began to murmur among themselves. All right. Zheng Qiuhai shouted to silence the discussions. Yuan Ning, who had been sitting quietly, said, "Everyone, don't you think there is a significant loophole in this matter?" Yuan Ning raised his head and scanned the crowd. Why does the fungal body contained within a single corpse possess such strong vitality? This defies logic. Even if it can absorb human life energy, it shouldn't expand this quickly. Hearing Yuan Ning's words, Jiang Jingkai was momentarily taken aback. The head of the Yuan family is correct. This indeed defies logic. According to our previous estimates, the main body of the fungal lord, or rather most of its tissue, should remain outside the city of Eastern Province. The corpse we brought back contains at most a tiny portion. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have grown to this extent so quickly. Jiang Jingkai's breathing began to quicken, unless... Before he could finish his thought, the red light in the center of the conference table suddenly flickered. It was an urgent communication request from He Qingji, who was still outside the city. Without hesitation, Zheng Qiuhai quickly pressed the answer button. Commander He, this is Zheng Qiuhai. Has there been any change on the front lines? He Qingji's image immediately appeared on the large screen. Behind him was a pitch-black background, and his tone was extremely urgent. Governor, after testing, all the fungal lords within the alert zone have withered away. What? Zheng Qiuhai stood up from his chair, disbelief written all over his face. Jiang Jingkai, sitting next to him, had his eyes wide open. So it is true. The people in the conference room turned their heads, their attention focused on Jiang Jingkai. His expression was grave as he continued. Everyone, perhaps our initial assumptions were wrong. The fungal lord is not merely an instinct-driven beast. Its original objective was to infiltrate the Eastern Province. Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Everyone felt a chill run up their spine. Zheng Qiuhai's lips trembled slightly. Director Jiang, are you? Exactly. Jiang Jingkai nodded, pointing at the giant flower on the screen. From the beginning, the fungal lord deliberately killed outside the city to draw our attention, guiding more people to investigate. As everyone just saw, the filaments of this creature can become as thick as a barrel with enough strength to crush a heavy tank directly. If it has such destructive power, why were the recording devices of Team Yuan Lin and their corpses preserved? Jiang Jinkai gritted his teeth. That was not simply overlooked by it was intentionally left behind as bait. The seemingly ordinary corpse actually contained most of the fungal lord's main body. It used the corpse to enter the city openly. As for the portion of organization outside the city, it was merely a small part it willingly abandoned to confuse us. Report to the governor. The second warehouse of the armaments department cannot hold out. Before anyone could wake from this shocking truth, new battle reports came in. Everyone's hearts immediately leapt into their throats. The entire eastern province was on the brink of collapse. Zheng Qiuhai closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, and when he reopened them, there was a newfound determination in his gaze. He leaned on the table and issued a new command: continue to evacuate the civilians, everyone hide in the underground shelters, and initiate the highest level of quarantine. After issuing this command, Zheng Qiuhai turned to the secretary beside him. Immediately utilize first-level communication to request the National Defense Warriors from Kyoto for urgent assistance. At Jingwu University, the phenomenon that had enveloped the library finally dissipated. The sun that had previously vanished reappeared in the sky, with sunlight pouring down onto the square once more. The day had brightened again. Lu Cheng quietly floated in the high sky. Slowly opening his eyes, he first clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of vast vital energy roaring through his body like a tidal wave. This sensation of power was countless times stronger than when he had been an 11th warrior. Moreover, what intrigued him even more was that he could now stand suspended in midair. So, warriors of the martial saint level can already fly. Lu Cheng thought to himself in astonishment. System check my personal panel. Name Lu Cheng level S martial saint vital energy 3-1 experience 1 techniques. Great Luo True chapter divine elephant suppressing prison skill great desolation shattering star fist 9 turns thunderbolt technique mystical sea tranquility skill. Wow, look, he is actually flying. Someone cried. No one told me martial artists could fly. Doesn't the textbook say only a grade practitioners can glide short distances? Is he just standing there in midair? Mama, I saw someone getting hit. A ripple of excited chatter and incomprehensible babble erupted from the crowd. Countless phones and cameras were raised to a dense scatter of flashes burst repeatedly. Even some teachers who had been keeping order could not help but furtively take out their phones and aim them skyward. Lu Cheng glanced down at the black sea of people below and tugged a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth. Only then did he realize he was about to become famous. At the front of the crowd, Jingwu's principal Shi Chong quietly slipped his phone into his pocket. His grin widened uncontrollably. Feng Qinghua nudged him with her elbow. Old worm, I didn't bring my phone. Remember to send me a copy. Shi Chong shot her an irritated look, but did not refuse. From midair, Lu Cheng caught sight of the principal and felt a surge of disbelief. The austere old-fashioned Shi Chong was behaving so unseemly. As more people gathered, and others came running from afar, Lu Cheng knew that if he lingered, he would not be leaving Jingwu's gates today. A vast surge of qi stirred within him. He vanished in an instant. Principal, I must be off. I'll pay my respects another day. The instant Lu Cheng disappeared, a voice sounded in Shi Chong's ear. He instinctively glanced at Feng Qinghua, but she was still staring up at the sky. She had evidently not heard it. A method of secret transmission into the ear. Shi Chong murmured in astonishment. His methods are becoming less and less like those of an ordinary martial artist. Tan Xian looked on with envy. Could this be a grade martial artist? Nearby, Ruan Ning stood beneath a tree watching the spot where Lu Cheng had vanished. The Ruan family was an old noble house in Jingdu, a top martial lineage that rose with the revival of qi. Ruan Ning's horizons were broader than those of ordinary students. Could this be the martial saint who can command the air, the one my great-grandfather spoke of? Meanwhile, 1,000 meters above Jingdu, Lu Cheng became a streak of light almost invisible to the eye, hurtling toward the Xuanwu fortress. A fierce gale struck within half a meter of his body, but an invisible qi barrier automatically dispelled it. Maintaining his high speed in midair, he reached into his pocket for his phone. Opening the screen, he found 5 missed calls and 1 text message. The earliest call had come half an hour earlier at a time when he had been in a critical stage of refining a technique and was wrapped in strange phenomena he had not noticed. The caller was Jin Hong. After several unanswered attempts, Jin Hong had given up and 15 minutes ago sent a message: Dongzhou is being invaded by wild beasts. The inner city has fallen. I'm going to assist. Lu Cheng abruptly came to a dead stop. The tremendous inertia cleaved a white wake 100 meters long through the sky with a dull, thunderous crack. Suspended in emptiness, he stared at his phone, frowning. Dongzhou has fallen, he muttered. That shouldn't be possible. Even a great wild beast couldn't reach the inner city, and outer city falling might be believable. He shoved the phone back into his pocket, and his gaze turned icy. He had planned to go to Xuanwu Fortress to lay. After all, he was far too conspicuous at Jingwu University to remain there. Unexpectedly, this news had come from Dongzhou. Going to Xuanwu Fortress is pointless now. Without hesitation, he changed direction. The qi in his body burst forth, and he traced a long, luminous arc in the sky, becoming a meteor that raced full tilt for the Dongzhou base. Jingdu Central District. The Wubei Department Building, 17th floor, the Strategic Security Monitoring Center. In the vast surveillance hall, hundreds of screens flickered with live satellite maps of Xia. Only the soft staccato of keyboards and the hum of machines filled the room. Team Leader Qi. The monitoring radar has just picked up an anomaly. At a workstation in the back, a young monitor in uniform suddenly sprang to his feet and shouted, his hand on the mouse as he maximized one of the displays. The man addressed as Team Leader Qi Lian sauntered in, carrying a thermos, hands cupped around it. The middle-aged man wore a loose dark gray coat, his temples streaked with white. He looked languid and dispirited, his drooping, listless eyes were especially notable. He blew on the rim of his cup in which goji berries floated. "HM, Xiaowang, what did you say just now?" Qi Lian asked. Team Leader Qi, above Jingdu there is an unidentified flying object moving at extreme speed. Xiaowang pointed at the frantically moving red dot on the screen. Qi Lian took a sip of hot water. An unidentified flying object. Nothing to get worked up about. Research institutes are always test flying equipment these days. They file a notice in advance. Just cross-check it in the system. No, Team Leader Qi. Xiaowang was breaking into a sweat as he pulled up the captured footage. This entity is alive, and its speed reached Mach 3. Qi Lian nearly spat his drink out, coughing loudly. He coughed twice, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and his drooping eyes went wide. "You said how Mach 3? The humanoid changed direction a moment ago. Its current speed exceeds Mach 3, and it is heading southeast." Xiaowang said, voice trembling. Across Xia, apart from advanced technology, who could possibly fly at Mach 3 by purely physical? "Wait, what shape did you say?" Qi Lian pressed. Xiaowang hesitated for 2 seconds before answering. Qi Lian hurried to the screen and checked more closely. After a moment, he exhaled in relief, lifted his thermos, and strolled back to his seat at leisure. "All right, nothing to worry about. Cut that red dot from the main screen. Ignore it." "Oh, why, Team Leader Qi?" Xiaowang asked in disbelief. "This is an anomaly in Jingdu airspace. It's a major security risk," he insisted. Qi Lian pulled his chair out and finally opened his eyes to look at the new subordinate. "Xiaowang," Qi Lian said calmly, "we have an unspoken rule in this monitoring center. If you spot a strange-shaped living entity, you monitor it closely and report immediately. But there is one exception. If you see it, act as if you did not." He paused, then continued, "If it appears humanoid." Xiaowang was baffled. "Why?" Qi Lian gave a dry chuckle and tapped the desk with his knuckles. "Why? Because if it's humanoid, there are only 2 possibilities. Either it is a top human powerhouse beyond the reach of civil authorities, something we cannot interfere with, or it is a humanoid wild beast. Again, not for us to handle. There are experts for that." Qi Lian shrugged, sipped his tea again, and casually spat the goji berries back into his cup. "Damn, what the hell is this thing?" His right arm muscles bulged as he swung the battle axe in his hand, drawing an arc in the air and cleaving a red tentacle the thickness of a bucket. In the instant the tentacle was severed, a thick, dark red liquid splattered out, landing on the battle axe. Accompanied by a piercing, sizzling sound, the blade was corroded into a honeycomb-like pit. "Damn, this creature's bodily fluid is highly toxic and corrosive." Upon receiving the distress signal from Dongzhou, he immediately dispatched the first mobile unit of the Xuanwu Fortress to rush over. From high above, he could see that the city walls of Dongzhou were still intact, and most of the streets in the outer city were unusually quiet, showing no signs of a large-scale beast assault. However, as he approached the inner city area, he realized the severity of the situation. The term exaggeration could no longer describe the inner city now. Endless mycelium covered most of the inner city. Streets, buildings, and even streetlights and vehicles were coated with a layer of slowly writhing flesh. Among the gaps in this tissue, countless blood-red flowers were blooming profusely. If one had to describe it, it would resemble a sea of flowers on the other side of the Yellow Springs Road. The more he chopped, the more alarmed he felt. These thick mycelium tentacles looked soft and squishy like a lump of rotten meat, but when he actually struck them, the feedback indicated that their defensive power was not much weaker than that of a Yujia golden dragon. "This is my last battle axe. If it gets damaged again, he'll have to go in barehanded." The battle axe he used most often and was most skilled with had suffered severe damage in the Northern Gorge. No need to name names, it was still under repair. The one he held now was a backup, but it clearly wouldn't last long. "Director Jean, we should retreat. The inner city is beyond saving." On the other side of the battlefield, Governor Zheng Qiuhai of Dongzhou was also in a tough fight. He gasped for breath, unleashing his chi as he kicked a blood-colored tentacle away. A few strands of hair above his head flailed wildly. As he kicked one away, 3 more lunged at him. Jin Hong heard the commotion and stepped aside, dodging the incoming tentacles. He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and with a dull rumble his body swiftly slid back along the ground, landing right next to Zheng Qiuhai. Good. You lead the way. Zheng Qiuhai quickly notified others to retreat. Having learned from previous battles, they realized that only level or higher warriors could withstand these mycelium monsters and survive. As for level and below warriors, they were basically just food for it. A few minutes later, Jin Hong followed Zheng Qiuhai and his team, fighting and retreating, finally making it back to the conference room, located 3 levels underground. Jiang Jinkai came out to greet them. Director Jin, you finally made it. Jiang Jinkai hurried forward and shook hands with Jin Hong. Jin Hong thrust the battle axe into the ground. Help me find a few people to clean my weapon. That creature's bodily fluid is both toxic and disgusting. Quickly, 3 of you come over and take Director Jin's weapon for cleaning. Jiang Jinkai called out to those behind. Immediately, 3 young researchers jogged over to help carry the heavy battle axe away. Zheng Qiuhai spoke up. The 3rd emergency meeting will start in 5 minutes. Director Jin, please this way. Soon the entire Dongzhou leadership gathered together. Zheng Qiuhai stood at the forefront, raising his hand to quiet the noisy voices. Everyone please calm down. Let me first introduce this man. He is Director Jin Hong, the National Guardian Warrior from the Xuanwu Fortress in Kyoto. Hearing the words National Guardian Warrior, the previously gloomy crowd suddenly brightened. Everyone stood up in unison, and the conference room erupted in warm applause. Jin Hong's robust figure was crammed into the narrow folding chair, making him seem quite uncomfortable. He waved his hand to interrupt the applause. All right, what time is it? Every day is just about this. Let's get to the point. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Zheng Qiuhai's face, but he understood Director Jin's temperament, so he quickly signaled everyone to sit down and turned to the right. Director Zheng, please share the latest investigation results. Jiang Jinkai adjusted his glasses and took out a remote control. Everyone please look at the big screen. With a hum, a clear 3D holographic simulation image lit up at the center of the conference table. The image displayed the Dongzhou Research Institute's experimental building, which had been completely occupied, along with a massive blood-colored flower that loomed on the rooftop. According to our investigation, this giant flower stopped growing when it reached a height of about 500. Not only that, but the top has begun to show signs of wilting, while the central flower bud is starting to swell. Hearing this, a representative from a prominent family couldn't help but interrupt. Director Jiang, means this thing is bearing fruit. Jiang Jinkai nodded solemnly. From a rigorous perspective, it is a mutated giant fungus, so it's not entirely accurate to say it is bearing fruit, but you can understand it this way. Zheng Qiuhai's face darkened as he asked, what will happen if this thing truly bears fruit? Jiang Jinkai shook his head. I don't know, because in our research data over the past few hundred years, there has never been a record of such a beast. However, one thing is certain, it definitely won't be a good omen. Jiang Jinkai lowered his voice and continued, this monster has already devoured a large amount of warrior flesh and blood. If it were just for reproduction, it could scatter spores. Thus we can rule out reproduction as its purpose. He raised his head, speaking gravely. Eliminating all impossibilities, there is only one conclusion left. It is evolving. Evolving into what? Someone exclaimed in fear. This giant mushroom is already considered an A-level beast. If it evolves further. Jin Hong suddenly slammed his palm on the conference table. Everyone was drawn to his movement. So what we need to do next is to attack that giant flower, right? Jiang Jinkai was startled by his slap, but nodded in response. That's right. Good, then I'm going directly. Wait, Director Jin, we still need to formulate a complete plan. What plan? Just do it. The conference room doors thundered shut, and Jin Hong's footsteps receded until they were only a memory. In the end, no one could hold him back. The hot-tempered director of Xuanwu Fortress, shouldering a crudely cleaned battle axe, and flanked by 10 elite cultivators from the fortress, strode out with murderous intent. Zheng Qiuhai shook his head helplessly. He eased himself back into his chair, hands braced on the table, and slowly lifted his head to speak in a heavy voice. Ladies and gentlemen. He paused and swept his gaze across everyone at the table. If Director Jin cannot take down that Juanzhu, I will, by virtue of my authority as the highest administrative governor of Dongzhou, petition the capital for a Yuanhe strike. At his words, the silent room inhaled sharply. The so-called Yuanhe strike was the nuclear weapon of the era of spiritual energy resurgence. It was the ultimate weapon born from the marriage of human technology and spiritual energy after the resurgence. At the dawn of the spiritual resurgence, humanity learned to its shock that gunpowder-era arms, even missiles, inflicted but negligible harm against those wild beasts. Conventional weapons could not even pierce the beast's defenses. To survive, scientists across nations labored for generations and finally developed Yuanxi technology that harnessed the beast Yuandan spirit cores as an energy source. Yuanhe was the product of fusing Yuanxi technology with old-era nuclear arms. Once detonated, its destructive force could erase a 100-mile radius down to the molecular level in an instant. Governor, are you sure you wish to go this far? Jiang Jinkai sprang to his feet the moment Zheng Qiuhai finished speaking. His eyes brimmed with terror, and his words tumbled out in a rush. We all know the power of a Yuanhe, but the horrific spiritual energy tides unleashed by its detonation could well sculpt a brand new, forbidden zone upon Dong's house land. How did the Haiyuan forbidden zone in the Day Federation come to be? That is a cautionary precedent. Jiang's words drew nods around the table, faces tightened with dread. Haiyuan forbidden zone, one of the world's 7 forbidden zones. A century ago, within the Day Federation, a rank wild beast appeared without warning. At that time, the Day Federation's martial foundations were weak, no cultivators could stand against it, and countless people were devoured. In desperation, the Federation's leaders made an utterly reckless decision. They lured the beast to a remote island and dropped a Yuanhe still in its experimental phase. The result was as the Federation hoped. The rank beast was reduced to ashes. Yet the same terrifying force erased the 100-square-kilometer island from the map and left a bottomless abyssal crater that the sea eventually filled. Over the ensuing decades, the area swelled with chaotic spiritual energy tides and attracted countless marine beasts. In time, it evolved into one of the 7 life forbidden zones, the Haiyuan Forbidden Zone. Even today, the Day Federation must devote more than 2/3 of its forces to contain the threat from Haiyuan. Zheng Qiuhai bowed his head deeply. Silent, his hands clenched together. The officials read his silence. Plainly, Yuanhe was the final last resort. The Junce's menace and rate of growth far exceeded any known wild beast. As the analyses had shown, it was still evolving. If left to grow unchecked, the monster would only strengthen. Before long, not just Dongzhou, but the entire Daxiao would be engulfed in peril. The atmosphere hung heavy. Finally, Zheng Qiuhai broke the suffocating silence. Rubbing his brow, he spoke in a low voice. Enough. Yuanhe is only a last resort. We are not yet at the point of utter desperation, so this matter ends here and will not be further discussed. He turned to them. Our first priority now is to prevent the giant flower from bearing fruit. Relief swept the room as they began to discuss feasible plans. Elsewhere, 2 SUVs drove toward the research institute. In the lead vehicle, Jin Hong sat in the passenger seat and dialed. Shen Xiu, this is Jin Hong. This is Shen Xiu of Xuanwu Fortress, came the reply. Director Jin, any orders? Hasn't the Capital Research Institute been testing those Tianji weapons, space-based weapons? I have an excellent test subject here. Jin Hong grinned, a feral light in his eyes. Apply immediately for a Tianji weapon strike. Shen Xiu on the line was taken aback. Huh? Director Jin, you mean? Fire directly at Dongzhou. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Jin Hong produced a flattened cigarette, lit it, inhaled hard, and exhaled smoke. 1 hour. If in 1 hour we haven't neutralized this giant mushroom, you are to submit the launch request immediately. Director Jin, it's far too dangerous. Shen Xiu urged. Tianji weapons, though different from Yuanhe in that their spiritual energy contamination is not as extensive, are still experimental. Enough with the talk. When did you become such a timorous warrior boy? I know what I'm doing. Jin Hong hung up at once. Screech. The SUV braked, coming to a halt about 10 kilometers from the Research Institute's ruins. The ground was carpeted with mycelium. The wheels sank and made a sickening adhesive sound. Progress was impossible. Jin Hong yanked open the door and looked ahead. A blood-red colossus of a flower 500 meters tall stood silently, visible from afar. Its enormous petals swayed slowly, edges already browned at the tips. The swollen center pulsed with crimson light like a violently beating heart. Around the giant flower drifted a thin red mist of spores. Jin Hong turned to the 10 branch cultivators who had disembarked with him. These 10 were the elite he had brought from Xuanwu Fortress. Each a rank from entry to mid-level, saturated with spiritual energy, veterans of countless battles. Jin Hong regarded them and said in a low voice, your sole task is to hold off those wretched tendrils around the giant flower, so I can focus on that central bloom. Understand. Rest assured, Director. We will complete the task. The 10 branch cultivators stepped forward in unison as their spiritual energy surged. Good. Jin Hong laughed, hoisted his battle axe onto his shoulder. He spat the cigarette, but to the ground where it landed among the mycelial mats. By order of Xuanwu Fortress, everyone move. Boom. At his command, 11 fierce surges of spiritual energy burst forth. Leading the charge, Jin Hong charged like a living battering ram, shattering the air with a sharp sonic boom as he plunged headfirst into the red mist. A crimson mist enveloped his vision. Jin Hong tightened his grip on the battle axe and leapt in place, narrowly evading two colossal tentacles that lunged at him. With a thunderous crash, the tentacles collided midair and shattered into fragments. Huh! 10 Brank warriors roared in unison. Their vital energies surged forth without restraint, each locking onto targets and wielding their unique cultivation techniques to seize control of 2 or 3 massive tentacles apiece. "Captain, leave this to us. You go attack that flower," shouted one mid-level Brank warrior. "Very well, be cautious. If you can't hold on, retreat immediately." Without wasting a word, Jin Hong neutralized his descent midair, using a tentacle as leverage to propel himself forward with several long strides breaking through the encircling tentacles. Soon he reached beneath the Research Institute's experimental building. Only upon arrival did Jin Hong fully grasp the monstrous scale of the creature before him. The jade-armored golden dragon king at the northern canyon measured about 80 meters in length, already a moving mountain of flesh. Yet this colossal flower defied description, towering so high that its summit was invisible from the building's base. Most of the experimental building was devastated, its outer walls shattered, leaving only the core structure standing. Every floor was densely packed with masses of fleshy mycelium rhythmically writhing. The mycelium completely cloaked the rooftop, where a giant blood-red blossom unfurled towards the sky. Surrounding the building were several false roots, each as large as a truck. These false roots encircled the entire experimental building, spiraling downward from the flower's base before burrowing into the earth. "By the heavens! This is truly immense!" Jin Hong exclaimed in awe. He planted his feet on one of the false roots and began ascending along its growth direction. After a few leaps, he reached the rooftop. Good heavens! So many! Beneath the giant flower blossomed countless smaller blood-red blooms. These smaller petals opened and closed intermittently, constantly spewing red spores in all directions. The crimson mist enveloping the area originated from them. "No matter what you are today, I will cleave you to pieces." Spitting disdainfully, Jin Hong raised his battle axe and swung fiercely toward the giant flower's base. Before he could approach, countless tentacles erupted instantly from the mycelium carpet on the rooftop, confronting Jin Hong Heaton. He twisted and dodged amidst the writhing tentacles. His burly frame now exhibited astonishing agility, weaving sideways to evade blunt stabs and ducking to avoid strikes. His battle axe swung with fierce momentum, shredding every tentacle that neared. After severing dozens of smaller tentacles, the remaining ones converged and fused together, swiftly forming a colossal tentacle. With a roaring whoosh, the massive tentacle slammed down hard towards Jin Hong's head. "Bring it on!" Jin Hong bellowed. Vital energy surged within him, and behind him appeared spectral images of 3 dragons and 3 elephants. With roaring synchrony, golden light blazed along his battle axe. Swinging it in a wide arc, Jin Hong charged directly into the giant tentacle. Boom! The colossal tentacle lasted only a moment before shattering under the axe, empowered by the dragon-elephant force. Dark crimson liquid mingled with debris sprayed wildly in all directions. Jin Hong had anticipated this. He shifted his footing swiftly, evading the highly corrosive fluid. However, his battle axe's blade suffered from direct contact with the tentacle's interior, riddling its edge with pits and nearly rendering it unusable. "But, is that all you've got? Bring out every trick you have." Jin Hong stood firm, crossing his axe horizontally and taunting loudly. Suddenly, an abrupt change unfolded. The previously frenzied tentacles retracted rapidly, as if commanded, vanishing back into the layer of flesh beneath the earth's surface. The giant flower's petals trembled lightly twice, the withered areas at their tips seemingly expanding. The mycelium on the ground began writhing violently. Under Jin Hong's wary gaze, one after another red flower buds, over a meter tall, erupted from the soil. 7 in total, each drenched in crimson liquid. With a tearing sound, the 7 buds split open into 4 petals, each revealing spherical fleshy sacs within. What on earth is this? It's spawning. Jin Hong felt increasing disgust as he watched. Snap, snap, snap. 7 crisp sounds followed as the sacs detached from the buds. They fell to the ground, releasing a flood of dark red liquid. From within each sac, humanoid creatures of deep crimson color rose up. Furrowing his brow, Jin Hong focused intently. The sight caused his heart to skip a beat. These 7 newly hatched monsters bore the general shape of adult humans, lacking only human facial features and reproductive organs. Humanoid wild beasts. The thought flashed in Jin Hong's mind, but was immediately dismissed. No, that's not it. Before he could ponder further, in the blink of an eye, the 7 creatures closed in from 10 meters away, encircling Jin Hong with eerie, unnatural strides. So swift. Jin Hong's pupils contracted sharply. Bang! One struck first, launching a fierce attack without any preparatory move. Its right leg blurred into a shadow, kicking violently at Jin Hong's face with a piercing whoosh. The speed was too great for Jin Hong to evade. Hastily, he used his battle axe to block. The rooftop echoed with the heavy impact. Jin Hong was flung over 10 meters, tumbling several times midair before crashing heavily against a broken wall at the building's edge. Cough. Jin Hong coughed dryly, rolling over to stand. Glancing down, he noticed a 1-inch crack running along the axe's handle. Damn, how could this creature possess such strength? Jin Hong was shocked. The force behind that strike had undoubtedly reached the threshold of a rank. Before he could recover from his astonishment, the 7 humanoid monsters launched another coordinated assault. Their cooperation was flawless, with 3 attacking directly and 4 blocking all escape routes. Their power far exceeded their size. Every blow to the battle axe sent numbness through Jin Hong's thumb joints. Moments later, with a harsh snapping sound, his battle axe finally fractured into 2 pieces. Using the recoil, Jin Hong retreated rapidly to re-establish distance. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his hands oozed crimson beads from the bruised thumb joints. Bah! He flung the broken half of his axe to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If I don't show you some real power, you'd think I, the fortress captain, was bought with money. Jin Hong exhaled deeply, bending slightly forward with crossed arms before pressing downward sharply. Boom! His vital energy began to boil violently. His already robust physique swelled further, a golden aura of vital energy flames flickering across his skin. A mighty roar escaped him. A dragon's cry echoed through the 9 heavens, accompanied by an elephant's thunderous trumpet erupting above the research institute. Instantly, the void around Jin Hong twisted and warped. Spectral images of 7 dragons and 7 elephants materialized behind him. Their overwhelming pressure caused the experimental building to tremble, even shaking the giant flower atop the roof twice. The 7 humanoid monsters halted simultaneously. Soon after, they surged forward from 7 different directions, converging on Jin Hong simultaneously. Jin Hong's eyes gleamed fiercely. Face my wrath. 7 dragons soared into the sky, 7 elephants trampled the ground. Jin Hong was enveloped in golden primordial energy, and the powerful waves of energy radiated outward from him. The false roots of the mycelium master twisted wildly, embedding themselves into the building, stabilizing the teetering structure once more. Around Jin Hong, 7 humanoid monsters maintained their attacking stance. But at this moment, they were all blocked outside by a golden energy wall. Due to their close proximity, Jin Hong could clearly see the details of these monsters' surfaces through the energy wall. It appeared as if countless bugs were wriggling beneath the skin of these monsters, sending shivers down the spine. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact were incessant. The 7 monsters were unable to break through the defense. At that moment, the massive petals of the giant flower gently flapped. Jin Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. He had noticed this detail long ago. Since earlier, these monsters had lost their autonomous consciousness. The frequency of the giant flower's every sway directed their next actions. Tearing sounds. The 7 humanoid monsters, now receiving new commands, simultaneously ripped open a large gash in their chests. A pale tentacle distinct from the red ones suddenly shot out from their chests. These white tentacles were approximately the thickness of an arm coated with a viscous liquid. With a snap, the 7 white tentacles stretched several meters long, leaving afterimages in the air as they struck fiercely against the energy wall. The golden energy wall visibly thinned. Jin Hong furrowed his brows, knowing that he could not delay any longer. He roared, and the 7 dragon phantoms behind him converged in midair. With the sound of dragon roars, they merged into one, transforming into a massive golden dragon over 100 meters long, soaring skyward. The golden dragon circled in the air before turning its head, carrying unparalleled destructive force, plunging directly toward the spot where Jin Hong stood. Boom! With one strike, the experimental building finally could not withstand the violent collision and shattered a quarter of its structure. Countless concrete and steel debris fell downward. As the mycelium master's false roots loosened and twisted, they once again wrapped around the crumbling building tightly. The dust in the air settled. The top of the building had turned into a wasteland. The ground was littered with sticky remnants of severed limbs. The 7 humanoid monsters were shattered under the merging of the 7 dragons. Huff! Huff! Jin Hong knelt on one knee, panting heavily. He glanced at the pile of debris around him. Damn! How tough! If the power of the 7 dragons merged had been used against other savage beasts, I could have turned them to ashes. Yet these scraps still have severed limbs. Before he could catch his breath completely, an anomaly occurred. A massive false root extended from the base of the giant flower. It swept across the ruins, instantly wrapping up all the severed limbs of the 7 humanoid monsters. Splash! The false root lifted high, hurling the flesh and blood remnants into the giant flower. Immediately after, the petals contracted violently several times, producing sounds of chewing. Seconds later, a large amount of dark red liquid flowed down through the gaps of the overlapping petals. This liquid traveled down the flower's stem, completely absorbed by it. After devouring everything, the massive false root slowly retracted. The giant flower began to lower its enormous body bit by bit. Its facially featureless blossom looked down upon Jin Hong amidst the ruins. Jin Hong wiped his face and looked up to meet its gaze. He could clearly see that at the core of the giant flower, a massive spherical flesh sac was slowly pulsating. With each pulse, the sac expanded in size, its surface glowing ominously red. This ends here. A resolute glint flashed in Jin Hong's eyes. He gathered all the remaining primordial energy within him. Roar! The 7 giant elephants raised their heads high, merging into one massive elephant over 100 meters long. The earlier giant dragon began to move again, circling around the body of this giant elephant. The giant elephant stepped into the void, charging with terrifying momentum toward the core flesh sac of the giant flower. The giant flower seemed to sense the impending doom as its massive trunk shook violently. Its stem and petals began to shrink visibly, as if all its energy had concentrated at that moment on the core flesh sac. The central flesh sac grew larger, emitting a bloody radiance that dyed most of the rooftop a bizarre crimson color. Bang! The destructive impact of the combined assault from the golden dragon and the giant elephant upon nearing the flesh sac was fiercely blocked by the four suddenly closing giant petals. However, this stalemate lasted only a moment. With the giant elephant's ferocious attack, the blood color on the 4 petals began to drain continuously until they could no longer withstand it, shattering with a crisp explosion. The golden giant elephant pressed on with relentless force, crashing directly onto the central spherical flesh sac. Meanwhile, in the underground command meeting room, the high-ranking officials were glued to the live feed on the large screen. Director Jin's dragon elephant technique is truly remarkable. One of the executives watching the scene of the 100-meter giant elephant smashing the petals on the screen could not help but exhale deeply, sincerely praising. They had conducted half of this meeting, having just formulated several feasible plans against the mycelium master, but before they could implement them, they received notice Jin Hong had already broken through the defenses and was battling the mycelium master's true form. Thus, everyone immediately focused their attention on this battle. As they watched Jin Hong unleash his might on the rooftop, suppressing the mycelium master with the power of the 7 dragons and 7 elephants, now even controlling the giant elephant to strike at the core. Seeing the continuously shattering petals, the heavy atmosphere in the conference room finally lifted significantly, presenting a sight of victory at hand. Director Jin's current mastery of the dragon elephant technique is probably the strongest in history. An executive stroked his mustache, sighing. This technique becomes increasingly difficult to master over time. The limit of human lifespan is just there. Who can spend 3,000 years practicing it? Director Jin reaching 7 dragons and 7 elephants is unprecedented. Hearing the optimistic remarks of the others, Jiang Jingkai, seated at the front, remained tense. He was the only theoretical executive present and the most worried one. Everyone, we cannot be careless. Jiang Jingkai suddenly said, the life form of the mycelium master is completely different from what we have seen in the past. What is being nurtured within that flesh sac is the truly terrifying existence if it manages to emerge. However, before Jiang Jingkai could finish his words, the flesh sac in the footage exploded. The seemingly horrifying flesh sac burst upon contact with the giant elephant, shattering like a water balloon. It transformed into a dark red liquid that fell down. The size of the flesh sac was too large. The exploded liquid poured down like a torrential rain, drenching Jin Hong completely. Jin Hong had no way to avoid it, turning his entire body red. He disgustedly extended his palm and fiercely wiped his face. Ugh, what the hell is going on? Is this it? Jin Hong stared at the rapidly wilting remains of the giant flower, feeling a bit dazed. He had originally thought it would be a fierce battle, yet the giant flower turned out to be so fragile. In terms of actual combat performance, the giant flower was even inferior to those 7 humanoid monsters. Those things at least caused him internal injuries and made him bleed. Yet this so-called main body was rendered useless after just 2 hits. Meanwhile, everyone in the underground conference room was left equally bewildered. Jin Hong stood amidst a pile of rotten flesh, full of confusion. Suddenly his phone rang. Jin Hong frowned, reached for his phone, and pressed the answer button. Cheng, what's wrong? The caller was one of the 10-class fortress warriors who had just been responsible for clearing the tentacles outside for him. On the other end of the line, Cheng's hurried breathing could be heard. Director, don't worry about that flower. We've fallen into a trap. What do you mean? Cheng, speak clearly. Hello. Hello. Jin Hong's face changed dramatically, but there was no response from the other end of the phone. Then came the sound of flesh being torn apart. Damn, Jin Hong couldn't care about anything else. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped from the rooftop, plunging down. Halfway down, he used a nearby ledge for leverage. After several jumps, he landed smoothly and quickly rushed toward where Cheng Un and the others were. With Jin Hong's ranked warrior strength, he soon covered the distance. However, upon arrival, the sight before him froze the Xuanwu director in place. A massive, thick tentacle lay quietly on the ground. A huge gash opened on the tentacle, resembling an egg chamber covered in slime. A cord-like object slithered out, connecting to a naked human figure. That figure was crouched on the ground. It was gnawing on a bloody head. The crunching sound was clearly audible. Cheng. Jin Hong's eyes turned bloodshot, the corners nearly tearing. That head was indeed Cheng An's. His energy surged violently as he let out a low growl. You beast. What exactly are you? Hearing Jin Hong's roar, the crouching figure paused. It slowly stopped chewing. Then it tossed Cheng An's head aside, gradually lifting its head to look at Jin Hong. In the conference room, the video equipment tracking Jin Hong was relaying the live situation. The figure looked up, revealing the face of a young man. Tian Cheng. Yuan Ning suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair. The figure's face was unmistakably that of his second son, Yuan Tian Cheng. Jin Hong stared at this unfamiliar face. The figure was completely hairless, but possessed all human organs. I don't care who you are. You deserve to die. He was enveloped in a golden aura. 7 dragon and 7 elephant phantoms surged forth and merged in the sky, transforming into a 200-meter dragon elephant. Dragon elephant essence. Jin Hong clenched his hand in the air, wielding a crescent-shaped golden axe. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, his skin cracking, blood gushing out. Clearly this move was a tremendous burden on him. Jin Hong raised the golden axe, aiming at the figure. The dragon elephant in the air raised its front leg, mirroring Jin Hong's actions. Dragon elephant slash. As he swung down with the axe, the dragon elephant's front leg stomped fiercely. Boom. The ground around them was instantly ground down by half a meter. Violent spiritual energy wreaked havoc, raising clouds of dust. Yuan family head, what did you just say? Zheng Qiuhai looked at the flustered Yuan Ning. Staff quickly helped Yuan Ning's chair back up. Yuan Ning realized he had lost his composure. He pulled his chair and sat down. That was the face of my son Tian Cheng, but he has been dead for a long time. Only a skeleton remains. Zhang Jingkai directly zoomed in on the image. At this moment, the scene was filled with dust, obscuring visibility. Once the dust settled and the spiritual energy calmed down, everyone looked anxiously at the battlefield. This is impossible. In the center, a naked figure hung with its hands down, wearing a smile that was neither here nor there. Jin Hong was panting heavily. Blood seeped from his skin, pooling on the ground. Humanoid wild beast. Both Jin Hong and the others in the conference room, Zheng Qiuhai and Zhang Jingkai, uttered this term. Their memories were awakened. 50 years ago, there was a humanoid wild beast that infiltrated humanity. It exhibited extraordinary talent, learning everything it encountered. It had mastered nearly all a ranked warrior's techniques. The upper echelons of the Great Xia had high hopes for it. However, one day it stopped hiding. It launched indiscriminate attacks on human warriors, causing immense losses to the Great Xia. Nearly 100 ranked warriors besieged it, but it had already learned their techniques, understanding their weaknesses. No one was its match. In that battle, a ranked warriors suffered an 80% loss, nearly facing extinction. Only in the end did the Great Xia martial Saint Bai Di descend to eliminate it completely. From then on, the upper echelons treated geniuses with extreme caution, secretly establishing countless detection measures. Even the most basic spiritual energy awakening devices were equipped with detection programs. Is that the true form of the fungus master? Zhang Jingkai's lips trembled slightly. Yuan family head, he is not your son. It is likely that because Yuan Tian Cheng was the first human he devoured, he transformed into a human form resembling Yuan Tian Cheng. Yuan Ning nodded heavily. He knew very well that it was not his son, but seeing the familiar face made everyone. Rescue Director Jin. Zheng Qiuhai decisively ordered, not caring whether the group of B and C ranked warriors could take him on. Director, should we carry out a core strike? Tan Xiong suddenly proposed. Before Zheng Qiuhai could respond, Zhang Jingkai had already answered. It's useless, the core strike is too slow. He looked gravely at the screen. The humanoid wild beast can fly. If the core doesn't explode, it will escape. The others exchanged glances, speechless. Zheng Qiuhai waved his hand. If you want to save him, follow me. If you want to run, I won't stop you, we can disperse. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting the governor to say such a thing. However, realizing their current predicament, they exchanged glances and quickly exited the conference room. Meanwhile, Jin Hong was already in the grip of the fungus master. With just a swift motion, the opponent grasped his neck. His face turned red, veins bulging. No matter how he struggled, his spiritual energy was locked, making it difficult to even lift his hands. The fungus master's face wore that same smile that was neither here nor there. Its lifeless eyes stared at Jin Hong. Humans. So delicious. A strange tone emerged from its mouth. Jin Hong reached into his pocket, long pressing, to activate a special communication channel. Shinxiu. Target my location. Orbital strike. At the Xuanwu fortress, Shinxiu, who had been waiting in the communications room, heard the last thing he wanted to hear. There were still several minutes left before the agreed hour, yet Jin Hong had sent instructions through a special communication line. He shakily connected a line. Professor Jiang. With the authority of the Xuanwu Fortress Director, I request an orbital strike. The coordinates are as follows. Jin Hong released his hand, the phone slipping from his grasp, his face starting to turn purple, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. In the sky above Dongzhou, a brilliant streak of light descended silently, shining brighter than a meteor in the night. Jin Hong's consciousness wavered. As if he saw that streak of light, he slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, Jin Hong felt as if he had returned to his father's embrace. In a daze, he saw the silhouette of a man. Dad. His father was frail and poor, but he gave him everything he could. Until one day, he was devoured by a wild beast. So he vowed to kill all wild beasts. Jin Hong slowly blinked, looking at the figure of the man. Before him, a brilliant streak of light descended, illuminating the man as if he were a deity. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Wait, my dad is bald. Jin Hong jumped up abruptly. Lu Qing looked at the suddenly leaping Jin Hong and smiled. Brother Jin, what did you just call me? Did you all see clearly? Outside the battlefield, Zheng Qiuhai and his group suddenly halted their steps. A dozen high-ranking officials and powerful figures from Dongzhou stared wide-eyed, each face etched with disbelief. I saw clearly, it seems to be a strike from a heavenly base weapon, exclaimed a representative from a noble family, his voice trembling. That's not what I'm asking. I mean, did you see that person just now? That person knocked the heavenly base beam away. Just a few minutes ago, Zheng Qiuhai, along with a dozen high-ranking officials from Dongzhou, had finally traversed the vast expanse of withered mycelium territory and arrived near the battlefield where Jin Hong was located. But before they could truly approach, a brilliant beam descended from the sky above. That beam carried the aura of destruction, as if it were tearing the entire sky of Dongzhou apart. Heavenly base weapon. Jiang Jinkai's face paled slightly. The heavenly base weapon was the ultimate weapon developed by the Great Xia to address the severe side effects of the Yuan core. A Yuan core strike would turn a radius of 100 miles into desolate wasteland, triggering an irreversible influx of spiritual energy. Jiang Jinkai, as the director of the Dongzhou Research Institute, had once been invited to participate in the development of the heavenly base weapon project. In simple terms, this device is equipped with special weapons in orbit around outer space, allowing for precision strikes against surface targets. It could hit exactly where it was aimed. Its precision could be accurate to within centimeters, and the damage range could be controlled within a 10-meter. It could instantaneously obliterate core targets, avoid triggering spiritual energy floods, and would not cause catastrophic damage to the target area. This was currently the main development of the Great Xia, aimed at targeting high-level wild beasts. Jiang Jinkai abruptly turned his head, staring intently at Zheng Qiuhai, his breath quickening. At this moment, Zheng Qiuhai also looked dazed and repeatedly waved his hands. Not me. I don't have that authority. Director Jin is still over there. Nearby, someone exclaimed in shock. The heavenly base beam fell silently. It resembled a descending celestial curtain, without any sound. The location of its descent was none other than Jin Hong, who was being choked by the mycelium master. Jiang Jinkai immediately realized. In present-day Dongzhou, the only one who could possess the authority to request a heavenly base strike was Jin Hong himself. Thus, this was Jin Hong intending to perish together with the mycelium master. Soon, everyone present also came to this realization. The scene fell into silence. Everyone stood silently, their expressions solemn and grave, preparing to send off this national war. In their eyes, with the heavenly base weapon descending, no living being could survive Jin Hong, and that humanoid mycelium master would evaporate in an instant. However, just as the brilliant beam was about to completely reach above Jin Hong's head, boom! A terrifying sonic boom exploded from the horizon. In the distant skyline, a heavy sea of clouds was pierced open by a large hole. A figure descended as if a god had arrived. That speed exceeded the limits of their naked eye perception. The figure swiftly reached Jin Hong's side. Bang! His right leg whipped out like a whip, accurately kicking the arm of the mycelium master that was choking Jin Hong's neck. With a sound of explosion, the mycelium master's arm instantly shattered. Before the mycelium master could react, the figure followed up with a side kick, landing squarely on the mycelium master's chest. With a loud crash, the humanoid mycelium master was sent flying dozens of meters away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Only at this moment did the heavenly base beam silently descend above the two. Facing the ultimate weapon strike from the Great Xia, that figure didn't even glance back. He laid Jin Hong flat, then rather casually flicked his finger. The originally straight-falling heavenly base beam unexpectedly turned sharply, hitting the humanoid mycelium master who had just fallen. Boom! The heavenly base energy exploded. That area instantaneously burst forth with blazing light, forcing Zheng Qiuhai and the others in the distance to shut their eyes. After a moment, everyone blinked and looked back at the battlefield. Lu Cheng. It was Zheng Qiuhai who recognized him first. Jiang Jinkai turned his head, asking blankly, "Governor, who are you talking about?" Lu Cheng, the one who ranked first in this year's Dongzhou martial examination and was taken directly to the capital. Zheng Qiuhai's face flushed. "Oh, it's him, wait." Jiang Jinkai had just responded, then suddenly realized something, his eyes bulging wide. "Are you saying he just finished the martial examination this year? How old is he? Is he really that powerful?" "No, he must have flown over from the sky." By D. As high-ranking officials of Dongzhou, they knew a bit about the secrets of the martial saints. One of the most distinctive abilities of a martial saint is the ability to fly. 50 years ago, during the humanoid wild beast chaos, it was said that the martial saint Bai Di descended from the heavens, forcefully slaying the wild beasts. And now they were witnessing this scene. In the rear, Yuan Ning's hands trembled slightly behind his back. Watching Lu Cheng, who resembled a divine being, he silently felt grateful. "Third uncle, you deserve to enjoy the ancestral temple." On the battlefield, the residual energy waves of the heavenly base weapon transformed into a gale, completely clearing the surrounding red mist. Once Jin Hong regained consciousness, he recognized Lu Cheng's face and couldn't help but chuckle, "Scolding you, brat. Cough, cough. You just had to come at the right moment, huh?" Lu Cheng smiled and did not refute. He slightly bent down, lifting the over 200-pound man from the ground, allowing him to drape his arm over his shoulder. "Who told the Great Xia to have such a vast territory?" Lu Cheng said helplessly. "I rushed over as quickly as I could. Oh, I almost had to burn incense for you." Jin Hong felt a wave of emotion. Traveling nearly 4,000 kilometers, it took less than an hour. "Just how powerful have you become?" Jin Hong couldn't help but ask softly. Lu Cheng didn't answer, carrying Jin Hong forward with a step. As that step landed, the surrounding scenery instantly changed. By the time Jin Hong realized it, they had already appeared in front of Zheng Qiuhai and the others. Zheng Qiuhai and Jiang Jinkai stood dumbfounded, staring at the two who had suddenly appeared. Lu Cheng pushed Jin Hong forward, handing him over to Zheng Qiuhai and Jiang Jinkai. "You two immediately arranged for someone to take him back for treatment." Lu Cheng's tone was calm and steady, carrying an undeniable authority. Zheng Qiuhai and Jiang Jinkai shivered, each cautiously supporting the unsteady Jin Hong. Zheng Qiuhai stared at Lu Cheng's overly youthful face, nodding heavily. "Understood, Lu. Mr. Lu, rest assured." After arranging for Jin Hong, Lu Cheng slightly turned. "Leave the rest to me." Lu Cheng tossed out a sentence. Under everyone's gaze, his body floated into the air, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing before their eyes. The mycelium master forcefully endured a strike from the celestial foundation flow. A massive pit erupted at the spot. The surface of the pit had already crystallized, and at the bottom lay a piece of rotten flesh. The rotten flesh was the remaining half of the mycelium master's face. The rest of his body had dissolved from the previous impact. After the giant flower atop the experimental building withered, the mycelium, covering most of the inner city, also completely withered away. But now it seemed as if summoned by some force. Countless dark red tendrils burst forth from the ground once again. These tendrils writhed on the surface, surging towards the deep pit like a tide. They gathered near the half-face of the mycelium master, beginning to intertwine and gradually making contact with that half-face. Small flesh buds sprouted from the edges of the face, merging with the tendrils. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of flesh writhing filled the air. With the influx of these tissues, the mycelium master's body began to regenerate at a visible speed. He swallowed part of the tendrils and spit out a few shriveled ones, as if selecting them. As time passed, his head, torso, and limbs began to regrow. White bony armor grew on the surface of his skin, and 10 bone claws protruded from his fingers. Lu Cheng floated in midair, arms crossed, coldly observing the series of operations performed by the mycelium master below. White bony armor grew on the surface of his skin, and 10 bone claws protruded from his fingers. Lu Cheng floated in midair, arms crossed, coldly observing the series of operations performed by the mycelium. Lu Cheng felt both disgusted and curious. I really want to cut it open and see what's inside. The more tendrils the mycelium master absorbed and integrated, the fewer mycelial remnants remained. Lu Cheng did not want to toil for half a day only to leave the roots behind for it to return later. In just a few minutes, the mycelium master's damaged body was completely restored. It even boasted a terrifying set of bony armor. It raised its head, glaring with its pupilless eyes at Lu Cheng hovering above. It let out a hoarse voice, "Human. Hungry. Eat. Tisk tsk." Lu Cheng looked down at it from his elevated position, unable to help shaking his head, neither human nor ghost. And at this age, it can't even speak a human sentence clearly. Boom. The ground beneath the mycelium master exploded instantaneously, its body transformed into a streak of light accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, charging violently towards Lu Cheng in midair. The two instantly engaged in fierce combat midair. The mycelium master's speed was astonishing, every punch and kick leaving heavy afterimages in the void. Its claws covered in ghastly white armor swung madly. Each attack appeared extremely frenzied and lacked coherence, completely relying on its brute strength to vent its fury. However, in the face of this torrential onslaught, Lu Cheng remained calm and composed. He made no flashy movements, simply stepping and shifting in the void. Though the movements looked slow, he managed to precisely evade the mycelium master's claws each time. With every dodge, Lu Cheng would retaliate with an attack. Bang bang bang. The sound of flesh colliding echoed in the air. After dozens of exchanges, the mycelium master's violent assault not only failed to injure Lu Cheng, but it was also shattered multiple times. Running out of steam, huh? Then it's my turn. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Cheng simply thrust forward with a punch, precisely meeting the mycelium master's descent. Finally, the mycelium master restored its body once more, but this time one of its legs was devoid of bony armor. Lu Cheng's gaze turned slightly cold upon seeing this. Running out of steam, huh? Then it's my turn. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Cheng simply thrust forward with a punch, precisely meeting the mycelium master's descending claw. Crack! At the moment of collision, a visible shockwave erupted in midair. The mycelium master's right arm cracked extensively, like porcelain, the instant it made contact with Lu Cheng's fist. Immediately, the entire arm shattered into a shower of flesh. The powerful backlash sent the mycelium master flying straight back, creating a white line in the air. Lu Cheng calmly retracted his fist. Huff. It's time to put an end to this. He curled his fingers into claw's palm, facing upwards, and grasped at the void. In an instant, the spiritual energy drifting within dozens of miles seemed to be summoned by some force rushing towards his palm. In less than a breath, a crystal-clear sphere the size of a walnut formed in Lu Cheng's palm. He lowered his eyelids, watching the still-flying mycelium master softly uttering, "Take care." Whoosh. Lu Cheng flicked his finger. The sphere instantly tore through the void, leaving an almost imperceptible trail in midair. The sphere sped forth, directly entering the mycelium master's wide-open mouth. The sphere did not cease because of the entrance, but instead pushed against the mycelium master's head, pulling its entire body and shooting off to the west. As the sun set, a shooting star appeared in the sky, traversing most of the Great Xia territory. 10,000 miles away, in the Kunlun Forbidden Area, at the position of the DUI guard. The everlasting snow-capped mountains stood, ancient and intricate golden patterns flickering in the void, weaving into a massive protective barrier that locked certain terrifying existences inside. At the edge of that golden barrier, a figure was seated in the void. It was a woman with flowing white hair, her features ethereal and exquisite. She seemed to have merged with the ancient snow-capped mountains. The martial saint of Great Xia, the White Emperor. She had long guarded this place, now slightly lowering her eyelids, gazing down at the unchanging protective barrier, her expression carrying a hint of coolness. Suddenly, the White Emperor's beautiful eyes flickered. A piercing howling sound came from the eastern horizon. A red light flashed past her ear. The raging wind tousled her white hair slightly. This red light was the mycelium master that had been flung away, finally stopping after crossing over 10,000 kilometers, crashing directly into the protective barrier. Boom. At the moment of impact against the barrier, the energy sphere that had been held in the mycelium master's mouth finally detonated. The energy burst forth completely. Without even a scream, the mycelium master's humanoid form, fused with the flesh of countless martial artists, could not withstand this force for even a second, being pulverized into powder in an instant. And Sklas humanoid beast, along with its core, was completely obliterated. Far in the eastern state, Lu Cheng immediately received a system notification. Sklas being killed. Experience 200 Kunlun Forbidden Area. After utterly shattering the mycelium master's body, the energy sphere did not completely vanish. Instead, it floated around for a moment before sinking down. Buzz. Upon contact with the barrier beneath, the energy integrated seamlessly, merging into the barrier. The originally dim barrier brightened after absorbing this pure energy, becoming even more solid. In the void, the White Emperor gently blinked her beautiful eyes. She turned her head in confusion to glance at the eastern horizon where the red light had come from, but found nothing. She slightly furrowed her delicate brows, then turned her head back to look at the seemingly more solid barrier below, her expression thoughtful. A week had passed since the catastrophic disaster that struck Dongzhou. The acrid smoke over the inner city had long since dissipated, and post-war assessments, personnel resettlement, and urban restoration proceeded with quiet efficiency. He Qingji and his team returned with the remains of the Yuanlin squad, and with the charred bones of Yuan Tianqing, the first to be consumed by the fungal sovereign. The Yuan family estate, situated on the outskirts of the inner city, remained unscathed by the fungal sovereign's ravage. There a profoundly subdued funeral was held. No guests were invited, and Yuan Ning did not even summon her eldest daughter home. Ultimately, the patriarch of the Yuan family personally ordered Yuan Tianqing's remains to be cremated, then dispatched via drone to the upper atmosphere, where his ashes scattered into the boundless sky. Per his decree, Yuan Tianqing was unworthy of interment in the Yuan Ancestral Cemetery. According to the final damage assessment released by the Dongzhou Administrative Bureau, 70% of the inner city's infrastructure and buildings had been utterly destroyed. Fortunately, once the fungal sovereign's core was slain by Lu Cheng, its residual mycelium crumbled entirely into brittle carbonized ash. Yet, even so, Jiang Jinkai recommended centralized high-energy incineration for all remains consumed by the sovereign. Dongzhou had suffered grievously at the hands of this abomination. Absolute certainty was required. No latent threat could be permitted to linger upon Dongzhou's soil. And Lu Cheng, the singular hero who had saved the entire Dongzhou base, vanished from the upper echelon site the very next day after slaying the fungal sovereign. Not only did he disappear, he took Jin Hong, chief physician of the medical center, with him. En route, Lu Cheng made a solitary visit to the slums. Since the fungal sovereign's main biomass had concentrated within the inner city, the outer city sustained minimal collateral damage. The slums remained intact and unchanged. Lu Cheng halted at the edge of a modest, weathered residential lane. His gaze swept across the street and settled upon the entrance of a modest massage parlor. A familiar figure ambled out, unhurried and unburdened. It was Old Man Wang, flush-cheeked and radiant, waving cheerfully toward the shop attendant as he stepped onto the pavement. From beneath the dappled shade of a distant tree, Lu Cheng watched and smiled faintly, almost wryly. He realized with quiet resignation that his concern had been utterly misplaced. This old man, who had navigated the labyrinthine currents of common life for decades, was far shrewder and far more adept at savoring existence than Lu Cheng had ever imagined. Lu Cheng chose not to approach Old Man Wang. Instead, he slipped a bank card bearing 500,000 xia coins into the old man's home, quietly unseen. Xuanwu Fortress. Along the corridor linking the medical division to the administrative tower, two figures advanced with deliberate slowness. Shen Xiao, how many times must I say it? No need to support me. I'm not yet decrepit enough to require assistance, just to walk. Jin Hong stood swathed head to toe in bandages like a colossal mummy, his face half exposed. Leaning heavily on a cane in his right hand, he grumbled helplessly at Shen Xiao beside him. Though Shen Xiao stood an imposing 180 centimeters tall beside Jin Hong's broad, formidable frame, he appeared nearly a head shorter. Hearing the complaint, Shen Xiao did not slacken his pace. Supporting Jin Hong's left arm, he cautioned firmly, "No, Director. The medical division explicitly instructed us your injuries are severe, both internal and external, with multiple meridian ruptures. Recovery from such trauma may take 2 full months. Even standing upright now borders on miraculous. Director, mind the step." As he spoke, Shen Xiao tightened his grip and guided Jin Hong smoothly up a single stair. Jin Hong's brow darkened instantly. With a heavy sigh, he fixed Shen Xiao with one sharp, exasperated eye. "Listen, Shen Xiao, can I formally request that Wan assist me instead, rather than having you, a grown man, cling to me like damp silk?" Shen Xiao didn't even glance up, replying with unruffled calm, "Mu Rong is finalizing the post-launch report for the orbital weapon system. You know well how labyrinthine those protocols are. So for the next 2 months, you'll simply endure it." Jin Hong rolled his eyes, jabbing his cane hard against the floor with a sharp, hollow clack. "Brother Jin, already up and about, and your spirits this buoyant?" A voice laced with gentle amusement drifted from ahead. Both men froze mid-step and lifted their eyes, only to find Lu Cheng standing there smiling warmly at them. The moment Jin Hong spotted him, he cried out, "Brother Lu, you're finally here. You have no idea how insufferable Shen Xiao's been. That's precisely Shen Captain's devotion to your well-being." The moment Jin Hong spotted him, he cried out, "Brother Lu, you're finally here. You have no idea how insufferable Shinshio's been." "That's precisely Shen Captain's devotion." Jin Hong shrugged dismissively. Lu Cheng's smile softened his tone, shifting into quiet gravity. "Take your time. There's no rush to resume command. Everything rests securely in my hands." Jin Hong returned the smile, unshaken, utterly certain. After all, this was the being who had crossed thousands of kilometers in a single stride, shattered a celestial energy beam with one open palm, and crushed its glass fungal sovereign with effortless dominion. To deploy such power against mirror-rank threats beyond the perimeter would be akin to leveling mountains with artillery, then swatting gnats with the same cannon. Lu Cheng chuckled softly, as if recalling something, and asked, "Brother Jin, I'd like to revisit that matter you mentioned earlier, the application for formal classification." Jin Hong's facial muscles stiffened abruptly. He stared at Lu Cheng, as though gazing upon some unearthly anomaly. After a long suspended silence, he let out a derisive snort. "Classification? Classify you? Do they dare?" Jin Hong thumped his cane emphatically against the floor before the Dongzhou War erupted. "Yes. I submitted your dossier to higher command. But that was before you ascended to martial sainthood. Now that you've stirred such cataclysmic ripples, if headquarters dares assign you a rank, the elders sealed within the forbidden precincts will treat their heads as footballs." Here Jin Hong paused deliberately, then flashed Lu Cheng a toothy grin. "I'd wager, within the next 48 hours, you'll receive visitors." "Oh." Lu Cheng's brows lifted slightly, curiosity kindling. "What do you mean?" "Ha ha." Jin Hong chortled, then winced as laughter pulled at his wounds. "Let me tell you plainly. Upon achieving martial sainthood, you transcend the jurisdiction of the Xia Federation entirely. Whatever you desire, wealth, authority, resources, shall be granted without reservation." As Jin Hong laughed, Shinshio, who had remained silent until now, felt his phone vibrate insistently in his pocket. He retrieved it and answered. "This is Shinshio." "Oh, understood." Hanging up, he turned to Jin Hong. "We've just received word. Master Zhang Qing phone from headquarters has arrived." At the name, Jin Hong's mirth dimmed momentarily. Then understanding dawned, and he turned to Lu Cheng, bursting into unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha ha. Brother Lu, did I not just say it? Speak of the devil, and the devil appears." Jin Hong tapped his cane triumphantly against the floor. In the corridor, Jin Hong leaned on his cane, moving slowly. Lu Cheng and Shinshio walked beside him, one on each side. "Zhang Qingfeng is the head of the Ministry of Armed Forces in the Great Xia. As I walk, I will introduce him to you," Jin Hong continued. "In the Great Xia, the deployment, promotion, assessment, and daily management of regular martial artists are all under the purview of the Ministry of Armed Forces, and Zhang Qingfeng is the one in charge. Not only that, but he himself is also a level high-ranking national martial artist." He added, "You could say he is the person most likely in the Great Xia to step forward and reach the martial saint realm." Lu Cheng walked quietly beside him, listening intently. "Zhang Laodao is already over 100 years old." Jin Hong spoke of Zhang Qingfeng with a hint of respect in his tone. His early life was quite ordinary. Before the age of 30, he was just an ordinary martial artist. It wasn't until he encountered a great change at 30 that he saw through the mundane and became a monk. He then spent 40 years studying the Taoist scriptures in the temple. Jin Hong continued, "It wasn't until he was 70 that he broke through to become an A-level national martial artist renowned for his extraordinary Tai Chi skills that shook the world. He is also one of the few survivors from the human-shaped beast chaos that occurred 50 years ago." Lu Cheng nodded slightly. To become a monk at 30, study for 40 years, and only at 70 truly soar. Such an experience certainly deserves the title of legend. At the same time, Lu Cheng's mind stirred slightly. This was the first time he had heard of the existence of Taoism since coming to this world. At least he hadn't seen anything related to Taoism while in Dongzhou. Since Taoism exists in this world, could it be that the ancient Taoist scriptures that have been passed down also hide some mysteries? Is it possible for the system to upgrade or merge something? Because they had to take care of Jin Hong's injuries, the three of them were not walking fast. As they passed a corner, Shinshio looked at the cold sweat seeping from Jin Hong's forehead and suggested, "Director, why don't I go get a wheelchair for you?" "Get lost." Jin Hong glared and said irritably, "As the dignified director of the Xuanwu, do I still need a wheelchair to meet people? What face would I have left? I won't sit, I can walk over." Lu Yuan shook his head, thinking that sitting in a wheelchair is actually a bit more dignified than using a cane. Meanwhile, in Jin Hong's office, an old man and a young girl were quietly waiting. The elderly man wore an extremely simple coarse cloth robe with white hair and beard, and his long hair was tied up with a simple wooden hairpin. Though he looked very old, his complexion was rosy and radiant, and his eyes sparkled with energy, exuding an air of celestial elegance. He was none other than Zhang Qingfeng, the head of the Ministry of Armed Forces in the Great Xia. Standing beside him was a young girl in her early 20s, Ruan Ning. Master, has that Senior Lu really reached that realm? Ruan Ning asked, her lips slightly pursed, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable shock. Zhang Qingfeng gently stroked his white beard and nodded slowly. He can soar through the air and easily subdue an level human-shaped beast. Zhang Qingfeng's tone carried a hint of admiration. In the Great Xia, aside from the White Emperor of the past, I have never seen such a strong individual. He must be a martial saint. Ruan Ning's mind instantly recalled the scene she saw in the capital's martial arts library. The young figure that vanished suddenly overlapped with Lu Cheng, who had displayed great power in Dongzhou, causing her breath to quicken. Did she just witness the birth of a martial saint? Zhang Qingfeng glanced at his disciple beside him and asked softly, Xiao Ning, how is your great-grandfather's health recently? Mentioning her great-grandfather, Ruan Ning's excitement faded instantly, and she shook her head sadly. It's the same as before. He suffered severe hidden injuries in his early years, and now that he is old, these injuries are breaking out all at once. Several old doctors in Kyoto have seen him, and they all say, he probably won't make it through this year. Zhang Qingfeng sighed slightly. Among the old friends from back, then very few are still holding on. How about this? When you go back this time, you can go directly to the Ministry of Armed Forces and get a Xianpin Dan to take back. Although it won't resolve the root of his illness, it can extend his life for a year. Ruan Ning was taken aback and hurriedly bowed, saying, Master, the Xianpin Dan is extremely rare. This isn't in accordance with the rules. Haha, it's fine. Zhang Qingfeng smiled kindly. Given the contributions your great-grandfather made for the Great Xia back in the day, merely taking a Xianpin Dan to extend his life is not something anyone can complain about. The Great Xia has never been stingy towards those who have rendered meritorious service. You need not worry about such matters. Ruan Ning wanted to say more, but Zhang Qingfeng's expression suddenly changed. His gaze instantly turned to the office door. Without any hesitation, he stood up from his seat, adjusted his Taoist robe, and quickly walked toward the entrance. Ruan Ning immediately reacted, composed herself, and closely followed behind her master. The office door was pushed open. Lu Cheng had yet to step inside when he saw an old man with white hair walking quickly toward him. Senior Lu, I have long admired your great name. Zhang Qingfeng stopped 3 steps away from Lu Cheng, without any hesitation, directly clasping his hands in salute and bowing deeply. I am Zhang Qingfeng, here today to pay my respects to you, senior. This is my poor disciple Ruan Ning. Zhang Qingfeng's voice was steady and powerful. Senior. Ruan Ning stepped forward as well, bowed deeply to Lu Cheng, her head lowered in great respect. Lu Cheng looked at the elderly man who was old enough to be his great-grandfather, performing the bow of a junior toward him, and for a moment, he found it somewhat strange. He extended his right hand to support Zhang Qingfeng's arm, smiling. There's no need for such formality, Taoist Zhang. You are the elder. Don't mention it. Zhang Qingfeng said, the worthy are teachers. Lu Cheng did not say anything further and glanced at Ruan Ning beside him, feeling that she looked somewhat familiar. However, it seemed he did not know this person, so he simply did not dwell on it. I must say, Taoist Zhang, you are quite realistic. Jin Hong, who limped in with a cane, scoffed. This is my office after all. Are you treating me like air? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingfeng turned his head, looked at Jin Hong, and then laughed. Brother Jin, your voice is remarkably loud. Oh, I can tell without even looking that you'll recover in 2 months. Meanwhile, Shen Xiu at the back offered a salute to Zhang Qingfeng and silently walked over to prepare tea. Yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Jin Hong calls Lu Cheng brother, Zhang Qingfeng calls Jin Hong brother, and Zhang Qingfeng addresses Lu Cheng as senior. Ruan Ning is also Zhang Qingfeng's direct disciple. Considering the hierarchy, it seems that Shen Xiu has become the least significant person in the room. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group took their seats on the sofa. After Shen Xiu and Ruan Ning ensured everyone had a cup of hot tea, the two exchanged a knowing glance and silently exited the room, closing the office door behind them. Before the door closed, Lu Cheng could still feel that the girl named Ruan Ning, as she exited, cast him a glance filled with an indescribable peculiar feeling. Soon only 3 people remained in the room. Zhang Qingfeng wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. To be frank, I came here to pay my respects to Senior Lu mainly for 2 matters. Zhang Qingfeng's expression was sincere. First, to congratulate Senior Lu on breaking the shackles and achieving the rank of Martial Saint. As for the second matter, it is to invite you, Senior, to join the Holy Pavilion. Holy Pavilion. Lu Cheng repeated this unfamiliar term. He looked at Jin Hong and found him holding a teacup, sitting upright with an expression that said, I only care about drinking tea, don't ask me anything. Yes, the Holy Pavilion, Zhang Qingfeng patiently explained. In simple terms, the Holy Pavilion is a special organization formed by the powerful figures who have reached the Martial Saint realm in the Great Xia. Lu Cheng looked at Zhang Qingfeng in confusion and asked, Why have I never heard anyone mention this organization before? Because the status of the Holy Pavilion is unique and its treatment is even more special, Zhang Qingfeng continued. It was established by the first martial saint of the Great Xia Federation. After joining the Holy Pavilion, you will have the authority to mobilize all resources within the Great Xia Federation. Money, cultivation resources, military forces, martial artists. Whatever you request, the Great Xia will meet your needs unconditionally. If I choose to join the Saintly Pavilion, what would be expected of me? Zhang Qingfeng shook his head. On this matter this Taoist knows nothing. Though the Saintly Pavilion exists in truth, no new martial saints have joined it for 2 full centuries. Perhaps you ought to ask the venerable elders within the pavilion themselves. What exactly are they doing? Ever since the first martial saint founded the Saintly Pavilion, all that transpires within its walls has remained sealed from the outside world. Zhang Qingfeng sighed deeply. This visit in truth fulfills only the very first regulation established at the founding of the Great Xia Martial Affairs Department, that upon the emergence of a new martial saint in Great Xia, the incumbent director must deliver the Saintly Pavilion's invitation to that saint without delay. From my tenure onward, counting 3 directors prior, none ever had occasion to extend such an invitation. With a wry, half-teasing smile, Zhang Qingfeng added, by that reckoning this time, I owe my distinction to Senior Brother Lu's grace. Having personally delivered the invitation to a martial saint, Zhang Qingfeng's name shall indeed be inscribed in the annals of Great Xia's martial history. And Lu Cheng regarded the elderly Taoist, whose wit lent him an almost whimsical charm, and smiled faintly, then abruptly grew solemn. What if I find it troublesome, and simply decline? Lu Cheng fixed him with a steady gaze, his tone calm and uninflected. Naturally, that remains entirely your prerogative. Zhang Qingfeng replied with serene candor. As I said earlier, this visit is purely procedural, to inform Senior Brother Lu of the Saintly Pavilion's existence and its long-standing custom. As for whether or not you join, it rests wholly upon your own will. Jin Hong interjected, Brother Lu, Elder Taoist Zhang speaks truly. You are now a martial saint, among the absolute pinnacle of martial cultivators worldwide. Whether you join the Saintly Pavilion or not, the Great Xia Federation holds no authority over you. You could even assume the presidency of the Federation should you so desire. Lu Cheng waved dismissively, signaling Jin Hong to cease his rambling. Jin Hong grinned, fell silent, and drained cup after cup of tea. Lu Cheng did not pursue the subject of the Saintly Pavilion further, and he could verify those matters at his leisure. For now, he cared far more for tangible practical benefits. Senior Taoist Zhang, Lu Cheng suddenly spoke. I have heard you devoted 40 years within your Taoist monastery to studying the Taoist canon, until one day enlightenment struck and you ascended to the rank of National Guardian Martial Cultivator. Might I peruse those very texts you studied? Zhang Qingfeng visibly paused, taken aback by the request. He had anticipated questions about the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, not this unexpected fascination with the Taoist canon. Yet his expression brightened with genuine delight. And of course, Zhang Qingfeng smiled. Senior Brother may examine them whenever you wish. That said, he paused thoughtfully, the canon demands considerable literary cultivation. Most texts are written in classical prose. If one lacks formal training in ancient script, comprehension proves exceedingly arduous. Zhang Qingfeng spoke no exaggeration. At 30, he entered the Taoist order. Merely mastering the recognition of those obscure archaic characters consumed several years of diligent study. No matter, Lu Cheng replied unruffled. And how could he possibly labor through those dense classical texts himself? Ni's system, though imperfect, remained formidable, especially the celestial furnace function. He sought the Taoist canon solely to test whether those ancient scriptures might yield something extraordinary when processed through his system. Once the texts were in his possession, no antiquity nor obscurity could impede him. The system rendered all barriers obsolete. In seeing Lu Cheng's unwavering resolve, Zhang Qingfeng's enthusiasm surged. In martial cultivation before Lu Cheng, the martial saint, he stood immeasurably distant. Yet when it came to mastery and interpretation of the Taoist canon, Zhang Qingfeng stood unbowed, his confidence unshakable. Within Great Xia, and indeed across the entire Blue Planet, he considered himself the undisputed foremost authority, peerless and unparalleled. In speaking of the lifelong devotion he cherished most, the elderly Taoist kindled with fervent passion. Senior Brother may not know, to outsiders the Taoist canon appears mere collections of precepts and mythic legends. But to this Taoist, every character, every phrase points directly toward the great Tao. Take the Taiji art which I cultivate. After 40 years immersed in the canon, I grasped the essence of Taiji and forged this art anew. Zhang Qingfeng's eyes gleamed as he spoke, animated and eloquent, When the Martial Affairs Department classified this art, they designated it a terrestrial rank cultivation technique. Yet the deeper I cultivated over these decades, the clearer it became that this assessment was profoundly mistaken. And what is the Tao? The Tao knows no limit. The Taiji art springs from the profoundest truths within the canon. Its potential transcends mere terrestrial rank. Grasp its true essence, and it becomes a supreme, peerless art capable of guiding one straight to the martial saint realm. Jin Hong, listening nearby, grew drowsy and shifted comfortably into the sofa, utterly indifferent to such discourse. Zhang Qingfeng sank into reverie, sighing long and low, his expression tinged with melancholy. Alas, my karmic fortune remains insufficient. He slapped his thigh. Decades ago, I unearthed an exceedingly ancient fragmentary scroll, inscribed on silk. Yet time and poor preservation left it grievously damaged. For 3 years I labored over it, consulting countless texts, yet could only barely decipher fragments concerning the concepts of virtue and Tao. Even those scattered insights propelled my Taiji art forward by a tremendous leap. What a pity! What a profound pity! Lu Cheng watched Zhang Qingfeng, both sorrowful and exultant, and felt genuine admiration. And to have distilled a terrestrial rank art from decades of canon study bespoke extraordinary talent. Hearing Zhang Qingfeng repeatedly invoke the word Tao, Lu Cheng's thoughts drifted back to memories of his past life. Though that world possessed no cultivation arts, its philosophical depth and civilizational evolution had flourished brilliantly across millennia. Gazing at Zhang Qingfeng's anguished, fervent gestures, Lu Cheng murmured softly, 2 lines etched deep into his memory, and the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. And the name that can be named is not the eternal name. Silence fell abruptly upon the office. Zhang Qingfeng, moments earlier sighing mournfully, froze mid-motion, rigid as stone. His eyes widened to their utmost, riveted upon Lu Cheng. And more. Is there more? And before Lu Cheng could react, Zhang Qingfeng shot forward like an arrow, appearing instantly before him. He seized Lu Cheng's wrist firmly. Knee's face flushed crimson, the serene, transcendent aura he so carefully cultivated shattered completely. Lu Cheng recoiled, startled by the elder Taoist's dramatic outburst. Yes, there is more, he ventured, attempting to withdraw his hand. Yet Zhang Qingfeng held fast, and Lu Cheng dared not strain the old man's frailty. Please, speak now, senior brother. This Taoist implores you. Zhang Qingfeng's voice cracked with urgency. He nearly dropped to his knees. Only Lu Cheng's swift intervention prevented it. Jin Hong too jolted upright, startled. And how could the usually composed, meditative elder Taoist so utterly lose composure over 2 cryptic lines? Lu Cheng sighed inwardly, cleared his throat, and continued from memory. And non-being names the origin of all things, being names the mother of all things, in both arise from the same source, yet bear different names. Profound beyond profundity, the gateway to all subtleties. As Lu Cheng recited these final lines, Zhang Qingfeng stood transfixed, as if bound by some ancient spell, motionless before him. His eyelids ceased blinking, his gaze pierced emptiness, lips parting and closing faintly, repeating Lu Cheng's words like sacred incantations. Not the eternal Tao, gateway to all subtleties. In whispering ceaselessly, the elder Taoists surrounding Qi erupted, wild turbulence spiraling outward. Jin Hong's face paled. He sensed unmistakably Zhang Qingfeng's aura swelled relentlessly, his ruddy complexion now shimmering with a translucent jade-like luster. By heaven, could this old Taoist actually be? Jin Hong gaped, forgetting even his wounds. Now long silence stretched. And then, Zhang Qingfeng shuddered violently, and twin beams of piercing light blazed from his eyes. He threw back his head, his white hair billowed, as if stirred by an unseen wind. Na thunderous, ageless laugh, robust and resonant, shook the Xuanwu fortress to its foundations. Marvelous, exquisite, sublime, and straightening, his eyes ablaze with ecstatic triumph. This Taoist has attained the martial saint path. Zhang Qingfeng left the Xuanwu fortress that day. His path to becoming a martial saint had become completely clear. All he needed now was to find a place to enter seclusion, and he would naturally cross that threshold, truly achieving the status of a martial saint. However, before departing, the old Taoist insisted that Lu Cheng's few words were a true impartation of knowledge, and he was determined to pay his respects with the grand ceremony of 3 kneelings and 9 knockings. Lu Cheng exerted great effort negotiating and persuading before finally refusing the old man. Zhang Daozhang, it is true that a master is a teacher, but let's skip the formalities of apprenticeship. Lu Cheng rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Seeing Lu Cheng's firm attitude, Zhang Qingfeng relented, but he stubbornly adjusted his Taoist robe and said solemnly, Since the esteemed elder does not wish to take this poor Taoist as a disciple, I shall not press further. However, the grace of imparting knowledge is heavier than Mount Tai, and from now on this poor Taoist shall treat the esteemed elder with the respect of a disciple. Lu Cheng saw that he had taken a step back and was too lazy to argue further, waving his hand to let it be. However, the one who left Lu Cheng feeling somewhat overwhelmed was still Zhang Qingfeng's direct disciple. When she learned that her master's path to martial saint had stabilized due to Lu Cheng's casual advice, her gaze towards Lu Cheng changed. As she left, Wan Ning followed behind Zhang Qingfeng, looking back 3 times. In her eyes there was not only admiration, but also a hint of complex emotions, making it seem as if her gaze could almost pull threads. Lu Cheng touched his nose, pretending not to see. 3 days later, at the Xuanwu fortress in the office of the director. Bang! A dull thud crashed down on Jin Hong's desk. Jin Hong was startled, nearly tearing off his bandages. What the hell, Lu, old brother, what are you doing? Jin Hong cursed, then shifted his gaze to the desk. On the desk lay a bulging woven bag of fertilizer. The bag was loosely tied with chaotic spiritual energy, seeping out, emitting a faint, bloody scent. Jin Hong looked at Lu Cheng with some confusion and pulled open the bag. As the rope was untied, the bag flipped outward. In an instant, a rich spiritual energy was released into the office. Revealed from the fertilizer bag were numerous spiritual pills of various sizes and colors. The surface of these pills shimmered with a lustrous glow, illuminating most of the office in vibrant colors, clearly not ordinary goods. The lowest grade was clevel, produced by savage beasts, and even mixed in were a dozen level spiritual pills. Jin Hong was left dumbfounded. Did you flatten the forbidden area? Jin Hong looked up at Lu Cheng in shock. Moreover, who the hell uses a fertilizer bag to hold spiritual pills? Lu Cheng sat down on the nearby sofa, chuckling softly. What are you thinking? The forbidden area isn't that easy. I was just bored these past few days and casually cleared out the savage beasts within 500 miles of the Xuanwu fortress. That said, tomorrow morning I will go to Zhang Qingfeng's place to check out those Taoist scriptures. If I leave, what if high-level savage beasts come? You wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Lu Cheng pointed at the fertilizer bag on the table. Thus, I went out in advance to clean up those slightly threatening guys. At least for the next 2 or 3 months, there won't be any significant beast tides outside the Xuanwu fortress. After hearing Lu Cheng's words, Jin Hong stood there in a daze, momentarily unsure of what to say. His rugged old face visibly softened. You this guy? Jin Hong felt inexplicably touched. 10 elite level martial artists had perished in the battle at Dongzhou. Even though there were still many level martial artists in the Xuanwu fortress, if a pseudo-level beast tide, like the jade-armored Golden Dragon King, came, the Xuanwu fortress would indeed be heavily burdened. Although Lu Cheng spoke lightly of it, this favor was as heavy as Mount Tai. All right, I will remember this favor, old brother. Jin Hong grinned widely, pretending to scoop the bag of spiritual pills into his arms. Lu Cheng looked at his actions, slightly taken aback. Wait, Jin, old brother, what are you doing? Jin Hong raised his head as if it were a matter of course. Taking it, isn't this for me? Who told you this bag of spiritual pills was to be given to you? Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. Huh. Jin Hong froze. If it's not for me, why did you put it on my desk? I meant for you to help me exchange all these spiritual pills for money. Lu Cheng looked at him, utterly speechless. Oh. Jin Hong did not retract his hand. I thought you had become a martial saint and looked down on money. Even a master has to eat, and a martial saint also needs to live. Lu Cheng shrugged, looking as if it was a matter of course. Jin Hong calculated in his heart. I can help you go through the official purchase route. Although the price isn't as high as the underground black market, the demand is large and can take it all. According to the current purchase price, this is worth several hundred million at least. Lu Cheng raised his eyebrows and readily agreed. Sure, considering how well we know each other, I can give you a little service fee. A 5% commission, nothing more. Jin Hong's eyelids twitched slightly as he looked at him speechlessly. Look at your money-grubbing demeanor. I, the dignified director of Xuanwu, need this little commission. I was just joking with you earlier. He leaned back in his chair, teasingly saying, actually, as long as you join that so-called holy pavilion mentioned by the old Taoist Zhang, you could mobilize resources from the entire Great Xia Federation, right? By then, money would just be a number to you. Lu Cheng smiled non-committally, not responding. Joining the holy pavilion indeed grants supreme privileges and limitless wealth, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. He wouldn't casually agree without understanding it first. They'll leave the matter of the spiritual pills to you. Lu Cheng stood up and waved to Jin Hong. I'll go pack my luggage and set off early tomorrow morning. All right, be safe up there. Jin Hong shouted from behind. Within the inner city of the capital, there lies a tranquil 5-entry courtyard amidst the bustling noise. The location is exceptional, with tall gray brick walls completely isolating it from the clamor of the outside world. The courtyard features winding paths leading to serene spots with intricately arranged rockeries and a man-made goldfish pond, where schools of koi swim in the clear water. In the garden of the third entry there stands a delicate pavilion built from fine timber. Inside the pavilion, an elderly man dressed in a traditional Tang suit sits quietly in a wheelchair. His hair and beard are entirely white, thinning significantly on his head, and his face is heavily wrinkled, marked by the hardships of life. Yet his two eyes remain sharp and bright. Great-grandfather, this is the Xianpin Dan that master asked me to bring to you. Ruan Ning, dressed in simple casual attire, holds out a delicate wooden box with both hands, carefully presenting it to the elderly man. The elderly man glances down at the wooden box. Little Ning, I have already exhausted my vitality and have no need for such a precious elixir anymore. Ruan Cheng's voice is hoarse, imbued with a sense of fading life. Take it back to old Zhang, let those in. With this broken body of mine, anything would be a waste. Great-grandfather master said that the Xianpin Dan can extend your life. Ruan Ning looks at him earnestly. Sigh, these are all ailments left over from my youth, there is no need for it. Ruan Changhe lets out a soft sigh and does not reach for the box. His gaze shifts to the flower bed outside the pavilion, becoming deep and contemplative. If I hadn't been so obsessed with cultivating the broken star fist back, then perhaps I could have lived a few more years or even touched that realm. Ruan Cheng's tone carries a hint of melancholy. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Hearing this, Ruan Ning places the wooden box on the stone table, feeling a wave of pity for him. The current younger generation all know that her master Zhang Qingfeng is exceptionally talented, having created his own Tai Chi technique. Yet very few know that the great-grandfather Ruan Changhe, who now sits in a wheelchair, was once a legendary genius who shook the world. If Zhang Qingfeng is the type to achieve greatness later in life, then Ruan Changhe is the prodigy who lived in the praise of others from a young age. Ruan Changhe awakened for the first time with a vitality level exceeding 700. Since then his martial path has been a continuous ascent with hardly any bottlenecks. By the age of 30, he had become a standout among level warriors. Unfortunately, all of this brilliance came to a sudden halt after he broke through to a level. It was at the age of 40 that he broke through to a level standing at the pinnacle that ordinary warriors dream of, only to despairingly realize that the main technique he practiced, the broken star fist, was fundamentally incomplete. The subsequent techniques were severed, leaving him with no further advancement possible. This remarkably talented genius was ultimately trapped at a level by an incomplete technique. Not only was there no hope for the future, but he was also tormented by the side effects of the flawed technique to the point of wishing for death. Great-grandfather, why did you only discover that the broken star fist was incomplete after breaking through to a level? Did no one notice before? Ruan Ning couldn't help but ask. Ruan Changhe gave a self-deprecating smile. Success and failure are both due to talent. Because before me no one in the daxia could cultivate this technique to such a level. A flash of complex emotions crossed Ruan Cheng's eyes. The broken star fist, as one of the few heavenly level techniques in daxia, has a low lower limit, but a high. In order to popularize martial arts, the higher-ups simplified the most basic parts of the broken star fist, renaming it the rock-breaking fist, to serve as the entry-level technique for the entire daxia, widely disseminated among the populace. Ruan Ning nodded, recalling that she had also practiced the rock-breaking fist during her school days. It was indeed very easy to learn. Strengthening the body and regulating qi was no problem at all. However, the simplicity of the rock-breaking fist does not imply that the broken star fist is also easy. Ruan Changhe curled his lips. The further one practices this technique, the more difficult it becomes, and the greater the power it wields. Just as its name suggests, while it may not literally smash stars with a single punch, it is indeed possible to destroy a city with one blow. Ruan Changhe sighed deeply. Unfortunately, when I reached a level, I had discovered the path ahead was cut off, and it was already impossible to change my cultivation. Back when savage beasts were rampant, as an A-level warrior, I could not afford to waste my cultivation and let daxia lose a single A-level combat force. Alright, great-grandfather, let's not dwell so much on the past. Ruan Ning squatted down forcibly, placing the Zetan wooden box into Ruan Cheng's hands. Please accept the Xianpin Dan. This is a special request from master. He said there are not many old friends left, and you must take care of your health. Ruan Changhe, feeling the weight of the box in his palm, ultimately shook his head in resignation. He sighed and waved his hand, signaling Ruan Ning to put the box back on the stone table. All right, the old man will accept it. Ruan Changhe looked at his graceful great-granddaughter, and his gaze gradually softened. Little Ning, you are not so young anymore. Do you have any young talents in mind? While Ruan Ning was helping him massage his shoulders, her hands paused, and she responded somewhat helplessly, Great-grandfather, why do you keep bringing this up? Haha, our Ruan family's daughters are so beautiful with both figure and strength. I've heard that many pursue you at Jingwu University. Could it be that none of them have caught your eye? Ruan Cheng had teased with a hearty laugh. Ruan Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. At the moment the great-grandfather mentioned it, a figure appeared in her mind. Lu Cheng. Thinking of Lu Cheng, Ruan Ning's face turned even redder, but he seemed uninterested in her, causing her heart to feel a twinge of frustration. Having lived nearly 100 years, Ruan Chenghe had seen it all. As soon as he noticed Ruan Ning's conflicted expression, he understood everything clearly. What? You really have someone in mind? Ruan Chenghe perked up. Tell great-grandfather which young man, as long as he is from Daxia, even if he is a direct descendant of a top-level warrior family, our Ruan family will certainly be a perfect match. Ruan Ning was both amused and exasperated by her great-grandfather's eager demeanor and quickly shook his arm. Great-grandfather, please don't joke about me, but it's not at all what you think. Haha, little Ning, having lived this long, I've walked more roads than you've eaten salt. Ruan Chenghe patted Ruan Ning's hand seriously, saying, so-called a man pursues a woman across a mountain, a woman pursues a man through a veil. If you truly encounter someone you like, don't miss the chance. Great-grandfather believes in your judgment. Ruan Ning could not shake the image of Lu Cheng from her mind. She knew that Lu Cheng was not from any noble family, just an ordinary person. Yet he far surpassed any from noble families. He was a martial sage transcending all warriors. Could such an existence truly look favorably upon her? To prevent her great-grandfather from prying further, Ruan Ning could only forcibly change the subject. She took Ruan Cheng's hand and began to talk about his glorious past in youth. The elderly man, now aged, most enjoyed reminiscing about the rugged years of his youth. Upon hearing Ruan Ning bring it up, Ruan Chenghe indeed became distracted, starting to excitedly recount those legendary tales. And Ruan Ning, while appearing to listen attentively to her great-grandfather's stories, found her thoughts drifting far away. If nothing unexpected happened, that man should be looking for master. In the capital city, on Zijin Mountain. As a millennium-old capital, Zijin Mountain has preserved the most complete variety of ancient architecture. The red walls, dugong brackets, and glazed tiles are arranged in an orderly manner amidst the green trees, exuding a sense of historical weight. The Wubei Pavilion is one of the iconic buildings among them. This pavilion was originally named Tianxin Pavilion and consists of 9 stories. After the revival of spiritual energy, the Daxia government established the Wubei Department, promptly renaming Tianxin Pavilion to Wubei Pavilion and designating it as the headquarters of the Daxia Wubei Department. At this moment, a streak of light pierced through the blue sky. Lu Cheng flew in from the Xuanwu fortress, breaking through the clouds. With each segment of flight, he felt as if something had swept past him. He had been scanned at least dozens of times throughout the journey. However, these scans merely brushed past him without any subsequent reaction. Above Zijin Mountain, Lu Cheng looked down and saw 2 neatly arranged rows of people in the square in front of the Wubei Pavilion. A red carpet was laid out on the ground, and an honor guard stood on either side. Yuan Tinkong was dressed in a crisp sky-blue military uniform, standing upright with his hands behind his back, resembling a spear. Just 10 minutes ago, the aerial monitoring center of the capital discovered Lu Cheng's arrival. As the second-in-command of the Wubei Department, Yuan Tinkong immediately prepared to welcome him upon receiving the news. He gazed at the horizon, blinking only after a long while. He attempted to catch a glimpse of Lu Cheng in advance. Suddenly, Yuan Tinkong felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a low rumble in his ears. A gust of wind swept across the square, causing the flags of the honor guard to flutter loudly. Lu Cheng's figure had already landed steadily in front of Yuan Tinkong. Yuan Tinkong's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he immediately bowed and saluted. Senior Lu, welcome to the Wubei Pavilion. Lu Cheng took a moment to assess the middle-aged military officer before him, whose square face bore a certain determination. The fluctuations of his spiritual energy were remarkably steady, indicating considerable strength. Who are you? Lu Cheng inquired. I am Yuan Tinkong, the deputy minister of the Wubei Department, he replied with utmost respect. Senior Lu, those radar scans along the way are part of the capital's regular defense mechanism. If you dislike the feeling of being monitored, we can record your spiritual energy characteristics into our system. In the future, whenever you travel, the entire capital's air defense radar will automatically shield you and never disturb you. Hearing this, Lu Cheng couldn't help but be intrigued. He deeply felt the weight of the title martial saint in this era of spiritual energy revival. Daxia could go so far as to shield its defense radar for the sake of a martial saint's personal comfort. This kind of privilege was indeed somewhat exaggerated. However, Lu Cheng was not one to flaunt his status. He smiled nonchalantly and said there's no need for that. Daxia is currently facing unrest everywhere. The radar system is also to ensure the safety of the capital. Yuan Tinkong saw this newly appointed martial saint being so understanding and completely unpretentious a glimmer of respect flashed in his eyes. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior Lu. Come, let me introduce you." Yuan Tinkong stepped aside, eagerly starting to introduce the people behind him. This group was primarily composed of senior officials from the Daxiao Wubei department. On ordinary days, each of these individuals could shake the ground of an entire province with a stomp. Yet now this group of senior officials averaging over 50 years of age appeared extremely excited, surrounding Lu Cheng like a group of starstruck young fans. "Senior Lu, I've long admired your name. Senior Lu, could I have your autograph? Senior Lu, are you married?" Each person eagerly extended their hands, wanting to shake hands with this newly appointed martial saint. Although Lu Cheng was somewhat unaccustomed to such a warm scene, with everyone placing him on a pedestal, he could only smile politely and exchange pleasantries with each of them. After a good 10 minutes of pleasantries, Lu Cheng finally found an opportunity to ask Yuan Tinkong, "Minister Yuan, may I ask if Taoist Zhang Qingfeng is present?" Yuan Tinkong replied apologetically, "To be honest, Senior Lu, Minister Zhang has been in seclusion since returning from the Xuanwu fortress a few days ago. However, he had specifically instructed me before entering seclusion, saying that you might come to view the Taoist texts in a few days, so all the necessary preparations have been made, just waiting for your arrival." At this point, Yuan Tinkong gestured for him to follow. "Please come with me, Wu, I will take you to the collection room." Lu Cheng nodded, "Thank you for your trouble." All the way, Lu Cheng followed behind Yuan Tinkong as they walked into the interior of the Wubei pavilion. Yuan Tinkong appeared extremely enthusiastic, essentially becoming a tour guide. He showed no reservations about the various core facilities of the Wubei department, explaining in detail the various functional areas and defense deployments along the way. After passing through several long corridors lined with thick carpets, they arrived outside a redwood door on the 7th floor of the Wubei pavilion. "Senior Lu, this room contains all the Taoist texts that Minister Zhang collected from all over the country back in the day." Yuan Tinkong stopped and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The room was spacious, with massive wooden bookshelves lining the walls. The shelves were densely packed with various bound books, bamboo slips, silks, and even stone inscriptions. Perhaps due to the excellent preservation environment, the room not only lacked any musty odor, but also exuded a faint aroma of ink and the unique fragrance of wood. These Taoist texts are not martial arts techniques, and their confidentiality level is not too high, so they are all stored in this room. Since they are Minister Zhang's collection, very few people come to see them, and even if they do, there isn't much they can understand. Yuan Tinkong explained from outside the door. Lu Cheng gazed at the tens of thousands of Taoist texts inside, and his eyes immediately lit up. He turned his head and greeted Yuan Tinkong, "Minister Yuan, I'll go in to take a look. If there's nothing urgent, please try to avoid letting anyone disturb me in the next couple of days." "Understood. Please feel free to look. I will arrange for someone to stand guard outside and ensure that no one disturbs you." Yuan Tinkong nodded in agreement. Lu Cheng acknowledged and eagerly stepped inside, closing the redwood door behind him. Yuan Tinkong, standing outside, watched Lu Cheng's eager demeanor. A genuine sense of admiration arose within him. Even though Senior Lu is already so powerful, he still diligently studies, seizing every moment to read texts and continuously strengthen his foundation. How else could someone achieve the title of martial saint at this age? Yuan Tinkong sighed to himself, feeling that this reception had greatly benefited him. He adjusted his military cap, turned, and left, deciding to learn from Lu Cheng's spirit. There's no end to learning. Inside the collection room, Lu Cheng stood alone among the rows of bookshelves. A hint of a smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he silently called out in his heart, "System, grant me the office of the Deputy Minister of the Armament Department." Yuan Tinkong had just returned to his office and sat down for a short while engrossed in reviewing a pile of documents. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Ruan Ning entered with a light and brisk step. "Dad, has Senior Lu arrived?" Ruan Ning asked eagerly as soon as she entered, her eyes scanning the office. Without lifting his head, Yuan Tinkong continued to write, the tip of his pen scratching against the paper as he replied in a deep voice, "He arrived this morning. However, you cannot see him now. He has already gone into the Dao Archives collection room on the 7th floor. No one is allowed to disturb him. He went straight to study the Dao Archive upon arrival." Ruan Ning murmured to herself before refilling Yuan Tinkong's teacup with hot water. Then she moved to the windowsill, picked up a small spray bottle, and watered the few potted plants with a diligent. Yuan Tinkong paused with his pen and finally looked up. A father knows his daughter well. His daughter, typically a decisive and assertive person at school and home, rarely came to seek him out on her own. Today she had come to pour tea and water the flowers, appearing like a dutiful daughter, which felt suspicious. In the Dao Archives collection room on the 7th floor, Lu Cheng faced a vast sea of Taoist texts, gazing at the towering stacks of books and bamboo slips that nearly filled the space, feeling overwhelmed and unable to suppress a grimace. Old Zhang did not organize the texts. The shelves were crammed full, and the corners of the floor were covered as well. If he had to flip through these Taoist documents page by page on his own, it would likely take him 10 days to a month to finish. System, let's negotiate. Can I directly use experience points to offset the process of flipping through the books? Why? Ding. Yes, you can. The system responded promptly. Lu Cheng's facial muscles twitched, and he asked, somewhat speechless, why didn't you mention this before? The host did not ask. All right. Lu Cheng was amused by the rigid system. He missed the old system from. He couldn't remember how many times. However, since he could solve it with experience points, things became simpler. He looked around. The collection room was very simply arranged. To aside from the wall-mounted bookshelves, there was only a square wooden table for reading in the center, an old round stool, and a worn-out black cushion on the floor. Lu Cheng took a closer look and found the wooden stool too hard and the cushion too dirty. He simply walked over to a stack of books and picked up a thick pile of bound volumes. He neatly arranged the bound volumes on the floor. Then Lu Cheng lay down on the ground using the stack of books as a pillow, letting out a long sigh of relief. System, let's start. Directly use experience points for the deduction. Ding. Detected a large number of Taoist texts in the current area. Beginning full scan estimated to consume 500 experience points. Deduct. I have plenty of experience points. Lu Cheng didn't care about this mere 500. The moment the system indicated the successful deduction, the texts in the entire collection room emitted a faint glow visible only to Lu Cheng. As each book was scanned, its glow faded. Lu Cheng lay on the floor and casually grabbed a piece of silk. He checked its size and found it perfect, placing it over his belly. After doing all this, he closed his eyes and comfortably fell into a deep sleep. Ruan Tingkong put down his signing pen and leaned back leisurely in his chair, watching Ruan Ning, who was still pretending to water the spider plants. All right, stop spraying, you're about to drown the flowers. Ruan Tingkong rubbed his temples and directly asked, so why did you come to my office today to curry favor? What do you want? Ruan Ning put down the spray bottle, awkwardly clasped her hands behind her back, and stepped forward to the desk. After hesitating for a moment, she shyly lowered her voice and asked, Dad, you're well informed. Does Senior Lu, does he have someone he likes now? Upon hearing this question, Ruan Tingkong's body suddenly stiffened. He raised an eyebrow and leaned forward, scrutinizing Ruan Ning. The office fell into a brief silence. After a full half-minute, Ruan Tingkong slowly uttered 3 words, you are not worthy. Ruan Ning's previously shy expression instantly collapsed, and she slammed her hand on the desk in frustration. Dad, I'm your biological daughter. Is this how you discourage your own daughter? Ruan Tingkong rolled his eyes, picked up the documents on the desk again, scribbling as he spoke. Can you cook? Do you know how to take care of others? With a bad temper and low cultivation, how long have you been stuck at level mid-tier? At this point, Ruan Tingkong flipped a page in the documents, and his tone changed. Look at Senior Lu. At such a young age, he is already a martial saint. And he is quite handsome. To be honest, he is even more handsome than I was when I was young. Back in the day when your mother was pursuing me, I hesitated for a long time before agreeing. Besides, many powerful factions are eyeing someone like Senior Lu. Why do you think he would look at you? Ruan Ning's eyes flickered, and a mysterious smile suddenly crept onto her lips. Ruan Tingkong was completely unaware of this, letting out a sigh. Look, Senior Lu has been in the collection room for half a day, now still studying those esoteric Tao texts. If it were you, how many words could you understand? That's the gap. Ruan Tingkong shook his head, waving his hand dismissively. Enough of this useless inquiry. Go back and cultivate. Break through to level as soon as possible. Faced with her father's string of criticisms and lectures, Ruan Ning did not retort, but rather obediently nodded her head. She slowly took out her phone from her pocket and pressed the speaker button. Immediately, a female voice rang out in the office. Ruan Tingkong. Could you repeat who pursued whom back in the day? Who cornered me on the playground for 3 days and nights, insisting on sending love letters? And you hesitated for a long time. The moment he heard this voice, Ruan Tingkong, who had been calm and collected, suddenly shook violently. His expression changed dramatically within a second. Ruan Ning watched her father's face change dramatically, laughing like a little fox. She sweetly called out to the phone, Mom, you two take your time chatting, I'm off to cultivate. After saying this, Ruan Ning placed the phone on the desk, quickly slipped out of the office, and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. In the office, only Ruan Tingkong remained, lost in a whirlwind of confusion. Ding. The detection has confirmed that all Taoist classics in the current area have been fully scanned. A total of 12,436 volumes, including Taishang, Gaining Pian Yunji Qiqian, and Duranjing, have been completely analyzed. Having consumed 520,000 experience points, the extraction of essential Taoist principles has been successful. The system's prompt sounded. Lu Cheng, lying on the floor, suddenly opened his eyes. Before he could stand up, the system's prompt echoed in his mind again. Ding. Detected that the host possesses the technique de luo zhenzhong, with a compatibility of 99 with the Taoist canon. Would you like to use this as the basis to refine the essence of the Taoist canon for an upgrade? Surprised by this prompt, Lu Cheng thought, can it be integrated like this? Then let's fuse it. Ding. Deducting 5 million experience points. Activating the heavenly earth furnace. Lu Cheng had yet to react to the fact that so much experience had been consumed when his mind erupted with a thunderous sound akin to the legendary Pangu opening the heavens. In the void, the heavenly earth furnace unfolded with a roar. Countless intricate characters converged like a torrent flooding into the furnace. At the same time, the vital energy within Lu Cheng was strongly drawn and began to uncontrollably circulate, according to the technique de luo zhenzhong. The speed of circulation increased, completing one large cycle after another, causing his meridians to slip. Faint wisps of purple-gold light were born deep within his meridians, quickly filling up like a snowball and rapidly assimilating with the original vital energy. A layer of jade-like radiance began to emanate from his skin. Beneath this lustrous jade glow, a faint purple hue emerged, exuding an inexplicable nobility. Realizing that he was at the most critical moment of transformation, Lu Cheng sat down, cross-legged, his hands resting naturally on his knees. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the primordial state before birth, immersed in boundless Taoist essence. Returning from the acquired to the innate. Realizing this, Lu Cheng completely immersed his mind in the transformation. However, he was unaware that this transformation would stir up a tremendous wave in the Great Xia. Above the martial armament pavilion, the originally clear sky suddenly changed. Vast purple chi emerged from nowhere, gathering on the horizon. This purple chi stretched endlessly, resembling a purple river spanning across the sky, grand and imposing. The purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles. At this moment, the vital energy between heaven and earth seemed to be endowed with a certain spirituality, frantically rushing toward the 7th floor of the martial armament pavilion, even forming a huge funnel-shaped cloud vortex in the sky. Endless vital energy converged into a river drawn into the funnel. This spectacular celestial phenomenon immediately startled countless people. In the western outskirts of the Great Xia, in the Kunlun Forbidden Area, a pair of star-like eyes suddenly opened. The wind and snow of Kunlun Mountain halted at that moment, and the surging sea of clouds seemed to be still. The White Emperor gazed toward the capital of the Great Xia, her long eyelashes fluttering. She stared at the rolling purple chi for a moment, then uttered a soft murmur. Is it him again? In the plaza outside the martial armament pavilion in the capital, Yuan Tingkong rushed out as soon as he sensed the turmoil in vital energy. Standing under the vast purple light, he witnessed this terrifying phenomenon, watching the river of vital energy continuously converge toward the 7th floor of the martial armament pavilion. He could clearly feel that his martial arts bottleneck had subtly shown signs of loosening under the influence of this phenomenon. What exactly has Senior Lu done inside? Yuan Tingkong stared blankly at the direction of the 7th floor, his breathing becoming extremely rapid. In a hidden cave on the purple gold mountain, Zhang Qingfeng sat cross-legged within. Inside the cave, the light was dim. The only 2 rows of candles had burned out, leaving only a puddle of wax oil. Zhang Qingfeng sat on a stone bed, his brow tightly furrowed, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He was fully absorbed in comprehending the Taiji technique. Although Lu Cheng had already pointed out the path for him, the martial saint realm ultimately had to be understood by himself. He did not believe anyone could assist him. It had to be comprehended by himself, then the martial saint realm could be consolidated. However, after days of seclusion, he always felt he was one step away from success. Cold sweat dripped down, soaking his back. Just as his vital energy began to surge and reverse within him, an unexpected change occurred. Outside, the sky turned purple, instantly covering the cave. Zhang Qingfeng felt a tremor throughout his body. At that moment, he felt that even without opening his eyes, he could perceive the Taoist intention. No need to listen, he could hear the marvelous laws. The chaotic vital energy was calmed, and the true meaning of the Taiji technique became evident. Zhang Qingfeng's tightly furrowed brow fully relaxed, and his aura ceased to fluctuate unpredictably, instead steadily rising. His head, full of white hair, began to sprout strands of black hair, and his wrinkled skin became smoother. Inside the collection room, Lu Cheng's transformation finally reached its conclusion. The De Luo governs the heavens with time and space eternal. The Hun Yuan is the beginning of vital energy encompassing all. Ding. Fusion complete. De Luo Zhenzhong has successfully upgraded to De Luo Hun Yuan Zhenjing. As the system's final prompt sounded, the celestial phenomena abruptly converged and dissipated. Lu Cheng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of fresh air. He inwardly observed himself, and saw a purple-gold chaotic nebula slowly rotating in his Danshan's sea of chi emanating a heart-pounding energy. System, open the panel. Name Lu Cheng Level S Martial Saint Vital Energy 5 Experience Points 1 Hero Techniques. De Luo Hun, Yuan Jin Jing Xinxiang, Jin Yu Jin De Huang Sui Xing, Quan Jiu Zhuan Bin, Lei, Ju, Xian Ning, Han Hai Gong System. With De Luo and Hun Yuan again, have we switched to cultivating immortality? Should we also add De Pin Tian Xianju and Jiu Zhuan Xian Gong? Ding. De Luo Hun Yuan Jin Jing encompasses everything. Please explore it yourself. Lu Cheng shook his head, not delving deeper into the topic. He walked to the nearby bookshelf and casually opened a classic. Looking at the unfamiliar characters on it, his eyes told him he did not recognize these words. He inwardly observed himself, and saw a purple-gold chaotic nebula slowly rotating in his Danshan's sea of chi emanating. He did not need to recognize the characters, he had already seen through their essence. Click. The door of the collection room opened. In the corridor, Wan Tingkong approached upon hearing the sound of the door opening. When he saw Lu Cheng, his prepared congratulations suddenly caught in his throat. If the previous Lu Cheng was powerful and dazzling, the current Lu Cheng simply standing there gave him the illusion of merging with the surrounding world. The Tao is at its simplest. Senior Lu, have you succeeded? Wan Tingkong swallowed his throat dry as he asked. Lu Cheng smiled faintly, just a little gain. In the main hall of the armament pavilion on the first floor, I have broken through. I was stuck at level for 3 whole years, and just now under that peculiar phenomenon, I finally made the breakthrough. Who hasn't? I was training just now when I suddenly felt a cool sensation above my head, and then my energy surged like a river flowing into the sea, directly elevating me by a small level. Next to him, another person was exuding energy, clearly having just broken through, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Not only these mid to low-level martial artists, but even a few level martial artists standing in the corner exchanged glances, their shock evident. Although they had not broken through on the spot under the influence of the phenomenon, their understanding of the techniques had significantly improved, and breaking through to the next level was merely a matter of time. I thought I would never break through in this lifetime. Indeed, such a phenomenon is simply unheard of. Wan Tingkong accompanied Lu Cheng as they walked along the way. Listening to the rising cheers and discussions, he cast a complex glance at Lu Cheng beside him. The purple aura coming from the east obscured the sky and brightened the spiritual energy density of the entire capital. The staff members of the armament pavilion nearest to Lu Cheng were all benefiting from it. A large number of martial artists collectively advanced, and it was estimated that even the janitor had become a level martial artist. This method had surpassed Wan Tingkong's understanding. At least he had never seen anyone possess such ability. After all, individual strength is the result of self-training, but being able to help others advance is an entirely different matter. Before Wan Tingkong could fully recover from his shock, a tall figure gracefully walked down a corridor nearby. Wan Ning was wearing a black neck-fitted long dress revealing a delicate and fair collarbone. The fitted design of the dress perfectly accentuated her slender waist. The hem stopped just above her knees, showcasing her strikingly long legs without reservation. Her legs were straight and long, and due to years of martial arts training, her blood was vigorous. Not only was there no excess flesh, but they also exuded a healthy firmness. Her skin was fair and delicate, glistening with a warm glow under the corridor lights, her proportions harmonious, resembling a work of art. Her long black hair, instead of being casually tied up like usual, was styled into a cute bun. She walked up to Lu Cheng in a pair of ankle boots, paused slightly, lowered her head, and her bright eyes fell on Lu Cheng, her hands clasped in front of her. In a soft voice, she said, "Senior Lu, congratulations on your breakthrough again." Seeing this scene, Wan Tingkong nearly had his eyes pop out, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. She wasn't wearing this outfit 10 minutes ago, right? Wan Tingkong was utterly shocked, a thought flashing through his mind. Is his daughter serious? He had previously thought she was simply being swayed by appearance. After all, Lu Cheng's strength and looks were undeniable. It was not surprising for a woman to feel admiration. But he had only thought Wan Ning was momentarily infatuated. Now the question was, who was she dressing up for? He knew all too well and glanced at Lu Cheng. Faced with Wan Ning's appearance, Lu Cheng was momentarily stunned. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful person he had seen so far. But then he thought they didn't seem that familiar. They had only met twice in total. So he merely nodded slightly and replied simply, I've had some minor gains. Seeing Lu Cheng's indifferent attitude, Wan Ning's eyes dimmed slightly, and she nervously fidgeted with her palms. Wan Tingkong watched from the side, secretly sighing. It seemed his silly daughter truly didn't measure up in the eyes of the martial sage. A strong figure like Lu Cheng standing at the pinnacle of martial arts had all his thoughts focused on cultivation. How could he get entangled in romantic relationships? Lu Cheng, why not ask the person directly? Sai, it seems it's time for the old father to step in. Ruan Tingkong pondered for a moment, then stepped forward with a smile facing Lu Cheng and said, Senior Lu, it is our honor to have you visit the armament pavilion this time. My ancestor heard your famous name some time ago and has been wanting to meet you. I wonder if you are free in the next few days to visit my Ruan family. Firstly, I would like to extend my hospitality and host you a banquet. Secondly, Ruan Tingkong paused here and continued. Our Ruan family possesses a heavenly level technique called Star-Shattering Fist. This technique is quite special. I wonder if you are interested. Star-Shattering Fist. Upon hearing the name of this technique, Lu Cheng instinctively thought of his own technique, Great Wilderness Star-Shattering Fist. Could there be a connection? Ruan Tingkong had been paying attention to Lu Cheng's expression and seeing him appear somewhat puzzled assumed that Lu Cheng had thought of the most popular foundational technique in the Great Xia. So he explained with a smile, what you may not know, Senior, is that the foundational technique Stone-Breaking Fist, widely practiced throughout Great Xia, actually originated from this heavenly level technique, Star-Shattering Fist. Back in the day, in order to promote martial arts among the populace, my ancestor collaborated with several national martial artists to simplify and decompose Star-Shattering Fist, which led to the present Stone-Breaking Fist. After listening to Ruan Tingkong's explanation, Lu Cheng suddenly understood. No wonder back when he was in Dongzhou, a technique as common as Stone-Breaking Fist could be upgraded a few times to become the fearsome Great Wilderness Star-Shattering Fist. So this technique's foundation was actually a heavenly level technique. By this reckoning, his connection to Star-Shattering Fist was indeed not shallow. Then he truly had to visit the Ruan family. Besides the technique itself, curiosity also arose within Lu Cheng. According to Ruan Tingkong, his grandfather might be the master of this technique. Lu Cheng also wanted to exchange ideas with him. Perhaps there was potential for Great Wilderness Star-Shattering Fist to develop further. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lu Cheng nodded and said, Since Minister Ruan has invited me so warmly, I shall not impose. Seeing Lu Cheng nod in agreement, Ruan Ning's eyes instantly lit up. Senior Lu is coming to her home as a guest. What does this imply? It meant she would have more opportunities to get close to Lu Cheng. Thinking of this, she looked at Ruan Tingkong with a grateful expression. Ruan Tingkong met his daughter's gaze, feeling a sense of pride. He slightly turned to the side and gestured for Lu Cheng to follow him, saying, Senior Lu, there's no time like the present. Please follow me. As he led Lu Cheng out, Ruan Tingkong discreetly made a yay gesture with his hand behind his back to Ruan Ning, who lagged half a step behind. Ruan Ning saw this and instantly rolled her eyes. The news of the newly appointed martial saint visiting the Ruan family spread like wildfire. In the capital city, the major families had been keeping a close watch on Lu Cheng, this new martial saint. Everyone wanted to get close to him, but they couldn't quite grasp Lu Cheng's personality. Without a proper reason, no one dared to be the first to step forward, fearing to offend him. Unexpectedly, no one thought that Ruan Tingkong would quietly invite him back home. This stirred up all factions in the capital, and the Ruan family's estate instantly became lively. Before Lu Cheng even arrived at the Ruan family, the threshold had already been trampled by various visitors. Any prominent family in the capital found various excuses to pay a visit at the earliest opportunity. After visiting, they lingered waiting for Lu Cheng's arrival. In the end, it was the Ruan family that had to persuade them to leave. In the garden pavilion of the Ruan family's third courtyard, Ruan Changha sat in a wheelchair looking at an elderly man sitting opposite him, feeling speechless. I say, old leader, I'm just an ordinary person with no achievements worthy of your personal recognition. The elderly man named Du Sheng, who was sipping tea opposite him, was the third in command of the Daxiao presidential office. Just moments ago, Du Sheng had suddenly shown up claiming that Ruan Changha had an old achievement that warranted personal commendation. As soon as he entered the Ruan family home, he found his way to Ruan Changha and started drinking tea, showing no signs of wanting to leave. Hearing Ruan Chang's complaints, Du Sheng glanced at him sideways. I say, Changha, we've been comrades for many years. Given my age, I should still call you big brother. Now that your Ruan family is connected to the martial saint, why are you keeping it a secret from me without even a greeting? Ruan Changha was confused. What do you mean? Old leader, my grandson did indeed invite the martial saint to visit, but how is that a connection? Du Sheng smiled, his eyes filled with knowing amusement. Come on, don't play dumb in front of me. Aren't you being— I just heard outside that your great-granddaughter is quite a beauty. Du Sheng did not finish his sentence, merely giving Ruan Changha a knowing wink. The implication was evident. Ruan Changha recalled Ruan Ning's unusual behavior from a few days ago. Could it be that little Ning's crush is the martial saint? Suddenly Ruan Chang's heart sank. What the hell? Ruan Changha exclaimed, a rush of blood nearly causing him to stand up from his wheelchair. He had no idea who was spreading these rumors. But if this rumor reached Lu Cheng's ears, making him think that the Yuan family was intentionally spreading it to curry favor with him, it would spell disaster for the Yuan family. Little Ning's affections were her own business, but they could not be used as a tool to slander Lu Cheng. Shaolin. Yuan Changhe felt cold sweat on his forehead and shouted loudly to the caregiver beside him, "Quick, push me to the main entrance. I want to personally welcome the martial saint." In the pavilion, Du Sheng held an empty teacup, watching Yuan Changhe hurriedly leave. From Chang's performance, it seems things aren't as they say. Could it be that there's still a chance? In the Yuan family's courtyard. The courtyard was converted from a royal residence and was quite expansive. Although it appeared ancient with green bricks, emerald tiles, and flying eaves exuding a historical charm. In reality, all the living facilities inside had been modernized, a perfect blend of traditional architecture and modern technology. At that moment, the entire street in front of the Yuan family had been completely cleared. A black sedan smoothly stopped at the entrance. The car door opened, and Yuan Tingkong was the first to get out, quickly moving around to the back seat and opening the door. "Martial Saint, please welcome to our humble abode." Lu Cheng stepped out of the sedan, surveying the impressive mansion before him, with intricately carved beams and painted pillars. In front stood two majestic stone lions. The crimson gate swung open, and Yuan family guards stood rigidly on either side. Yuan Changhe sat in his wheelchair with a caregiver holding an umbrella beside him. Yuan Ning, who followed closely behind, was taken aback to see her great-grandfather personally greeting it. She ran over, reached behind the wheelchair, and took over from the caregiver, pushing Yuan Changhe toward Lu Cheng. "Martial Saint, your visit brings glory to our family. It truly honors the Yuan family. I am Yuan Changhe, the grandfather of Tingkong. I apologize for my inability to stand." Yuan Changhe on the wheelchair looked at the excessively young man in front of him, his heart shaking. Just as he finished speaking, he felt it was inappropriate to remain seated and quickly signaled to Yuan Ning. Seeing this, Lu Cheng stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Yuan Cheng's shoulder. A soft yet immensely powerful force flowed through, steadily pressing Yuan Changhe back into the cushions of the wheelchair. "There's no need for that, old Master Yuan." Lu Cheng smiled at him. "Just here to chat today, no need to go to such lengths." As he spoke, Lu Cheng naturally held Yuan Cheng's rough hands as a greeting. However, at the moment their hands touched, Lu Cheng's heart stirred. 5 labors and 7 injuries. Meridians damaged. Although the vital energy within him remained vast, showcasing the prowess of an A-grade martial artist. Internally, however, he was already riddled with holes, exuding an aura of exhaustion and decay. Given this state, the old master of the Yuan family would be lucky to have a few months left. What puzzled Lu Cheng was not only Yuan Cheng's condition, but also the familiar aura emanating from him. Could it be the Shattered Star Fist? But that doesn't seem right, Lu Cheng thought to himself. He also practiced the Great Wilderness Shattered Star. In his experience, this technique was expansive and powerful, and when it operated, it not only filled the body with vitality, but also refined the physique excellently. To say it wouldn't prolong life would be a lie. At the very least, maintaining health was no issue. Yet here was Yuan Changhe, clearly having cultivated the Shattered Star Fist to the A-grade national martial artist level, a master of this skill, yet his body was in such a decrepit state. Lu Cheng subtly released his grip, suppressing the doubts in his heart without revealing them. Yuan Changhe was unaware that in this handshake Lu Cheng had seen through him completely. Seeing Lu Cheng's gentle demeanor, the stone in Yuan Cheng's heart finally settled. Yet he still explained, "Martial Saint, please don't misunderstand. The Yuan family is not one to gossip. This matter certainly involves a malicious person." Lu Cheng was confused, but still smiled and nodded. In the older generation's conversations, a smile and nod were sufficient. "I'll look at me, I'm just talking away. Please let's go inside and discuss." "Oh." Yuan Changhe suddenly realized they were still outside and gestured for them to enter. "Please, Martial Saint." Yuan Tingkong also prompted beside him. Seeing everyone waiting for him, Lu Cheng did not hesitate and walked directly inside. Crossing the main gate, the courtyard is spacious and level with rows of buildings on either side that once served as the resting place for servants and visiting officials in the former royal residence. Walking through the second palace gate, one formally steps onto the main axis of the residence, where the sight of green glazed tiles fills the eyes, a unique symbol of status belonging to the prince's residence. These symbols of identity were merely refurbished by the Yuan family, without being torn down. The central axis continues northward, passing through the Silver Yuan Hall. After passing through 2 courtyards, one arrives at the main hall, Chaoyan Pavilion, which once served as the parlor for the prince's guests, and is now an important reception area for the Yuan family. In the courtyard stands a century-old wisteria, its vines cascading down, filling the area with tranquility. Upon entering Chaoyan Pavilion, the furnishings inside are all made of solid wood. On the central wall hangs a magnificent landscape painting featuring dragons and phoenixes, with a bronze auspicious beast incense burner placed on the table below, wisps of blue smoke rising slowly from its mouth. Yuan Changhe led Lu Cheng to sit in the top position on the left side. A dozen direct descendants of the Yuan family stood respectfully on both sides. Everyone bowed respectfully to Lu Cheng. Faced with a legendary martial saint, these young aristocrats who usually basked in glory dared not even breathe. Lu Cheng simply smiled and accepted their greetings. Once everyone had finished bowing, Yuan Changhe waved his hand, directly dismissing them. When the parlor quieted down, Yuan Changhe apologetically addressed Lu Cheng Sr. "Lu, the uncles of Little Ning are all stationed in different state bases. None of them are in the capital now. In this large courtyard, only the second branch Ting Kong remains to accompany this old man. If my hospitality is lacking, I hope you will not take offense, Senior." Lu Cheng shook his head and replied gently, "Not at all, Mr. Yuan, you are the elder, so there is no need to always call me Senior." He felt it was somewhat strange to be called Senior by an old man on the verge of death when he was barely in his 20s. Hearing this, Yuan Changhe burst into laughter, but did not pursue the matter further on. "In the path of martial arts, the capable are teachers. Since you are so understanding, I will call you Mr. from now on. How does that sound?" Lu Cheng pondered for a moment and agreed. After some pleasantries, a loud voice interrupted them. "Huh. Hearing that, Mr. Lu has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Immediately after, two figures hurriedly entered the parlor. The one in front was Du Sheng, followed closely by a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yuan Ting Kong trembled and immediately stood up, straightening his back and saluting with a military salute. "Commander." Du Sheng casually waved his hand, signaling Yuan Ting Kong not to be overly formal. He walked up to Lu Cheng and enthusiastically extended both hands. Lu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but also reached out to shake his hand. Yuan Changhe, seeing Du Sheng come out on his own, felt somewhat helpless, but still introduced him to Lu Cheng. "Mr. Lu, this is Comrade Du Sheng from the Supreme Command. He is my former leader and also my comrade in arms." The Supreme Command, the true decision-making body of the Great Xia Federation, controlling that small group of individuals who govern the entire Great Xia, and the elder in front of him is one of them. Yuan Changhe continued his introduction. The person behind him is a member of the Great Xia's 28 Constellations National Guard, codenamed Kong Jinlong. Lu Cheng turned his gaze towards him. Kong Jinlong noticed Lu Cheng's gaze and slightly lowered his head to show respect. Lu Cheng's gaze lingered on the middle-aged man for a moment longer. An A-level initial stage martial artist. So there are at least 27 others like him among the 28 constellations. Lu Cheng pondered silently. It seems that the power controlled by the Great Xia cannot be underestimated. However, on second thought, this is only natural. The literati disrupt the law with words, while the chivalrous break the rules with martial prowess. In an era with extraordinary power, if the authorities do not possess absolute, overwhelming strength, it would be impossible to control such a large group of martial artists within the Great Xia. The Military Preparations Department is merely the surface management body, while the true foundation lies with this group of 28 constellations. In fact, there may be even more underlying forces. Returning to the present, Lu Cheng smiled and politely greeted, "Hello, everyone." Du Sheng's eyes lit up as he firmly grasped Lu Cheng's hand, his face breaking into a wide smile. He sincerely praised Mr. Lu is indeed a remarkable young talent. At such a young age to have reached Martial Saint, it is truly a blessing for Great Xia and humanity. All right, old Du, stop flattering him and take a seat quickly." Yuan Changhe interrupted with a smile. "Serve the tea." Yuan Ting Kong instructed someone outside, and several graceful female attendants entered. They walked lightly, each carrying a wooden tray, carefully placing steaming cups of tea on the tea table beside everyone. Among those present, only Lu Cheng, Du Sheng, Yuan Changhe, Yuan Ting Kong, and Kong Jinlong took their seats. As a junior, Yuan Ning stood obediently behind Yuan Chang's wheelchair, her big eyes occasionally glancing towards Lu Cheng. Yuan Changhe lifted his teacup and gestured for Lu Cheng to try it. "Mr. Lu, taste this. It is the two-leaf tea produced from the top of the Blevel wild beast Yunhai Lu. This is difficult to obtain, yet it has the effects of clearing meridians and detoxifying, as well as enhancing vitality." Lu Cheng, upon hearing this, looked down at the celadon teacup in his hand. He saw that in the clear T2 emerald green leaves were quietly floating. Even when brewed with boiling water, the tea leaves retained their tender green color, emanating a faint, pleasant fragrance. He raised the teacup and gently took a sip. As the tea entered his mouth, a pure herbal fragrance. Although it was freshly brewed hot tea, it produced a refreshing coolness as it slid down his throat. As the tea entered his stomach, Lu Cheng felt a slight warmth in his body, and a very weak energy began to spread through his meridians. This energy was like a drop of water in the ocean, having no effect on him. Besides a slight soothing feeling in his throat, he could not discern the quality of the tea. However, Lu Cheng still nodded politely. It is indeed good tea. Haha, Changha, you truly have good tea at home. Whenever I come, you never seem to bring out this Yinhai Lu to treat me. Du Sheng, sitting opposite, had already taken a large sip, squinting his eyes in enjoyment, unable to stop nodding in agreement. Wan Changha could not help but roll his eyes, secretly grumbling. What are you showing off for? In your Supreme Command's treasury, you clearly have special grade tea made from a level wild beast, yet when I come you never serve it to me. Nonetheless, he wore a broad smile. Old leader, what are you saying? As long as you come in the future, Changha will certainly welcome you. He did not mention serving Yinlu tea. A few people were idly chatting in the reception hall. The conversation drifted from the ancient architectural ruins in the inner city to the current situation of the beast migration at the border. Generally, they were discussing some odd tales, and no one took the initiative to steer the conversation towards serious matters. Du Sheng, the third-in-command of the leader's mansion, was primarily here today to gauge the attitude of the newly appointed Marshal Saint Lu Cheng. Seeing Lu Cheng's calm demeanor, Du Sheng felt a significant part of his anxiety ease. However, even if Lu Cheng had a notorious reputation for being ruthless, there was little they could do. After all, the leader's mansion did not possess a martial saint. After 3 cups of tea, Du Sheng voluntarily set down his teacup and stood up to take his leave. He understood that this was ultimately the territory of the Ruan family, and it was improper for a high-ranking official from the leader's mansion to linger here. Mr. Lu, if you have leisure time, you must visit the leader's mansion. The leader has long heard of your esteemed name and is eager to meet you, Du Sheng said with a broad smile, extending the invitation. Lu Cheng also stood up and replied with a smile, you're too kind, Du. I will definitely visit when I have the time. Very well, then we old fellows will await your arrival. Du Sheng laughed heartily, bowed to the crowd, and led Kong Jinlong out of the Chaoyan pavilion. As Du Sheng and Kong Jinlong departed, the number of people in the hall dwindled, yet the atmosphere grew even more vibrant. Although Ruan Chang's strength was far inferior to that of Lu Cheng, he was after all an experienced martial artist who had lived for nearly a century. He possessed a unique understanding of martial arts due to his rich experiences. The conversation expanded more and more, and naturally it eventually turned to the star-shattering fist. Seeing that the timing was right, Lu Cheng slowly set down his teacup and spoke up. To be honest, old Master Ruan, I came primarily to discuss the star-shattering fist. I wonder if you would be willing to let me take a look at this martial art. Hearing Lu Cheng's request, Ruan Chang's heart leaped with joy. He wasn't afraid of making requests, but rather of having none. Mr. Lu is too polite. There's nothing inconvenient about it. However, the original text of the martial art is in the leader's mansion, while both the martial armory and my Ruan family only have copies. To truly cultivate, one must refer to the original. At this point, Ruan Changha let out a bitter laugh, his eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. Though it is a heavenly grade martial art, only I and the great Xia have truly practiced the star-shattering fist and achieved something. Lu Cheng slightly nodded and interjected, indeed, that is precisely why I wanted to personally meet someone who is trained in the star-shattering fist. Ruan Changha did not waste words. He pressed down on the armrest of his wheelchair. With a soft click, a delicate compartment slowly rose from the armrest. Inside the compartment was a metal tube, which he opened to reveal a small booklet rolled inside. This is the star-shattering fist. Ruan Changha signaled to Ruan Ning behind him. Ruan Ning immediately understood, took the booklet, and presented it to Lu Cheng with both hands. Senior Lu, please. Ruan Ning said softly, lowering her head. Thank you. Lu Cheng expressed his gratitude as he took the booklet and began to flip through it. This handwritten copy consisted of only 8 thin pages. The first 3 pages contained the martial arts incantations, the middle 3 pages detailed the flow of spiritual energy, and the last 2 pages featured visual imagery. The imagery depicted a giant with an indistinct face standing in the void, throwing punches at the endless stars. Lu Cheng's gaze lingered on the energy circulation lines for a moment, mentally comparing them with his own great wilderness star-shattering fist. He slowly closed the booklet. Raising his head, Lu Cheng looked at Ruan Changha in the wheelchair. Old Master Ruan, is there something missing from this martial art? Upon hearing this, Ruan Chang's eyes widened in surprise. Did Mr. Lu notice it right away? Ruan Chang's grip on the armrest of the wheelchair tightened rapidly, then slowly relaxed as he sighed deeply. Indeed, Mr. Lu is truly a genius. To be honest, I was quite proud of myself back then and practiced this martial art to the grade. However, after I stepped into the grade, I was horrified to discover that this martial art was incomplete. Ultimately, the spiritual energy backfired, resulting in severe injuries and stagnation in my cultivation. Lu Cheng listened deep in thought. The star-shattering fist bore about 70 to 80% resemblance to his great wilderness star-shattering fist, yet it lacked the intricacy of the latter. Old master, may I ask you to demonstrate the star-shattering fist for me? Lu Cheng set the booklet down and inquired. As soon as he spoke, Yuan Tingkong, who had been sitting silently beside him, suddenly changed color and stood up abruptly. Mr. Lu, that's not advisable. Yuan Tingkong said anxiously. Grandfather's health is deteriorating, forcing him to channel spiritual energy to demonstrate the martial art could be. Tingkong, be quiet. Yuan Changhe shouted lowly, cutting off Yuan Tingkong's subsequent words. Turning to Lu Cheng, the melancholy in Yuan Chang's eyes vanished, replaced by a fervent zeal akin to that of a pilgrim. I am already at the end of my days with no further value to the great Xia. If my frail body can offer any inspiration to a martial saint, then my life will not have been in vain. Great-grandfather Yuan Ning, standing behind, also grew anxious. Xiao Ning, push me to the open space outside. Yuan Changhe interrupted her, giving orders. Yuan Ning bit her lip, looking helplessly at Yuan Tingkong, who simply nodded with his eyes closed. In the end, she could only push the wheelchair out of the Chaoyan pavilion with red-rimmed eyes. Lu Cheng and Yuan Tingkong followed closely behind, and they arrived at the open space outside the Chaoyan pavilion. The ancient wisteria tree, over 100 years old, swayed gently in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Yuan Changhe supported himself on the armrests of the wheelchair and shakily stood up. He was not unable to walk. His bodily functions had simply diminished significantly, making it impossible for him to support his body in much movement. Rejecting Yuan Ning's assistance, Yuan Changhe took a deep breath and steadied himself. In that moment, he seemed to be transported back to the days of fighting against the beasts on the battlefield. Mr. Lu, please watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Chang's bent body suddenly straightened, and a terrifying pressure belonging to an Agrade powerhouse surged forth. The azure spiritual energy around Yuan Changhe began to boil. His face flushed, eyes filled with determination. He stepped forward, causing the ground of the entire courtyard to shake violently. He brought his hands together in front of his chest, set his stance, and chanted, "Gather the spiritual energy of the four seas into the aperture, like the stars gathering at the beginning. Focus your intent in the sky and sink your energy like a core." Though the fist had yet to be unleashed, a gravitational force was already forming, pulling and binding all directions. A faceless giant rose behind him. Concentrate a myriad of forces into a single point, turning dust into thunder. The giant faced the void, striking with its fist, creating a series of sonic booms. All the stars in the heavens are my bones. All the endless void is my flesh. Once my fist is unleashed, the stars will fall like rain, and gods and demons will be vanquished. In the center of the courtyard, the raging primordial energy surged like an unsteady tide. Yuan Changhe had cast aside all concerns. With each move, the blue bricks beneath his feet shattered bit by bit. Standing not far away, Lu Cheng observed clearly. With every technique that Yuan Changhe executed, his internal aura and meridians became increasingly disordered. He was using his vitality as fuel, forcibly driving this flawed heavenly-level martial art. Watching from the sidelines, Yuan Tingkong and Yuan Ning were filled with anxiety. Yuan Ning's hands twisted together, her eyes reddened, tears welling up, but she dared not cry out, fearing she would disturb her great-grandfather. Yuan Tingkong's body was tense as he secretly mobilized his primordial energy, ready to step in and assist at any moment. At that moment, Lu Cheng's eyes followed Yuan Chang's every move, a faint purple-gold light flickering deep within his pupils. He was capturing the principle contained within the original version of the star-shattering fist. With the support of the Deluo Hunyuan True Sutra, he could already see through this mere heavenly-level martial art. Ding detected the live demonstration of the broken heavenly-level martial art star-shattering fist. Do you wish to consume 1,000 experience points to complete this martial art? The system's voice suddenly rang out. Alas, system, you have put me in a difficult position. The purple gold light in Lu Cheng's eyes instantly dissipated as he silently thought. Complete. Consumed 1,000 experience points. Heavenly-level martial art star-shattering fist has been fully restored. Before Lu Cheng could check further, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected heavenly-level martial art star-shattering fist. Do you wish to consume 5,000 experience points to merge it into the great wilderness star-shattering fist? There's more work to be done. Merge. Without any hesitation, Lu Cheng gave the command. In the next moment, the familiar rice cooker, the heaven and earth melting furnace, appeared once more. It engulfed both the great wilderness star-shattering fist and the recently restored star-shattering fist. Two streams of martial intent originating from the same source, yet completely different, violently collided within the furnace. Moments later, Ding Great Wilderness Star-Shattering Fist has been upgraded to the first style of Universal Star Technique, Burial Star Technique. Boom. In an instant, the purple gold star clouds within Lu Cheng's body began to whirl violently. He distinctly felt that the previously bold and fierce fist technique had completely transformed. It was no longer merely a simple attacking martial art, but had evolved into a supreme technique under a grand, overarching framework. At the same time, Lu Cheng completed the fusion of the martial arts Yuan Changhe, also finally executed. As the final punch shattered the air with a visible sonic boom, the surging blue primordial energy around Yuan Changhe instantaneously receded like a tide. At the moment he withdrew his energy, it was as if all his vitality had been drained. Yuan Chang's legs weakened, and he slumped directly to the ground. Great-grandfather! Grandfather! Yuan Ning and Yuan Tingkong, who had been watching him intently, exclaimed in alarm and rushed forward almost simultaneously. Yuan Ning supported the old man's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Yuan Tingkong hurriedly placed his hand on Yuan Chang's wrist, and his complexion turned pale in an instant. At this moment, Yuan Chang's primordial energy had completely depleted, weak as a flickering candle in a downpour. His chest heaved violently, and each breath took a long while to exhale. Yet even in such a weakened state, Yuan Changhe still trembled as he raised his head, his voice intermittent, as he asked Lu. Mr. Lu, did you achieve anything? Looking at this elder who had devoted his life to martial arts, Lu Cheng felt a surge of respect. He stepped forward, standing before Yuan Changhe with a tone of utmost seriousness. Old man, thank you. Lu Cheng closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a dazzling purple-gold divine light erupted from his gaze. Without the slightest delay, the Deluo Hunyuan True Sutra within him began to operate instantly. Deluo Hunyuan encompasses all. It is the supreme technique that reaches the very source. Lu Cheng raised his right hand and gently grasped at the void. Hunyuan transforms into qi, all streams return to the source. A colossal hand appeared above the Yuan residence, mirroring Lu Cheng's movements, palm up, as it reached out. The primordial energy within 100 miles seemed to be summoned by some force, rumbling and rolling. Endless primordial energy surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a tangible golden orb in Lu Cheng's palm. Under the astonished gaze of Yuan family members, Lu Cheng held up the light orb. He pressed it downwards toward Yuan Cheng's head. Boom! Primordial energy poured into him. Yuan Cheng's exhausted body emitted a tremendous sound like a raging river. The energy from the orb surged directly into the Bai Wei point, flowing through the main meridians and dispersing into the 8 extraordinary meridians. Yuan Chang's already damaged meridians were continuously washed and restored. Where it passed, the originally shriveled and damaged meridians were forcibly widened and reshaped. The injuries accumulated from the backlash of practicing the broken star, shattering fist quickly healed under the nourishment of the primordial energy. Yuan Chang's former peak cultivation had reached A-class high tier. Later, due to aging and the side effects of the broken star shattering fist, he had fallen to A-class initial tier. But now, under Lu Cheng's almost miraculous primordial energy infusion, the hidden injuries within him were being repaired. Yuan Chang's cultivation began to surge. A-class initial tier, A-class mid-tier, A-class high tier. In just a few breaths, his martial arts cultivation had been forcibly pushed to A-class peak. Only half a step away from the martial saint realm. Yuan Chang's withered skin began to plump up, and the age spots on his face faded away on their own. On the top of his previously sparse head, streaks of half-black, half-white new hair began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. His atrophied muscles swelled, filling out his loose clothing once more. In a short time, Yuan Changhe seemed to have regained 20 years of youth. He stared blankly at his hands, feeling the overwhelming primordial energy within him. He shook off Yuan Tingkong and his daughter, and surprisingly stood up on his own. How is this possible? Yuan Tingkong, watching from the side, was completely stunned, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. Primordial energy is a very complex energy. Direct infusion is usually life-threatening, otherwise the issue of nuclear weapon contamination wouldn't arise. If merely infusing primordial energy could elevate cultivation, the Great Xia would have long been filled with martial artists. The light orb from Senior Lu is truly extraordinary. He looked at the calm and composed Lu Cheng, feeling an indescribable admiration. Lu Cheng gazed at the rejuvenated Yuan Changhe and smiled faintly. Without explaining, he took another step forward. Buzz. The void trembled slightly, and Lu Cheng's figure vanished from the spot. After Yuan Changhe and the others searched around, they realized Lu Cheng had already stood in the sky 100 meters high. Above, the fierce wind howled, causing Lu Cheng's clothes to flutter. From his elevated vantage point, He looked down at the courtyard below, his clear voice reaching everyone's ears. Old man Yuan, watch closely. The highest realm of the star-shattering fist. Lu Cheng slowly raised his right hand, his fingers clenched into a fist. At the moment the fist tightened, the entire void behind him suddenly darkened, as if it forcibly pulled the daylight of the entire capital into the night. Primordial energy converged at Lu Cheng's fist in overwhelming will that made the souls of all martial artists in the capital tremble, descended in an instant. This move is called Burial Star. Above a height of 100 meters, Lu Cheng's eyes surged with purple-golden radiance as his right fist was thrust forward. This punch did not produce a deafening sound, yet at the moment it was unleashed, it cleaved through the clouds on the horizon, leaving behind a straight and clear trace that stretched infinitely toward the distant horizon. The Great Xia Federation spans a vast territory. In an era where ground transportation has been severed by countless wild beasts, aviation has become the primary means of communication between the major bases. At this moment, thousands of meters above the sky, hundreds of kilometers away from the capital, a large passenger plane was smoothly traversing the sea of clouds. Its fuselage displayed the prominent number 909. Suddenly a voice came from the cabin's intercom. Attention passengers. I am Captain Liao Qingsong of this flight. The voice on the intercom was deep and somber. We have just received an alert that a flying wild beast has appeared 30 kilometers to our front left. The tower has already sent back an emergency assessment report. Liao Qingsong took a deep breath, his tone nearly despairing. It is a class flying wild beast, a six-winged corpse vulture. The onboard weapons cannot inflict any damage, and the passenger plane can no longer evade it. Everyone, this is likely our final moments in life. The broadcast ends. Liao Qingsong said no more and directly cut off the broadcast. Encountering a class flying wild beast at 10,000 meters is equivalent to a death sentence for a passenger plane with limited defense. The six-winged corpse vulture relishes human flesh. To it, an entire plane of humans is merely a can of fresh meat. After the broadcast ended, the cabin fell into a profound silence. Passengers exchanged glances, momentarily unable to believe their ears. It was only when everyone reacted that the cabin erupted into chaos. No, I don't want to die. I still want to marry my fiancée. A young man shouted angrily. I can't die. I just finished researching my new technology, and it's about to be put into production. The Great Xia needs this technology. An elderly man with graying hair protested with a face full of unwillingness. No. I have been away from home for 4 years and my wife just found out she is pregnant. I want to go home. A man in a suit cried out in despair. Outside the window, an enormous six-winged corpse vulture burst through the clouds. With each flap of its 6 massive wings, ripples spread out, and its cold, brutal scarlet eyes had already locked onto the passenger plane. Liao Qingsong in the cockpit slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, the anticipated tragedy did not occur. Just as the six-winged corpse vulture was less than 100 meters from the plane, a streak of light suddenly swept across from the direction of the capital. This streak of light resembled a ribbon appearing in the sky. It gently grazed the body of the six-winged corpse vulture. Liao Qingsong merely blinked and found that the six-winged corpse vulture had suddenly vanished. The streak of light did not stop flying westward and leaving behind a brilliant tail. Flight 909, please respond. Flight 909, please respond. This is the Kyoto Control Tower. We detected the disappearance of the wild beast reaction. What happened? Please respond, please respond. Captain Liao Qingsong suddenly sat up straight and connected with the tower's communication. Flight 909 received. The crisis has been averted. The six-winged corpse vulture to the front left has disappeared, reason unknown. After reporting, Liao Qingsong felt as if he had lived again, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He vigorously slapped his face to confirm he was still alive before reopening the cabin's broadcast. Dear passengers, I am Captain Liao Qingsong. The wild beast crisis ahead has been resolved. Oh, we are safe. The brief announcement echoed in the cabin. The passengers who had originally closed their eyes to await death were momentarily stunned before turning to look out the window. They saw a trace stretching across the sky as if it had split the heavens in two. A tremendous joy of surviving the calamity swept through the entire cabin. Those who had just moments ago been filled with despair now slumped in their seats, weeping profusely. And that streak of light, after annihilating the six-winged corpse vulture, showed no signs of slowing down, instead speeding toward the deeper regions of the Great Xia territory with even greater ferocity. 1,000 miles away at Chengzhou base. As an inland base, Chengzhou was eerily drenched by a rain that lasted a full month. The towering walls encircled the entire Chengzhou, resembling a massive water tank. The continuous gloomy rain had rendered the air in the entire base city extremely humid, and everyone's mood sank to the bottom along with the overcast sky. Inside a high-rise building in the outer city. I've had enough. Even my underwear is smelly and I can't dry. A slightly plump man stood in the living room tugging at his shirt collar with a worried expression. How about we buy a dryer? His wife, who was folding clothes in the bedroom, suggested. Forget it. The man sighed. Chengzhou hardly ever sees rain throughout the year. What if we buy the dryer and then the weather returns to normal in a couple of days? Wouldn't that be a waste? The wife opened the wardrobe. That's uncertain, or judging by the sky, it could keep raining for who knows how long. The man scratched his head and stepped onto the balcony, leaning on the railing to gaze at the sky. Sigh. This rain has washed away any good mood I had. All right, all you do is complain every day. Why don't you check if our son is awake? His wife shouted from inside. The man replied, and was just about to leave the balcony when suddenly a light illuminated the horizon. Boom. The rolling dark clouds that obscured the entire Chengzhou were instantly dispersed. The long-lost golden sunlight cascaded down, transforming into vast beams of light, descending upon the gloomy land of Chengzhou that had endured for a month. The man stood frozen on the balcony, mouth agape, staring blankly at the streak of light disappearing into the sky. Wife. The man swallowed hard. Looks like I've lived long enough. Kunlun, forbidden land. The White Emperor, as usual, sat with her eyes closed, presiding over the void. Suddenly her silver hair billowed without wind. A wave of crisis surged from behind her. The White Emperor abruptly opened her eyes. Before she could make any move, a streak of light brushed past her ear, instantaneously crashing into the barrier of the Kunlun forbidden land. However, the streak of light did not trigger any reaction upon hitting the barrier. It faced no obstruction, directly entering the barrier and ultimately vanishing without a trace. The White Emperor slightly widened her beautiful eyes, the veins on her forehead pulsing fiercely, her brows furrowing together, causing the surrounding air to feel heavier. She clenched her delicate fist. The second time, she suddenly turned around, gazing at the direction from which the light had come. She raised her right hand, the silver bracelet on her wrist flickering a few times. A melody rang out. Hey, White Emperor, you actually called me. Impossible, I have to note this down, you haven't called in 30 years. Qing Huang, cover for me. I need to make a trip to Kyoto. Huh. Killed a Class B entity, experience 1000. N. Lu Cheng frowned in mild bewilderment. N. I merely threw a single punch into the sky. How could that trigger a kill notification? Yet he did not dwell on the mystery. In the unnatural night that had shrouded the capital swiftly receded, and sunlight poured once more into the courtyard of Chaoyuan Pavilion. The vast sea of clouds, parted earlier like a meticulously combed fringe, began flowing inward again. The stark linear scar across the heavens gradually softened and dissolved. And Lu Cheng slowly drew back his right hand and unfurled his fingers. His primordial energy withdrew, sinking into profound stillness. In the devastating will that had made every martial cultivator in the city tremble to their very souls vanished instantly, utterly, irrevocably. He stepped lightly upon empty air, his form flickering like a ripple across water. Within 3 strides he vanished from the high heavens. In the next breath he reappeared calmly and effortlessly within the courtyard, as if carried there by a breeze. Not a single fold of his robe was disturbed, his bearing exuded effortless mastery. Yet the courtyard itself lay in absolute breathless silence. Enruan Changha stood rigid and upright, eyes tightly shut. That single punch had ignited a profound epiphany within him, and he had devoted his entire life to cultivating the shattered star fist. He had long believed that, having reached the rank through this art, drawing celestial chi from the 4 seas into his meridians, unleashing Tintazanjan force with each strike, he had already brushed the outer limits of this heaven-tier martial art. Even incomplete, he assumed he had grasped 90% of its essence. Yet only moments ago he had witnessed Lu Cheng's fist, a manifestation of ultimate simplicity unadorned by wind or shadow. No aura, no afterimage. Just one strike, as though a star had plummeted from the firmament. In shattered star. Shattered star. So this is it. Ruan Shangha murmured softly, his pupils reflecting an infinite starfield. Countless stars collapsing inward in silent cataclysm, dissolving into absolute void only to ignite anew in radiant rebirth. Without destruction there can be no creation, without death there can be no life. Only by utterly burying the old constellations may one forge a new heaven, supreme, sovereign, and boundless. That is the true meaning of shattering stars. Ruan Shangha felt himself grasping something ineffable, and immediately sank cross-legged onto the ground. Within his mind a celestial battle raged oneself. The arrogant, defiant youth who once dared to challenge the heavens, the other, the frail, fading elder whose life hung by a thread. The 2 specters clashed fiercely. At first the younger self overwhelmed the elder, driving him back relentlessly. But as Cheng's insight deepened, the tide turned. The elder's self finally struck the younger down, not with fury but with finality, shattering him in a single decisive blow. In reality, his primordial energy, without conscious direction, began coursing spontaneously along a wholly new pathway within his body. A colossal phantom figure appeared behind him, more refined than before, its features now faintly discernible, then flickered and vanished. And though Cheng remained at the rank, his martial Tao intent had begun its metamorphosis. He had not yet ascended to sagehood, but he had glimpsed the celestial gate. And beside him Tinkong stood utterly bewildered. He glanced sidelong at Ning. She too had closed her eyes. Indeed, Ning too had gleaned revelation from Cheng's fist. And her aura swelled steadily, ascending with quiet certainty. And Tinkong scratched his head awkwardly. Should I close my eyes and pretend to? There are only 3 of us, and I'm the only one who's grasped nothing. And across from him Cheng smiled, but said nothing. He walked alone beneath the ancient wisteria vine and leaned casually against its gnarled roots. And he had not handed Cheng the complete Shattered Star Fist, nor even the more advanced Great Wilderness Shattered Star Fist. Instead, he had directly demonstrated the first technique of the far more profound 10,000 phenomena stellar art, the star-burying technique. As he executed it, his saint-level Great Luo domain had already enveloped the entire courtyard. All who attained insight would reap reward. And if Cheng grasped even a sliver of the star-burying technique's profundity, he could perfect the Shattered Star Fist on his own, and transcending to sainthood would become effortless. Senior Master Lu, please partake of these pastries. And seeing both his grandfather and daughter immersed in enlightenment, Tinkong, left with nothing to do, simply entered the house and returned with several delicate porcelain plates piled high with confections. He no longer dared address Cheng as Master Lu. And regardless of what his grandfather ultimately gained, the debt of instruction was profound. Cheng was effectively half a master. By that logic, calling him venerable ancestor would hardly be excessive. And for Tinkong, Cheng was now indistinguishable from god or demon. Cheng, seeing the exquisite pastries, felt genuine curiosity, and he gestured for Tinkong to set them down. And Tinkong glanced left and right, then spotted the stone table beside the wisteria vine. He abandoned the idea of offering himself as a makeshift table, and instead he courteously guided Cheng to the stone seat, then fetched a teapot and cups, and poured a cup of Yunlu tea. Once all was arranged, Tinkong stood respectfully aside. Nas, the cherished heir of the family, doted upon by countless admirers, Ning had never lacked for cultivation manuals. Later she had even become a disciple of Zhang Qingfeng and inherited his Taiji art. Yet she held little passion for practice. In her training was sporadic, her progress haphazard. Her cultivation level barely reached mid-tier crank. Her understanding of Cheng remained confined to intelligence reports. And she knew he was formidable, indeed the youngest martial saint alive. But the sheer magnitude of his power eluded her comprehension. Not until today, when she watched him plunge the capital into abyssal night, then pierce the cosmos with a single fist, did reality strike her like an earthquake. For the first time she truly grasped human beings could achieve this. A resonant hum filled the air. Ning's slender frame trembled, and primordial energy erupted from her body, flaring her skirt like a banner in gale winds. A miniature shockwave of chi burst outward from her core. Tinkong's stunned gaze, her aura surged. Wild, unstoppable, ascending with terrifying velocity. Mid-tier crank, and high-tier crank, and peak crank, and still it climbed, unrelenting, until the unmistakable aura of a brank martialist coalesced and stabilized. To break through to brank at 20 years old, such a feat would shake the entire Xia Federation, heralding a national prodigy. Yet Ning had no time to consolidate her breakthrough. The moment her eyes opened, she dropped to one knee with a soft thud, bowing deeply toward Cheng, suspended high above her, voice clear, resonant, and trembling with awe. I owe you eternal gratitude for this transmission of the Tao, Senior Master. Rise. I demonstrated a technique for your great-grandfather, yet you too attained insight. That is your fortune. Ning rose with solemn reverence, and in her eyes the prior's simple admiration had vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. Her expression was resolute. She would ascend ever higher upon the martial path, not for glory, not for power, but so that one day she might stand beside Cheng. And Cheng sensed something had shifted within her, though he could not quite name it, attributing it simply to the aftermath of her breakthrough. Half an hour later, Cheng opened his eyes, and the haze of age had lifted entirely, his gaze now crystalline and luminous. Just moments ago, he had perfected the shattered star fist on his own, transforming it at last into a true heaven-tier art. It would never rival Lu Cheng's godlike mastery, but it was more than sufficient to propel him across the threshold into sainthood. To hear the Tao at dawn, and die content at dusk. Chang's face flushed with exhilaration, his whole body trembled with suppressed fervor. He strode forward, 3 quick steps, and stood before Lu Cheng. This venerable elder of Xia's martial world, a century-old rank powerhouse, hesitated not a second. Knees bent, his forehead struck the bluestone pavement, with resonant finality, the most solemn obeisance a junior could render. Changha prostrates himself before Senior Master Lu, to thank you for this rebirth. From this day forth, should you command it, the Ruan family shall march through fire and sword. 10,000 deaths would not sway us. The western Sichuan basin of the Great Xia, Shenlai Mountain. In the time before the recovery of vitality, it was once a highly developed tourist attraction with streams of visitors and cable cars traversing the mountains. However, as the wild beasts proliferated, humanity's living space was severely compressed, and Shenlai Mountain returned to a wild state. After more than 200 years, it was once again covered by massive forest trees. Here the mountains are high and the valleys deep, with towering trees blocking out all sunlight. The mountain is shrouded in perpetual rain and fog, with toxic miasma pervading the air. In the depths of the area, which stretches tens of kilometers without a trace of human presence, only the occasional roar of wild beasts from the depths of the thick fog makes Shenlai Mountain seem even more mysterious. Deep within Shenlai Mountain lies an unfathomably deep vertical pit. The colossal corpse of a 9-headed serpent extends from the bottom of the pit. 9 heads stand upright, frozen in midair. The serpent's body is extraordinarily thick, its flesh withered, revealing ribs in many places. The eye sockets of the 9 heads have also turned hollow. A figure cloaked in a wide black robe silently stands atop the 9 heads. A chilling wind howls, causing the black robe to flutter, obscuring their features. The figure at the center among the heads appears somewhat different. His robe is of the finest quality, embroidered with special golden patterns. The arrangements in Qingzhou have been completely ruined. The man in the golden-patterned black robe spoke slowly, his hoarse voice echoing in the pit, revealing no hint of emotion. A black-robed figure echoed, indeed. The 3-headed Jiao stirred up chaos in Qingzhou for a month, and just as success was within reach, it vanished in an instant, suffering severe backlash, and has now returned to the depths. Currently, there is no solid evidence. The man in the golden-patterned black robe shook his head slightly. However, one who can change the entire weather. Currently, there is no solid evidence. The man in the golden-patterned black robe shook his head slightly. However, one who can change the entire weather of Qingzhou with just one move must be a figure of martial saint level. It cannot be ruled out that it was the 4 monarchs who acted. A brief silence enveloped the surroundings. Qing Huang by Di Xian Jun Zhu Sheng. The 4 martial saints of the Great Xia. Suppressing the Kunlun Forbidden Land for 200 years. The plan for Qingzhou is crucial for them. The original plan was flawless, but the sudden turn of events turned Qingzhou into a dead piece on the chessboard. Then what shall we do next? A black-robed figure from another direction asked in a deep voice. If it was indeed the 4 monarchs who acted, the matters of Qingzhou are likely exposed, and the Great Xia will undoubtedly intervene, making it unnecessary to continue entangling with Qingzhou. As the man in the golden-patterned black robe spoke, he raised his right hand and gently pointed into the void. A massive map of the Great Xia Federation slowly materialized in the air. The map marked all the state bases of the Great Xia. Let the 3-headed Jiao give up on Qingzhou and continue operations in another state. As he finished speaking, a state on the map suddenly lit up. The man in the golden-patterned black robe coldly stated, "Let the 3-headed Jiao go to Qingzhou." Qingzhou, located on the dividing line between north and south with its rolling mountains and towering peaks, is incredibly suitable for the unfolding of their plan. A black-robed figure nodded gently, and an ancient voice came from beneath the hood saying, "Good, I shall head to Qingzhou immediately to find the 3-headed Jiao, aiming to reach Qingzhou by tomorrow. However, it's severely injured and may require some supplements." The man in the golden-patterned black robe waved his hand. "Just take some quality supplements from the canteen to feed it." "All right, then I shall take my leave first." As soon as the words fell, his body vanished like a wisp of smoke, disappearing instantly atop the serpent's head. After he left, the golden-patterned black robe figure surveyed the remaining few and spoke in an extremely stern tone. "Everyone, use all your authority in the Great Xia to ensure that the official attention is diverted, and be sure to delay them. The people of the Great Xia are easy to deal with, but..." A black-robed figure on the right hesitated slightly and continued, "But what about the recently emerging new martial saint? This person is extraordinarily active and has not joined the Holy Pavilion, posing no constraints. Even the Mycelium Lord fell at his hands. If he intervenes, we will be in trouble. Do not worry about him. The man in the golden-patterned black robe sneered, his tone carrying an inexplicable confidence. A mere fledgling who just broke through thinks he can act recklessly with a bit of fortune. If he truly dares to disrupt our great plans, that esteemed one will personally deal with him. A newly emerged martial saint cannot cause a storm. At this, the man in the golden-patterned black robe slowly lowered his head, glancing at the withered serpent head beneath his feet, a fervor flashing in his eyes. Our only task now is to do everything we can to resurrect Lord Shangliu. As long as Lord Shangliu returns to the world, the mere 4 monarchs can be extinguished at a flick of a hand. Understood. The remaining black-robed figures all bowed and accepted the order. In the inner city of the capital, the presidential court, the highest power center of the Great Xia, located in the last remaining imperial city of the feudal dynasty, the Purple Gold Palace. Here blue bricks and red walls stand resolutely, with high-level warriors patrolling both openly and covertly. After returning from the Yuan family, Du Sheng immediately plunged into work. As one of the senior members of the presidential court, the burden of all 81 states of the Great Xia rests on his shoulders. Thud, thud. A series of hurried footsteps sounded. A middle-aged man hurried into the room. It was Kong Jinlong. Chief, there's a result. Kong Jinlong quickly walked to Du Sheng's desk and handed over a freshly printed report. Du Sheng paused his pen, adjusted his reading glasses, and took the report. The first page of the document bore a satellite image. At the center of the image was a trajectory that almost penetrated half of the Great Xia. The dark phenomenon that just covered the entire capital was confirmed to have originated from the Yuan family. Kong Jinlong added. Du Sheng looked at the data in the report side and tossed the document onto the desk. As expected, it was him. Son, if only we had left half an hour later, we might have witnessed Mr. Lu's methods firsthand. Kong Jinlong stood silently beside him, not responding to Du Sheng's remarks. He held great respect for the almost demonic existence of Lu Cheng. Just as the atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence. Buzz. The air in the hall suddenly trembled. The surroundings seemed to freeze, and the temperature in the entire Purple Gold Palace dropped several degrees in an instant. Kong Jinlong's muscles tensed suddenly, and he moved in front of Du Sheng, his eyes scanning the surroundings. In the next moment, an ethereal yet commanding female voice abruptly echoed in Du Sheng's ear. Where's the person in charge of the presidential court? Du Sheng recognized the voice. All vigilance vanished from his eyes, and his body trembled involuntarily as he walked out of the Supreme Leader's courtyard with a face full of awe. Outside the Supreme Leader's courtyard, Du Sheng jogged to the open space outside, looking around as he raised his head. He saw the strong winds howling in the high sky. A tall woman with white hair stood in midair, her long white hair flowing wildly in the wind, her stunning face devoid of expression. She was one of the 4 great martial saints of the Great Xia, revered as the White Emperor. The 4 emperors are the stabilizing force of the Great Xia, each having turned the tide during great crises, bestowing immense grace upon the nation. It is rumored that the existence of the 4 emperors has lasted for over 200 years. Du Sheng had seen her once during the human-shaped beast crisis 50 years ago. Time had left no trace on her appearance, as she still looked so young while he had grown old. As the third seat of the Supreme Leader's courtyard, Du Sheng knelt solemnly on one knee without a hint of hesitation. Greetings, White Emperor. Beside him, Kong Jinlong also quickly knelt down, burying his head deeply. In front of the 4 emperors, mundane official titles and power are nothing but fleeting illusions. The White Emperor slightly lowered her head, her emotionless gaze falling upon Du Sheng. Without any pleasantries, she directly asked, where is the newly promoted martial saint? Hearing this request, Du Sheng's heart stirred, but he did not inquire about the reason for the White Emperor's search for Lu Cheng. The actions of the 4 emperors do not require explanation to the Supreme Leader's courtyard. He immediately bent forward and replied, White Emperor, that Mr. Lu is currently visiting the Yuan family in the capital. I can lead you there. No need. The White Emperor said, and her figure instantly vanished. Only Du Sheng and Kong Jinlong remained staring at each other in bewilderment. In the Yuan family, within Chaoyan Pavilion, Lu Cheng, Ruan Changhe, and Ruan Tingkong took their seats in succession. Ruan Ning was serving tea beside them. Old Master Ruan, you have lived for quite a long time. Have you ever heard of the Sacred Pavilion? Ruan Changhe trembled all over, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. His memory was pulled back to the brutal battle 50 years ago. The Sacred Pavilion. Ruan Changhe slowly exhaled, his tone becoming extremely grave. Senior, what you are referring to should be that mysterious organization composed of the martial saints of the Great Xia, right? Exactly. Lu Cheng slightly nodded. Ruan Changhe gave a bitter smile. Unfortunately, regarding the sacred pavilion, I might know even less than Zhang Qingfeng. At least he is the minister of the Ministry of Armaments. At this point, the old man shifted the subject, a hint of reverence appearing in his eyes. 50 years ago, when human-shaped beasts ravaged the capital, I had just entered a class full of ambition, thinking that human-shaped beasts were merely a special form. In the end, I was nearly killed by them. It was the emergence of the sacred pavilion and the arrival of the White Emperor that subdued the human-shaped beasts on the spot. It is rumored that the White Emperor is one of the members of the sacred pavilion. Perhaps you can personally ask the White Emperor. Hearing this, Lu Cheng felt a spark of interest and continued to ask, "Oh, where is the White Emperor located?" Before Ruan Changhe could answer, a cold female voice suddenly echoed, "Here." "Who?" The faces of Ruan Changhe and the others changed drastically as they stood up instantly. He had already given orders that no one was to approach Chaoyan Pavilion, and only Ruan Ning was responsible for serving tea. Lu Cheng looked towards the center of the hall. He saw a white-haired woman standing where there had been nothing before. Her snow-white long hair fell to her waist, and she wore a fitted black top, her figure well-defined, draped in a large snow-white fox fur coat. Below, she wore tight shorts that revealed a pair of fair long legs complemented by black knee-high boots. The moment Lu Cheng recognized the woman, he slowly stood up. If Ruan Ning was the kind of standard beauty with exceptionally striking features, then the suddenly appearing white-haired woman before him was breathtaking. A kind of absolute stunning beauty, as if untouched by the mundane world. Such a strong aura. Lu Cheng thought to himself. This was the strongest person he had encountered since arriving in this world. The energy fluctuations of this beautiful woman were equivalent to the strength he had when he condensed 10 million giant elephant particles. It is worth noting that at that time, although he had not yet advanced to a martial saint, his pure physical strength had already been capable of truly splitting mountains. The level of vital energy within this beautiful woman was surprisingly comparable to his own at that time, indicating her formidable strength. Is she the White Emperor? Lu Cheng had his suspicions, as the woman's response earlier confirmed this point. He was about to speak when the White Emperor showed no intention of greeting. Her long legs took strides toward Lu Cheng. In just a couple of steps, she crossed several meters, directly closing in on him. Whoosh! The White Emperor's delicate fist clenched lightly, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind striking straight toward Lu Cheng's head. The speed of her punch was incredibly fast, leaving a trail in the air. Lu Cheng's brows furrowed tightly, filled with confusion. He wondered why the White Emperor would strike at him upon their first meeting. As the vital energy within him quietly circulated, Lu Cheng was just about to retaliate. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Although the punch was ferocious, its direction seemed a bit off. Boom! The white-haired woman expressionlessly unleashed her punch. Her fist grazed past Lu Cheng's right ear, slicing accurately through the air. Lu Cheng stood still, unmoving, only feeling a chill by his ear as a fragrant breeze brushed against him, refreshing and invigorating. Before Lu Cheng could react, the White Emperor withdrew her fist and immediately unleashed another straight punch. Following the same path, it also brushed past his ear. After throwing 2 punches, the White Emperor retracted her hands, and her previously cold face slightly curved into a smile. Then she turned and walked away. Standing beside them, Ruan Tingkong and her father were already dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to throw punches at Lu Cheng, the martial saint. Only Ruan Changhe, after carefully examining the White Emperor, began to tremble all over. Memories from 50 years ago overlapped with the figure before him. White Emperor! The old man exclaimed in disbelief. He trembled as he said, "White Emperor, do you still remember me? 50 years ago, when that human-shaped beast was about to crush my skull, it was you who descended from the heavens and saved my life." The White Emperor paused slightly. Her long eyelashes blinked a few times, turning to look at Ruan Changhe. The air in the hall fell silent, and Ruan Chang's face was full of anticipation. After a few seconds, the White Emperor withdrew her gaze and said lightly, "I don't remember. There were too many people I saved back then." With that, she took a step forward, instantly disappearing before everyone. In the hall of Chaoyan Pavilion, a faint fragrance still lingered. Lu Cheng gazed in the direction where the White Emperor had disappeared, slightly dazed. The White Emperor came over, threw a few punches, and then just walked away. This strange behavior left him momentarily perplexed. Interesting. Lu Cheng chuckled softly, and in the next moment the vital energy within him surged violently. His figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, chasing after the direction the White Emperor had left. It was only after both Lu Cheng and the White Emperor had vanished that Ruan Ning, who had been in a daze, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just because Lu Cheng felt nothing, it didn't mean they felt nothing. That woman just now clearly wasn't targeting them, yet it still sent chills down Ruan Ning's spine. She turned to Ruan Changhe and hesitantly asked, "Great-grandfather, Who exactly was that? Does Xia really have female powerhouses of such caliber? Upon hearing Wan Ning's question, Wan Chenghe sighed deeply, a look of awe rising in his eyes. She is the White Emperor, one of the 4 great martial saints of Xia. Wan Ning's eyes widened in shock. Growing up in the capital, she had seen various martial artists, but the appearance of the White Emperor shattered her worldview. That woman not only possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary mortals, but her beauty and aura reached a level that was almost impossible to gaze upon. Thinking of the White Emperor's well-defined features, Wan Ning couldn't help but glance down at herself. In that moment, this young lady from the Wan family, who had just been promoted to rank, felt a sudden surge of self-consciousness. I originally thought that breaking into rank at 20 was already quite a feat. Wan Ning's hands resting on her skirt tightened slightly, as a complex glimmer crossed her beautiful eyes. But compared to her, what do I count for? I don't even have the qualifications to face Senior Liu. At that moment, Wan Ning silently resolved never to remain the same as before. She needed to cultivate like mad. She wanted to become a martial saint. Wan Chenghe turned to Wan Tingkong beside him, his expression serious. Tingkong, from today onwards, I will enter seclusion and fully strive to break through to martial saint. Wan Tingkong, upon hearing this, straightened up. Yes, grandfather, don't worry. I will take care of the Wan family while you focus on your seclusion. Wan Chenghe gazed into the sky outside. I want to see who will break through faster, me or old Zhang. In the skies above the capital, the White Emperor, clad in a snow-white fox fur coat, was swiftly traversing the sky. Her figure moved at an incredible speed, leaving a long trail of white sonic clouds with each sprint. Suddenly, the White Emperor's long eyelashes fluttered twice as she abruptly halted in midair. A figure appeared directly in front of her. Lu Cheng stood on the void, his hands clasped behind his back, perfectly blocking the White Emperor's path. He turned around and said, "You must be the White Emperor, right?" The White Emperor paused, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Cheng for a few seconds before suddenly exclaiming, "You're so fast." Lu Cheng's brow involuntarily twitched. Hearing an extraordinarily beautiful woman say to him in a flat tone, "You're so fast," felt quite off. He cleared his throat. "You might want to add the word speed to that." The White Emperor nodded. Very seriously, she said, "Your speed is really fast." Lu Cheng sighed, helplessly rubbing his forehead. "Forget it." His expression turned serious. "I just recently stepped into this realm and am not very familiar with many things. There are some questions I'd like to ask you." The White Emperor listened and promptly shook her head. "I don't understand." Before Lu Cheng could ask, she continued, "For these matters you should ask Xianjun. He is the oldest and knows the most." Xianjun. Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes. "Where is he?" "Wait a moment." The White Emperor raised her fair right hand. Lu Cheng noticed that she wore a silver metal bracelet on her wrist. The White Emperor gently pressed a few buttons on the bracelet. The bracelet emitted a blue light. An ancient voice came from the bracelet. "White Emperor, do you need something from me?" The White Emperor blinked her large eyes. "That new martial saint is looking for you." "Oh." The voice on the other side seemed a bit surprised. The next moment, the blue light on the bracelet extinguished. Before Lu Cheng could react, countless golden light dots suddenly appeared in front of them. The light dots gradually converged, forming a projection surrounded by faint golden light. "I thought you would come to find us at the Kunlun Forbidden Land." Lu Cheng focused on the projection. It was an elder dressed in a white robe. The elder had an exceptionally peculiar appearance, with a notably protruding forehead, almost large, reminiscent of a longevity star. His silver-white beard reached his waist, and at that moment he was stroking his beard, smiling warmly as he looked Lu Cheng up and down. The fact that he had traversed countless distances to condense a projection of vital energy was not to be underestimated. "I am Xianjun." Xianjun stroked his long beard, chuckling as he looked at Lu Cheng. "Newly appointed martial saint, what do you wish to know from me?" Lu Cheng organized his thoughts, and without beating around the bush, asked directly, "What exactly is the Holy Pavilion? Why does the Martial Preparedness Department personally issue invitations whenever a martial saint is born?" Upon hearing Lu Cheng's question, Xianjun's hand, which was stroking his beard, suddenly paused. The smile in his eyes gradually faded. "Are you sure you want to know?" Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying there is some inconvenient secret regarding the Holy Pavilion?" "It's not exactly a secret, just a bit special." At this point, Xianjun suddenly laughed. "All right, since you've asked so proactively, then just directly join the Holy Pavilion." Lu Cheng's expression became somewhat strange upon hearing this. He crossed his arms and looked at Xianjun with a composed demeanor. "Are you so sure that I will agree to join the Holy Pavilion?" "You will." Xianjun's tone was very confident. Then his gaze fell on the White Emperor. "White Emperor." The White Emperor nodded in agreement. "All right." The next moment, Xianjun's projection scattered into a flurry of light, dots vanishing from sight. After Xianjun left, Lu Cheng turned his head, fixating on the White Emperor, contemplating how she would guide him to join the Holy Pavilion. Even if it was by force, he wouldn't panic. The White Emperor raised her right hand again, tapping on the silver bracelet several times. Buzz. With her movements, a projection screen appeared. The White Emperor pointed to the pattern in the middle of the screen and said, "Here, scan this QR code." The moment Lu Cheng heard this, he was completely thrown off by the wind. He blankly pulled out the thin phone that Wei Tianhao had given him and scanned it. Ding. User, White Emperor, invites you to join the group chat, Holy Pavilion. Do you agree? Looking at the pop-up on his phone screen, Lu Cheng remained silent for a long time in the cold wind at 10,000 meters above sea level. A mysterious martial arts organization of the Great Xia, the Holy Pavilion, turns out to be a chat group. This is even more ridiculous than old Wang not visiting a massage parlor. Lu Cheng glanced at the prompt, and driven by some strange impulse, clicked agree. The interface, gently. You have joined the chat group, Holy Pavilion. Come and say hello to everyone. Elder Longevity Xianjun, so you've joined the Holy Pavilion. Hair a bit short by D. Sigmund, a defensive line gray man Cheng, Huang newcomer share a photo. Tonight at a certain time, fries, Zhu Sheng, oh wow, a newcomer has arrived. Lu Cheng looked at the screen, feeling utterly speechless. What is up with by dis emoticon? Lu Cheng's mouth twitched slightly as he couldn't help but glance back at Bai Di. Still fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs, still wearing a cold expression. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, her gaze unyielding, as if the one who had just sent the emoticon was not her at all. Lu Cheng silently withdrew his gaze, his fingers lightly tapping on the phone, sending his first message in the group chat. Lu Cheng, hello everyone. Elder Longevity Xianjun, so are you happy to be a member of the Holy Pavilion? Lu Cheng. Tonight at a certain time, fries, Zhu Sheng, the newcomer, is a bit shy. With so many points to criticize, Lu Cheng ultimately couldn't hold back any longer. Lu Cheng, so the first martial saint founded the Holy Pavilion just to create a chat group. Elder Longevity Xianjun, yes. His response was extremely straightforward without a hint of hesitation. Lu Cheng, so what is special about this group? Elder Longevity Xianjun, a chat group composed of martial saints that has existed for over 200 years isn't that special enough. Lu Cheng looked at Xianjun's response, feeling somewhat speechless. Over 200 years. This group has been around for over 200 years. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding for the future of the Great Xia. If Zhang Qingfeng knew that the mysterious Holy Pavilion was just a chat group, he wouldn't know what to think. He had even formally invited him. Sigh. Lu Cheng took a deep breath, attempting to steer the topic back to something relatively serious. Lu Cheng, after the death of the first martial saint, who manages this group? Since it is a chat group, there must be a group leader. Before Xianjun could respond, a brand new message suddenly popped up. Humanoid wild beast with no female. Xing Wang, group leader, who said I am dead. Seeing this sudden message, Lu Cheng's eyelids jumped violently. With the appearance of the group leader, the group became lively. Tonight at a certain time, fries, Zhu Sheng, oh wow, the group leader has surfaced. Send red envelopes. Send red envelopes. Hair a bit short by D. Sigma, defensive line gray man Cheng, Huang, group leader, it's been a long time, I miss you. Lu Cheng looked at the lively crowd and at Bai Di, who once again sent out a baffling emoticon, feeling that his worldview had been greatly impacted. He silently pressed the power button on his phone, turning it off, then awkwardly stuffed it back into his pocket. The Great Xia is truly finished. Lu Cheng shook his head, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Also, Bai Di, that emoticon of yours is definitely used incorrectly. He instinctively turned back. However, when he turned around, he found that Bai Di had vanished at some point. High above in the sky, only Lu Cheng remained, feeling disheveled in the wind. The dividing line between the north and south of the Great Xia is defined by the Qin Mountain and Huai River, with Qin in Qinzhou referring to Qin Mountain. The entire Qinzhou is surrounded by towering mountains. Due to facing the frontal assault of wild beasts from the deep mountains for many years, the city walls built around the outskirts of Qinzhou are significantly taller and thicker than those of Dongzhou. Far from the Qinzhou city walls, deep within 100 miles of the mountain ranges, lies a deep canyon. Mist fills the air, the humidity is extremely high, and ancient trees around are intertwined, creating a haunting atmosphere. In the depths of the canyon, 100-meter-high waterfall thunders, creating a mist that fills the sky. By the edge of the pool below the waterfall stands a figure in a black robe. Three-headed flood dragon. The figure in the black robe spoke hoarsely. As his words fell, the waterfall that had been flowing down suddenly trembled violently. Countless streams of water began to flow upwards, gathering in midair. In just a few breaths, those flowing waters transformed into a colossal beast over 100 meters long. The beast was entirely pale, resembling a giant serpent, but what was most striking was that on its neck, 3 heads sprouted, each adorned with a single horn on its forehead. The three-headed flood dragon stabilized its form, three pairs of blood-red vertical pupils fixating on the black-robed figure below, constantly hissing. Three-headed flood dragon immediately create clouds and rain and flood Chinjo for me. The black-robed figure pointed towards Chinjo coldly, giving commands. However, upon hearing this, the three heads of the giant beast merely twisted impatiently a few times, its massive body still coiled in the mist, showing no intention of moving. In their blood-red eyes a trace of human-like greed surfaced. Seeing this scene, a cold snort of extreme displeasure emanated from beneath the black-robed figure's hood. "All right, I'll give you 10 every day." Upon hearing the black-robed figure's words, the largest head among the three-headed flood dragon thrust forward, while the other two heads emitted rapid hissing sounds. Clearly this amount was nowhere near enough to satisfy its appetite. The black-robed figure clenched his hands. 20. The massive tail of the three-headed flood dragon waved lightly in the air, stirring up a violent wind, and the three heads shook simultaneously. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 30. No more. The black-robed figure's voice grew somewhat impatient. The three heads of the three-headed flood dragon confirmed this among themselves before releasing a few satisfied hisses. Then its massive body suddenly exploded in the air, transforming back into countless streams of water, crashing heavily into the pool below with a splash. The once interrupted waterfall resumed its flow, as if nothing had happened. The black-robed figure stood by the edge of the pool, taking a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger boiling within. Wild beasts are ultimately just wild beasts, greedy and insatiable. He gazed at the calm surface of the water, a trace of resentful coldness flashing in his eyes, spitting out bitterly 30 people a day. No matter how many resources we have, it can't withstand this beast's daily demands. Well, who said we still need it? When Xiang Lu is revived, the first to be eaten will be you. As his words fell, the black-robed figure exploded into black smoke, dissipating at the spot. After returning to the old residence of the Ruan family, Lu Cheng couldn't help but open his phone and enter the Holy Pavilion chat group. Although there were only a few people, the group remained lively. A few martial saints standing at the very top of the Daxia pyramid chatted just like ordinary people. Old longevity Xin Jun Lu Cheng, pick a time to come to the Kunlun Forbidden Land. There are some truths about this world that you can come and see for yourself. Lu Cheng looked at his phone, tapping on the screen with his finger. Lu Cheng, okay, I'll go in a few days. By the way, where is the group leader King Cheng? Is he also in the Kunlun Forbidden Land? Lu Cheng was quite curious about this first martial saint of Daxia and the leader of this group. Old longevity, Xianjun not here. The group leader's whereabouts are mysterious and he hasn't shown his face for decades. We can't say for sure where he is. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng instinctively glanced at the member list. He saw that King Shing's avatar was gray, indicating that he was offline. Shaking his head, Lu Cheng began to scroll through the chat history. For the next 2 days, Lu Cheng stayed temporarily at the Ruan family. During this period, Ruan Ning frequently sought him out. This newly promoted brank young lady of the Ruan family seemed to have been stimulated by something. She immersed herself in her cultivation, forgetting to eat and sleep. Whenever she encountered problems with her training, she would rush to Lu Cheng for advice. If this had happened before he practiced the great Luo primordial true canon, Lu Cheng would have mostly just responded with jokes to Ruan Ning's inquiries. After all, he had just been a deep blue point allocation. How did the cultivation methods operate? How did the vital energy flow through the meridians? He didn't understand anything. But ever since he acquired the great Luo primordial true canon, everything changed completely. Great Luo primordial 1 connects to all. Now Lu Cheng had reached an astonishing level of understanding. 4 ordinary cultivation methods, even including Zhang Qingfeng's Tai Chi skill, as long as Ruan Ning demonstrated it in front of him, he could instantly grasp its intricacies. The Tai Chi skill emphasizes using strength against strength, overcoming rigidity with flexibility. Just now, when you practiced, the vital energy stagnated in your Qi for half a breath, which caused your power to break. Try again, let the vital energy flow through the Taiyin lung meridian. Lu Cheng was sitting on a stone bench, casually pointing out a few corrections. However, these seemingly casual words, when heard by Ruan Ning, were akin to a resounding echo of a great bell. Ruan Ning's brows instantly relaxed, and following Lu Cheng's corrections, the originally obscure vital energy suddenly flowed smoothly multiple times. Thank you, Senior Lu, for your guidance. Ruan Ning's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and awe. During these 2 days, every piece of advice from Lu Cheng brought her a sense of enlightenment. She even felt that Lu Cheng's understanding of the Tai Chi skill was far deeper than that of her master, who had practiced for a lifetime. After a brief stay of 2 days, Lu Cheng bid farewell to the Ruan father and daughter and left the Ruan family. Lu Cheng did not return to the Xuanwu fortress. The savage beasts in the vicinity had already been wiped out by him, and even their lairs had been smashed to pieces. It was estimated that it would be difficult for any major disturbances to arise in the next few months. Let's go check out the Kunlun Forbidden Land. In the high sky, Lu Cheng made up his mind. His figure flickered, transforming into a stream of purple-gold light as he leisurely flew northwest. Along the way, Lu Cheng did not fly at full speed. He floated and stopped as if he were enjoying the scenery, gazing down at the rivers and mountains of Daxia. It wasn't until he passed through Chengzhou that Lu Cheng's gaze inadvertently swept over a somewhat murky river below, where he sensed a familiar aura. Lu Cheng let out a soft hey, his figure paused slightly in the air as he silently descended toward the riverbank. There stood a very short old man. The old man was walking back and forth by the muddy riverbank with his hands behind his back. Occasionally he would squat down to pick up a handful of river mud to sniff, or look up at the overcast sky. "Principal Shi, what are you doing here?" A gentle voice rang out. The contemplative Shi Cheng was startled, immediately becoming alert. There were very few people who could appear beside him without him noticing. However, when Shi Cheng saw the young figure standing next to him, his vigilance instantly dissipated. "Senior." Shi Cheng recognized Lu Cheng, and his expression changed immediately, bowing deeply with utmost seriousness. "I did not know the Marshal Saint Senior was here. Forgive my lack of hospitality." As one of the witnesses to Lu Cheng's entry into the Marshal Saint realm, Shi Cheng's reverence for Lu Cheng had long since penetrated to the bone. Lu Cheng waved his hand, signaling him not to be overly courteous. "Principal Shi, you have granted me access to the Jingwu Library, which is a favor to me. There is no need for such formality. By the way, how did you come to Chengzhou, this western city?" Lu Cheng asked out of curiosity. Shi Cheng was the principal of the Kyoto Martial Arts University with a very high status, and logically speaking, he shouldn't have traveled such a long distance to come here. "Oh, Senior, this matter is quite long to explain," Shi Cheng said, somewhat awkwardly glancing at the somewhat empty riverbank. "It's very muddy here. If you don't mind, would you please follow me to the tent nearby to talk?" Lu Cheng nodded. The two of them walked into the nearby tent, one after the other. The tent was simply furnished with only a few folding tables and chairs piled with various monitoring charts and reports. Shi Cheng brought over a clean chair for Lu Cheng, and after Lu Cheng sat down, he sighed and began to explain. "Senior, as you mentioned, Chengzhou, being a western city, should typically have a dry and less rainy climate. However, for over a month now it has rained heavily almost every day, and the heavy rain has hardly stopped. Several low-lying areas are on the verge of being flooded. The governor of Chengzhou sent people to investigate, and it was eventually discovered that this month-long heavy rainfall had extremely serious non-natural factors behind it." Shi Cheng pointed to the meteorological charts on the table and continued, "The current director of the Chengzhou Research Institute is my closed-door disciple. He encountered problems during the investigation and sent a message to Kyoto asking me to come over." Just as Shi Cheng was explaining the sequence of events to Lu Cheng, a voice suddenly came from outside the tent. "Teacher, the meteorological station just sent over the latest hydrological data." A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, looking rather scholarly, lifted the curtain and hurried in. However, when the middle-aged man saw Lu Cheng sitting opposite his teacher, he froze in shock. As the director of the Chengzhou Research Institute, his martial arts cultivation was also rank, allowing him to sense Lu Cheng's extraordinary presence. He hesitantly looked at Shi Cheng. "Teacher, who is this?" "Shaowen, come here, let me introduce you." Shi Cheng's expression became serious as he said, "This is Marshal Saint Lu Cheng, Senior Lu." Upon hearing the words Marshal Saint, Dong Wen's body trembled violently, and his glasses almost fell off his nose. The news of the newly appointed Marshal Saint of Dongzhou had long spread among the senior ranks of various city-states. He never expected that this legendary figure would appear right before his eyes. Dong Wen immediately bowed. "I did not know the Marshal Saint Senior was visiting Chengzhou. The place is crude, please forgive me." Lu Cheng smiled gently. "All right, let's skip the formalities." Lu Cheng looked at Dong Wen indifferently. "Sit down and tell me what you encountered in detail." Dong Wen quickly nodded and carefully sat on another folding chair. "Senior Lu, this heavy rain in Chengzhou is definitely not a natural phenomenon." Dong Wen's expression turned serious. "According to the meteorological station's monitoring report, the 5 city-states to the east of Chengzhou should have normal rainfall during this season. However, strangely enough, it has not rained there for a whole month." Shi Cheng, with a grave expression, added from the side, "It feels as if all the rain that should have fallen in the other 5 city-states has been concentrated in Chengzhou alone. Yes, not only that, those rain clouds are also very strange. Once the rain clouds disperse in one place, they quickly gather more rain clouds, as if they have a life of their own." "So is this man-made?" Lu Cheng inquired. Dong Wen sighed. "We think so too, but how is that possible? Even artificial rain is just supplementary conditions. It cannot be so precise." Lu Cheng pondered for a moment. "You all come with me." Saying this, Lu Cheng took the lead, lifting the curtain and stepping out of the tent. Shi Cheng and Dong Wen exchanged glances before promptly following him out. Lu Cheng stood in an open area. He raised his right hand, curling his fingers like claws reaching toward the sky overhead. Under the astonished gazes of Cheng and Dong, when the clouds within a 10-mile radius began to converge, compressing and stacking at a terrifying speed. In just a few breaths, the clouds above them grew thicker and darker. Suddenly, torrential rain poured down. Cheng and Dong, Wen's vision blurred. Lu Cheng slowly retracted his right hand. He turned his head calmly, stating, "Controlling clouds and summoning rain is not a difficult task. I can do it." Looking at Lu Cheng, who was isolating the torrential rain outside with an indifferent expression, Dong Wen and Cheng felt blank, as if they were two wooden statues utterly stunned. Half an hour later, a convoy composed of dozens of official vehicles stopped by the riverbank on the main road. The doors opened, and a large group of high-ranking warriors swiftly disembarked, forming two lines. A middle-aged man was the last to step out of the vehicle. Li Jingnian, the governor of Chengzhou, disregarded the muddy riverbank and jogged towards Lu Cheng. "The martial saint has descended upon Chengzhou. It is truly a grave offense for Li to not welcome you properly." Li Jingnian appeared to be just over 50, with a square face and slightly graying temples, exuding an air of calmness from years of holding power. "Governor Li is being too polite. I am merely passing through," Lu Cheng replied with a smile and a nod. Li Jingnian slightly bowed and stepped aside, pointing towards the most exquisite vehicle, respectfully inviting. "Senior, please honor us by visiting the governor's residence. I have prepared some humble food and tea to welcome you, Senior." Lu Cheng glanced at him and didn't refuse. As Cheng and the others needed to continue their investigation, Lu Cheng boarded the vehicle alone. In the Tian pit of the Shunlao mountain, a 9-headed serpent stood menacingly in the pit. The central serpent head housed a man in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, sitting cross-legged. With a puff, a wisp of black smoke appeared above the serpent head to his right. As the smoke dissipated, a tall, thin man in a black robe emerged. "Xiang Yi, that newly ascended martial saint Lu Cheng, is currently in Chengzhou." The voice of the newcomer carried a hint of coldness. "Oh." Xiang Yi, the man in the black robe, slowly lifted his head, his hood shrouding him in darkness. Has he noticed something? "No, that should be impossible," Xiang Yi muttered to himself. "Then, what do we need to avoid drawing attention?" Xiang Yi let out a cold laugh. "Avoid drawing attention. The resurrection plan of Lord Xiang Lu cannot afford any mistakes. Have Xiang Wu contact that esteemed person immediately and initiate the beast tide to surround Chengzhou. We must ensure that Lu Cheng remains in Chengzhou." "What about the intervention from the 4 emperors?" Xiang Yi slowly stood up, stepping on the dry serpent head and looking down into the endless darkness of the pit. "The 4 emperors. They cannot come. Those in the Kunlun forbidden land will naturally hold them back." After speaking, Xiang Yi turned to look at the black-robed man on his right. "Xiang Er, your position is extremely important. For now, do not contact me. Wait for the right moment." "Understood." The man known as Xiang Er nodded slightly and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. After Xiang Er left, Xiang Yi reached out and gently tapped into the void. A wave of vital energy spread out and formed an image before him. "Xiang Qi, how is the situation in Qinzhou progressing?" Xiang Yi inquired. The image displayed a black-robed man from Qinzhou. "The progress is very smooth. The torrential rain has already begun. However," Xiang Qi's tone hesitated, "that beast has an insatiable appetite. It demands 30 rations a day, and if not provided, it goes on strike. The stock in our canteen might be a bit tight." "No worries," Xiang Yi replied without any trace of emotion. "Contact the available members and have them procure supplies. There are plenty of grade materials." "Understood," Xiang Qi responded. Xiang Yi waved his hand, directly erasing the image, and the pit fell into silence once more. In Chengzhou, within the inner city, Lu Cheng was accompanied by Governor Li Jingnian for 3 days. During these 3 days, Li Jingnian was attentive and extremely enthusiastic. He first invited Lu Cheng to the Chengzhou Martial Arts Academy, where he delivered a sensational speech in front of tens of thousands of young martial artists. Although Lu Cheng merely offered a few perfunctory remarks while standing on stage, it nonetheless ignited an unprecedented martial arts frenzy. Subsequently, Li Jingnian took Lu Cheng on a tour of the collection library of martial arts techniques in Chengzhou. The Chengzhou warriors formed ranks to receive the inspection of Lu Cheng, the martial saint. Chengzhou was originally an ancient city with a history of 1,000 years, boasting profound heritage. Even after the resurgence of vital energy, it still retained a considerable number of ancient buildings. Li Jingnian personally drove Lu Cheng around various scenic spots in Chengzhou. However, during these few days of sightseeing, Lu Cheng deeply felt the vast chasm between the high-ranking families and the ordinary commoners. In the outer city of Chengzhou, ordinary civilians and low-ranking warriors tended to their wounds after the torrential rain. After more than a month of continuous rain, the streets and houses in the outer city were submerged for the most part, and a large number of displaced individuals crowded into makeshift shelters, which was just one scene he witnessed. There were countless other scenes he had not seen. Yet once he entered the inner city, what unfolded before Lu Cheng was a paradise constructed entirely from money, power, and force. Ancient family estates rose from the ground. Behind exquisite gates lay another world. Thanks to Li Jingyan's personal accompaniment, none of the cliched plots of noble descendants causing trouble. Every noble descendant who saw Li Jingyan's vehicle was respectful. Throughout, they remained unaware of Lu Cheng's true identity. Of course, they were not qualified to know. Inside a top-tier estate called Imperial Court, a noble descendants dressed in luxurious attire embraced beautiful young companions, laughing and cursing as they mingled at the ball. In the center of the fountain pool at the ball, various precious beast materials sparkled in the water. The atmosphere was indulgent and extravagant. The wealthy feast while the poor starve on the streets. Lu Cheng declined Li Jingyan's invitation and did not enter. As the lights began to glow, Lu Cheng sat in the back seat of the vehicle, watching the fleeting splendor and absurdity outside the window, his gaze calm and unflinching. Driving, Li Jingyan observed Lu Cheng's expression through the rearview mirror and cautiously explained, "Senior noble descendants are inevitably proud and extravagant. However, they also provide significant financial support for Cheng's defenses each year. If Senior finds it displeasing, I can have these estates sealed." "No need," Lu Cheng replied calmly, closing his eyes. The noble families were deeply rooted, just as Li Jingyan said. They maintained various resources for the great Xia. He could eliminate the noble families, but before a century passed, new ones would inevitably arise, continuing the cycle. Moreover, Li Jingyan was the head of Cheng's largest noble family. In silence, Li Jingyan personally escorted Lu Cheng to the highest standard state guest house in Chengzhou. This was the place designated for receiving top-tier dignitaries with majestic and luxurious architecture and extremely tight security. Lu Cheng was arranged in a supreme suite on the top floor. The room's decor was extravagantly sumptuous, with the floor covered in pristine pelts of high-ranking beasts and antique paintings hanging on the walls. Late at night, Lu Cheng changed into a clean outfit, holding a cup of warm tea, and quietly stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze passed through the glass, overlooking the brightly lit inner city of Chengzhou below. "The governor of Chengzhou, is he?" Lu Cheng took a sip of tea, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, revealing a hint of playful amusement. "He really covers all bases, leaving no flaws to be found. Quite interesting." The next morning, the sun shone brilliantly over Chengzhou. Lu Cheng had just risen when a knock came at his door. He opened it to find Prefect Li Jingyan standing outside. Today, Li Jingyan wore a close-fitting combat suit that favored mobility. His expression was grave. When Lu Cheng opened the door, he immediately forced a smile. "Senior, I apologize for disturbing you so early," Li Jingyan said, bowing slightly. Lu Cheng looked him over. "Prefect Li, you are?" Li Jingyan sighed. "I received an urgent report from the Chengzhou Defense Army at dawn. Within 100 li around Chengzhou, a great number of high-grade wild beasts have suddenly appeared. Their numbers are increasing. There may be a risk of an uprising." Lu Cheng invited him in. "Beast uprisings are not unheard of, are they? As prefect, do you truly need to go personally to the front lines?" Li Jingyan smiled faintly. "You jest, senior. A prefect rules over 1,000,000 souls. Though it is vast authority, to me it is a weighty responsibility. The city defense soldiers are my compatriots and comrades. When a great enemy approaches, I cannot cower in the rear and let my men bleed at the walls. Li Jingyan will not do that." Li Jingyan paused, his voice growing heavier. "Besides, this operation is highly unusual. According to preliminary frontline reports, there are already no fewer than 10 confirmed grade wild beasts. Among them are many individuals of clan-type beasts," Li Jingyan said apologetically. "The pressure at the front is intense. I must personally oversee the defense. I cannot accompany you today, so I came to apologize beforehand, senior." Lu Cheng nodded and took his coat from the rack. "Chengzhou is fortunate to have a prefect like you. Very well, they'll go with you to inspect the front lines." At Lu Cheng's offer, Li Jingyan's eyes brightened and joy bloomed across his face. "If you would lend your aid, it would be Cheng's honor. With the Wu Sheng present to hold watch, our defenses will be as steady as Mount Tai." Lu Cheng waved his hand, indicating Li should take the lead. They boarded the military off-road vehicle waiting in the lot and sped toward Cheng's city gate. The walls rose for hundreds of meters, their stones glinting darkly in the sunlight. Within the ramparts, countless defense warriors hurried back and forth, faces taut, as they completed pre-battle preparations. In the lookout tower atop the wall, the atmosphere was heavy. "Commander, things do not look good." Ma Bin peered through his spyglass toward the plains. His face had gone pale. "The scouts have spotted 2 Qingtian demon apes on the stony waste some 50 li from the walls. This is most irregular. Su San, captain of the defense force, frowned as he stared at an instrument. He did not need Ma Bin's words to know the gravity of the situation. Great beasts like the Qingtian demon ape have fierce territorial instincts. Normally, two tigers cannot share a mountain. How could two of them suddenly be moving together? Su San contacted comrades at the other gates. Reports came back confirming great beasts there as well. Around Qingzhou, tallying the sightings, there were at least 10 known great wild beasts. 10 great beasts. Qingzhou had faced such incursions before and suffered grievous losses. The strategy was to hold the city at all costs until a great warriors arrived. Then all would be well. Commander, it's serious. As Su San and Ma Bin discussed strategies grimly, the door was flung open. A young warrior burst in, stumbling. He had run so hard that his foot slipped, and he nearly fell to his knees. Seeing this, Su San's face darkened, and he scolded sharply. Zhang Yuan, behave yourself. Panic and disorder. What example is that? As a member of the defense force, how have I taught you? Face the collapse of Mount Tai with an untroubled face. The young man was Zhang Yuan. He had been with the city defense less than a year. Though inexperienced, his honesty and earnestness had earned Su San's favor. Zhang Yuan was ashen and breathing raggedly, his chest heaving. Su San motioned for him to calm down. They're only great beasts. Qingzhou is not without great warriors. The sky isn't falling. He drew deep breaths. No, Commander. It's a, Ma Bin stepped forward and patted Zhang Yuan's back to steady him. Breathe, Zhang Yuan. Take your time and tell us. He steadied himself, his Adam's apple bobbed, then he lifted his head, eyes rimmed red. Commander, we found a great wild beasts. Su San's heart clenched at the word a great. He forced himself calm. One a great beast is troublesome enough. If it besieges the city, would pay a heavy price. Su San patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. I understand your alarm, but we... Before he could finish, he seized Su San's arm, as if frantic. In a hoarse, sobbing voice, he cried, not one. Hundreds of a grade. The air went up. Su San remained silent for several long seconds. He even rubbed his ear in a half-amused disbelief. For a moment the taut nerves slackened. Hundreds of a grade. Su San shook his head helplessly and snapped, have you been setting off firecrackers in the Kunlun forbidden grounds? Within the borders of Daxia. Aside from the forbidden grounds, where on earth would you muster hundreds of a grade wild beasts? Su San waved his hand and sighed, his tone softening. If you're exhausted, go rest. Young bodies are resilient, but don't push yourself. Look at you. Your eyes are completely bloodshot. However, Ma Bin, standing nearby, had gone pale. Commander, listen. Ma Bin tugged at Su San's sleeve. Su San stopped scolding and stood frozen in place. Sure enough, he felt a faint tremor underfoot. It was no illusion. The cup on the table rippled outward in widening circles. Commander, look. Look over there. Ma Bin raised his hand and pointed toward the distant horizon beyond the walls. Qingzhou lay in the west, its vegetation sparse. To guard against beast ambushes, the lands outside the walls had been cleared and flattened, leaving nothing to conceal an approach. Yet even so, on that far horizon, the rumble swelled, a black, unbroken wall of immense shadows merging earth and sky bore down with terrifying momentum and slowly revealed itself. Each silhouette towered hundreds of meters high, bodies sheathed in red scales on 4 legs. They stamped the earth each step, sending grit and pebbles flying. Horns crowned their brows and black scorching smoke billowed from their snouts. A grade clan-type wild beasts, the Du Long Hell Dragon. Su San stood rooted. Du Long. Hundreds of a grade Du Long. It's over. Su San's lips went colorless and his eyes darkened with despair. All is lost. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator at Su San's waist suddenly rang. Still in shock, his hands felt somewhat numb as he dazedly pressed the answer button. It's me, Su San. Su San. Hurry to the south gate for support. I have over 100 Jinshan giant crocodiles here. They're all a rank. I've never seen so many in my life come quickly. The defensive works are going to be crushed. The frantic roar of the South Gate's commander came through, mixed with the earth-shattering roars of the savage beasts. Su San turned to glance at the approaching tide of savage beasts, tugging at the corner of his mouth to reveal a bitter smile. All right, once I finish off these 100 hell dragons, they'll head to the South Gate to help you. Su San expressionlessly hung up the phone. Commander, the South Gate. Next to him, Ma Bin's face turned pale. Ma Bin, notify everyone to prepare for retreat. Su San put the communicator back in his waist. He didn't say anything about holding the line of facing over 100 rank hell dragons. It was no different from courting death for the city defense forces. A single breath from a hell dragon would be enough to turn them into ashes. On the main road of Qingzhou, the off-road vehicle's engine roared wildly. Li Jingyan put down his phone. His lips trembled and his expression changed dramatically. Senior, just reported in. Li Jingyan swallowed hard, his voice tinged with unmistakable terror at the east, west, south, and north main city gates of Chengzhou. Each direction has over 100 rank savage beasts. The east gate has the trembling sky bulls, the south gate has Jinshan, giant crocodiles, the north gate has polar wolves, and the west gate has hell dragons. But this is simply impossible. Li Jingyan's hands trembled violently. The rank savage beasts roaming within the Great Xia territory don't even add up to 100. This is the northwest. Where did they come from? This is impossible. Stop the car. In the back seat, Lu Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, calmly uttering 2 words. The driver, focused on driving, heard him speak and slammed on the brakes, coming to a steady stop at the roadside. Click. The car door opened. "Oh, go ahead, you guys are too slow." Lu Cheng dropped a line and didn't even wait for Li Jingyan to react. Boom. A gust of air exploded on the road. Lu Cheng's figure instantly shot up into the sky, transforming into a stream of purple gold light as he sped towards the city gate. Is this the martial saint? Li Jingyan hurriedly pushed open the car door and stepped out, looking up at the distant figure that had shrunk to a tiny point in the sky, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Flying through the air, arriving from dawn to dusk, this kind of might that transcended a rank warriors was the power he sought. On the west city gate's walls. "Commander, retreat. The city wall's defense is meaningless now." Ma Bin grabbed Su Sen's arm. "I'm not blind, I can see." Su Sen forcefully shook off Ma Bin's hand. "Open the city moat. Buy us as much time as possible. Ma Bin, immediately notify the governor's office and have everyone evacuate." "Hurry." "All right." Ma Bin immediately responded. The city moat was not an actual river, but the code name for the ultimate defensive works outside Chengzhou. Once this system was activated, the subsequent maintenance and reconstruction work would generally be calculated in years, and it wouldn't be activated again for decades. This was a method used only when true city-destroying disasters arrived. Rumbling. The ground 10 kilometers outside the city shook. Countless alloy armor plates spread open to the sides, revealing their hidden, imposing appearance. Sharp black spikes made of high-strength tungsten steel erupted from the ground, their pointed tips reaching for the heavens. Dark green, highly concentrated corrosive gas surged madly from underground pipes, instantly turning the surrounding area into a sea of mist. Dense special high-explosive energy mines also flickered with red light on the surface. In the farther defensive heights, nearly 100 heavy anti-aircraft missiles hidden beneath camouflage nets were about to launch. On the horizon, over 100 Hell Dragons charged forward. The Hell Dragons were long and looked somewhat like a combination of giant lizards and pythons. They used their 2 sturdy forelimbs to grasp the ground, their long and thick tails twisting behind them as they propelled their front bodies forward. The most striking feature was the large lava-like cracked scales covering their entire bodies. Lava slowly flowed through the cracks, emanating a terrifying heat. The 3 Hell Dragons at the very front quickly reached the edge of the city moat. What awaited them was a barrage of heavy energy missiles. The concentrated explosions erupted on the 3 Hell Dragons, small mushroom clouds rising into the sky, kicking up clouds of dust. However, when the smoke cleared, the Hell Dragons were unharmed. Those missiles that could turn an entire building into ruins only scraped off a bit of the outermost scales. Immediately, the dark green, highly concentrated corrosive gas enveloped their massive bodies. Yet the Hell Dragons ignored it, exhaling 2 streams of scorching black smoke, forcefully dispersing the surrounding toxic gas. Moreover, even the high-pressure water jets specifically targeting fire attribute savage beasts were vaporized into a sea of white steam upon contact with the Hell Dragon's scales. Crack, crack. The spikes under their heavy 4-legged stomps turned directly into scrap metal. The high-explosive mines exploded beneath their feet, having no effect. The 3 Hell Dragons moved through the city moat, as if walking on flat ground. Behind them, more Hell Dragons followed, advancing in unison, causing the ground to shake even more violently. Though I had anticipated this outcome, seeing it with my own eyes still fills me with unwillingness. Su Sen stood at the highest point, looking at the battered city moat works, clenching his fists. This so-called sturdy defense line was as fragile as a joke before these true behemoths. All personnel retreat. Fall back to the inner defense line. Su Sen suddenly turned his head, shouting the retreat order hoarsely. With Su Sen's command, all the defense forces hesitated not for a moment and immediately retreated towards the inner city defenses of Chengzhou. However, the Hell Dragon at the front suddenly opened its mouth. Its fierce maw gaped wide, and the lava fissures on its neck instantly lit up, unleashing a pillar of blue flame from its mouth. Boom! The dragon's breath slammed against the city wall. The wall instantly melted, creating a massive hole. Run! Su Sen turned his head, shouting desperately. However, it was too late. 2 soldiers at the back, unable to escape in time, were directly swept by the surging blue flame. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before their bodies were engulfed by the flames. Beasts! Su Sun cursed angrily, quickening his pace towards the inner city. More and more hell dragons arrived beneath the city wall. They all opened their massive mouths in unison. Streams of violent blue flame breath intertwined in the air, spilling onto the city wall. The hundreds of meters high city wall was melted in a short period, revealing a massive gap. At the gap, several hell dragons poked their heads inside. Several pairs of enormous vertical pupils as large as grinding wheels were looking around, greedily searching for any living beings. At the breach in Cheng's west gate, several hell dragons craned their massive heads over the inner parapet, black smoke streaming from their nostrils. In moments they discovered a few defenders who had not yet fled. A lead hell dragon opened its blood-red maw, poised to swallow a defender whole. Suddenly the sky, in an instant the light was swallowed and day turned to night. Except for the molten glow on the dragon's scales, the world was plunged into pitch black. Then high above, a figure wrapped in circling purple radiance appeared, the lone light against the sable firmament. Lu Cheng looked down upon the scene below, while over 100 hulking hell dragons, his expression serene. The De Luo Hunyuan Jinjing Great Luo Primordial Classic quietly awakened. A low hum, a tremor that struck at the soul, resonated through the air. Immediately over 100 beams of purple light coalesced from nothing. They flew with deadly precision to hover above each dragon's skull, condensing into human head-sized spheres of light. The orbs turned and swelled like buds about to bloom. After a few revolutions they burst open in a thunderous bloom. The instant the petals unfurled, the heads of over 100 hell dragons detonated. Dark crimson ichor and shattered bone rained down like a gruesome storm. Thud, thud, thud. Deprived of their heads' command, more than 100 headless carcasses collapsed, striking the scarred earth with crushing force and sending plumes of dust into the air. At that moment, Su Sun, who had fled some distance, still clutched a surveillance monitor in his hand. He had been watching the situation near the wall through the remaining feed. Yet when the image of the hell dragons collapsing froze on the screen, his fleeing feet came to an abrupt halt. He stared wide-eyed at the monitor, incredulity written across his face. What is happening? Su Sen's voice trembled. He stood rooted to the spot. Behind him, Ma Bin and several soldiers also halted, puzzledly looking to their commander. Before Ma Bin could speak, the world seemed to blur before them. A youthful silhouette appeared before them as if by magic. Lu Cheng said calmly, "All the A-grade wild beasts have been dealt with. The remaining grade and lower beasts are yours to handle." Su Sun stared blankly at the man, his mind. Before he could utter a word, Lu Cheng's figure dissolved once more into a streak of purple-gold light and vanished into the sky. Only the defenders remained staring at each other in bewilderment, surrounded by 113 utterly lifeless behemoth corpses. The carnage here far exceeded that at the west gate. Gong Yang, captain of the south gate defenders, had not chosen to retreat. Yet in the face of such overwhelming force, his resolve seemed pitifully futile. A Jinshan giant crocodile, over 100 meters long, armored in ashen-brown plates, let out a deep, its thick tail like a small building swept across and smashed the structures atop the wall into rubble. Gong Yang, wielding a specially made heavy sword, blood boiling in his veins, roared and leaped to strike at the crocodile's eye. But the defense of an A-grade beast was not something an ordinary grade warrior could budge. The Jinshan crocodile merely blinked, its hardened eyelid jolted the heavy sword free from his grip. Then its colossal tail whistled through the air and struck Gong Yang in the chest. With a sickening crack, he was hurled backwards, his alloy armor shattered piece by piece, blood geysering from his mouth, ribs splintered beyond count. Without the alloy armor, he would have been torn asunder. Even so, he could not rise. A shadow descended. The crocodile strode heavily to hover over Gong Yang, its cold, bestial eyes brimmed with mockery. It raised its foreclaw and without mercy stamped down upon him. There was nowhere to flee, no way to block it. Lying on the ground, Gong Yang watched the shadow swelling in his vision, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. He slowly closed his eyes and whispered, "Farewell." A chway. Then, a trumpet blast, as if echoing from a primordial age with inexhaustible majesty, suddenly thundered across the heavens. Gong Yang's heart jolted, instinct forced his eyes open. What he saw next was a vision he would never forget. A colossal elephant radiant in blinding gold and a kilometer tall, as though cast from molten metal, stood before him. The golden leviathan lowered its head and lightly flicked its tusks. The Jinshan crocodile was flung away as if it were a strand of noodle, utterly powerless. The elephant reared and unleashed a deafening roar. It lifted its forelegs high, bearing a force that could topple mountains and brought them down upon the earth. With that strike, the ground outside the south gate collapsed, forming a vast crater leagues across. Above each Jinshan crocodile gathered a golden elephant's foot formed from concentrated yuanqi. The feet descended together with the absolute oppression of a sovereign. Boom. The earth split. Under that stomp, over 100 ravaged Jinshan crocodiles shattered in unison, dissolving into a mist of blood. One strike from the great elephant, 100 crocs annihilated. The entire South Gate battlefield fell into deathly silence. Gong Yang stared dumbfounded at the golden behemoth as it slowly dissipated, his mind numb. A tall, slender figure halted before him. A fair, clean hand was extended toward Gong Yang. He stared blankly at the palm and forced his head upward. Seeing Lu Cheng's unnaturally youthful face, he reached out with trembling fingers. A warm and overwhelming surge of yuan-chi flowed from that palm into Gong Yang's body. Heat flooded his limbs, a soothing current ran through his chest. The intense pain ebbed until it was gone. With a gentle pull, Lu Cheng hauled Gong Yang to his feet. Looking at this man who had refused to retreat, Lu Cheng murmured, "If there remains someone you cherish, then you must live on." He patted Gong Yang's shoulder. He took a step forward, his figure shot into the heavens, becoming a streak of light and vanishing in an instant. Gong Yang stood dazed, staring at the hand that still radiated warm yuan-chi. Only then did an overwhelming sense of surreal survival wash over him like the tide. Defenders began to appear around him one by one. Some wounded, some dead, they helped one another. On Gong Yang's dust and blood-streaked face, 2 hot tears slipped from his eyes, streaking bright lines through the grime. Gong Yang bowed deeply in the direction Lu Cheng had departed. "Thank you. Thank you." East City Gate. The 100 soft-meter shy wall, already riddled with craters and fissures, faced the frenzied charge of over 100 Class A, heaven-shaking savage oxen. Their eyes burned crimson, a thick black keratinous armor encased their bodies. Each thunderous hoof strike gouged a massive crater into the earth. Violent primordial energy coalesced around them, radiating outward in concentric black shock waves. "Hold the line. Every one of you, hold it. Your wives and children are behind us." The East Gate commander's voice was raw and hoarse. Yet deep within he knew the truth. Against the synchronized assault of 100 Class A, heaven-shaking savage oxen, the East Gate was no more than a sheet of rice paper. His troops poured primordial energy relentlessly into the activation of the city's specialized defensive array. But it was a futile effort, like pouring a cup of water onto a raging wildfire. The defense collapsed entirely, leaving only the bare wall to confront the 100 Class A wilderness beasts. The oxen's eyes blazed red, their hind legs scraped furiously against the ground. They surged forward again and again, battering the wall, already trembling on the verge of collapse. At that razor's edge moment, a piercing shriek split the air. A violet gold streak, blazing like a falling star, hurtled down and slammed directly into the heart of the charging herd. As dust settled, Lu Cheng stood revealed. Gazing upon the overwhelming tide of black beasts surging toward him, his expression remained ice cold. Slowly, deliberately, he drew back his right fist, fingers clenching tight. Countless violet gold threads of primordial energy spontaneously coalesced in the void around him, unfurling midair like a resplendent, celestial tapestry woven from starlight itself. That starlight converged violently at the tip of his fist, intensifying until it blazed with unbearable brilliance. The first form of the myriad phenomena stellar art, star burial technique. Lu Cheng's gaze turned glacial, and he struck. Boom. A violet gold column of pure force, hundreds of meters in diameter, pierced straight through the battlefield. Where it passed, space itself warped and buckled, searing light carved a luminous furrow across the entire herd. Under absolute, overwhelming power, the colossal bodies of the heaven-shaking savage oxen disintegrated instantly upon contact, reduced to fine ash. When the shockwave faded, a scorched chasm, 10 li long and 1,000 meters wide, gashed open across the plain outside the East Gate. All 100 Class A heaven-shaking savage oxen were gone. System notifications flashed repeatedly. Class A entity eliminated 1, experience 1/0, but Lu Cheng didn't even glance. In a blur of motion, he vanished once more, leaving only afterimages behind. North City Gate. Over 100 polar frost wolves, cloaked in dense silvery white fur, stood poised and predatory, their eyes locked on the city's defenders atop the ramparts. Countless primordial energy missiles detonated among the pack, but only curled the wolves' fur slightly. One by one, they bared enormous fangs, dripping corrosive saliva, advancing step by deliberate step. At that very instant, Lu Cheng appeared soundlessly before the wolf pack. "That's the Wu Xin's." Lu Cheng swept his gaze across the field. Within him, 10 million elephantine microparticles surged with violent agitation. He lifted his right foot and brought it down with crushing force. Tum! The impact rippled through the earth like a seismic wave. From the point where his foot struck, kilometers of terrain ahead cracked and buckled, fragile as parchment. In an instant, sky shattered, earth split. A canyon thousands of meters wide and unfathomably deep tore open across the land. Not a single polar frost wolf had time to react before plummeting into that abyss. Converged. Lu Cheng's face remained impassive. He raised his right hand toward the void and clenched his fist hard. The fractured earth obeyed his will. Massive slabs of bedrock roared inward, slamming together with cataclysmic force. Within moments the canyon vanished, and the violent compression thrust upward a jagged, towering mountain at the seam. Boulders tumbled, a dust choked the air. Where flat wasteland once stretched, a majestic, newly born peak now rose, while beneath it the 100 Class A polar frost wolves lay entombed, forever crushed into viscous pulp. Gulp. Wu Xian swallowed hard, knees trembling. Staring at the freshly formed mountain still shedding debris, he stood utterly speechless. Lu Cheng shook out his hand and hovered midair. His gaze swept the surroundings. The straggling wilderness beasts had either fled or perished in the aftershocks. He nodded, then turned to leave. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap exploded overhead. Across the previously clear sky, a jagged black rift tore open. From its depths erupted a torrent of turbulent, chaotic primordial energy. A primordial energy rift. Wu Xian cried out from the ramparts. How is this possible? Since the resurgence of primordial energy, every known rift worldwide had been mapped and heavily fortified by national forces. Though some rifts had widened gradually over time, no new ones had ever been reported, until now. This sight shattered Wu Xian's understanding completely. The rift expanded rapidly sideways. Within seconds it spanned hundreds of meters across the heaven. Roar, howl, bellow. Chilling, guttural roars of wilderness beasts echoed from within the hellfire dragons, polar frost wolves, heaven-shaking savage oxen, mountain-shaking crocodiles, pouring forth like raindrops, slammed down onto the earth in relentless succession. Each bore the aura of a Class A beast, and their numbers were staggering. Lu Cheng floated serenely in midair, observing the ever-mounting pile of descending beasts with faint, enigmatic amusement. No wonder so many Class A wilderness beasts suddenly besieged all 4 gates of Chengzhou. The source lies here. Lu Cheng had encountered only a handful of Class A beasts before, but here they fell like worthless scraps. Something was deeply amiss. Yet, what meaning does mere quantity hold? In moments, hundreds of beasts had accumulated, densely packed upon the plain. Deep within the rift, amid churning primordial energy, a vertical blood-red eye snapped open and fixed its gaze upon Lu Cheng. So, you are Lu Cheng, the newly ascended martial saint. Human, you are indeed far stronger than those pathetic failures. A genderless, echoing voice issued from the rift. Still, it ends there. The crimson eye flared wide. Children, assemble. Instantly, a surge of dense, primordial energy gushed forth from the rift. It enveloped the clustered beasts below. Roar! A chorus of agonized, unearthly screams tore from the pack. Before the eyes of the defenders on the wall, the flesh of hellfire dragons, savage oxen, crocodiles, and wolves began to melt and fuse. Bones interlocked, scales shredded and reformed in grotesque patterns. Within mere breaths, the height-tier beasts vanished entirely, replaced by a single colossal entity towering thousands of meters tall. It stood upon the earth, clouds swirling around its massive frame. Bull's head, dragon's tail, wolf's fangs, crocodile's armored hide. Most unnerving of all, countless claws composed of bone and raw flesh sprouted from its back. Its sheer scale was so immense that even residents deep within Chengzhou's inner city could see its shadow blotting out the sky, simply by looking up. Despair descended upon the entire city. From the rift's depths, the giant crimson eye emitted a shrill, grating laugh. Go forth. Ancient chimera, rend him apart. The hulking body of the Huanggu Kamila towered between heaven and earth. Abruptly, its enormous bovine head shot up, and a thunderous roar split the air. A piercing, grief-stricken bellow escaped it. With the scream, visible rings of gray ripples radiated from it, instantly washing outward in all directions. Crack, crack. The walls of the northern city gate began to crumble and flake away. The earth beneath split open, tearing into several yawning chasms. Wu Xian, captain of the northern gate, standing on the wall, had no time to mount a defense. The instant the gray ripples swept over his body, he felt as if a truck had crushed his chest, and his blood surged backward. With a wet spurt, Wu Xian went pale as blood gushed from him, and he was hurled several meters back. The other guard soldiers likewise could not withstand it. They collapsed to their knees in agony, blood pouring from their 7 orifices. The aftershock of a single scream had nearly killed the warriors outright. Hovering in midair, Lu Cheng frowned slightly at the scene. He waved his great hand. Yuanqi howled from his body like a gale and formed a purple-gold protective dome enveloping Wu Xian and the guards and barring the successive gray ripples beyond. Leave this place at once. A voice of absolute command sounded clearly in everyone's ears. Wu Xian, unable to wipe the blood from his mouth, forced himself up through the pain. He cast a glance toward Lu Cheng's figure high above. Yes. Wu Xian hurriedly called to the surviving comrades. Carry those who cannot move. Retreat to the inner city immediately. Hurry. The garrison helped one another and rapidly withdrew from the northern gate. At that moment, the colossal thing on the plain began to move. The lower body of the Huanggu Kamila had been perfectly fused with the anatomy of a Hantian Manu. For pillar-like massive legs, each stomp sent tremors through the earth and shook the mountains. Lu Cheng measured the beast. I'm curious, this hodgepodge you made from hundreds of a grade wild beasts, does it contain and scrade? Though the chimera's size was terrifying, it did not yet provoke true alarm in him. By comparison, it should be about the same as Junju. Behind Lu Cheng, the void flared with golden light. With a long, resonant trumpet, a 1,000-meter-high golden colossus elephant manifested from nothing. The elephant's kilometer-tall bulk was staggering enough, yet beside the Huanggu Kamila it still paled considerably. It reared its head and trumpeted. The golden behemoth lifted its head, its sturdy feet struck the void as it charged in a few mighty strides, and surged to stand before the Kamila. The elephant hurled itself forward, ramming directly into the chimera's enormous bovine head. Bang! Crash! Thud! The two titans collided on the northern plain. Their terrifying forces met, and the aftershocks alone sent the surrounding topsoil flying into the air. A brief stalemate ensued. Suddenly, bloody bone claws along the chimera's back swelled and elongated in an instant. Hundreds, even thousands of bone claws descended like a storm, latching onto the golden elephant's body and beginning to tear with ferocious abandon. The sounds of shattering were relentless. The golden elephant's surface began to fracture. In moments, its radiance dimmed. Lu Cheng remained motionless in the void, regarding the creature with a cool gaze and nodding slightly. Not bad. Able to perfectly fuse the brute force of the Hantian Manu with the defenses of the Jintianju, it can even rend an elephant. He felt little surprise. The art he cultivated, Xinxiang Jinyu Jin, divine elephant prison quelling force, increases in power exponentially the deeper one advances. From the initial elephant microparticles to the later dragon elephant and primordial elephant microparticles up to the divine elephant microparticles, he had so far used only 10 million of the most basic elephant microparticles. Though that power was enough to level a mountain, this fused aberration, the Huanggu Kamila, was far stronger in body and defense than Junju had been. Nevertheless, that was all. After shredding the golden elephant, the Huanggu Kamila immediately fixed on Lu Cheng in the void, its thousands of white bone claws retracting. It was about to strike when Lu Cheng's figure vanished. In a flash, he reappeared, already positioned directly above the chimera's head. Zhongxingju burial star technique. Lu Cheng's face was cold. Without hesitation, his right fist gathered power, and he slammed it down toward the massive skull below. Boom. There was no doubt. The creature's vaunted defenses proved worthless before Zhongxingju. With a crisp crack of bone, a vast fissure slowly opened from the chimera's crown, racing down its cheek and neck in a frenzied spread. Lu Cheng withdrew his fist and vanished again, instantly retreating 1,000 meters into the void. The Huanggu Kamila had time only for an enraged roar. Then the 1,000 soft-meters tall Huanggu Kamila detonated. Countless flesh and bones rained down like a torrential crimson deluge, pelting the earth and piling into a small mountain of gore. Lu Cheng frowned. No kill prompt. He cast his gaze toward the vertical eye within the Yuanqi rift. The eye seemed to sense his stare and met it from afar. The vertical eye narrowed slightly, then suddenly opened. A strange, chilling laugh echoed across the sky. Human, your understanding of the divine is too shallow. As the laugh faded, the mass of chimera flesh piled on the ground began to writhe. Torn meat sprouted, countless tentacles that stuck and tore at one another. A heaving mound of flesh rose up, bones grinding with harsh, grating noises within the blood-soaked mass. In no time, the Huanggu Kamila that had been pulverized by Zhongxingju reappeared whole and intact. Its aura had not faded, but surged more violently. Lu Cheng regarded the resurrected chimera with a flicker of surprise. An undying body. The revived Huanggu Kamila gave a low snarl as its massive bovine maw yawned wide. Chaotic Yuanqi swirled madly within its throat, compressing into a blood-red orb tens of meters across. With a thunder, the orb expelled a pillar of light that lashed straight toward Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng's expression did not change. He thrust his palm forward to block with one hand. The blood pillar struck his palm with a rumble. Its violent energy poured out, but could not even ruffle the edge of his robe held firm before him. The Huanggu Kamila's eyes flared, and it roared. It immediately formed a second light orb. The pillar that shot from it suddenly altered its course. It turned and sped toward the inner city of Chengzhou. At the North City Gate, Captain Wu Xian led other city defense soldiers retreating towards the inner city, their steps unsteady. They had barely run 2 kilometers when a chilling roar from a monstrous beast echoed behind them. Instinctively, Wu Xian turned around only to see a blood-red pillar of light dozens of meters in diameter crashing towards the inner city. Hiss! Everywhere the light passed was turned to ashes. The ground was plowed into a massive charred gully with thick white smoke and flames soaring into the sky. It's over. Wu Xian gazed at the light beam heading straight for the inner city, his face instantly drained of color. With the terrifying energy contained in this light beam, once it struck the inner city, the entire area would likely be reduced to ruins in an instant. A slightly impatient voice echoed in the void. Lu Cheng appeared right in front of the blood-red pillar. Compared to the destructive light beam, Lu Cheng's figure was as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, as he extended a single palm, the pillar was firmly blocked. A profound purple-gold vortex appeared in the palm of Lu Cheng. At the moment the blood-red pillar touched his palm, it began to shrink wildly, following the vortex's path, and was absorbed into his palm. Once the pillar was completely absorbed, "Here you go." Lu Cheng's expression was cold as he flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The blood-red beam that had just been absorbed shot back at an even faster speed than it had come, transforming into a dazzling blood-red spear that violently shot back along its original path. At that moment, the ancient chimera's bull head was still in the act of roaring. Pooh! The rebounding light beam accurately entered its mouth. Boom! A deep explosion echoed. The head of the ancient chimera exploded from within under the violent energy release, turning into a mist of blood. The massive headless body shook violently and half-kneeled on the ground. However, a bizarre scene unfolded again. Countless red flesh buds emerged from the break in its neck. They intertwined and adhered to each other. In the blink of an eye, a perfectly intact massive bull's head reformed. Seeing this, Lu Cheng's brows furrowed slightly. So it really is an immortal body. Lu Cheng shook his head. An immortal body cannot truly be immortal. There must be a limit to its endurance. Swish! Lu Cheng's figure moved again. He transformed into a nearly indistinguishable purple-gold lightning bolt, instantly closing in on the ancient chimera's massive body. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of flesh colliding erupted continuously on the battlefield. Lu Cheng moved rapidly between the chimera's enormous body. With each step and punch, the force was overwhelming. In just a few breaths, the 4 colossal legs and 2 massive arms of the chimera were severed by Lu Cheng, crashing down to the ground amidst a torrential rain of blood. Star burial technique. Lu Cheng shouted, soaring into the air, his right fist charged, striking the chimera's chest. The violent primordial energy rampaged within the chimera, shattering its massive body once again into a heap of flesh. Unsurprisingly, mere seconds later, the bloody fragments on the ground began to squirm. Countless tentacles spread forcefully, pulling the severed limbs back into place as the ancient chimera resurrected for the 3rd time. Lu Cheng repeated this a few more times. He even reduced the chimera to powder. Yet each time it managed to reform. I see now. Throughout the process of repeatedly blasting the chimera apart, Lu Cheng kept an eye on the vertical eye in the sky. He noticed that each time the chimera was shattered and reformed, the vertical eye at the fissure of primordial energy would widen slightly. The monster's resurrection ability did not stem from itself, but from that eye in the sky. As long as that vertical eye remained, the chimera could continuously revive. After again blasting the chimera into a rain of blood, Lu Cheng ignored the writhing flesh below and suddenly looked up coldly, gazing at the fissure of primordial energy in the sky. As expected, the vertical eye in the fissure moved again. Lu Cheng's reaction was swift, his fingers pointed like a knife as he lightly sliced through the air towards the vertical eye in the fissure. Rip! A crescent-shaped purple-gold wind blade, several hundred meters long, shot through the void. The wind blade crossed layers of space at an incredible speed, striking the vertical eye. Pooh! The massive wind blade, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, split the vertical eye in two. However, the anticipated scream did not follow. The vertical eye paused slightly, the two halves drew together like magnets, perfectly rejoining. The vertical eye narrowed slightly, and a strange laugh, neither male nor female, echoed once again across the sky. Human, even if you discover it, what of it? This eye is merely a projection of my true self in your reality. No matter how strong your power, you are ultimately just a mortal. How could you possibly harm me? Listening to the mocking laughter, Lu Cheng chuckled instead of getting angry. He shook his right hand and sighed helplessly. I was trying to conserve energy. Why provoke me? With that, Lu Cheng ascended to a higher position, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils were enveloped in purple energy. Lu Cheng slowly raised his right hand. He extended his index finger pointing towards the ancient chimera across from him. The four directions above and below are called the universe, and from ancient times to the present is called the void. At the beginning of the universe, all things returned to the void. Buzz. In the void before Lu Cheng's fingertip space began to twist. A sphere only the size of a marble and appearing absolute black quietly condensed at Lu Cheng's fingertip. Lu Cheng flicked his finger. Whoosh. The marble-sized black sphere slowly flew towards the chimera. As it passed, the void seemed to have a chunk carved out. The surrounding primordial energy, gentle breeze, air, and even light were forcibly drawn into that sphere. The ancient chimera suddenly looked up at the approaching sphere. It sensed a tremendous crisis, but when it attempted to flee, it found that the surrounding void had solidified. The ancient chimera was unable to move. Roar! At that moment, the terrifying beast with an immortal body emitted a fearful whimper from its. Lu Cheng coldly gazed at the ancient chimera. Since you cannot die, then let you forever sink into the void. The ancient and magnificent chimera, towering thousands of meters high, resembled a helpless prey fixed upon a cutting board. The seemingly leisurely floating black sphere halted in midair as it approached the chimera, beginning to rotate slowly. The wind fell silent, and all was quiet. The crocodile-like armor covering the chimera peeled away like paper scraps, continuously absorbed by the black sphere. Roar, roar. The chimera let out a mournful cry, its eyes bulging with a human-like fear. It watched helplessly as its scales, blood, flesh, and even bones turned into fine dust, slowly devoured by the black sphere no larger than a marble. Moments later, the towering ancient chimera that had stood on the plain for thousands of meters completely vanished, leaving not a trace behind. The world fell into a dead silence. However, after completely absorbing the chimera, the sphere did not dissipate. Instead, it began to move slowly once more. It changed direction, flying towards the rift of spiritual energy that stretched across the horizon. The vertical eye's pupils suddenly constricted, clearly sensing the terrifying crisis contained within the black sphere. Get away. The vertical eye emitted a blood-red glow, its blood vessels surging. However, as the sphere approached the vertical eye, felt utterly immobilized. Finally, as if resigned to its fate, it ceased struggling, the blood glow receding. Very well. I remember you, Lu Cheng. A voice filled with malice echoed from the depths of the rift. In the next moment, the sphere's suction intensified. The vertical eye was torn away by the sphere, twisting before vanishing from sight. As the vertical eye disappeared, the rift of spiritual energy slowly closed, as if losing its support. Whoosh! A swift figure leaped across the ruins, landing atop the battered northern city wall. It was Li Jingyan, the governor of Chengzhou. At this moment, the northern city gate had suffered significant damage. Senior, I finally found you. Upon seeing Lu Cheng, Li Jingyan's face revealed a look of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled bitterly, saying, I hurried to the western city gate, but Captain Su Sun said you had resolved the battle and headed south. But when I reached the southern city gate, Gong Yang said you went to the eastern city. I chased after you all the way, but could not match your speed. Li Jingyan's tone was filled with admiration. Lu Cheng looked at him, smiling slightly. All done. The remaining post-battle tasks are up to you. Yes, yes. I am truly grateful for your help. Li Jingyan's expression grew serious, bowing deeply to Lu Cheng. If it weren't for your intervention, Chengzhou would be doomed. On behalf of the 2 million citizens of Chengzhou, I thank you for your noble deed. Since everything is fine, I will return to the National Hotel to rest now. Lu Cheng waved his hand, not caring for such words. All right, senior, take care. In an instant, Lu Cheng transformed into a stream of purple gold light, vanishing into the sky. After Lu Cheng's departure, the desolate northern city wall was left with only Li Jingyan. He stood at the edge of the wall, silently gazing at the devastated scene outside. The once flat and broad plain now featured a charred ravine 1,000 meters wide and 10 miles long. On the other side, a solitary peak still stood. All of this was caused by the battle between Lu Cheng and the ancient beasts. This is not human. Li Jingyan gazed at the scene, his expression fluctuating, unable to suppress a wave of emotion. Suddenly, a fissure opened at the center of Li Jingyan's brow. A blood-red vertical eye suddenly opened, and a voice neither male nor female erupted in Li Jingyan's mind. My true form cannot manifest in this world for now. Common ancient beasts are simply no match for me. You find a way to stall him for a few days. Li Jingyan's expression darkened slightly, but he showed no surprise, merely nodding silently. After speaking, the vertical eye in his brow slowly closed, and the skin rejoined seamlessly, leaving not a trace, as if the earlier scene had been merely an illusion. Li Jingyan quietly observed the terrifying battle scars outside the city. After a long while, he called for people to clean up the aftermath. The next morning, golden sunlight poured over Qingzhou City. Li Jingyan drove to the National Hotel, once more personally meeting Lu Cheng and inviting him to attend the Chengzhou post-war commendation conference. In just one night, Lu Cheng's deeds had spread throughout Qingzhou City through various means. He saved countless city defense soldiers. He single-handedly battled hundreds of A-class ancient beasts, killing the suspected S-class giant beast, the ancient chimera. Such achievements were akin to a divine being descending to the world. The commendation conference was held in the Grand Plaza at the center of the inner city. When Lu Cheng's figure appeared at the entrance of the venue, the atmosphere of the entire plaza ignited in an instant. Lu Wuxing. Thank you, Marshal Saint, for saving us. Marshal Saint is invincible. Countless city defense soldiers, aristocrats, and commoners erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Numerous young martial artists gazed at him with fervent eyes expressing nearly fanatical admiration. A group of vibrant children approached Lu Cheng holding colorful bouquets, laughing as they presented the flowers to him. In less than 100 meters of red carpet, Lu Cheng's arms were already piled high, with flowers ultimately requiring staff to take over. On the podium, Li Jingyan wore a solemn expression as he delivered an elaborate speech. The focus was on praising and commending the city defense soldiers who bravely defended the city and fought to the last breath during the battle. Only at the end of his speech did Li Jingyan introduce Lu Cheng with an almost passionate and fervent. Faced with the overwhelming cheers and applause, Lu Cheng maintained a faint smile, throughout his gaze calm, revealing no hint of impatience. In response to Li Jingyan's almost brainwashing speech, he merely nodded at appropriate moments, watching the governor of Chengzhou fervently stirring the atmosphere. Lu Cheng's lips curled into a smile. He was growing increasingly interested in this governor. Qingzhou, governor's mansion. A massive three-dimensional holographic terrain map of Qingzhou hovered in midair, flashing various icon data. Governor directors Guan and Nalan have arrived. The secretary's voice rang out. The woman, deep in thought before the three-dimensional map, turned around. Waning, the governor of Qingzhou, one of the few female governors among the 81 states of the Great Xia. Though nearing 50, her profound cultivation made her appear no older than 30, with sharp and restrained eyes, exuding an air of calmness typically found in those who have held high positions for years. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Wang Ying's tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Please invite them in. Moments later, in the governor's reception room. I apologize for troubling both of you to travel so far from the capital. I am truly ashamed, Wang Ying said while personally pouring tea for the two. Sitting across from her were Director Guan, he of the Baihu Fortress, and Director Nalan Qing of the Zhuke Fortress. Nalan Qing took the hot tea offered by Wang Ying and gently shook her head. Governor Wan needn't be so polite. The 81 states of the Great Xia are interconnected. If Qingzhou encounters difficulties, we must support each other. That is our duty. Guan He, sitting next to her, nodded in agreement, but said nothing more. Nalan Qing's expression grew serious. Governor Wan, since we are here, please explain the situation in detail. What urgent matter requires us to leave the capital simultaneously? Wang Ying did not answer immediately. She turned to the secretary and exchanged a glance. Understanding the cue, the secretary bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. Only the three of them remained in the reception room. Wang Ying took a deep breath, her expression turning grave. Directors, we in Qingzhou have encountered a major problem. In the reception room, Wang Ying interlocked her fingers and said solemnly, a week ago Qingzhou began experiencing heavy rainfall. This downpour has persisted for an entire week and shows no signs of stopping. Nalan Qing paused, his hand holding the teacup stopped, and he looked up at Wang Ying. Is there something wrong with the rain? Exactly, Wang Ying nodded. At first I did not suspect this downpour. After all, rain is a natural phenomenon, and it is not uncommon for certain areas to experience heavy rainfall for 10 days or even half a month in a row. It wasn't until the night before last that I received an anonymous email. What email? Nalan Qing set down his cup and leaned slightly forward. Wang Ying stood up, took a tablet from her desk drawer, quickly operated it, and then handed the tablet to Nalan Qing. Please take a look, both of you. Nalan Qing reached out to take the tablet, while Guan, he also slightly turned his head to look over. On the screen was the email interface with the sender section showing only a single letter, X. The content of the email was extraordinarily simple, consisting of just 8 characters. Qingzhou heavy rain, there are ghostly observations. Wang Ying sat back down, pressed her fingers against her forehead. Initially, I did not believe it, as various rumors were flying everywhere these days. However, this email was different. It managed to bypass the 3 layers of firewalls at the governor's office and was sent directly to my personal inbox. This email account is exclusively used for internal communications at the upper levels of the Daxia, and the external world has no way of knowing its address. Nalan Qing's expression darkened, his pale fingertips gently tapping the edge of the tablet twice. This means that the sender either has mastery over a core backdoor in Daxia's network, or he is part of the upper echelon himself. That's what I thought too, Wanning agreed, nodding. So I also investigated the sender's device information and address, but the results confirmed they were all faked and of no significance. Wanning continued, unable to determine the sender, I could not ignore it. Thus I immediately contacted Gu Bing, the director of the Qingzhou Research Institute, to retrieve the meteorological satellite monitoring data. After his investigation, the results were revealed. The celestial phenomena in Qingzhou indeed have issues. This rain follows a pattern. Wang Ying's gaze carried a hint of worry. The Meteorological Bureau conducts cloud layer analysis every day, and we found that all the cumulonimbus clouds during this period are not formed by natural convection, but rather originate from a fixed coordinate point, then extend and radiate to other areas at an extremely uniform speed. Hearing this, Nailan Qing turned his head to look at the silently pondering Guan He. Is there an aberrant beast or martial artist within Daxia's borders that can influence such a vast area of celestial phenomena? Guan He crossed his arms and leaned back on the sofa, his brow furrowed, lost in brief thought. After a long while he finally spoke. It is said that a martial saint can resonate with the world's primordial energy and indeed can influence celestial phenomena to a certain extent, such as causing localized rain or snow. However, the known martial saints in Daxia are few and far between. It is unlikely one would come to Qingzhou to control clouds and rain. He paused before continuing. As for aberrant beasts, the grade aberrant beast Cloud Rain Jiao can indeed control clouds and rain. However, its maximum range is only about 10 miles, which cannot cover the vast area of Qingzhou. Nailan Qing nodded in agreement after hearing this. The Cloud Rain Jiao has been extinct in the inland for many. The last confirmed sighting in Daxia was still 30 years ago in Haizhou. Qingzhou is located in the hinterland, which is not suitable for its survival. It is unlikely to be it. It is definitely not the Cloud Rain Jiao. Wanning interrupted. Based on the current clues, the opponent is a gigantic aberrant beast with 3 heads. Guan He looked at Wanning. Has anyone witnessed it? Wanning nodded. There is a fishing club in the outer city of Qingzhou where the members are mostly descendants from commercial families. This group of people, having plenty of leisure money and time, often goes fishing in groups. A few of them saw it 3 nights ago. According to their accounts, they were fishing in the Qingzhou reservoir outside the city and saw a gigantic aberrant beast with 3 heads hiding deep in the reservoir, its huge body flickering in and out of view, with just 1 head being larger than an ordinary cargo ship. Can you estimate what level that creature is, eh? Nailan Qing asked. It is impossible to determine. Those fishermen were merely low-tier martial artists, terrified to the point of wetting their pants, and returned home that night with a high fever. However, to single-handedly influence an entire state's celestial phenomena and cause continuous heavy rain, conservatively estimating, it must also be at least a grade, or perhaps even stronger. Thus I had no choice but to seek assistance from the capital. Nailan Qing pondered for a moment, stood up, adjusted his clothes, and turned to Guan He, giving him a knowing glance. Since the aberrant beast has appeared in the Qingzhou reservoir, it is useless for us to guess here. Governor Wan, how about this? You take us to the Qingzhou reservoir first to see if there are any traces left at the scene. Guan He also stood up. Wanting finally showed a hint of relief on her face and quickly got to her feet. All right, please follow me, both of you. Meanwhile, outside Qingzhou city, dozens of kilometers away, Qingzhou reservoir. This is the edge of the outer city belonging to Qingzhou's freshwater resource reserve. Due to the need to protect water resources, ordinary people are rarely seen here. At this moment, heavy black clouds loomed overhead, and deep within the clouds the ominous rumble of thunder echoed. The torrential rain had been falling for an entire week, and the water level of the reservoir had soared to a historically critical red alert level. In the deep water area at the center of the reservoir, 3-headed Jiao, you have been discovered. Immediately relocate. A voice reached the deep water area. The previously calm water surface suddenly surged upwards, forming a massive vortex. Splash. The water rushed wildly in all directions, accompanied by an extremely cold aura. Deep within the vortex, a massive shadow slowly began to move. Then the vortex shrank, the shadow grew darker, and the figure gradually became blurred, ultimately disappearing completely. At Qingzhou reservoir, the gale screamed. A low-profile black SUV tore through the downpour, wheels throwing mud as it punched through puddles, finally coming to a halt beneath the flood embankment. The door opened, and Wan Ying accompanied Guan He and Nailan Qing as they strode out. Under the torrential rain, the 3 of them raised a UNC protective shield that kept the rain at bay. The reservoir was locked in a deluge, the sky was leaden, and the boundary between air and water blurred. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of square kilometers of water roiled. The turbid lake rolled white crests that battered the embankment with frantic fury. Nailan Qing had barely come to a halt when he closed his eyes and let his hands fall. Filaments of Yuanqi seeped from his soles into the earth and spread outward into the water. Guanhe stood at his side, robe flapping in the wind, gaze fixed upon the surface. Minutes later, Cheng snapped his eyes open. His face had gone exceptionally grim. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. "We're late. It's just left." "What exactly was it?" Guanhe asked softly. Cheng's fingers trembled slightly. "Very strong," he said with unusual gravity. "The lingering aura is utterly overbearing. This is by no means an ordinary rank. This thing surpasses imagination." Guanhe stood a little way behind, and overhearing them, her face drained of color. That an unknown beast beyond the ordinary rank lurked within Qingzhou was like a sharpened sword suspended above every citizen's head. The rain showed no sign of easing. A wave after wave crashed at the shore. Cheng swept his gaze along the deserted embankment, cast a look at Wan Ying, and furrowed his brow. He analyzed coolly. "Governor Wan, from the moment the three of us met at the governor's mansion until we decided to come to this reservoir, how much time has passed?" Wan Ying paused, then answered, "At most an hour. We took the underground express channel. We only used the SUV on surface roads when approaching the reservoir." "That fits." Cheng's voice grew colder. "According to those anglers, the beast's head was comparable to a freighter, its bulk enormous. Yet it retreated swiftly before we arrived, leaving us empty-handed." Guanhe glanced at him. "That is no Cheng enunciated each word. "The only explanation is that someone warned it. Worse still, there may be a hand orchestrating its movements behind the scenes. There is a mole in Qingzhou." Those words struck Pang Ying to the heart. Human collusion with a wild beast. The presence of two directors was top secret, and the decision to go was made on impulse. If such information could be leaked in advance, the traitor's identity must be extraordinary. "Directors, rest assured," Wan Ying vowed. "I will see this matter through to the end." Wan Ying ground her teeth, a fierce light in her eyes. Cheng sighed and waved a hand. "Investigate, yes, but keep it quiet. Do not startle the grass and alert the snake. If they move the beast, then their ambitions are vast. The trail has gone cold. We will return to the governor's mansion and plan from there." Meanwhile, in Chengzhou City, the post-war commendation ceremony had drawn to a successful close. The city defense troops received honors, and the repairs to the walls proceeded steadily. People rejoiced that the martial saint stood watch over Qingzhou. Everything seemed perfect. In a deluxe suite atop the state guest house, afternoon sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The room was very quiet. Cheng wore loose casual clothes and slowly poured himself a glass of sparkling water. He carried the glass to the vast window and looked down over half of Chengzhou streets. Remembering Li Jingyan's fervent speech this morning on the platform, a smile tugged at the corner of Lu Cheng's mouth, and a deeper light settled in his eyes. "He put on quite a show. He probably convinced himself," Lu Cheng murmured. Unbeknownst to Li, who pretended to leave at the north gate, Lu Cheng had been watching him all along. Lu Cheng had seen the vertical eye at Li's brow open with his own eyes. He was certain it was the same eye from the Yuanqi fissure. Yet Lu Cheng did not expose him at the ceremony. He only cooperated quietly. Lu Cheng raised his glass and watched the bubbles rise and burst. A faint frown creased his brow. Logically, a puppet like Li Jingyan, one who was being manipulated, should have done everything possible to cause trouble. But from Lu Cheng's observations over the past days, Li's conduct in Chengzhou had caused him no real harm. On the contrary, in every matter he had performed his duties faithfully. He showed consideration to his subordinates and responded warmly to the people. As he passed along the street, shopkeepers urged him inside for a meal. Their hospitality nearly bordered on reverence. Even when mediating the disputes of the great houses, Governor Li handled affairs with impeccable order. There was not a single fault to find. Curious, an undercover ally of a monster who nonetheless performs dutifully as governor. Is there sorrow within, or another scheme? Knock, knock, knock. Lost in thought, Lu Cheng heard a soft knock at the door. He opened it to find Li Jingyan in plain clothes. Li carried an antique, exquisite wooden box, and upon seeing Lu Cheng immediately put on a broad smile. "Senior Lu, sorry to intrude. Have I disturbed your rest?" Li bowed slightly. "Governor Li, please come in," Lu Cheng said with a faint smile, and moved aside. They sat facing each other on the sofa in the sitting room. Li gently set the wooden box on the tea table and pushed it toward Lu Cheng. "Senior, this is a specimen of Tianshan Yusue kept in the Chengzhou treasury. I know that with your transcendent attainments, mundane herbs may mean little, but this is a token from me and the people of Chengzhou. Please accept it." Lu Cheng glanced at the box and faintly sensed pure Yuanqi emanating from within. He smiled lightly. "Governor Li, your thought is appreciated, but take it back. It is of no use to me." Li was not disappointed. Instead, he rubbed his hands awkwardly. Lu Cheng smiled slightly. "Is there anything else, Governor Li?" Li looked at Lu Cheng expectantly. "The night after next, the governor's mansion, together with several martial houses in the city, will hold a Chengzhou martial exchange at Mingyue Villa. Young talents from Chengzhou and neighboring prefectures will attend. Watching Lu Cheng's expression, Li spoke earnestly. Chengzhou has just suffered great floods, and the calamity of a wild beast morale is low. If these young people could be fortunate enough to receive a few words of guidance from you, even 1 or 2 sentences would prove immeasurably beneficial to their martial path. So Li ventured to invite him to attend the exchange. All right, Lu Cheng replied with a smile, answering the invitation without hesitation. Relief flashed across Li's face at Lu Cheng's prompt assent. He rose hurriedly to take his leave. Thank you for your magnanimity. I will return at once to prepare, and will personally come by carriage to fetch you the night after next. Lu Cheng nodded with a smile, and saw Li out of the room. When the door closed, Lu Cheng's smile faded. He sank onto the sofa, fished his phone from his pocket, and opened the Xinga group chat. He had not logged on for a couple of days, and discovered the chat swollen with unread messages. 99. The so-called 4 emperors were frantically tagging him. Changshu Lao Tu Xuanjuan, Lu Cheng Lu kid, weren't you coming to Kunlun? I have the wine ready. Where are you? Jinwan Jingyan Shu Tiao Zhu Shang. Lu Cheng, hurry up, I've got something fun here. Fangxian de Hui Rin Qing Wang. Lu Cheng, come to me first, I have beauties here with exceptionally long legs. Tufa Yudian Duan by D sent an outrageous emoticon. Staring at the chat, Lu Cheng collapsed back on the sofa and rolled his eyes. He snorted as if ID be that boring. Wine and beauties? Please. And by D had sent the wrong sticker again, of course. After a moment's thought, Lu Cheng replied him in Qingzhou. I'll be there to guide the juniors. Mingyue Manor, located within the inner city of Qingzhou, stood as the largest classical garden in the district. Its pavilions and terraces arranged with elegant asymmetry, illuminated by lanterns of myriad hues. Today this manor, normally reserved exclusively for government officials and aristocratic clans, opened its gates to martial cultivators from neighboring prefectures. At its heart sprawled a vast open-air arena, its tiered stands packed densely with spectators. Li Jingyan arrived punctually, personally driving Lu Cheng to Mingyue Manor. Senior Master Lu attendees today include not only martial cultivators from Chengzhou's elite families, but also signs of renowned lineages from Yuezhou, Mingzhou, and Yanzhou, who traveled overnight to be here. As Li Jingyan led the way forward, he offered the explanation. Lu Cheng, clad in a black jacket with his hands tucked casually into his pockets, merely smiled, a quiet, inscrutable gesture. The moment his figure appeared upon the arena's central dais, the raucous clamor fell into absolute silence. Whether arrogant scions of noble houses or fierce young warriors from afar, all rose to their feet upon seeing Lu Cheng. Then thunderous applause and cheers erupted, soaring skyward. We pay homage to the martial saint. The cry rang out in unison of scores of young cultivators, flushed crimson eyes blazing with fervent adoration. In this era where martial cultivation reigned supreme, a living martial saint represented an apex of attainment few could ever hope to touch. Lu Cheng settled onto the central seat with serene ease, raising a hand lightly. The sound of his voice resonating across the entire arena. Please be seated. No formality required. This gathering is yours. All arrangements are under Director Li's guidance. With the martial saint's blessing, the atmosphere reignited, more vibrant, more electric than before. Soon 2 young cultivators leapt into the ring. Chen Feng of the Chun family, Yuezhou, honored to meet you. A broad-shouldered youth bowed deeply, his aura formidable, already ranked Class C. Opposite him stood a slender man, eyes sharp as blades, Wu Fan of the Wu family, Chengzhou. Before the final syllable left his lips, Chen Feng launched his assault. He surged forward in a single stride, the floor fracturing beneath him, as he became a streak of black lightning, cleaving the air with a shriek aimed straight at Wu Fan's chest. Wu Fan's body twisted backward with uncanny fluidity, gliding sideways like smoke. His form vanished and reappeared instantly behind Chen Feng. Magnificent footwork. Roars of approval exploded from the stands. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, dozens of exchanges in mere minutes. Chen Feng relied on overwhelming qi reserves, overpowering technique with sheer force, while Wu Fan countered with razor-sharp agility, each strike targeting vital points. In the end, Chen Feng secured a narrow victory, forcing Lin Qiuyue, exhausted and faltering, back with a sweeping wide-area strike. Lu Cheng remained seated on the dais, throughout sipping sparkling water provided by the manor, while observing the young cultivators sparring below. Though their techniques struck him as riddled with flaws, and their qi manipulation crude, their vibrant, unbridled vitality stirred something genuine within him. The first day's exchange concluded swiftly. Only as the sun sank beyond the western hills did the matches gradually wind down. That day Lu Cheng indeed encountered numerous gifted youths, several whose innate talent rivaled even those born into major clans in the capital. That evening Li Jingyan hosted a grand banquet in Mingyue Manor's banquet hall. The event invited not only leading martial families, but also dozens of City Defense Corps officers honored for exceptional valor during monstrous beast incursions. This cup I raise, to the unbreakable spine of Great Xia. Li Jingyan stood upon the stage, face flushed wineglass held high, voice ringing with fervor. Thunderous applause filled the hall, many defense officers' eyes glistened with tears. Lu Cheng sat at the specially designated VIP table, holding a glass of sparkling water. He abstained from alcohol. He watched calmly as Li Jingyan moved among the tables. After a brief, while citing his preference for solitude, he excused himself early, departing under the reverent gazes of all present. Late at night, as the banquet drew to a close, Li Jingyan likewise departed early. He instructed his driver to return home after dropping him off at his private residence. Upon entering, the flush of wine vanished from his face in an instant, his gaze returning to its habitual depth and stillness. He strode directly to his study and locked the door behind him. Before a massive vermilion-lacquered bookshelf, he reached up to the third shelf and gripped a bronze horsehead ornament, then twisted it sharply leftward. A soft click echoed. The entire rear wall receded inward, revealing a flight of descending stone steps swallowed by darkness. Li Jingyan stepped inside and pressed the mechanism to seal the entrance. The wall sealed seamlessly behind him. As he descended, the air grew steadily colder. Frost bloomed across the damp stone walls. At the bottom lay a small, windowless chamber, barely 20 square paces, centered upon a solitary ice coffin radiating faint, chilling vapor. The moment Li Jingyan laid eyes upon it, his expression softened, tenderness and paternal love flooding his features. He hurried to the coffin's side, trembling hands tracing its frigid surface. Inside rested a boy of 8 or 9 years. Eyes closed, skin deathly pale, utterly bloodless, a lifeless corpse. "Son, this is the final time." Li Jingyan lowered his head until his forehead touched the icy lid, voice raw and hoarse. "I'll complete this task for them one last time, and then you'll truly awaken again. After that, I'll never be governor again. I'll spend every day with you." Kneeling beside the coffin, he murmured softly to the still cold body. He recounted childhood mishaps, the time the boy wet his bed, the promise to take him to Haijiu. "Just wait a little longer, my son. It's almost done." A smile played upon his lips, even as tears traced paths down his cheeks, freezing instantly upon contact with the coffin's surface. Long moments passed before he rose slowly, casting one last lingering look at the ice coffin, then turned and ascended the stairs. The hidden chamber sealed perfectly behind him. In a corner of the study, a shadow dissolved into nothingness. Qin Prefecture. Rain still lashed the city. A knock sounded at the office door of Director Gu Bing of the Qin Prefecture Research Institute. "Director Gu, the 13 water samples you requested have been delivered to Lab 3. A young researcher in a white lab coat tapped gently at the door. Gu Bing lifted his head from his work, his posture deliberate, his gaze steady. A scholar of 50, impeccably groomed, wearing rimless spectacles, his demeanor warm and approachable, revered across Qin Prefecture. "Ah, Shaoli. Understood." Gu Bing adjusted his glasses, offering a gentle smile. "Please run preliminary analyses on the samples first. Generate the baseline data. I'll join you shortly after finishing these documents." "Yes, sir. Please continue your work." The young researcher bowed respectfully and withdrew, closing the door quietly behind him. As the researcher's footsteps faded, Gu Bing's kindly expression vanished, replaced by a predatory narrowing of eyes behind his lenses gleaming with cold malice. "Waning, that woman's mind has drowned in rainwater. A week of storms, and she's summoned envoys from the capital. Is she truly that vigilant? Granted, they're only 2 Class A agents, but their identities are dangerously sensitive. I cannot move against them, not yet. If the capital detects interference, our grand design will collapse." The words died mid-sentence. Gu Bing's body froze rigid. A vertical fissure split open across his forehead. A blood-red vertical eye snapped open. A voice neither male nor female echoed inside his skull. The fused beast failed, and even my projection was shattered by Lu Cheng. Li Jingyan delays him with stratagems, but only for days. You must accelerate your progress, immediately. Gu Bing felt the alien pressure at his brow, dared not resist, merely nodded silently. Only when the crimson eye sealed shut and the fissure healed completely did he exhale shakily. After a long pause, he rose and retrieved his white lab coat from the rack. His benevolent smile returned, flawless and practiced. "Since you insist on investigating so eagerly, I shall give you something far more interesting to pursue." Gu Bing opened the office door and walked toward Lab 3. At the Qinzhou Research Institute Laboratory No. 3. The heavy explosion-proof glass door slid open and a strong chemical smell rushed toward them. Inside the laboratory were various high-precision instruments. Wanning accompanied Guan He and Nailan Qin to this place. Gu Bing was holding a freshly printed test report looking somewhat fatigued, yet his gaze remained resolute. Governor 1U2 directors arrived just in time. Gu Bing passed the report over, his expression serious, as he said, 13 water samples collected from different areas of Qingzhou have all been tested. Nailanqing took the report, scanning the complex data indicators. Director Gu, what are the results? Is there any anomaly in these waters? Gu Bing shook his head. According to our test results, all the component indicators in these water samples are very normal. No abnormal components have been found. In short, there is no problem with the rainwater. Guanhe stood aside, arms crossed, and spoke in a deep voice. No problem with the rainwater. Then how do we explain this continuous week-long heavy rain? I also find it strange this bizarre downpour. Could it just be to flood Qingzhou? Gu Bing sighed helplessly. Nailanqing listened to Gu Bing's conclusion, his brows furrowing even tighter. The clues had led here, but it seemed they had hit a dead end. The rainwater isn't the problem. Buzzing. Just as the few of them were deep in thought, Wan Ying's communicator suddenly vibrated. Wan Ying immediately answered the call. This is Wan Ying, what's the matter? Governor, urgent report from the North Gate defense. The voice on the other end was frantic. About 30 miles from the North Gate defense line, a Class Beast tide has suddenly formed heading towards Qingzhou. A Class Beast tide. And what do you mean by suddenly forming? Unclear. This batch of beasts seems to have appeared out of thin air, incredibly large in scale with at least over 1,000 of them. Wan Ying hung up the phone with a snap, turning to Guanhe and Nailanqing, her eyes filled with seriousness. The two understood. Let's go. Our real work has begun. Nailanqing showed no hesitation, slapping the test report onto the lab table, and was the first to exit the laboratory. Governor 1, you stay in the city to coordinate. We will handle this. Guanhe threw out a line and followed. Watching the two leave, Wan Ying took a deep breath, her expression stern as she instructed Gu Bing. Director Gu, Qingzhou is now under a level 2 control status. You continue to investigate the rainstorm issue. I will head to the command center immediately. Understood, Governor Wan. Please be careful. Gu Bing nodded repeatedly with a worried expression, watching Wan Ying leave in haste. Until the entire laboratory no. 3 was devoid of any people. The amiability on Gu Bing's face instantly vanished. He took off his glasses and casually tossed them onto the table. Now there's work to be done. Gu Bing sneered softly. A mere Class Beast tide isn't enough to cause too much of a commotion in Qingzhou, just enough to exhaust 2 fortress directors' home. At the north gate of Qingzhou, after several days of heavy rain, it had turned into a muddy swamp. Rumbling. The sound of the earth shaking drowned out the thunder in the sky. As far as the eye could see, at the end of the mire, a tide of dark beasts surged like waves. Among them were some Class Beasts, the 6-winged centipedes measuring dozens of meters long with multiple legs. They raced wildly through the mud, their 3 pairs of transparent wings on their backs flapping violently, producing a dense buzzing sound, while their mandibles continuously spewed out dark green poisonous mist. And amidst the gaps of the centipede swarm, Class heavenly poison pythons covered in dark blue patterns flicked their scarlet tongues, their serpentine eyes filled with coldness and brutality. The beast tide, formed by 2 types of venomous beasts, left a trail of eerie blackened soil in its wake. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of sword light cut through the sky, like a meteor falling to the ground, crashing heavily into the front of the beast tide. The violent sword energy erupted, directly shredding the first few 6-winged centipedes into a cloud of flesh. Guanhe landed steadily in the mud, his right hand's sword angled toward the ground, with 7 peculiar strands of vital energy faintly swirling around the sword body. Director of the White Tiger Fortress, a Class Swordsman, Guanhe. Major cultivation method, Earth level 7-string sword. Guanhe finished this quickly. The poisonous gas from these beasts is spreading with the rain. Another voice, cold and clear, sounded from the other side. Nailanqing's long black hair danced wildly in the wind. The crimson vital energy within him erupted like a volcanic explosion, gathering behind him into a massive illusory phoenix that seemed ready to soar. Director of the Vermilion Bird Fortress, a Class Fire Attribute Warrior, Nailanqing. Major cultivation method, Earth level Phoenix Classic. Phoenix flames burn the heavens. Nailanqing raised both hands and pressed down fiercely. A clear phoenix cry resonated through the skies. At this moment, the torrential rain was forcibly vaporized, transforming into towering white mist. Countless red-hot fire meteors the size of water buckets fell from the sky, densely crashing into the beast swarm. Boom, boom, boom. The originally muddy swamp instantly turned into a sea of crimson flames. The 6-winged centipedes and heavenly poison pythons, who naturally feared fire, let out piercing screams as their skin quickly charred. However, there were simply too many beasts. The ones behind trampled the charred bodies and continued to charge forward in a frenzy. Several gigantic heavenly poison pythons measuring 70 meters long suddenly reared back their bodies, opening their massive jaws, gathering several streams of dark green venomous light, and shot them towards Nalan Cheng from midair, seeking death. On the muddy ground, Guan He's expression turned cold. He took a step forward, his figure instantly transforming into a shadow. With a sharp cry, the long sword emitted a sound, and the 7 strands on the sword body lit up in that moment. 7 strings break, sword technique. Whoosh. 7 waves of sword energy, each with a different frequency, flashed through the air. The 7 beams of sword light intertwined in midair, instantly shredding the venomous light beams that shot. Moreover, the remaining power of the sword net swept across the ground. Stab! Stab! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. The bodies of those heavenly poison pythons, upon contacting the sword net, were evenly sliced into dozens of neat pieces, dark green serpent blood splattering everywhere. Guan He darted through the rain of blood, wielding his sword with unrelenting ferocity. His sword technique was incredibly fast, each strike infused with immense power. Any beast that met his sword edge would be instantly cleaved into mincemeat. In an instant, the 2 A-class warriors joined forces, erecting an insurmountable defense line in the northern city of Qingzhou. At the Chengzhou State Guest House, Li Jingyan arrived at Lu Cheng's suite. Knock, knock, knock. The room was silent with no response. Li Jingyan frowned and knocked harder. Senior Lu, the exchange meeting is about to start tomorrow. I came to pick you up. Still no one acknowledged him. Li Jingyan's heart sank. He quickly found the staff at the guest house to inquire. The gentleman on the top floor. He left this morning. Where did he go? Unknown. Li Jingyan's expression turned extremely grim. At this critical juncture, if Lu Cheng had left Qingzhou, the task assigned by the organization would be ruined, and he could not bear the consequences of failing the mission. Damn it! Li Jingyan cursed under his breath, turning around and hastily exiting the guest house. He was on the phone, continuously inquiring along the way: Governor's Mansion, Minghui Mountain Villa Surveillance Center. None had seen Lu Cheng's figure. It's over. Li Jingyan murmured absent-mindedly. He wandered into the garden at the back of the guest house, feeling lost. A gentle breeze blew, the leaves rustling, and the surroundings were desolate and quiet. Li Jingyan stood dazed under a decorative tree, feeling icy all over. If Lu Cheng has already left Qingzhou, or even received news from Qingzhou. Suddenly, Governor Li, you seem to be in a hurry. A lazy voice rang from behind Li Jingyan. He turned abruptly, only to see Lu Cheng smiling at him. Li Jingyan stiffly turned his head. He looked at Lu Cheng, who suddenly appeared behind him, and a somewhat rigid smile appeared on his face. Senior Lu, where have you been? Li Jingyan's voice was a bit dry. I went to the top floor to look for you, but didn't find you. I thought something went wrong at the Chengzhou defense line, prompting you to come personally. Lu Cheng had his hands in his pockets, and his clear gaze swept across Li Jingyan's face. He could sense the emotional fluctuations in Li Jingyan, proving that he was indeed anxious. I just took a stroll in the outer city and bought some breakfast. There's no need for you to be so nervous, Li Zhouzhang. Lu Cheng chuckled lightly, lazily walking toward the garden. Come on, there's an exchange meeting today, isn't there? Li Jingyan watched Lu Cheng's leisurely figure, and although his heart that had been hanging was finally at ease, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The more indifferent Lu Cheng appeared, the more uneasy Li Jingyan felt. He knew that playing tricks in front of a martial saint was akin to gambling. Any small movement of his could be exposed. Following behind Lu Cheng, Li Jingyan's expression was inscrutable. He understood that this temporary delay could fool him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Once the exchange meeting concluded, if Lu Cheng insisted on leaving, he would have no excuse to stop him. I cannot delay any longer. Li Jingyan silently resolved in his heart. An hour later, the two arrived back at Minghui Mountain Villa. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the first day, the second day's exchange meeting clearly reached a new level. Young martial artists from several surrounding prefectures were in even higher spirits today, with the sparring in the arena entering a heated stage from the very beginning. The stands were crowded with people, and the cheers mixed with the booming sounds of spiritual energy reverberated continuously. Li Jingyan was determined to keep Lu Cheng steady. He personally reviewed the participant list and arranged for several of the most outstanding young talents from the younger generation to compete on stage. Senior Lu, the young martial artist on stage, is the direct descendant of the Lin family from Mingzhou. He is only 22 this year, yet he has already reached the peak of craze by practicing the family's Lu Feng sword technique. What do you think of his foundation? Li Jingyan introduced beside him. Lu Cheng leaned back in his chair, watching the young man wielding his sword in the arena. The young man's sword techniques were swift, and the spiritual energy tore through the air, producing sharp, piercing sounds, appearing extraordinarily formidable. Lu Cheng withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. Though the speed of the sword is fast, the stance is unsteady. Whenever he uses the third sword wind sweeping the clouds, the spiritual energy circulating under his left rib lags half a beat. If he encounters an opponent of the same rank, he only needs to strike at the moment of his attack, piercing through his left rib with a point, and the sword's momentum will break. Lu Cheng's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of the Lin family youth enveloped in spiritual energy. The young man in the arena seemed struck by lightning, abruptly halting his previously fierce swordplay. He adjusted the circulation of his spiritual energy according to Lu Cheng's guidance. Buzz. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within the young man's body suddenly surged, and a 3-foot-long azure sword light erupted from his sword. His aura reached grade. As long as he closed himself off for a while, he would be able to break through. Thank you, Martial Saint, for your guidance. The Lin family youth was overjoyed and immediately knelt down, bowing deeply to the podium. The stands instantly fell into a deathly silence, followed by an eruption of shouts that were 10 times more fervent than before. Just a few words could lead a great expert to enlightenment. This was the power of the martial saint. Immediately after, Li Jingyan hastily arranged for a burly martial artist from Yinzhou, who specialized in fire attribute boxing techniques, to take the stage. In less than half an hour, 2 more young talents who received guidance broke through on the spot, completely igniting the atmosphere at Mingyue Mountain Villa. Watching the crowd below cheering wildly, Li Jingyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Cheng was willing to quietly guide the younger generation, his purpose would have been achieved. Outside the north gate of Qin Prefecture, the heavy rain continued to fall. In the marshland outside the city gate, countless charred corpses lay scattered. A tide of great savage beasts consisting of 6-winged centipedes and heavenly poison pythons was finally slaughtered under the powerful suppression of a grade martial artists Guan He and Nailan Qing. Huff! Guan He sheathed his sword, and the 7 strands of spiritual energy on the sword gradually faded. Nailan Qing slowly retracted his spiritual energy, already having fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Guan He squatted down, dipped his finger into the water on the ground. Guan He, what's wrong? Nailan Qing frowned. Guan He looked at the rainwater mixed with poisonous blood on his fingertip, his expression slowly darkening. Something's not right. Look at the direction in which this poisonous blood flows. Nailan Qing followed his gaze. Logically speaking, the marshy ground was thick and muddy, and the poisonous blood that flowed out of these savage beasts after death should have stayed on the surface, extensively mixing with the muddy water. However, at this moment, the poisonous blood from the bodies of over 1,000 savage beasts did not spread outward, but seemed to have a will of its own, seeping deep underground. If this continues, the underground water veins of Qin Prefecture will be polluted. Nailan Qing's expression changed instantly. These savage beasts were not charging blindly, but were organized and premeditated. Guan He stood up, shaking off the poisonous blood from his fingertip, his gaze sharp. The appearance of this batch of savage beasts is by no means coincidental. We must return. Half an hour later, Guan He and Nailan Qing returned to the governor's mansion. Guan He also learned about the pollution issue and was immediately drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly issuing an emergency isolation order through the command center. We need to collect some samples of the poisonous blood. Nailan Qing turned to Wan Ying and said, send them to the research institute first, and have Dean Gu formulate the corresponding antidote in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once the underground water is polluted, most people in Qin Prefecture will not withstand this potent poison. At the Qin Prefecture Research Institute, Wan Ying and the other 2 hurriedly delivered several samples of poisonous blood to Gu Bing. Gu Bing still wore his usual amiable expression. He received the samples with a serious expression, conducted a preliminary analysis on the spot, and then sighed, looking somewhat troubled at the crowd. Governor, one of the 2 directors. The toxins from these 2 types of savage beasts are highly active. I will need some time to analyze their composition, or it will be difficult to develop an antidote in the short term. Dean Gu, the lives of everyone in Qin Prefecture depend on this. Please make sure to hurry. Wan Ying urged sternly. I understand. I will do my utmost. Gu Bing nodded earnestly. Guan He and Nailan Qing exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't help much here, and left the research institute with Wan Ying. As the few of them left, Gu Bing's expression instantly vanished. He coldly glanced at the poisonous blood samples and casually tossed them onto the table. Develop an antidote. He never intended to formulate any antidote from the beginning. A mere grade savage beast tide does lack in combat power. They arrive quickly and die just as fast. Gu Bing's lips curled into a cold smile. However, the chain reaction caused by these 2 types of highly toxic savage beasts is enough for Qin Prefecture to drink a pot. Gu Bing removed his glasses and leisurely cleaned them with a lens cloth, his eyes losing focus as he stared in one direction. Guan He, Nailan Qing. Since you enjoy meddling so much, I'll continue to give you something to do. He put his glasses back on, his eyes filled with calculation. This is only the first batch. Since you are so capable of killing, I will send you a few more interesting savage beast tides. Qingzhou Li Jingyan's private residence. The study was unlit. Li Jingyan sat behind the desk, a wisp of black smoke swirling before him. The black smoke dispersed into a veil. Xiangyi, I can no longer delay Lu Cheng for a few more days. Li Jingyan gazed at the smoke veil, his tone tinged with impatience. The martial arts exchange at Mingyue Mountain Villa will conclude the day after tomorrow. His original destination should have been Kunlun. Once the exchange is over, if he insists on leaving, I have no reason to keep him. As for what comes next, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Upon hearing this, the smoke in midair quivered slightly, revealing a figure clad in a hooded black robe adorned with golden patterns. It's fine, Xiangwu. You've done well these past few days. As for what comes next, leave it to me. Xiang Yi's voice was eerie, unlike that of a living person. Li Jingyan's lips moved slightly, a look of hesitation on his face. You? I. In the end, he couldn't hold back, staring at Xiang Yi's projection, trembling as he asked, Lord Xianglu, can you really bring my son back to life? Upon hearing Li Jingyan's question, Xiang Yi laughed again. Of course. Lord Xiang Liu's power far exceeds the imagination of mortals. He is a deity. Reviving an ordinary mortal is merely a trivial matter. Although the face beneath the black robe was obscured, the scrutinizing gaze seemed to pierce through layers of space, landing squarely on Li Jingyan's face. Just remember, on the 21st day, bring your son's body intact to Qingzhou. At that time, the Lord will descend to the world, and your son will open his eyes again. With that, the smoke in midair dissipated. The study returned to silence. Li Jingyan clenched his fist tightly, leaning back in his chair, silently closing his eyes. Wainer, will you forgive me for doing this? After a long silence, his whisper echoed once more in the dim. You will write. You must. After all, everything I do is to save our son. Are you saying that Li Jingyan's wife and child died 10 years ago? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the floor-to-ceiling window. On the other end of the line, a voice soon came through. It was Du Sheng, the third seat of the Supreme Leader's office far away in Kyoto. He was sitting in front of a computer screen, gazing at the top-secret documents displayed. Yes, Mr. Lu. The personal information on Li Jingyan that you asked me to look into is all I can. Li Sheng's voice paused for a moment, somewhat wistfully, stating, Li Jingyan has governed Qingzhou for a full 17 years, and the livelihood of Qingzhou has remained very stable, with not even a single significant incident of beasts breaching the defenses. In the evaluation from the Supreme Leader's office, he is regarded as a very responsible and selfless, eminent governor. Lu Cheng stepped away from the window and returned to the sofa. Oh, is that so? Then please send me this detailed information directly to my email. My email address is... All right, Mr. Lu will send it to you right away. Du Sheng chuckled on the other end of the line. Mr. Lu, you must come visit the Supreme Leader's office sometime. Certainly. Lu Cheng exchanged pleasantries before hanging up the phone. A few minutes later, a document arrived in his inbox. Lu Cheng clicked in, reading about Li Jingyan's past. The information was detailed. It covered everything from his birth, growth, rise to fame, and finally his marriage and ascension to the governor of Qingzhou. Li Jingyan and his wife Lin Wan were exceptionally affectionate, and they had a son named Li Yin. However, in an accident 10 years ago, Lin Wan died on the spot. Though Li Yin, who was only 8 years old at the time, did not die on the spot, he was severely injured. After enduring in the intensive care unit for half a month, he ultimately succumbed to multiple organ failure. Though he had yet to witness other martial saints in action, by this 2 punches don't count. He believed, though he had yet to witness other martial saints in action, by this 2 punches don't count. He believed that in terms of his own strength, he was definitely among the stronger ones among martial saints. Yet even so, Lu Cheng did not believe he could revive a mortal who had been dead for a full decade. Dust to dust, earth to earth, this is the most basic rule of the world. That blood-red verticalized entity might have some tricks and considerable strength. However, in Lu Cheng's view, the means displayed were limited and absolutely did not possess the ability to reverse life and death and revive a person. This was merely a complete and utter lie. Lu Cheng rubbed his neck, reclining on the sofa. To truly reverse causality, or even fish a dead person out from the river of time, likely required cultivating the great Luo mixed Yuan scripture to its highest realm that might be possible. However, he had currently only cultivated this technique to the 3rd layer. Just the breakthrough of these 3 layers had already consumed him tens of millions of experience points. The recent beast tide in Qingzhou, with over 400 grade beasts and 1 grade ancient chimera, had merely offset this massive consumption. According to the outline of the Great Luo Mixed Yuan Scripture, once this technique is perfected, it reaches the realm of the 36 heavens of the Great Luo, the realm of the Great Luo. That is the genuine realm of binding causality, reversing time and space, and becoming one with all. Such power is something Lu Cheng currently finds hard to even imagine. After all, his current Great Luo mixed yuan scripture does not even include the specific techniques for the subsequent 26 layers. The fusion technique he has currently developed only comprises the first 10 layers. According to the system's explanation, the so-called 36 heavens of the Great Luo is merely the ultimate realm derived from theoretical deduction. As for whether the host can truly reach that point in the future, it is beyond the system's estimation. Tisk, what a useless system. Lu Cheng pouted, resting his hands behind his head, his gaze flickering with an unusual light. He silently calculated in his heart. If the current rate of experience consumption continues, the experience points required for breaking through the 9th and 10th layers will likely become astronomical figures. So can I think of a way to capture that big eye? Then lock it up in a small dark room, making it produce beasts for me. The requirement isn't high, just give me 1,000 degrade beasts a day. If one counts as 100,000 experience points, wouldn't that yield 1 billion experience points in a day? In an unknown space. This place was filled with ancient and decayed gray fog devoid of any sound, only a suffocating silence prevailed. Deep within this unknown space, a nameless shadow hidden in the endless mist and emanating a terrifying pressure inexplicably trembled. Its full form remained unclear, entirely concealed within the gray fog. Only its head with a blood-red vertical eye at its center stood out vividly. Suddenly, the pupil of the vertical eye abruptly contracted. I have actually sensed a threat. The martial arts exchange event at Mingwe Villa has concluded. The night is deep, and in the top suite of the state guest house, Li Jingyan stands to the side, a forced smile on his face. Senior Lu, are you really not staying for a few more days? Li Jingyan tentatively asked. Although Qingzhou cannot compare to Jiangnan in terms of material wealth, it is still a land of outstanding people and natural beauty, and it retains many ancient relics from before the revival of vitality. If you are interested, I can arrange. Lu Cheng sat on the sofa, finished the sparkling water in his cup in one go, then put the cup down and stood up. My purpose for this trip was originally to go to Kunlun. If I hadn't seen someone I knew, I wouldn't have stopped. Moreover, I have already stayed in Qingzhou for quite some time. Lu Cheng waved his hand, interrupting him. He walked up to Li Jingyan and gently patted his shoulder twice. Lu Cheng looked at him, his clear eyes revealing no trace of emotion. Li Jingyan felt a chill run down his spine, and sweat began to bead on his back, until he noticed beads of sweat forming on Li Jingyan's forehead. Lu Cheng then said flatly, Director Li, you must have a scale in your heart for what can and cannot be done. After speaking, Lu Cheng did not look at him again and turned to walk into the inner room. Li Jingyan stood frozen in place, knowing that Lu Cheng was about to send him off. Wiping his forehead, he obediently exited the room, closing the door behind him, and hurried back to his own residence. In the study, the lighting was dim. A smoke screen rose before Li Jingyan once more. Xiangyi, Lu Cheng is leaving Chengzhou for Kunlun tomorrow. Li Jingyan whispered, his voice tinged with unease. The figure in the smoke nodded slightly, but did not respond. With a whoosh, the smoke dispersed, and the study returned to silence. A night without conversation. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lu Cheng left the state guest house, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky, departing from Qingzhou. His destination was very clear, the Kunlun mountain range. Above the clouds, the fierce wind howled. Lu Cheng took out his phone and skillfully opened the WeChat group chat of the Holy Pavilion. Lu Cheng, I've arrived. Who has time to pick me up? As soon as the message was sent, the previously quiet group chat immediately erupted with replies. Old longevity Xianjun. Waving hand, no time, we are all very busy. Just come to my place, I'll send you a location. Then a map location card popped up in the group. A bit short on hair by D. Sigmund. Defensive line gray man Xin Huang. Something might have happened in the Kunlun Forbidden Zone. Your timing is perfect. Tonight's French fries Zhu Sheng. The recent activities have exceeded what we've seen in a year. It's looking at the chat in the group. Lu Cheng casually put away his phone and muttered curiously. In the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, they can still send location messages. Without pausing, he followed the coordinates sent by Xianjun, accelerating through the clouds and mist. Below, mountains and rivers flew by swiftly, and after half an hour the magnificent and majestic Kunlun mountain range appeared at the end of his sight. The entire mountain range stretches over thousands of kilometers, resembling a giant dragon lying across the vast earth. Here lies one of the world's 7 great mountains, also the highest peak of the Kunlun mountain range, Gongwang Mountain. Gongwang Mountain is known as the largest and most terrifying crack of vitality within the territory of Daxia. Lu Cheng flew swiftly and soon arrived at the halfway up Gongwang Mountain. As he approached this area, the spiritual energy in the air surged like a torrent, far more concentrated than in the capital. The higher he flew, the more intense that heart-pounding aura became. Lu Cheng looked up at the peak of Gongwang Mountain, his body rising straight into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a slightly thin figure was sitting cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a faint glow resonating with the earthly spiritual energy of the entire mountain. Sensing Lu Cheng's approach, Xianjun opened his eyes and immediately burst into hearty laughter. Lu Cheng, you finally arrived. Lu Cheng halted, standing in the air, carefully examining the elderly figure before him. The elder looked exactly the same as the projection he had seen last time in the capital, with white hair and beard, a rosy complexion, and a broad prominent forehead, resembling an image of the god of longevity. Lu Cheng slightly cupped his fist, saying, Xianjun, no need to be polite. Xianjun laughed heartily, his figure floating up, taking a few steps towards Lu Cheng, and clasped Lu Cheng's wrist with great familiarity. Let's go. Come and sit at my humble abode. I have been waiting for you for some time. Lu Cheng turned with his motion, but inadvertently glanced down. At this moment, looking down from 10,000 meters high at the peak of Gongwang Mountain, he saw a deep and hazy area beneath the thick ice and snow. And on the surface of Gongwang Mountain there lay a hemispherical light golden membrane covered with intricate inscriptions resembling a giant lid that sealed the entire mountain. Within the membrane, countless huge and grotesque shadows could be faintly seen, writhing violently, clawing, and trying to break free. Are you suppressing this formation? Lu Cheng pointed at the light golden membrane below and asked. Xianjun stroked his long beard and chuckled. That's right. This formation was set up by King Cheng, who is also the leader of our holy pavilion. Back then he put in a lot of effort to suppress this largest crack. Xianjun paused before continuing. We four each preside over one direction in harmony with the four symbols. I am guarding this position of Can. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng was somewhat surprised, looking at Xianjun, who was preparing to leave, and asked, if you leave now, who will watch this formation? Xianjun waved his hand, laughing cheerfully. How could one always keep an eye on it? If one couldn't leave for even a moment, how could Bai go to the capital to find you? As long as there are no major mistakes, leaving for a little while is completely fine. Before he finished speaking, the light golden membrane below suddenly bulged up significantly. A gigantic face suddenly surged out from deep within the formation, violently pressing against the membrane. This giant face lacked any facial details, looking like a human face, severely deformed and tightly wrapped in a transparent cling film. It was desperately squeezing inside the formation, causing the membrane to bulge high, roaring with a piercing voice. Humans, wait till we get out. We will devour you all. The giant face twisted and roared, its voice shaking the void, causing a deafening explosion. Lu Cheng pointed at the gigantic face that was about to break through the membrane, his eyelids twitching slightly, and asked him, is it really okay for us to leave here? Xianjun glanced at the giant face, still smiling, his expression showing no signs of fluctuation. It's fine. Saying this, Xianjun raised his hand and waved it forward. Whoosh! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, and in an instant a massive palm of about 100 meters was formed in the void, slapping towards the giant face below. Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the clouds. The roaring giant face was instantly knocked askew by this slap, retreating into the interior. Even the formation's membrane was jolted duong and quickly returned to its original state, settling back into calm. Xianjun retracted his hand, shook it off, and smiled at Lu Cheng, saying, let's go. Lu Cheng, come sit at my place. After saying this, he let go of Lu Cheng, took a step forward, and his figure moved several hundred meters away, in an instant appearing far off in the void. Lu Cheng hovered and placed the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He transformed into a streak of light and followed. On a mountain peak several miles away, fierce winds howled, carrying shards of ice. This peak also belonged to the Kunlun mountain range, yet it appeared significantly smaller compared to the towering Gongwang mountain. Lu Cheng followed Xianjun and landed on a clearing halfway up the mountain, gazing at the abrupt structure before him, his expression revealing surprise. Unlike the quaint wooden or stone houses he had imagined, this was a modern 3-story villa built. The entire structure was made of large floor-to-ceiling glass and warm-toned walls with clean, crisp lines, exuding a strong sense of modern technology. Ahead, a figure walked draped in a large robe. Xianjun, with white hair and beard like an ancient immortal, caused Lu Cheng's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Xianjun leisurely approached the villa's entrance and slightly raised his head. Ding! Identity verification successful. Welcome home. As the prompt sounded, the door smoothly slid open to both sides. Lu Cheng watched Xianjun skillfully scan his face to open the door and couldn't help but remark, don't you think this house is a bit too trendy? Xianjun turned to glance at him, stroked the white beard on his chin, and chuckled. Young man, why are your thoughts? What's wrong with modern architecture? It has air conditioning and underfloor heating far more comfortable than those drafty old stone caves. I am here to guard, not to torture myself. Lu Cheng followed him into the villa. Inside it was warm as spring with soft light gray carpeting underfoot and a large sofa set placed in the center of the living room complete with projection equipment and smart appliances. How was this villa constructed? Lu Cheng surveyed the luxurious decor, curiosity rising with. Xianjun busied himself by the marble coffee table in the living room, bringing over a set of ancient purple clay tea utensils, skillfully boiling water, and washing the tea, while smilingly replying with the authority of a martial saint. Requesting a room from the Prime Minister's residence is not difficult. Just say hello to them, and someone from the capital will immediately come to repair it. And don't underestimate the speed of the Great Xia. Their infrastructure skills and efficiency are remarkable. In just a month they can build you a villa on this snowy mountain. As he spoke, Xianjun took out a delicate metal tea canister from beneath the coffee table, grabbing a handful of tea leaves and placing them into the pot. It seems Lu Cheng has arrived. A voice echoed in the living room. The air rippled with vitality, and 3 ethereal figures simultaneously materialized in the room. Qing Huang, Bai Di, and Zhu Sheng appeared as projections. We each guard a place, and with our bodies unable to attend, we hope for your understanding. Qing Huang spoke first. His entire figure was completely concealed in the shadow of a large hood, revealing only a vague outline, while his voice sounded quite youthful. Lu Cheng smiled and nodded, responding, "No problem, it's enough that you can meet through projections." Taking this opportunity, he also observed the 2 martial saints he had never met before. Qing Huang was entirely wrapped in his hooded robe, exuding an air of mystery. On the other side, Zhu Sheng appeared as a child, looking only 7 or 8 years old, exquisitely crafted. Yet he stood with his hands behind his back, chest out, displaying an overly mature expression. As for Bai Di, he still bore the same expression seen in the capital, with a cold, beautiful face, showing little emotion, merely nodding slightly at Lu Cheng. "Let's all sit and chat." Xianjun brewed the tea and poured a cup for Lu Cheng. He lifted the teacup and took a sip, his demeanor gradually becoming serious as he transitioned into the main topic. "Since you have come to Kunlun, it is time to formally discuss some secrets regarding the Kunlun Forbidden Grounds." Lu Cheng straightened his posture and nodded, "I am all ears." Xianjun pointed towards Gongwang Mountain. "You must have seen the energy rift in the Kunlun Forbidden Grounds, which is located at the peak of Gongwang Mountain. It is one of the 7 largest rifts in the world. The savage beasts residing within are primarily ranked B level at the start, with a level roaming freely, and there are also quite a few comparable to martial saints at the S level." Lu Cheng's gaze sharpened. No wonder several martial saints were needed to guard it. If such a rift were to spiral out of control, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow to the entire Great Xia. Although these level beasts are troublesome, with our combined strength, we can manage them. Xianjun continued, his tone growing graver. "What truly instills fear is that within the depths of that rift, even more terrifying existences lie. Beast lords and beast gods." "Beast lords and beast gods." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. "What levels are they?" The previously silent Qing Huang took over the conversation, his deep voice emerging from beneath the hood. "Demigod level and god level." The others chimed in, and Lu Cheng began to understand. When a martial artist breaks through the level limit and comprehends a domain, they can achieve martial saint status. Above martial saints, one must continuously compress and refine their controlled domain, evolving it into a unique alternate space known as cave heaven, thus achieving the demigod level, martial venerable. As for those above martial venerable, they must fully deduce their internal cave heaven, deriving complete rules, and evolving into a small, independently functioning world, thus attaining the god level, martial god. The source that these savage beasts worship is the so-called beast god, Qing Huang remarked. Lu Cheng, hearing this, was somewhat puzzled. If they truly have a god-level existence, aren't we doomed? In the entire Great Xia, there are only a few martial saints like us. Above martial saints, there are martial venerables, and above martial venerables are martial gods. There is a gap of 2 major realms in between, which cannot simply be compensated by numbers. It's not as desperate as you think. Zhu Sheng raised his head, his tone steady. "Based on our years of experience, we have only ever encountered level savage beasts at the martial saint level in combat. As for the so-called beast lords, we have yet to encounter even one." Zhu Sheng continued, "And the higher existence of beast gods seems more like a product of the totem worship of these savage beasts. Whether they truly exist or not is uncertain." Bai Di, who had been listening intently, nodded seriously. "Yes." After listening to their explanations, Lu Cheng thoughtfully stroked his chin. Since even these martial saints who have guarded for many years have never seen a beast lord with his current cultivation reaching the 3rd heaven of the supreme Tao mixed origin scripture, and his strength far surpassing that of a martial saint of the same rank, he need not worry excessively. With this thought, Lu Cheng suddenly recalled the ceiling barrier that Xian Jun had mentioned earlier, and asked, by the way, I have something I'm very curious about. The ceiling barrier of Gongwang Mountain is quite remarkable. What realm is the punishment king who set up this barrier in? Xian Jun stroked his beard, pondering for a moment, then shook his head uncertainly. I don't know. The punishment king's appearances are extremely rare, and even during the few times he did appear, he was enveloped in golden light. To be honest, none of us have seen his true face, nor can we discern his realm. Zhu Sheng and Qing Huang also nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with this sentiment. I see. Lu Cheng blinked, and suddenly pointed outside the window. Is that the punishment king you mentioned? Huh. Xian Jun, Qing Huang, Zhu Sheng, and Bai Di all froze simultaneously, looking towards the direction Lu Cheng was pointing. They saw a figure standing amidst the swirling snowflakes outside the villa. The person was entirely enveloped in a dazzling golden light, with an indistinct outline resembling a small golden statue. The small golden figure hovered silently in midair, quietly observing the few people in the living room through the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the large window, the snowflakes, swirling in the sky, suddenly came to a halt. A flash of golden light appeared as the little golden man that was outside had vanished, quietly reappearing in the center of the villa's living room. Even standing close to several people, he was still enveloped in a thick layer of golden light, which completely shielded him from any external probing, making it impossible to discern the outline of his clothes or the features of his face. Lu Cheng sat on the sofa, observing the man radiating golden light. Thinking of the others' group nickname, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel he was a rather reserved, yet flirtatious man. Lu Cheng of the Shilin dynasty nodded slightly in the direction of the golden man, taking the initiative to greet him. Lu Cheng, it's an honor to meet you. His voice was quite peculiar, like it carried its own echo, giving off an ethereal feeling, making it impossible to determine his exact age or tone. Master of the group, I have long admired your name. Thus the top 5 martial saints of the Great Xia, Xian Junqing, Huang Zhu Sheng, Bai Di Lu Cheng, and the group leader the Shilin King officially completed their first meeting in this villa. Chengzhou. The atmosphere in the study was oppressive. Li Jingyan stared at the smoke screen in front of him, his brows tightly knit together. Xiang, didn't you say it would take 33 days to complete all the arrangements? Now we still need 20 days. Why suddenly must I go to Qingzhou tomorrow? The Xiang Yi on the other side of the smoke screen chuckled eerily, the harsh sound echoing in the study. Xiang Wu plans cannot keep up with changes. Lord Xiangling has personally intervened, completely altering the situation in Qingzhou. The original timeline has been significantly pushed forward. You need to immediately take your son's corpse and set off for Qingzhou. Li Jingyan's heart jolted. Xiangling, the master of the single vertical eye, the true controller of the Xiang Lu Society. The 9 key members of the Xiang Lu Society were spread across the Great Xia. Each one occupied an extremely important position. Yet even so, no one had ever seen the true form of Xiangling. Perhaps Xiang Yi had seen him. After all, he was the messenger and the creator of the entire organization. Each time a mission was assigned, Xiangling descended upon them in the form of a single vertical eye. Up until now, Li Jingyan didn't even know what kind of entity he was. All he knew was that the other party had the ability to tear open the rifts in spiritual energy and unleash wild beasts everywhere. He was more inclined to think that the other was some kind of high-ranking wild beast. Though he didn't understand what had happened, upon learning that his son could be revived earlier than expected, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, and he didn't ask further. I understand now. I will set off tomorrow morning. After the smoke dispersed, Li Jingyan didn't hesitate at all, immediately arranging his official duties and publicly declaring that he needed to go out for exchanges and cooperation with other states. Then he walked alone into the underground secret chamber, carefully transporting the ice coffin out. In Qingzhou City, dark clouds loomed over the city. The howling wind roared, and the continuous downpour suddenly intensified, pouring down like water being splashed from the sky. Boom! Strikes of purple lightning tore through the sky, accompanied by several tornadoes beginning to As the tornado moved, everything that could be swept up was caught in its grasp, and with the storm in the sky, Qingzhou City momentarily resembled the end of days. On the top floor of the governor's mansion in Qingzhou, Wanning stood by the window, watching the scene of the howling wind and torrential rain outside, her expression extremely grim. Beside her stood Guan He and Nailan Qing. Something's not right, Guan He spoke in a low voice. The intensity of this rain has seriously affected the safety of the people in Qingzhou. Nailan Qing looked at the intertwining thunderstorms in the sky and agreed, saying, I feel it too, and I have an unsettling feeling in my heart. Qingzhou is likely to face a major incident. Within the Kunlun mountain villa, the golden light surrounding the Shieling King flickered slightly. Something has happened. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is in chaos, and the power from another world is accelerating its infiltration. Lu Cheng, you may need to make a trip. Lu Cheng looked at him with curiosity. Group leader, with your strength, why don't you take the initiative to go over there? Wouldn't it be much simpler to take direct action? The Shieling King glanced calmly in the direction of the royal mountain of the Shieling dynasty and replied, I have more important matters to attend to. After saying that, the Shieling King turned to look at Xianjun and the others. The veteran martial saints exchanged glances. Xianjun stroked his beard and nodded, saying, Kunlun cannot be left unattended. The four of us will continue to hold the fort, stabilizing the defenses of the Kunlun forbidden area. As for Qingzhou, we will leave it to Lu Cheng to handle. All right, I have no problems with that, Lu Cheng readily agreed. Seeing that the matters were settled, the Shieling King did not waste any words. The golden light surrounding him suddenly began to expand, and then under everyone's gaze, with a bang, it transformed into countless flickering golden starlights dissipating into the air. Lu Cheng looked at this unique technique, his eyes brightening. This move is pretty cool, I want to learn it too. Xianjun, sipping tea beside him, shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Before Lu Cheng could study the residual starlight of the Shieling King any further, both Qing Huang and Zhu Sheng's expressions changed simultaneously. They exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of helplessness. It's causing a ruckus again, we need to head back and keep an eye on things, Qing Huang sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the projections of him and Zhu Sheng shattered like bubbles, instantly vanishing. Bai Di, who had been relatively quiet, looked around and blinked his eyes, his figure also fading away. In the blink of an eye, the originally lively gathering of the five saints had been reduced to just Lu Cheng and Xianjun. This is really troublesome. Lu Cheng stood up, irritably ruffling his hair, complaining, I feel like I've been running around every day during this time. He looked at Xianjun and greeted him. Xianjun, since there's a problem in Qingzhou, I can't delay any longer. Let's gather again when I have the time. Xianjun's expression turned serious, and he nodded slightly. Go ahead. I will directly send the private contact information of the 13 elders of the Supreme Council to your phone. No matter what level of resources or military strength you need to summon, just contact them directly. All right, I'm off. Qingzhou Research Institute. Gu Bing was writing vigorously at his desk. Suddenly the flesh at his brow split apart, revealing a ghastly blood seam. Amidst the gap, a blood-red vertical eye slowly opened. Xiangqi, immediately prepare for the sacrificial ritual. A piercing voice exploded in Gu Bing's mind. I have already catalyzed that three-headed Jiao into its class six-headed Jiao. Its power to overturn rivers and seas is enough to shorten the time by 20 days. I will tear open a rift of qi in the sky above Qingzhou and release the 5 poison wild beasts. At that time, a poisonous land extending for miles will be formed, and the body of Xiang Lu will reappear in the world. Listening to the command in his mind, a flush appeared on Gu Bing's face, making him look extremely excited. Yes, Lord Xiangling. Qingzhou, the governor's mansion. Wanning wore a worried expression. Outside, the sky was torn apart by purple lightning, and tornadoes ravaged the land. They swept through streets and buildings, uprooting streetlights, vehicles, and even structures. Governor, it's not good. The secretary rushed into the office in a panic, his face ashen with no trace of blood. He anxiously said, a new rift of qi has appeared in the sky above Qingzhou. Wang Ying's expression changed drastically, and he turned around sharply. What did you say? A new rift of qi. The secretary wiped the rainwater from his face. Yes, it's a rift of qi that has never been recorded before. The length is 10 kilometers. At its widest over 100 meters, and it is still expanding. There is also one more thing. The secretary said with a strange expression, a large number of people have suddenly gone missing in Qingzhou City. We have compiled the statistics, and these missing persons all share a very common characteristic. They are all overweight individuals weighing no less than 300 g. His words were immediately interrupted. That's not the point, Wang Ying said urgently as he slapped the table. The missing population can be investigated slowly. What exactly is going on with this rift of qi? In which direction? It's right above the state city. The secretary quickly explained. Before the secretary could finish, Guan He and Nailan Xing, standing to the side, exchanged glances and transformed into afterimages, directly rushing out of the office and onto the rooftop of the building. The two looked up, and their pupils suddenly constricted. Above Qingzhou, the dark clouds were violently torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a rift that stretched to the horizon. Chaotic qi surged out from the rift, accompanied by countless shadowy figures twisting within it. A dense mass of wild beasts squeezed out from the rift. Not good. Guan He drew his sword, his heart racing, feeling that disaster was imminent. However, an unbelievable scene occurred. Those thousands of wild beasts that surged out from the rift hadn't even landed before they collectively exploded in midair at thousands of meters high. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously, even drowning out the thunder crazily echoing in the clouds. Colorful blood sprayed across the sky like a magnificent firework. This blood quickly merged into the torrential rain under its deluge, falling onto every inch of land in Qingzhou. Nalan Qing, braving the storm, looked at the blood rain falling from the sky and exclaimed in shock, "Heavenly poison python. Six-winged centipede. Three-legged golden toad. Four-tailed scorpion. Poison-spitting gecko. All are poisonous attribute wild beasts. And not a single one is below rank." As more and more wild beasts exploded in the sky, tens of thousands of poisonous blood flowed into the river's underground water networks and every street. All of Qingzhou was rapidly transformed into a black and foul-smelling poisonous swamp visible to the naked eye. Coupled with Qingzhou's already humid and hot climate, the wild beasts' toxic blood-rich and strong toxins quickly began to decompose and ferment. In a short time, a pungent and unbearable stench spread throughout the outdoors of Qingzhou. On the other side, at a temporary landing site on the outskirts of Qingzhou, a pitch-black helicopter landed steadily. Li Jingyan, wearing a black trench coat, slowly stepped down from the helicopter carrying a specially made ice coffin. Stepping into the muddy, foul-smelling, poisonous swamp, white smoke rose from the soles of his shoes, but Li Jingyan did not care at all. His gaze was resolute, his face full of anticipation. As long as he brings his son's corpse to the designated location, the transcendent deity, Xiang Lu, will be able to perform a miracle, allowing his son, who died 10 years ago, to open his eyes once more and call him father again. Li Jingyan carefully used qi to shield the rainwater, preventing it from dripping onto the ice coffin, and headed straight towards the Qingzhou Research Institute. Above, at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a special plane belonging to Jingwu University was flying steadily through the clouds. Inside the cabin, the president of Jingwu University, Shi Chongjing, leaned back in his seat, his feet 50 centimeters off the ground. He was rubbing his temples wearily. Knock, knock. Suddenly, two crisp knocks sounded from outside the window. Shi Chong was startled and turned to look out the window, his pupils instantly widening, nearly causing his glasses to fall. Outside the plane's window, a figure dressed in a black jacket stood with hands in pockets, leisurely walking in the air, keeping pace with the plane. In the stratosphere at 10,000 meters, the howling winds and turbulent air currents upon nearing that figure dispersed automatically within a half-meter range, not even disturbing the tips of his clothing. The newcomer was Lu Cheng, rushing from Kunlun to Qingzhou. He looked at Shi Chong in the cabin, grinned, and his voice resonated clearly in Shi Chong's ear through sound transmission. "Principal Shi, what a coincidence." Shi Chong immediately had a row of black lines appear on his forehead. He hesitated on how to reply to Lu Cheng when he heard the other party's voice again. "Just speak directly, I can't hear you." After his surprise, Shi Chong instantly understood. Right, how could I know the methods of a martial saint? To withstand subsonic speeds and the winds at 10,000 meters while casually chatting beside the plane in the entire Great Xia, perhaps only this martial saint could accomplish such an outrageous feat. Lu Cheng maintained the same speed as the plane, smiling nonchalantly. "I happened to see your special plane on the way and stopped to say hello. By the way, how's the investigation regarding the incident in Chengzhou?" Shi Chong sighed helplessly and replied, "The investigation into the Chengzhou torrential rain incident is almost done. The remaining cleanup work will be handled by my disciple Dongwen, so I plan to return to Kyoto first." Lu Cheng nodded. "Then I will take my leave. I still need to find Governor Li to confirm something." Shi Chong gestured for him to wait a moment. "You are looking for Governor Li. He left Chengzhou early this morning, saying he was going to communicate and cooperate with other state cities. As for where exactly he went, even his personal secretary isn't quite clear about it." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The bizarre torrential rain in Chengzhou, the inexplicable invasion of wild beasts, the corpse of Li Jingyan's son in the study's secret room. All these incidents were linked together, and the answer was becoming apparent. Li Jingyan had gone to Qingzhou. "All right, Principal, sure, see you." Lu Cheng had obtained new clues and did not linger any longer. He waved at Shi Chong inside the window, then elegantly turned in the air, and his qi burst forth. Boom. Lu Cheng's figure instantly transformed into a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, tearing through the clouds with terrifying speed, heading straight for Qingzhou. Inside the cabin, Shi Chong stared blankly at the streak of light that vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye, returning to his senses after a long while. He sighed deeply, his eyes filled with envy. The so-called morning stroll in the North Sea and evening in Kangwu is probably just like this. Qin Province Research Institute underground. This is an unknown underground area. Inside a vast underground laboratory, As far as the eye can see, rows of towering transparent glass cultivation tanks are neatly arranged, filled with orange liquid. Inside the tanks, various forms of wild beasts are soaking, some twitching slightly in the liquid. On the other side of the tanks, several humans with mutated limbs are suspended. Some are emaciated and thin, resembling branches floating in the cultivation tanks. Others are piles of fat filling the entire cultivation tank, with a stretched face taking up one side of the glass. Gu Bing's refined demeanor from before has changed. He is draped in a large black robe, the hood partially obscuring his face, carefully observing these cultivation tanks. What is this place? Li Jingyan's voice echoed from behind him. Gu Bing did not turn his head, casually replied, my research results. Li Jingyan cautiously placed the ice coffin from his shoulder down, setting it gently on the ground. Gu Bing turned around, his gaze landing on the ice coffin, sizing it up. Is this your son? Yes, Li Jingyan gently stroked the ice coffin. Take your son and follow me. Gu Bing led Li Jingyan deeper inside. The two walked in sequence, passing through rows of massive cultivation tanks, emitting a faint orange glow. Li Jingyan stared at the distorted human shapes inside the tanks, frowning tightly. What are these tanks filled with? Experimental subjects. Gu Bing's tone was calm. Why are there humans? Li Jingyan's expression darkened. Mentioning the research excited Gu Bing, raising his tone slightly. I am researching the technology of merging human and wild beast genes. I had some results even before joining the organization. Not to exaggerate, even without Xiang Liu's association and Xiang Ling's power, as long as I have enough time to keep researching, I might still uncover the secrets of immortality. Gu Bing slightly raised his head, letting out a cold snort. Li Jingyan turned his head to look at the twisted and struggling human faces in the tanks, internally sighing. To resurrect his son, he had allowed the torrential rain in Changzhou and colluded with Xiang Liu. Yet witnessing this hellish laboratory, he couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sense of guilt. He silently whispered an apology in his heart, and then stopped, looking at those cultivation tanks, closely following Gu Bing's footsteps. The two passed through the vast cultivation room, traversing the underground passageway, and finally stopped in front of a gigantic door at the deepest point. This was an explosion-proof door made of high-strength alloy with a thickness of an astonishing half a meter. As Gu Bing completed the identity verification, the heavy alloy door slowly opened outward, revealing a spacious and bizarre room inside. Upon entering the room, a strange odor assaulted them, a combination of blood and grease, causing Li Jingyan to frown. In the center of the room stood an ancient stone altar. The altar displayed a strict arrangement of 8 trigrams, with 8 towering black stone pillars standing at each direction. Each pillar was bound by iron chains to a fat man. From their navels extended mechanical tubes connected to the altar. They had rags stuffed in their mouths, their eyes rolled back, and the occasional twitching fat indicating they were still alive. On both sides of the altar, 2 sturdy cells were constructed. Inside the cells were exclusively overweight individuals, numbering over 100, huddled in the corners, trembling. Li Jingyan looked at the cruel scene before him, his frown deepening. It is said that Xiang Liu delights in eating humans, especially choosing the fat. Can this ancient evil spirit truly save my son? Gu Bing did not answer directly, but pointed to the center of the altar. Xiang Wu, place your son along with the ice coffin in the center of the altar. Li Jingyan hesitated for a moment, standing still. The air fell silent for a few seconds. But thinking of his son who had died 10 years ago, Li Jingyan gritted his teeth and picked up the ice coffin, step by step, walking towards the altar, placing it steadily in the center. After placing the ice coffin, Li Jingyan returned to Gu Bing's side, staring at him coldly. Xiang Qi, tell me the truth. Can Lord Xiang Liu really bring someone back to life? Gu Bing turned around, gazing at him with a haunting look. Do you want to hear the truth or falsehood? Li Jingyan's pupils constricted him. Gu Bing smirked with a trace of sarcasm, not answering immediately, but directing his gaze toward the dark wall, as if returning to a distant past. Do you know why I chose to join Xiang Liu back then? Li Jingyan shook his head. Gu Bing's eyes revealed a near-numb indifference as he slowly spoke. In my life, I have witnessed too much death. Relatives suffering from illness and dying in their youth, his wife dying in childbirth after marriage, later his best friend being torn apart and eaten by wild beasts, even his disciple committing suicide in front of him due to martial arts obsession. I have witnessed all kinds of death. From that time on, I began to crazily pursue immortality. It is rumored that the martial saint lives for 500 years, but that path seems too elusive for me. Thus I turn my gaze toward wild beasts. Even the most ordinary class wild beasts have lifespans of hundreds of years, let alone those higher-tier beasts. I joined here simply to have Xiang Liu help me achieve immortality. At this point, Gu Bing's expression suddenly stiffened. If he cannot do it, or if he is just a worthless name, then I will use his body as material for my research on immortality. Hearing such heretical words, Li Jingyan was shocked, looking incredulously at Gu Bing before him. Not to mention the legendary evil spirit Xiang Lu, even that mysterious Xiang Ling's power far exceeded his comprehension. Gu Bing is actually so arrogant as to want to use a deity as experimental material. Gu Bing noticed the trepidation in Li Jingyan's eyes and let out a cold laugh. Haha, no need to panic so much. Every time Xiang Ling descends from the void, the vitality within us experiences violent fluctuations. Right now he is not paying attention here and cannot hear us. Gu Bing scoffed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Xiang Lu is hard to say, but that Baijid one. You don't really think he is some omnipotent god, do you? Li Jingyan looked at the somewhat deranged Gu Bing. His lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing more. Qin Province Governor's Mansion. This place had yet to be touched by the tornado. Governor, an emergency evacuation order for the whole city has been issued. The secretary rushed into the office, his face extremely pale as he reported, but many underground shelters have been filled with toxic water. Currently, only a few high-standard shelters meet the water resistance requirements. But for 1 million disaster victims, this space is far from enough. Wanning stood in front of the three-dimensional map of Qin Province, looking at the flooded areas marked on it, and slammed a fist on the table. Cutting corners. Wanning gritted her teeth. Relay my orders. Immediately mobilize all construction machinery and materials in the city and connect the underground parking lots of high-rise buildings with low-level areas. However, before the secretary could leave, a deafening roar suddenly erupted outside. The secretary rushed to the window first. In an instant his actions froze, his eyes widened. He trembled as he raised his hand, pointing at the sky outside, his voice filled with fear. Governor, look at what that is. Wanning approached the window and looked up at the sky. Above Qin Province, dark clouds churned. A terrifying body, immeasurably huge and stretching for countless kilometers, was slowly writhing within the clouds. The strong winds blew away a corner of the fog, revealing a patch of skin on that massive body. It was covered with large dark scales that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the lightning. Just this small segment of the exposed body obscured half of the sky over Qin Province. Wang Ying's throat went dry. So big. In Qinzhou, dark clouds weigh heavily over the city. A colossal entity rolls wildly within the depths of the clouds, its oppressive aura instantly enveloping the entire Qinzhou city. A massive body stretching for miles slowly emerges from the mist, revealing its formidable visage. It is a terrifying beast with 6 heads. Each of the massive serpentine heads bears a pair of horns. The 3-headed serpent has evolved into a 6-headed serpent, with single horns transforming into double. Roar! The 6 heads simultaneously raised, opening their gaping maws, emitting an ear-splitting roar. The sound waves stirred a violent air current, directly scattering the clouds high above. In the next moment, each of the 6 heads unleashed their powers. 3 heads exhaled black mist, instantly forming a tornado, while the other 3 spewed torrents of water down. The savage beasts from the rifts of spiritual energy continued to surge forth, then self-destructed, transforming into clouds of toxic blood that mingled with the deluge. Boom! The pitch-black tornado carried torrential toxic rain, violently striking Qinzhou City. Wanning, Guanhe, and Nalanqing all arrived at the rooftop. The 3 looked at the apocalyptic scene, their faces as pale as paper. We can't let this continue. Guanhe gritted his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He suddenly drew his sword from his waist, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy, and leapt forward, charging directly toward the nearest serpent head. Beside him, Nalanqing showed no hesitation, either a flame igniting around her fist. The 2, one on the left and one on the right, exerted their utmost strength, launching their strongest attacks. Cold sword energy and scorching flames tearing through the rain, aimed at a serpent head. However, the disparity in strength was too great. Faced with the all-out assault of 2 A-level experts, the 6-headed serpent in the sky didn't even change its gaze. As the attacks approached, one serpent head coldly glanced at the 2, exhaling a puff of black mist. Bang! The black mist, solid as substance, instantaneously extinguished their sword energy and flames. Moreover, the black mist continued unabated, crashing heavily onto the 2. Both felt intense pain in their chests, coughed up blood, and their bodies were struck down from midair, plunging into the torrents, and instantly losing their combat capability. Director Guan, Director Nalan, Wanning exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards the direction the 2 were falling. The 6-headed serpent noticed Wang Ying's trajectory, and 2 heads converged, exchanging glances. At the same time, they unleashed 2 massive black light beams towards the 3. Wanning had just managed to pull Guanhe and Nalanqing back up. Seeing the obscuring light beams descending, she felt despair. Her expression twisted in despair. Before the beams reached her, she already felt a prickling pain on her skin. She wanted to flee but found herself locked in place, unable to move an inch. It's over. Not yet. A voice rang out. Suddenly a tall figure appeared before Wan Ying. With one hand outstretched, the massive light beam was absorbed into his palm just as it approached. Moments later the black beam vanished. Lu Cheng turned, revealing a bright smile. Not bad. You all are quite impressive. As he spoke, his figure soared into the air, reaching the same height as the six-headed serpent. Little eel, let's play. Spiritual energy surged from Lu Cheng, purple mist billowing and parting the dark clouds. Soon the ferocious form of the six-headed serpent was unmistakably revealed. He let out an angry roar as the heads resembling mountains charged at him. Lu Cheng did not dodge nor evade. Take this back. A massive black light beam erupted from his palm. Boom. One serpent head exploded. The remaining 5 heads screamed in agony, their bodies writhing even more violently. Then Lu Cheng reached out, the purple mist coalescing into a colossal hand hovering over Qingzhou City. The giant hand lifted high, descending from above, crashing down. Boom. Before the massive palm reached the six-headed serpent, sensed the surrounding space constricting like stone, rendering it completely immobile. Dragon scales shattered, skin cracked, black blood gushed forth. The six-headed serpent felt a lethal threat and continued to roar madly, yet the whirlwinds and torrents it had unleashed were instantaneously obliterated. Before Lu Cheng's palm, the so-called Slevel savage beast appeared powerless. The giant palm descended, obliterating the remaining 5 heads of the six-headed serpent. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed. The remaining body of the six-headed serpent was struck down by this palm. The massive serpent body fell like a meteor, creating a huge pit in the ground, while torrents of water rushed in, submerging the now motionless corpse of the six-headed serpent. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingzhou Research Institute, Gubing stood beside the altar, gazing at the violently swirling blood light above the formation, sighing in relief. All conditions for the resurrection of Xiang Lu are met. The wetlands spanning 100,000 miles are ready, the offerings are in place, and the rifts of spiritual energy are pouring forth massive amounts of qi. The ritual can begin. Gubing showed no hesitation, pressing a switch. Crack! The mechanical tubes connecting to the navels of the 8 obese men suddenly lit up, emitting a sound of suction. Their bodies convulsed violently, groans of pain escaping their throats. A copious amount of yellow, white, and red liquid was forcibly extracted through the tubes, flooding into the altar. In just a few seconds, the 8 men, each weighing hundreds of pounds, visibly shriveled down, ultimately transforming into 8 ghastly corpses of skin and bones. Soon the Bagua altar erupted with blinding bloodlight. Boom! A blood-red beam shot up into the sky, directly piercing through the underground rock layers. Hiss! A voice from the ancient age resonated, penetrating the heart and sending shivers to the soul. Amidst the 10,000-foot bloodlight, strands of violent black mist surged from all directions, rapidly coalescing above the Bagua altar. An illusion bearing 9 snake heads slowly took shape in midair. Qingzhou City had gained a massive pit. Inside lay the remains of the 6-headed serpent. Lu Cheng descended from the sky, examining the 6-headed serpent. My! He raised an eyebrow, looking down at the deep pit. Golden cicada shedding its shell. Having lost all its heads, this 6-headed serpent surprisingly had not perished on the spot. It must have shed its outer shell and escaped to who knows where. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. The 6-headed serpent was gravely injured and could die at any moment. However, Lu Cheng sensed something even more sinister occurring. In the direction of the Qingzhou Research Institute, an exceedingly unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy was emanating. Lu Cheng's expression turned cold, and he pivoted, heading straight for the Qingzhou Research Institute. Boom! The ground beneath the altar collapsed violently, and the 8 hidden gates beneath the altar, toxic water from the surface of Qingzhou City, surged forth. The sky was filled with toxic water, swirling into a vortex, instantly submerging the entire altar. The icy coffin placed at the center of the altar suddenly melted, revealing the corpse inside. It was the corpse of a boy, pale as paper, who was none other than Li Jingyan's son Li Yan. A massive amount of toxic water, blood energy, and black mist swirled around Li Yan's corpse. Above the altar, the phantom of Xiang Lu had already formed its outline. 9 fierce snake heads twisted about, emanating a suffocating aura of ferocity. Suddenly the 9 snake heads ceased their writhing, their eyes fixated on Li Yan's corpse. An enraged voice erupted. Yu Huang's bloodline. Above the Bagua sacrificial altar, a chilling wind howled. Xiang Lu's ethereal, 9-headed serpentine form writhed violently in midair. The bloodline of Emperor Yu. A piercing, ear-splitting roar erupted as the colossal 9-headed specter transformed into a jet-black streak of light, diving straight down and vanishing into Li Yan's corpse. Witnessing this, Li Jingyan's face paled drastically. He cried out in shock and fury, "Stop! What are you doing?" Before his words fully left his lips, a jagged crimson fissure split open across his forehead, revealing Xiang Ling's single blood-red vertical eye. "Heh. Isn't this precisely reviving your son?" A low voice emanated from the vertical eye. "Lies. It's possessing my son's body. What kind of revival is this?" Li Jingyan trembled uncontrollably, his eyes burning red. At that moment, Li Yan's lifeless body, lying at the altar's center, began to rise slowly into the air. His eyes, shut for 10 full years, suddenly snapped open, revealing twin orbs of absolute blackness devoid of pupils. A contemptuous chuckle escaped the vertical eye on Li Jingyan's brow. "Heh. And there he is, revived." Li Jingyan stared at Li Yan hovering in midair, his spirit shattering, his trembling hands reaching forward as he choked out a desperate call. "Yan. Yenner, is it you?" Li Yan descended slowly, his bare feet sinking into the viscous toxic sludge. With those pitch-black eyes wide open, he stood motionless, like a hollow puppet, unresponsive and inert. No matter how frantically Li Jingyan called, there was not the faintest reply. Panic seized him. He lunged onto the altar like a madman and clutched Li Yan's corpse tightly to his chest. "Yenner, look at me. I'm your father. Can you hear me?" Pressing his cheek against his son's icy, lifeless face, Li Jingyan's voice broke into sobs. Li Yan lay numbly against his father's shoulder, not even blinking. Suddenly his body convulsed violently, his joints twisted at grotesque, unnatural angles. A flicker of hope ignited in Li Jingyan's heart. He gripped Li Yan's shoulders firmly and gently shook. "What's wrong? Say something." Yet only a dry, rasping kakak emerged from Li Yan's throat. Then came the moment that shattered Li Jingyan's last thread of hope. Li Yan's mouth slowly stretched sideways, twisting into an eerie, widening grin. Then flesh tore with a sickening crack as his lips split clear to the earlobes, nearly cleaving his skull. From that grotesquely gaping maw oozed a foul, unidentifiable slime, and 9 thick worm-like appendages slithered forth, writhing and unfurling with grotesque autonomy. "Emperor, you. I have returned." A layered, monstrous voice, dripping with boundless resentment, boomed forth from the rent mouth. The 9 protruding limbs swelled instantly upon contact with air, expanding with terrifying speed. Boom, boom, boom. The underground laboratory, and the dozens of meters of bedrock and structures above it, were violently overturned by their sheer, overwhelming mass. Dust and rubble exploded outward. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qingzhou Research Institute was obliterated, its subterranean laboratory laid bare beneath the open sky. Xiang Lu's colossal form surged upward, blotting out the sun over all of Qingzhou City. A primordial beast dwarfing even the earlier 6-headed Jiao, its titanic body piercing the heavens, crowned with 9 gargantuan serpentine heads. Each head towered like a mountain, armored in ancient, weathered black scales radiating crushing divine pressure. And suspended, like a pitiful pallid pendant, at the junction of all 9 colossal necks hung Li Yan's tiny, lifeless body. Li Jingyan collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly upward at his son's corpse dangling from the monster's underbelly, his eyes utterly vacant, his mind reduced to hollow silence. He had schemed relentlessly, endured humiliation for 10 long years, only to deliver his own son's corpse as a vessel for a malevolent god's descent. His forehead's crimson vertical eye rotated slowly as Xiang Ling's mocking voice echoed despair. "Your wife was a descendant of the ancient sage King Yu, bearing his sacred bloodline. In antiquity, Emperor Yu slew Xiang Lu and sealed his severed heads. As he perished, Xiang Lu uttered a curse. Millennia hence he would return, using the blood and flesh of Yu's descendants as his vessel. When I sacrificed your wife, I discovered her bloodline had thinned over countless generations, too diluted to sustain Xiang Lu's resurrection. Then, I realized the child she bore, Yu Li Yan, carried a far purer strain of Emperor Yu's blood." A note of triumph edged Xiang Ling's tone. Still, even Li Yan's blood alone proved insufficient. "So I planted a seed within his body, nurtured for 10 years, until it ripened fully, ready for Xiang Lu's use." Xiang Ling's words struck Li Jingyan's heart like a steel blade, shattering every conviction he'd clung to for a decade. He dropped to his knees, his face contorted in utter desolation. On a high platform at the edge of the ruins, Lu Cheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing all that unfolded, his keen ears catching every word exchanged between Li Jingyan and the vertical eye. After hearing Xiang Ling's account, Lu Cheng's gaze turned profoundly strange. Qi resurgence has lasted barely 3 centuries. A faint, imperceptible twitch tugged at Lu Cheng's lip as he muttered inwardly, "The ancient sage King Yu. The same Yu who tamed the floods. The one who slew Xiang Lu. Wasn't that myth? Am I truly in a rational world? Though he scoffed inwardly, Lu Cheng lifted his gaze toward the monstrous entity looming overhead. Xiang Lu, the nine-headed titan, rose heavenward, its massive serpentine heads probing wildly across the heavens. Their necks stretched without limit, defying mortal physiology. Shush! Shush! With shrill sonic booms, 4 of its colossal heads shot forth, spanning dozens of li in an instant, to strike Qingzhou City's eastern, southern, western, and northern gates with pinpoint precision. Boom! 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 4 earth-shattering detonations erupted simultaneously. The towering city gates along with vast stretches of wall crumbled into dust. As the walls collapsed, the endless toxic floodwaters merged and surged outward. Wherever Xiang Lu's heads passed, daylight vanished. Gale-force winds and torrential rain raged, poisonous marshes spread, and a nauseating stench filled the air. Far away, Wan Ying, dragging the grievously wounded Guan He and Nailan Qing, staggered toward the ruins of the Qingzhou Research Institute. Gazing upon the celestial monstrosity spanning heaven and earth, their eyes brimmed with indescribable awe and terror. What is that? Can we possibly win? Wan Ying's voice trembled. At the ruin's center, Li Jingyan knelt, fists clenched so tightly his nails pierced deep into his palms, blood welling up. Every hope, every sacrifice, every shred of resolve, all dissolved in that instant into bitter, hollow farce. Profound remorse and incandescent rage coalesced within his chest into a conflagration of pure hatred. He jerked his head upward, locking his gaze upon his son's corpse suspended in the sky, and unleashed a desolate, resolute cry. "Ah! I'll fight you to the end." Li Jingyan's howl echoed through the rain curtain. He rose from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, fingers claw-like, as he suddenly plunged them into his own forehead. Puff! Blood splattered, running down his cheek. Li Jingyan did not even frown as he exerted force with his fingers, digging out the blood-red vertical eye from the center of his forehead along with the surrounding flesh and bones. Between his fingers, the dug-out blood-red vertical eye continued to turn eerily, emitting a dark red glow. A mocking voice emerged from within. "Useless he. I am a god. I am everywhere." Li Jingyan's face was pale with blood flowing around his eyes, looking fearsome. He clenched his right hand, and the qi in his palm erupted explosively. Puff! The vertical eye in his palm, along with the flesh and bones, was instantly crushed into powder, falling through his fingers into the water. Subsequently bloodied, Li Jingyan leaped directly into the air. He is actually A-class. Wan Ying recognized Li Jingyan from a distance. Except for the 13 upper states, all other state governors were B-class warriors. Li Jingyan governed Qingzhou, located in the northwest, which was not one of the 13 states. Logically, Wan Ying and Li Jingyan, as ordinary state governors, should have comparable cultivation levels. However, the chi fluctuation that Li Jingyan had just unleashed was far beyond B-class. Though unsure of what had happened, she sensed that Li Jingyan seemed to have betrayed humanity. On the other side, Li Jingyan leaped into the air, grabbing Li Yan's leg, climbing upward, and clutching Li Yan's icy body. Li Jingyan had a large hole in his forehead, blood covering his face. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. "Wainer, Yenner, I couldn't protect you." The desperate wail reverberated through the heavens. In that moment, the qi within Li Jingyan suddenly reversed, and dazzling red light erupted from his 7 orifices. Boom! A world-shattering explosion erupted in midair. Li Jingyan self-destructed. The violent force obliterated himself along with Li Yan's corpse into a mist of blood. In a corner of the ruins, Gu Bing, cloaked in black, silently witnessed the entire process. He gazed at the blood mist drifting in the air, his eyes betraying no emotion. He looked at the massive body of Xiang Lu, shaking his head in disappointment. As expected, another false god. His voice was low. After speaking, Gu Bing's body began to melt strangely, turning into a pool of black water in the blink of an eye, merging into the flood, completely vanishing. On a distant high platform, Lu Cheng silently observed this scene, not intervening in Li Jingyan's actions. He understood that Li Jingyan had his reasons, but the deeds he had committed were undeniably real. Long before in Qingzhou, Lu Cheng had already conducted an investigation. He had colluded with evil forces, smuggling G-class civilians for the beasts to consume. Lu Cheng had once given him a chance, even specifically warned him, yet he ultimately did not relent. There are many with grievances in this world. Wrongdoing is wrongdoing, and there is no redemption. In midair, the end of Xiang Liu's body originally bore Li Yan's corpse. As Li Yan's corpse shattered, Xiang Lu in the sky remained unmoved. With the corpse gone, Xiang Lu, free from the constraints of its skin, began to reveal its lower half. Simultaneously, the already enormous body began to swell rapidly. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The massive serpentine body continuously extended into the distance, rolling endlessly among the clouds. Ultimately, an endlessly long serpent body resembling a black iron great wall spanning the heavens coiled above half of the Great Xia. The black mist obscured the sky, enveloping dozens of state cities beneath this suffocating shadow. In the ruins outside Qingzhou City, Wan Ying protected Guan He and Nailanqing, looking up at the colossal creature that nearly occupied the entire sky. Her breath halted. Is this really a beast? Guan Yi's voice was hoarse, blood still seeping from the corner of his mouth. Nailanqing clenched his fists, his expression somewhat vacant. The six-headed beast from before seemed pitifully small compared to this thing. Not just in Qingzhou, at this moment countless citizens from dozens of cities in central Great Xia took to the streets, blankly gazing at the sky. It was supposed to be noon, yet the sunlight was completely obscured. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and a body as thick as a sprawling mountain lay across the clouds. Has the sky collapsed? What on earth is that thing? Look over there. Is that a snake? Why is it so huge? Help! My qi detector has exploded. The qi values have exceeded the limit. Soon after, people noticed that toxic rain began to fall from the clouds, eroding vast lands into black toxic swamps. Alarms rang out across all state cities. In the Kunlun Mountains, Gongwang Mountain, the four emperors each guarded a location. Just as Xiang Liu's body spread out, the four suddenly opened their eyes simultaneously. Xianjun was guarding the Qin position. He abruptly looked up at the clouds above. Deep within the layers of clouds, a massive body could be faintly seen, slowly writhing, emanating a disturbing aura. What a powerful presence. Could it be the legendary beast sovereign? Xianjun frowned deeply, his expression serious. He had personally killed an S-class beast, but even that S-class beast did not possess this level of oppressive force. Looks like I need to help Lu Cheng. Xianjun stood up, qi surging, preparing to head to Qingzhou. However, just as he was about to move, the barrier beneath Gongwang Mountain suddenly erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact were incessant. Various grotesque faces pressed against the barrier membrane, creating huge bulges. From deep within Gongwang Mountain came a series of piercing howls. Xianjun halted his steps, watching the barrier beneath him sway precariously, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He paused in midair, sighed lightly, and could only sit down again. The vast qi surged from his body like a heavenly river, continuously pouring into the barrier to suppress the upheaval below. Lu Cheng, you can only rely on yourself now, Xianjun murmured, closing his eyes, fully focusing on channeling qi to reinforce the seal. At the same time, the positions guarded by Qing Huang, Bai Di, and Zhu Sheng all experienced similar upheavals. The four emperors were all restrained in Gongwang Mountain, unable to divide their attention to rescue Qingzhou. The entire Great Xia was on the brink of collapse. In the Tian pit of Chun Lao Mountain, a bone-chilling wind howled in the pit. Xiang Yi stood atop the head of the nine-headed snake, slowly raising his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the mist, looking at the colossal creature looming over Great Xia. Not bad. Although it's merely a false god constructed from the concept of Xiang Lu, it has already far surpassed S-class, reaching the level of beast sovereign. What a pity it is still not the true form of Xiang Lu. He sighed softly, stamping his foot. Xiang Yi's figure transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing from the spot. After he left, bang, the nine-headed snake's corpse instantly shattered. The fragments of the snake's body continued to dissolve into smaller dust, scattering with the wind.